In the city of Xianjing within the Great Xian Nation, up at the mansion of the Grand Preptor, Li Fan, the protagonist of this story, was throwing a birthday celebration, and even with age weighing on his years, his presence stayed imposing. His name still drew admiration from countless people, and the beautiful women around him seemed as endless as the wine he had been drinking through all those years. Over the past 50-odd years, Li Fan had climbed from absolute nothing to the position of Grand Tutor, his influence swelling until it overshadowed the world itself and no one could truly stand as his equal. A rise so packed with twists and turns it could fill a multi-million-word novel. And yet when his mind drifted back to the moment he first transmigrated into this world, he could still clearly remember being nothing more than a poor, struggling scholar. Now, looking back across the road he'd walked, he felt satisfied, convinced he'd already obtained everything a man could ever want. But that was the larger story. Right now, the birthday party was in full swing. The entire top floor of the manor crowded with dancers who entertained the guests while incredible alcohol flowed and great music carried the mood, until the celebration was abruptly broken when one of Li Fan's subjects burst in, bringing news that sounded both alarming and strangely fortunate. The man reported to his lord, the Grand Scepter, that the sky had turned ablaze with falling flames, a divine sign, an auspicious omen, and that whatever it was, it looked like it was heading straight toward the manor. Li Fan immediately hurried out to the balcony for a clearer view, and there, exactly as his subject had said, he saw flames raining down from the heavens. Yet when he narrowed his eyes and looked closer, he realized the fire wasn't some natural marvel at all, because high above, the source of those flames was two terrifyingly powerful figures battling each other in midi. One of them shouted a name, Dao Xian, warning that he shouldn't take things too far, and down below, everyone, Li Fan included, froze in shock at the sight of these godlike beings who didn't even seem to notice the insignificant lives watching from the ground. Most of the crowd dropped to their knees at once, worshipping the spectacle with awestruck devotion. But Li Fan, unlike the rest, snapped to the implications of two such figures fighting above his home, even as he still couldn't fully process what he was seeing, unable to comprehend how there were actual freaking cultivators in this world. Meanwhile, up in the sky, the dark-haired cultivator, Dao Xian, confronted Ku Hong, the sturdy one whose fluffy golden hair made him look like a lion, and demanded to know if he truly believed he could escape simply by fleeing into the land of immortal extinction. Dao Xian pressed harder, insisting Ku Hong hand over his cultivation method, because otherwise this battle wouldn't end until one of them was dead. And Ku Hong responded with a scoff, calling the demand foolish, explaining that the reason he couldn't give it up was precisely because he lacked a core formation method in the first place, which had left him trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years. His lifespan limit was closing in, he said, and he was about to turn to dust, so now that he had finally obtained this core formation method, how could he possibly hand it over to someone else? Something Dao Xian, to Ku Hong's surprise, couldn't agree with more. The golden core Dao Xian was a road a person could only walk alone, and even though this world held plenty of core formation methods, there were even more cultivators forever stranded at the foundation establishment stage. So now that things had reached this point, with the path to longevity sitting right in front of him, how could he possibly allow Ku Hong to get away? Ku Hong burst out laughing at how absurd it all was, because they had been brothers for 100 years, yet here they were drawing blades over nothing more than a single chance to keep living. He openly admitted he was no match for Dao Xian, and in a situation like this, it looked like he wasn't going to escape the fate waiting for him. But then his gaze dropped to the countless mortals gathered below, and he asked, almost casually, whether Dao Xian could truly withstand such a dense concentration of the immortal mortal miasma. Dao Xian didn't bother arguing. He simply raised his sword, gathering power for a devastating strike, and with no hesitation at all, he aimed the blade at his former companion, only for his expression to twist into sudden fury as he demanded to know what Ku Hong was planning. Ku Hong answered by summoning a gigantic golden dragon, throwing it up to meet Dao Xian's purple blade. And as that radiant beast took shape, he declared that maybe, just maybe, he could still find a way to live if Dao Xian proved unable to endure the force of the immortal mortal miasma. A heartbeat later, the two terrifying techniques collided, and the impact detonated into a massive explosion that lit up the entire sky, choking the whole city of Zhuangjing in a deafening blast that rolled through every alley and street like a hammer. Watching a battle on that scale, Li Fan and the servants around him were completely gobsmacked. In the instant that overwhelming power came crashing down onto the city itself, Li Fan's face tightened with panic as he understood their end was unavoidable. When the chaos finally slowed and the dust took its time settling, he eventually came to amid the wreckage of what had been his home, only to find his wife and children lying dead. Coughing violently, he forced himself upright and looked over what remained of his mansion, seeing bodies everywhere, and realizing from the scene around him that he might be the only one left alive. The prosperous city that had once teemed with life had become a waking nightmare of fire and blood. And as far as his eyes could reach, there was nothing but mangled corpses and collapsed buildings, devastation so complete that after a catastrophe like this, it seemed likely not even 1 out of every 100 citizens had survived. Li Fan dropped to his knees and simply sat there in the ruin, fury boiling inside him as he understood he had lost everything because of two cultivators who had appeared out of nowhere. And after dragging in a deep breath, he started laughing, raw and hopeless. Because seriously, how the hell could there be cultivators in this world? From that moment on, like an obsessed fanatic, the instant he gained even a foothold as an official, Li Fan used every scrap of power he held to hunt for any trace of the immortal path. And when he rose even higher and became the imperial tutor, standing above all others, he unleashed his men across the world and scoured it without mercy, chasing clues from the north all the way to the frozen sea, from the south down to the great ocean, from the east into the ruinous abyss, and from the west, across the Link Mountains, across the entire Great Xian nation. Li Fan couldn't find a single shred of proof that immortals even existed. And after years of searching, he had finally gone so far as to give up, growing so old that he began to wonder whether those two figures he'd seen that night had ever been real at all. He lifted his eyes to the sky, desperate to know where they had come from and what, exactly, they were. And the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, convinced fate was deliberately toying with him. So, with that irritation boiling in his chest, he activated a power he called Huanjin. In an instant, countless glowing subtexts unfolded in front of him, and at the very bottom sat a single line. When the true becomes false, the false becomes true. Right after that, a blinding light flared with dazzling brilliance as the Huanjin system declared that charging was complete, then announced that a virtualized current scenario had been initiated, and asked Li Fan whether he wanted to return to the initial anchor point. Huanjin, after all, was the name he had given his unique treasure, an ability that could turn truth into illusion and reality into virtuality, converting everything he had genuinely lived through into a simulated illusory experience and letting him return to a fixed anchor, specifically, the moment he had first transmigrated into this world. In fact, this was already his second life since arriving in the Great Xian nation, because in his first life, even with big ambitions, he had ultimately been nothing more than an ordinary person. He had wanted to become a Zhuang Yuan, yet he failed the exams again and again, and after turning 30 he finally abandoned the dream of office entirely, started a small business, became a common wealthy patriarch, married, had children, and lived out a plain, ordinary existence. Only when he was old and lying on his deathbed did he finally awaken that unique treasure, Huanjin, and that was what launched his unstoppable rise in his second life, because once the Huanjin system finished charging, it allowed him to restart and return to a breakpoint to begin anew. Even so, Li Fan couldn't restart yet, because he still had important things to handle in this life, so he issued orders to a soldier to deal with the chaos in the city. The garrison camp station outside the walls was to rush into Xianjing and maintain order in the wake of the disaster. Most of Xianjing's buildings had been destroyed, and once his trusted garrison camp took control of Xianjing, they wouldn't just speed up post-disaster reconstruction. More importantly, Li Fan would be able to remain in the barracks to supervise the cleanup personally while secretly dispatching people to investigate the whereabouts of the two cultivators. A month later, the shattered city of Xianjing had only just begun to regain the faintest semblance of life, and in Li Fan's private quarters, a subordinate reported that there was still no sign of the two cultivators. Hearing that, Li Fan's frustration surged, and he knew he never should have let his hopes rise again. Since that was a reality, he decided there was nothing left to do, activated Huanjin to go back, and was immediately engulfed by blue energy and scrolling subtext as he confirmed his decision and restarted his life once more. The entire transition, Li Fan rewinding from extreme old age all the way back into his youth, played out right in front of him, with several screens flashing scenes from his life as he turned them over in his mind, remembering the names of the two cultivators and swearing that in 50 years' time he would be waiting for them. With that vow set like iron, Li Fan dropped into the portal, determined that in his next life he would hunt down those two immortals, because by this point in his second life, riches and honor meant nothing to him but passing clouds, here one moment and gone the next. It didn't take long before the system regressed him back to the anchor point, and in the first year, so overjoyed that he couldn't contain himself, Li Fan acted strangely enough that his aunt nearly forced him to drink exorcism water brought by the village witch. Half a year after that, he sat for the provincial exam, and although his ranking landed low, somewhere in the 30s, he still succeeded in becoming a jureen and brought honor back to his ancestors. In his second year he took the metropolitan exam and passed. Then in the palace exam he performed exceptionally well, placed in the second rank, and was granted the title of Jinsha, after which he worked his connections in Xianjing and secured the post of county magistrate for Jiangnan County. By his third year, he started building up a trusted inner circle while also successfully producing a batch of explosives and matchlock rifles, and by his fifth year, when refugees gathered and rose in rebellion against Prince Langya's manor, Li Fan led troops to the rescue and saved Prince Langya's family, earning the prince's deep gratitude. In the sixth year, Li Fan was promoted to prefect of Zhong Haoboi Prefecture and married the daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights. And in the seventh year, his wife gave birth to a son. In the 10th year, Princess Langya also gave birth to a son, and Li Fan personally went to offer his congratulations, presenting a carefully prepared gift. In the 15th year, the emperor died, Prince Langya inherited the throne, and the era name was changed to Xianjing. Emperor Xianjing then summoned Li Fan to the capital, promoted him to Vice Minister of War, and ordered him to lead troops to suppress rebellions. In the 18th year, Li Fan eradicated the rebel armies, and Emperor Xianjing reclaimed his military authority, promoted him to Minister of War, and appointed him Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. In the 20th year, the Empress was suddenly dragged into a witchcraft case, and Emperor Xianjing, furious, consigned her to confinement in the Cold Palace. The Crown Prince secretly sought Li Fan's help, and Li Fan decisively agreed, conducting a private investigation until he found the person who had framed the Empress and cleared her name. Yet even then, the Emperor still refused to release her from the Cold Palace. Then, in the 25th year, Li Fan quietly received word that someone had reported him for privately visiting the Empress in the Cold Palace, and in that same year, the Emperor was assassinated while traveling, forcing the officials to retrieve the Empress from the Cold Palace, after which the Crown Prince ascended the throne under the era named Kangning. In the 26th year, Li Fan was further ennobled as Grand Tutor and appointed Grand Scholar of the Deliberative Council, reaching the absolute peak of officialdom, and he seized that height to wipe out dissent and assemble his own faction within the imperial court. By the 30th year, the people of the realm knew only the Grand Tutor and barely the Emperor, and in the 31st year, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and gave birth to a son. In the 38th year, Emperor Hangning died of depression. In the 40th year, the Empress Dowager died of illness. In the 4th to 5th year, Li Fan's wife passed away, and in the 4th to 6th year, his eldest son also died of illness. Until, in the 50th year, two immortals arrived from the ruinous abyss and destroyed the city of Xianjing, leaving Li Fan to narrowly escape with his life. With that, the simulation ended, and Li Fan was forced to make a choice from four options the system offered him for what he could retain. The first option was an item he had possessed during the simulation. The second was the cultivation realm he had reached inside it. The third was the simulation memory of one person closely related to him, memories that could be inherited by that person. And the fourth was to abandon all of the above in exchange for speeding up the charging progress. As he stated the choices, Li Fan couldn't stop questioning what he had just experienced, whether it had been real or illusion, whether it had all been a simulation so vivid it produced a perceptual error, or whether, once someone reached a certain height, the boundary between true and false simply stopped existing at all. After a brief moment of turning those mad thoughts over, he pushed them aside and forced himself to focus on the four options in front of him, deciding the first two were straightforward enough, and that if he ever truly embarked on the path of cultivation, either of them would be an enormous advantage. Unfortunately, in that past life he had been merely immortal. The third option, though, left too much uncertainty, because there was no way to know what anyone was truly capable of. And for him, stability was everything. So by elimination, only the fourth option remained. Huanjin's virtualization, after all, required charging whenever he received a fatal blow, and Huanjin would consume that stored charging progress to automatically protect him, which was also exactly how he had escaped death several times in his previous life, and that was why the fourth option was the safest and most reliable route. Li Fan chose the fourth option, accelerating the charging progress, and when he tallied it all up, he realized he had now lived 3 lives, accumulating a total of 166 years. As for the limit of his mental age, he remembered that in his last life it had only been a little over 900 years, yet now it had climbed to more than 1,000. Because when a person carries too many memories, the mind's endurance eventually hits a threshold, and any extra burden beyond that point can crush the soul. This was the so-called erosion of time. Still, that mental age limit could rise as one's mental fortitude grew stronger, meaning that as long as Li Fan stepped onto the path of cultivation, none of this would remain a problem. And with that settled, he fixed his goal for the life ahead. He would learn the secrets of cultivation from those two cultivators. In 50 years, those two would descend upon Xianjing, and if Li Fan prepared for what they hadn't, he might actually have a chance to win. Maybe what he could Li Fan on, beyond guns and explosives, was that immortal miasma they had mentioned. Still, he couldn't just sit around for half a century waiting. So since the pair had come from the ruinous abyss in the east, he decided he could start by sending people deep down into the bottom of that abyss to investigate. In his past lives, the most terrifying thing of all had been having no goal, and back then he would often wake up in the middle of the night from the Empress Dowager's bed, swallowed by a vast emptiness and confusion, because he had already stood at the absolute summit a mortal could reach, and there simply wasn't anywhere higher to climb. It would be the same even if he lived again. Power, pleasure, everything like that. After repeating them so many times, it all turned dull, tasteless, like chewing wax, and perhaps after some future reincarnation he might even have chosen to end his own life with his own hands. But the appearance of those two cultivators ripped open a brand new possibility, like a strange, alluring world reaching out and beckoning him, and it made him want to cultivate, made him crave a life filled with new adventures, one that no one could stop. So with his determination set, he swore he would walk the path of immortality. With the experience of 2 lives behind him, everything moved as smoothly as water finding its course, and Li Fan still took part in the imperial exams. Only this time, carrying decades of political experience, the essays he wrote were naturally far beyond anything from his earlier lives. In the provincial exam, the metropolitan exam, and the palace exam, he placed first in all three, achieving the triple first and shaking the world with his fame, and afterward he still chose to accept an official post in a single county. The imperial court was full of confusion and regret over that decision. Yet his request was still approved. Relying on his immense reputation and his crystal-clear grasp of every official's temperament within the county, Li Fan quickly brought Wen County back to health, then began promoting and cultivating the trusted subordinates he'd relied on in his past life. In his fourth Anki year, he secretly searched and found someone who could serve as Prince Langya's body double, then raised and trained him into a dependable subordinate, and in his fifth Anki year, he ordered that subordinate to disguise himself as a refugee and attack Prince Langya's manor. Li Fan staged a rescue, but in truth he was coordinating everything from within, using the chaos to kill Prince Langya's entire family, and at the same time he had the body double step in and take the prince's place. From that point onward, Li Fan was the one secretly controlling Prince Langya's manor. In his ninth Anki year, the wedding between Prince Langya and the chief grand scholar's granddaughter went forward exactly as scheduled, and that night Li Fan stormed the bridal chamber and had conjugal relations with Princess Langya. Then, in the 10th Anki year, Princess Langya gave birth to a son, and of course, the child was Li Fan's. In the 15th Anki year, the emperor was finally struck by grave illness, and the moment Li Fan received the Edict of Succession, he rushed to the capital with his trusted subordinates at his side. After Prince Langya took the throne, Li Fan moved fast and ruthlessly, planting his own people throughout the imperial court, and with the chief grand scholar secretly cooperating from the shadows, he was able to seize control of the entire situation with ease. By the 20th Anki year, after helping his own son become emperor, Li Fan and FFT himself as grand tutor, stepping out from behind the curtain and into the open, once again holding power over the world in his hands. And after that, not only did the Great Shin nation's development fail to stagnate, the wheels turned even faster under his will. At the Grand Tutor's manor in the 35th Anki year, Li Fan questioned a subordinate about the fog that hung over the ruinous abyss, and learned it would dissipate for half a day every 15 years. The hooded subordinate reported that the Immortal seeking camp had been ordered to station themselves at the abyss and keep watch day and night, and that only a few days earlier they had finally made a breakthrough. When the great fog lifted, they saw a faint light shining up from the abyss's depths, and by using a telescope to observe, they discovered what looked like an inverted landscape. Even though what each person saw wasn't exactly the same, they all described 10,000 mountains rising and falling, magnificent structures hidden among them and only barely visible, as well as towering cities spread across the plains, bustling with life and holding no fewer than 1 million people. Beyond that, there was even a city suspended in the sky, wrapped in rosy light, with all kinds of rare and exotic beasts flying about it, a sight so unbelievable it sounded like a dream. Once Li Fan had confirmation that the two cultivators had indeed come from the ruinous abyss, he demanded to know whether they had found any way to reach the bottom. But the hooded subordinate admitted they had tried countless methods, only to be stopped every time. Because the moment anyone descended past a certain depth, a sudden astral wind would rip through them and shred them apart. That astral wind was so terrifying, he said, that even the strongest armor couldn't endure it for even a moment. Li Fan dismissed the subordinate with a casual wave. Then, gazing up at the full moon, accepted that he would probably have to wait for those two cultivators after all. And so, the 50th Anki year finally arrived in the Great Shin nation, bringing with it a night destined to be anything but quiet, because in the dark sky above, two immense auras collided violently once again. And just as before, Ku Hong shouted the name Dao Xian, warning him not to take things too far. Only this time, in the middle of their brawl, several fiery projectiles suddenly streaked toward them, and Ku Hong snapped in anger, demanding to know who dared launch a surprise attack. Down below, squads of armed soldiers moved in perfect coordination, firing their rifles non-stop at the two cultivators, yet with a single casual gesture from Dao Xian's hand. Every bullet froze in midair as he stared at them, wondering what these strange things even were. Curiosity flaring, Ku Hong used his flames to knock the soldiers' weapons aside and pull one rifle into his grasp. And as he examined it, disbelief gave way to fascination, because this thing relied on intricate mechanical structures instead of formations, and it used explosive force in place of spiritual energy. The thought struck him that after several thousand years, the mortals exiled to this land of immortal extinction had actually managed to research and build something so ingenious, and Ku Hong couldn't help being amazed. Though even as he admired it, he also found it a pity, because this weapon only had value here, in the land of immortal extinction where the great Daoxian was incomplete, and outside this place it would be nothing more than useless scrap metal. Still, the sheer audacity of mortals daring to make a move against them was another matter entirely. And Ku Hong, who had originally carried a hint of guilt, now wore an expression of pure intolerance as he demanded to know whether these insignificant mortals were simply seeking their own deaths. With that, he invoked his Daoxian art technique, the Flame Dragon's Roar, and in an instant a massive fire dragon took shape and surged forward toward every soldier in the manor. As the enormous dragon lashed through the entire city on its way to its targets, the destruction it carved behind it was so overwhelming that in less than no time at all, The whole city was reduced until it resembled Li Fan's earlier experience. Only this time there was a slight yet shocking deviation that left Dao Xian staring in stunned confusion. Because the flame dragon's roar was, by its nature, something mortal should never have been able to endure. And yet almost every one of Li Fan's soldiers was somehow still alive. In that moment, Dao Xian also noticed something else. The weapons were soaked in mortal's blood, and once Ku Hong was tainted by the immortal mortal miasma, his Dao Xian arts were weakened. The very use of that immortal mortal miasma meant the enemy had clearly made preparations, and it was suddenly obvious they had walked straight into an ambush the instant they arrived. With the place already proving bizarre and dangerous, Dao Xian urged that they shouldn't remain any longer. But before the two could leave, a voice warned them coldly that if they ran, then the news of their core formation method would spread through the entire cultivation world by the very next day. Dao Xian and Dao Xian instantly panicked, because only the two of them were supposed to know about that method, and they scrambled to figure out who could have leaked such information. Yet before they could even react, several cannonballs, heavily condensed with immortal mortal miasma, came roaring toward them. Ku Hong, furious, shouted that the soldiers were courting death and hurled a massive blaze at the incoming cannonballs, while Dao Xian sensed the danger in that split second and tried to warn Ku Hong to dodge instead, but it was already too late. Ku Hong's flames only managed to set the cannonballs off, detonating them all at once and releasing the immortal mortal miasma, and the entire night sky above what little remained of the city became coated in heavy raindrops of that miasma, staining everything red. And on the ground, somewhere within the wreckage, the two cultivators now found themselves surrounded by dozens of armed soldiers. A soldier stepped forward and told them that their grand tutor had ordered their lives spared if they would only surrender, and Dao Xian, shaken for just an instant, immediately scoffed at the very notion of surrendering. Yet before he could strike back, he saw Ku Hong's storage ring floating right in front of him, and understanding what that meant, Dao Xian's face went pale with horror as he snapped his head toward his friend, only to see Ku Hong urging him to take the storage ring, leave, and then die immediately after. The moment Ku Hong died, a huge golden dragon burst out of his body and soared into the night sky above the burning city, and that dragon spirit then changed form, becoming a tree branch suspended in the air, as a declaration rang out that the Foundation establishment cultivator Ku Hong, who had cultivated for 205 years, had established his Dao Xian Foundation with a mystical object, the Cho Dragon Branch, and that in the land of immortal extinction, he had been besieged by several thousand mortals and carelessly injured by the immortal mortal miasma. His cultivation was instantly lost, his lifespan rushed to its end, and now his body perished and his Dao Xian vanished, returning the Dao Xian to the heavens. Right in that same moment, a soldier suddenly spoke again, telling Dao Xian that their grand tutor had no intention of fighting him to the death, and that if he stopped resisting, his life would be guaranteed. Nearby, Li Fan watched it all with a cold, detached expression. He felt as though he had heard some strange voice from the sky when Ku Hong died just now, but whatever that voice had been no longer mattered, because it was clear that capturing the two immortals in this life was no longer possible, and he also hadn't expected the immortal mortal miasma to be so lethal to cultivators. As for Dao Xian, he rose and told the soldiers that he didn't know who they were or what they wanted, only that he and his brother had been plotted against, resulting in Ku Hong's death and the loss of their Dao Xian. And with that, there was nothing more to discuss. He absolutely could not accept this. The puppeteer hiding behind mortal soldiers, even using immortal mortal miasma, something despicable and scorned by all cultivators, to eliminate his brother Ku Hong, was, to him, an unforgivable act, and Dao Xian's eyes burned with rage, teetering on the brink of madness as he calmly pointed out that everyone present had already seen his brother's Foundation establishment mystical object, and now he invited them to witness his. Dao Xian slowly rose into the night sky, and with a motion of his hands, he spoke in a chilling tone, "With the wonders of heaven and earth, I build my Dao Xian Foundation, a sword named Dao Xian," then invited all the onlookers to look upon it. In the next instant, a gigantic sword, so huge it was like a mountain, dropped from the sky and slammed straight into what was left of Xinjing, and the destruction that followed was inescapable, forcing Li Fan to activate the power of Huanjin at once as he was pulled back into the virtual simulation space. Li Fan clutched his chest as the terror of a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment settled into him for the first time, because without the immortal mortal miasma, even if he reincarnated 100 times and piled scheme upon scheme, it still wouldn't be enough to threaten Dao Xian and Dao Xian. Truthfully, he hadn't expected the immortal mortal miasma to be so brutally direct either, to the point of making Ku Hong's body die on the spot and his Dao Xian vanish outright, and he also hadn't expected the brothers for 100 years line to be anything more than empty talk, only to find their bond was genuinely extraordinary. When the ambush began, Dao Xian had shouted a warning to Ku Hong, and Ku Hong, knowing he couldn't escape death, had willingly passed the core formation method to Dao Xian. Then Dao Xian, watching Ku Hong die under that trap, couldn't accept it, and even threw away his own chance to live by unleashing a sword art meant for mutual destruction. Taken together, it proved the two truly shared a friendship beyond the ordinary, and it also brought Li Fan back to what Dao Xian had said about the golden core Dao Xian. that it was a path one walks alone. So Li Fan deduced that immortal methods likely couldn't be cultivated together at all. And if even men as close as brothers couldn't walk it side by side, then Li Fan couldn't help wondering what the cultivation world outside this place was really like. No matter how dangerous the road ahead might be, he knew he wouldn't waver, and with a Huanjin system at his side, as long as he stayed careful, no predicament should be able to truly stop him. Last time, he had chosen to strike both of them at once, but perhaps next time he could try a different approach and win one of them over instead. Still, his mental age limit had only risen by a few dozen this time, and it felt like he was nearing the ceiling. If he counted the life he'd lived before transmigrating, then this was already his 5th life, and the pursuit of immortality was proving to be genuinely difficult. Even so, he hoped the 50 years he was about to begin anew wouldn't be wasted. So, in the 3rd to 5th Anki year of his new life, Li Fan ventured into the endless ruinous abyss itself, and because of what he'd learned from the last simulation, he already knew the dense fog over the abyss dispersed once every 15 years. This time, he had come specifically to witness it with his own eyes. After an unknown stretch of waiting, an enormous mass of white fog suddenly erupted from the ruinous abyss, blasting upward like a waterfall flowing in reverse. And that gale persisted for a full quarter of an hour before the heavy fog finally scattered. Li Fan then produced his telescope and aimed it down into the depths. And according to the intelligence he'd gathered, the scene revealed at the bottom was different for every person who looked. Yet when Li Fan peered through the lens, all he could see at first was a dark abyss with a single white light burning at its center. Until, without warning, the view shifted, and ruins appeared, marked by an inscription that spelled out a chilling verdict. The path to immortality was dead. Li Fan stays where he is, still visibly shaken and more than a little baffled, trying to wrap his head around what could have happened in that place and what it's done to the entire world of cultivation. Soon, the scene cuts to Li Fan's 50th birthday, and in his 15th Anki year Ku Hong is once again roaring at Dao Xian, spitting out the exact same line he said across those previous lives, only for Li Fan's squad to suddenly open fire with their rifles, except this time they aren't attacking indiscriminately at all, because they are aiming solely at Ku Hong while waving Dao Xian's banner as if they're acting in his name. Ku Hong, stunned and thrown off by the impossibility of it, blocks the bullets anyway, and even while he can't understand why this is happening, a new suspicion creeps in, that maybe Dao Xian already knew he would run to the land of immortal extinction, and that suspicion hardens into certainty the instant Ku Hong realizes the bullets have been laced with the immortal miasma. He whips on Dao Xian and shouts, calling him a despicable friend, while Dao Xian, just as shell-shocked, stands there just as confused, unable to understand why the mortals below are attacking Ku Hong under his banner, and why they're even using the immortal miasma in the first place. He insists to Ku Hong that they aren't under his command, and then urges him that they need to get the hell out of there. But right in that moment, Li Fan shouts up from below, demanding to know why Dao Xian is going back on his promise, and Li Fan immediately feeds the fire by telling Ku Hong about their deal with his friend. As long as they help Dao Xian eliminate him and seize the core formation method, he would lead the clan out of the immortal Forsaken Land. Ku Hong is furious now, and he turns on his friend and asks if Dao Xian still wants to claim innocence, because aside from the two of them, nobody else even knew about the core formation method. Dao Xian, fed up with the nonsense, decides he's going to find the culprit, while Li Fan keeps running his mouth after exposing that he knows about the core formation method. And Li Fan piles on by saying they've already incurred the wrath of the masses for the sake of the immortal miasma. Dao Xian mentioned that public resentment is now boiling over, and that if the immortal master can't keep his promise and lead them out of the immortal Forsaken Land, then it won't be long before his clan dies without even a burial place. Annoyed by what he sees as false guilt-tripping, Dao Xian surges forward at what he believes to be Li Fan, convinced this shameless villain needs to shut the up, and he comes down with a crashing, reverberating boom that blasts dust and debris into the air, only to spot a radio on the ground, something he immediately assumes must be an artifact, while at the same time Li Fan accuses him of trying to permanently silence them. Dao Xian grits his teeth, startled by just how cautious the enemy is. And although he instantly destroys the strange artifact, the damage has already been done, because Ku Hong, burning with righteous fury, points at Dao Xian and condemns him for betraying 100 years of friendship for nothing but greed, demanding to know why, if he wanted the core formation method, he didn't just challenge him openly instead of resorting to so many underhanded tricks. And with that, Ku Hong makes his decision. He won't flee anymore, he will challenge Dao Xian here and now, and if his friend truly has the skill, then he should come at him. Dao Xian immediately triggers his flame dragon's wrath and lunges straight at Dao Xian, and Dao Xian can only answer with a helpless sigh, because the moment is pressed into a corner the summoned flame dragon hurls a massive fireball at him, forcing Dao Xian to stay unnervingly calm as he raises his sword and meets it head-on. The counterstrike and the fireball slam together and erupt into a violent explosion. Then, without warning, another radio crackles to life and broadcasts Li Fan's decision to switch sides and the reason behind it. Because Dao Xian is fickle and vindictive, Li Fan says is terrified that if Dao Xian wins, there will be no escape left for him or his man. So he has now ordered his soldiers to assist the immortal master Dao Xian in dealing with Dao Xian. The moment Ku Hong hears that, He throws back his head and laughs at the friend who always took pride in being noble, only to reveal himself as a despicable person, someone who got screwed over by faith and is now suffering a backlash. And Ku Hong even tosses out the saying that one who commits many injustices is doomed to self-destruct. Dao Xian snaps, thoroughly ticked off, and spits back that his gullible friend is a fool. But Ku Hong is already far too deep in his rage to care or to be reasoned with. After all, his friend always fancied himself clever, so why has everyone abandoned him now? If not because this is what it means to become a victim of one's own cleverness. With that conviction, Dao Xian, fresh off mastering a new Dao Xian technique, announces that this is the perfect moment to test it, and he unleashes another art, the imprisoning dragon. As a cage of flame abruptly forms and seals Dao Xian inside, Dao Xian explodes with rage, enlarges his sword, and breaks out with ease, then rises back into the night sky. And now sick of being forced to defend, he summons his Dao Xian Foundation sword and finally swings into full offense. Dao Xian manifests in the heavens in all its glory, poised to destroy everything in its path. Ku Hong refuses to yield and challenges Dao Xian with his own, invoking his dragon transformation technique, his Dao Xian dragon staff, a golden dragon, aiming it directly at Dao Xian's gigantic sword. But before the two Dao Xian summons can actually collide, Li Fan and his men jump in, choosing that exact instant to lend Ku Hong their help, as they assault Dao Xian with explosives packed with Immortal miasma. The charges detonate on contact, vomiting out the Immortal miasma in a burst that instantly engulfs Dao Xian. Already wounded, Dao Xian releases an ear-piercing scream and then realizes his Dao Xian dragon branch has been struck, and in the next terrifying beat it begins to grow rapidly from inside him, pushing outward as the branches surge and spread until they overtake his entire body, and Dao Xian is ultimately consumed completely, leaving nothing but a lifeless corpse. Anyway, just like Ku Hong's death in the previous simulation, the announcement follows at once. The Foundation establishment cultivated Dao Xian cultivated for 201 years and established his Dao Xian Foundation using the wondrous item, the rusted sword Daewin. However, within the immortal Forsaken Land, he battled another and was ultimately slain by the Foundation establishment cultivator Dao Xian, and now his body has perished and his Dao Xian has vanished, returning to the heavens. Li Fan immediately notices the detail that the same voice had appeared when Ku Hong died before, and with that recognition he heads straight toward Dao Xian and introduces himself. Li Fan steps forward to offer his greetings, then lowers himself and begs, respectfully, insistently, for Ku Hong mercy, pleading that he spare the 1,000 souls of his clan. And Ku Hong, listening, suddenly realizes that Li Fan is the one whose voice had been echoing from every direction earlier, so he presses him on it, demanding to know why a mere mortal would dare to interfere in a battle between cultivators. Li Fan answers that he was only clawing for a chance at survival, because the moment he understood Dao Xian would let them die if he won, he knew his entire clan would have perished, and Ku Hong finds that reality harsh. Li Fan seizes that opening to bring up the promise Dao Xian made, but Ku Hong replies that for 100 years Dao Xian always seemed like a man who kept his word, when in truth he acts without principles and will even deceive mortals. And he adds that the great immortal, severing formation at the ruinous abyss is so dangerous that even cultivators must expend immense effort just to make it out. So how could anyone possibly drag mortals along with them? Li Fan, rocked by that revelation, blurts out to ask whether Ku Hong also didn't know how to leave the land of mortal extinction with a mortal, and Ku Hong answers with casual certainty that he doesn't, after which Li Fan suggests they move somewhere private to talk. Down in an underground shelter beneath the manor, Li Fan presses again, wanting confirmation that it's truly impossible to take mortals when leaving the immortal Forsaken Land, and Ku Hong, having no reason to lie to him, simply reminds Li Fan of what he is, a mere mortal, and explains that perhaps a golden core stage cultivator might be able to protect a mortal, an immortal, while forcing a way through that great immortal severing formation. But for someone with only a Foundation establishment stage cultivation base like his, it is absolutely impossible. Li Fan tries to push for anything else, any alternative at all, any sliver of hope that mortals like them might someday escape this world. Yet Ku Hong only repeats the same wall. To leave the immortal Forsaken Land, you must pass through the great immortal severing formation, and with the frail body of a mere mortal it is utterly impossible to endure it. Besides, Li Fan is already old enough to have one foot in his grave. So why is he so obsessed with leaving the land of immortal extinction? Anyway, and isn't he satisfied living as a local emperor? Li Fan doesn't answer that, but instead asks a different question, whether his descendants could leave if they managed to cultivate into the Foundation establishment realm like Ku Hong. And at that, Ku Hong laughs, because to him the idea is absurd. There isn't even a shred of spiritual energy in the land of immortal extinction, so cultivation is impossible to begin with. And beyond that, immortals and mortals are perpetually separated, while the mortals trapped in this land are coated in miasma. So how could they ever walk the path to immortality at all? Ku Hong then tells Li Fan to abandon the thought completely, because for mortals like him, if they truly want to cultivate, they must first reach the outside world to reconstruct their bodies and cleanse away the miasma, and otherwise, Even if the great Dao Xian to immortality were laid out directly in front of them, they would only be able to look at it, never touch it. Frustrated, Li Fan asks again if there truly is no way out for mortals like them. And the instant Ku Hong confirms that there isn't, Li Fan rises, offers a respectful farewell, and takes his leave. Ku Hong only starts to feel that something is wrong when Li Fan abruptly halts right as the door shuts behind him. But by then it's already too late, because the underground shelter is instantly flooded with immortal miasma. Ku Hong screams in agony, realizing he has been lured into a trap. Outside the cave, Li Fan stands listening to Ku Hong tortured cries, and with a cold expression he says that if immortals and mortals cannot coexist, then how could he ever trust the words of an immortal? From the intelligence gathered from Dao Xian, Li Fan lays it out that the land of immortal extinction is an immortal forsaken land, and that the root of everything traces back to a great change, an unknown plague that erupted in the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago. In the beginning, no cultivator bothered to care about a plague that seemed confined to mortals, until the day the first cultivator was infected. Then the plague grew stronger and began spreading through cultivators themselves. And Weiss, the very vector of transmission was the spiritual energy cultivators depended on to live, so through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth it swept rapidly across the entire cultivation world. For a cultivator who caught it, a mild case meant their cultivation base would regress and their realm would fall, while a severe case meant losing their entire cultivation base overnight and becoming no different from a mortal, after which their body would perish and their Dao Xian would vanish, returning to the heavens. Desperate and furious, the cultivators turned their rage on what they believed was the source, the mortals, and a massive slaughter campaign began. Yet before long that slaughter was forcibly stopped, because killing mortals didn't make the plague disappear at all. Instead, it was as if the plague had shed its restraints, spreading even more freely along the spiritual energy that filled heaven and earth, and that only accelerated the deaths of cultivators. But cultivators do not simply sit and wait for death. So while one faction threw itself into researching ways to treat and resist the plague, another faction advanced what became the infamous Great Migration Plan. Banish every mortal from the cultivation world into nearby lesser worlds and shattered grotto heavens that lack spiritual energy, then use spell formations to seal them away forever, ensuring those mortals could never return. For a time there were no mortals left in the cultivation world, yet not every child born to cultivators possessed the aptitude for immortal cultivation. And so, as years passed, new mortals gradually appeared again, mortals whose bodies carried a lingering shadow of that plague. And because this plague was especially devastating to immortal cultivation, the descendants of mortals who wanted to cultivate first had to purge the plague from their bodies, until, over time, the plague itself became synonymous with the boundary that separated immortals from mortals. And that was why people gave it a name, the immortal miasma. Legend says that, to keep the cultivators within the immortal sects from going astray, the progenitor mortals were expelled into the surrounding lesser worlds, and those very lands of exile eventually became what mortals refer to as the immortal forsaken lands. Anyway, after reading through everything comprehensively, Li Fan becomes sharply aware that he has no idea how many immortal forsaken lands even exist, and that the number of cultivators willing to gamble on the enormous danger of entering such places is smaller still. So for him to have encountered two already counts as an incredible stroke of fortune. Yet he is still only a mortal, his lifespan is capped, and even if he can keep simulating lifetimes, he is still only repeating them inside the limits of that lifespan. Li Fan is already 70 this year, and his body's natural limit is 86, which leaves 16 years, and within those remaining 16 years he knows the odds of meeting yet another cultivator are practically non-existent. In that instant, a cold realization clamps down on him, and Li Fan starts asking himself whether he is truly fated to relive a mortal life again and again, whether there really is no other path at all. Fortunately, the spiral doesn't hold him for long, because after waiting bitterly for nearly 300 years, how could he simply accept resignation like this? With that, Li Fan goes to see the captured Dao Xian, demanding to know how the mortals of the Great Migration were brought into the immortal forsaken land, and Ku Hong, hearing that question, is genuinely shocked that Li Fan still hasn't given up. So what if he somehow made it out? At 70 years old, he still wants to chase immortal cultivation. Li Fan leans in close to Ku Hong's face and reminds him that his cultivation base has been completely erased, meaning that right now he is no different from the rest of them. But if he could return to the cultivation world, then he might be able to cultivate again, right? Li Fan then lays out his bargain. If Ku Hong can help him find a route to the cultivation world, then when the time comes, perhaps Li Fan will take him along. Ku Hong's brows knit immediately as he labels Li Fan a treacherous villain, convinced the old bastard is still trying to deceive him. Yet Li Fan answers with maddening calm, saying that whether his words turn out to be truth or lies, they still represent a glimmer of hope. So is Ku Hong really willing to abandon this chance at survival, to simply grow old and die inside this tiny cage of a world? Ku Hong falls silent for a moment, and after thinking it over briefly, he finally responds with another helpless sigh. If he remembers correctly, back then the cultivators used a Dharma artifact, something like flying arcs or flying shuttles, to carry out the migration of mortals. In ancient times, after all, The cultivation world was overflowing with people, sects were many and powerful, prosperity was everywhere, and transportation-type Dharma artifacts like those were extremely common. Unfortunately, it's a pity, because a great cataclysm later struck heaven and earth, and from that point on every cultivator began fearing for their own safety and acting alone, which is why flying arcs and flying shuttles were rarely seen afterward. When Li Fan hears cataclysm of heaven and earth, he asks if Ku Hong is talking about that bizarre Great Plague. But Ku Hong explains that while the immortal mortal miasma was indeed strange, it wasn't something that could truly shake the foundation of cultivators. The reason it was able to run rampant was because the overwhelming majority of cultivators had already died off in a far greater calamity. Ku Hong then reveals what that calamity centered on. Apparently, in the great Dao Xian of the Golden Core, there can be only one. Even though this world has many different core formation methods, there were far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. And the moment Ku Hong says this, realization hits Li Fan as he briefly recalls what he witnessed in the endless ruinous abyss, prompting him to ask whether immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person. Ku Hong confirms it, explaining that in ancient times there was said to be no such restriction, and back then countless great cultivation sects threw their gates open, taking in disciples and passing down their arts. Cultivators had masters to guide them, could seek help whenever practice turned difficult, and could spar and trade insights with fellow disciples cultivating the very same methods. So the entire cultivation world was vibrant and magnificent, until the day cultivators' efficiency suddenly plunged. From then on, whenever they cultivated, they would feel a connection in their hearts that told them exactly how many people across the entire cultivation world were cultivating the same technique at that very moment, and along with that sensation came a horrifying discovery. The more people who cultivated the same method simultaneously, the lower the cultivation efficiency became for every single person practicing it. Countless cultivators found themselves unable to advance even an inch, and as their lifespans crept toward their ends, they could no longer keep the killing intent in their hearts concealed. Masters and apprentices, martial brothers and sisters who once stood together, all turned into mortal enemies in an instant, and a calamity swept the entire cultivation world, because anyone practicing the same method as another was now seen as blocking the other's path to the Dao Xian, which inevitably led to fights to the death. Even rogue cultivators who tried to survive by hiding in deep mountains and secret realms could not escape, because cultivators practicing the same method could sense one another's location. Anyway, since immortal techniques can't be cultivated by more than one person, Li Fan presses to learn what cultivation looks like in the present day, what the cultivation world is like now, and Ku Hong lets out a heavy sigh before answering that. As things stand, anyone who wants to cultivate has no more than a few options. One option is joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance, a loose coalition built from numerous cultivators, where members can trade contribution points for cultivation methods and resources within the alliance. Ku Hong continues, saying that if someone wants to earn contribution points inside the alliance, they have to take on missions and complete them, or else trade with other members. And then he moves on to the second option, the Five Elders Council, an organization established by 5 top-10 mighty figures whose influence is enormous, where anyone with the aptitude for cultivation can choose to join voluntarily and select a cultivation method. But the cost is signing a soul contract and serving the 5 Elders Council for a set period of time. From Ku Hong's explanation, Li Fan can't help feeling that cultivation methods in the cultivation world don't seem all that scarce, and Ku Hong nods with a faint smile as he explains why it only appears that way. Everything obtained through those channels is incomplete, because these are newly compiled methods that the major powers have pieced together over the years, and their ceiling is the peak of qi condensation, meaning that if someone wants to advance further and establish a Daoxian foundation, they must change to a different cultivation method, and the same pattern repeats for realms above foundation establishment as well. Li Fan is confused by that, because if every breakthrough requires switching methods and effectively starting over, doesn't that mean all the effort poured into the previous path becomes worthless? Ku Hong tells him it doesn't work like that, because everyone who cultivates must practice a fragment of the supreme primordial true scripture, and this scripture isn't a cultivation method so much as a secret technique whose purpose is to let a cultivator willingly disperse their realm without suffering a significant loss. Once they disperse their cultivation in order to swap to a new method, they can then climb back to their former realm quickly. Li Fan is shaken and genuinely amazed that something so miraculous exists, and it feels to him like this fragment emerged at the most convenient possible time, because only with such a mechanism could the countless cultivators of the world be made to accept endlessly changing their cultivation methods. Ku Hong can only sigh again, agreeing that Li Fan is right, but asking what else could possibly be done when a true method is so hard to obtain, and he adds that his friend Dao Xian died without ever understanding the real reason Ku Hong seized the method and fled. It wasn't merely because it was a core formation method, but because it was a true method capable of leading straight into the non-soul realm. After that, once Ku Hong has introduced Li Fan to more common knowledge of the cultivation world, like how a cultivator's death can trigger celestial phenomena within a certain range, he finally circles back to the central issue and says he once heard a rumor that for thousands of years, mortals from the immortal Forsaken Lands have been secretly returning to the cultivation world, though it's mostly just street talk and idle, baseless gossip with no concrete evidence. Li Fan immediately counters that there's no smoke without fire, that sometimes rumors are simply the truth wearing a different name, and as long as there is even a sliver of hope he will not give up. While Ku Hong, hearing that, truly can't understand how an old Li Fan, with 1 foot already in the grave, can still be so restless. Li Fan, of course, can't expose his real secret, so all he can do is firmly assure Ku Hong that as long as Ku Hong helps him locate the path back to the cultivation world, Li Fan will not only release him and let him return together with him, but will also hand back everything belonging to Ku Hong and Duan, every lost possession, including that Nant Soul True method. Ku Hong is shocked out of his mind and demands to know if Li Fan is truly serious, and once Li Fan confirms it, Ku Hong agrees on the spot and swears he will do his utmost to help. With Dao Xian's cooperation, Li Fan begins gathering historical books and records from across the world, digging through scattered fragments of ancient writing to chase any clue tied to the era of the Great Migration, and at the same time he mobilizes the army to excavate ancient tombs on a massive scale, searching for even the faintest trace that might point the way. The people's resentment boils over from these actions, and officials submit memorials day after day to admonish him, but he suppresses them all by force anyway. And still, none of it is enough, because too much time has already washed away since the Great Migration era, and the lifespan he has remaining in this world is simply too short. 16 years later, Li Fan emerges from the underground secret chamber knowing perfectly well that the end of this simulation is close, and yet he still hasn't found Jack's ship. His body is frail now, like a candle flame trembling in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. But before this life ends he must first confirm what's inside Ku Hong's storage ring. When he opens the storage space, he sees the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter Scroll, a Nant Soul Realm cultivation method whose current number of cultivators is 0, and Li Fan can only feel pity for his situation, because he is sitting on a mountain of treasures with no luck to actually enjoy them. Alongside the scroll lies the rusted sword Daoan, and according to Dao Xian, once a cultivator dies, their foundation establishment wondrous item loses its wondrous nature as the body perishes and the Dao Xian vanishes. Yet something completely unexpected happens, making Li Fan's eyes go wide in shock. His Huhan system suddenly detects the rusted sword Daoan in his possession and labels it a rechargeable item, even though its current status is damaged, and then the system asks whether Li Fan wants to proceed with the recharge. Li Fan chooses yes without hesitation, and the anchor charge progress immediately begins, with the current anchor points listed as 1. Anyway, based on the feedback from Huanjin, the truth returning, when that anchor charge progress reaches 100%, a second anchor point will unlock, and from then on everything will be virtualized. Also, when he chooses to return, he will be able to restart from any of the anchor points. If he can truly unlock a second anchor point, it will make everything vastly more convenient, and even though wondrous items are rare, the cultivation world is boundlessly vast, so there should be an endless stream of them somewhere out there, meaning that as long as Li Fan can escape the immortal Forsaken Land, he can finally slip free of his mortal shackles as well. Li Fan closes the space ring, already knowing that aside from some standard issue spirit stones there's nothing else worth anything inside, and with a trace of reluctance he ends this life simulation by activating Huanjin and returning to the virtual simulation space. There, the system presents him with the familiar choice of 4 options to retain, and even though the options are the same as last time, this time Li Fan makes a different decision. The instant he firmly selects the first option, retaining an item, every item in the storage ring is suddenly displayed right in front of him. Li Fan sighs heavily, a little regretful that he can't keep everything at once, and then chooses the Nant Soul cultivation method, only for something unexpected to happen when he checks his system panel. The Nant Soul cultivation method he just selected has been bound to him, meaning it will exist permanently inside his truth-retaining system. After the first jolt of shock passes, a sly, devious smile creeps onto his face, because this surprise has opened far more possibilities for how he can plan future simulations. After all, in his previous life, ordering a massive excavation of ancient tombs to hunt for a route back to the cultivation world was so extreme it shocked everyone. And even with his tight grip on the imperial court it still triggered serious resistance. And if the court had tried to drive that policy from the very beginning it would have been impossible to sustain. But in his next life, if he begins laying the groundwork earlier, starting from a point 20 years sooner, then it might not be impossible to reshape the thinking of the entire world. Time rolls forward, and Li Fan's 6th life begins. And with his subtle influence working behind the scenes, the world starts accumulating small shifts that add up. In the 5th Anchor year, an ancient seeking school appears out of nowhere, bringing several ancient texts to the capital to request an audience with the emperor, and the sheer exquisiteness and unmatched quality of those ancient works, rarely seen in the world, shocks the entire nation. The texts are titled Change Way and Virtue, Southern Flower, the Annals, and the Great Learning. In the 6th Anchor year, the emperor suddenly becomes gravely ill and is confined to bed, leaving all the imperial physicians utterly stumped, until the ancient seeking school offers up an elixir, and as the emperor hovers at death's door he swallows it, and to everyone's astonishment the elixir proves miraculous, because within only a few days the emperor fully recovers. In the 11th Anchor year, Jianghuai Prefecture uncovers a huge tomb robbing case and arrests a group of more than 100 tomb robbers, and the prefect of Zhonghaoboi Prefecture, Li Fan, doesn't dare handle it on his own authority. So he writes a memorial, sends it to Xianjing City through the 800 Li Express, and requests His Majesty's judgment. A full month goes by before the imperial decree finally arrives, and the robbers are not condemned to death at all, but instead ordered into slavery and sent to the capital. In the 15th Anka year, the emperor is struck by a grave illness, and desperate to extend his life with an immortal pill, he sends out more than 100,000 troops to dig up ancient tombs everywhere, searching for any trace of such pills. Yet the immortal pill proves nearly impossible to find, and the emperor dies full of regret, while the craze for hunting through ancient tombs only spreads harder across the land. Before he dies, however, the emperor abdicates to the Prince of Langya, and with that shift, Li Fan once again takes the world into his hands from the shadows. By Li Fan's 23rd Anka year, after the excavation of an ancient tomb, a missing fragment of history is slowly stitched back together, a dynasty that can be traced by the Nameki, and Li Fan immediately posts a bounty to the entire world, declaring that whoever can locate a tomb of the Qi dynasty will be ennobled as a marquis. In the 25th Anka year, the tomb of the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Ying, is finally discovered, and once every obstacle has been cleared away, Li Fan enters the tomb's interior with his retinue gathered around him. Over the course of a little more than a month, they carve out a passage leading to the main burial chamber, and that main route runs for several hundred meters with walls covered in vivid, lifelike murals that remain sharply visible even after 1,000 years. Li Fan and his men reach the main burial chamber, a space 40 to 50 meters high and stretching several thousand meters in both length and width, with a ceiling that seems to mimic the starry heavens, inlaid with tens of thousands of luminous pearls. Mountain peaks rise one after another, half submerged in a sea of clouds, and no one knows how that sea of clouds was formed, only that it hangs there fixed inside the chamber, never drifting. And even after several thousand years it has not dispersed. Invisible paths link the peaks together, and everyone walks them in awed amazement. While in that moment Li Fan marvels at the sheer ingenuity and becomes convinced these are truly the methods of an immortal. Anyway, at the very top of the tallest peak sits a plain thatched hut, with the fertile fields outside it lying barren. And as they approach they discover the hut's thatch is not straw at all but woven from countless fine golden threads. Realizing this thatched hut must clearly be Ying's coffin, Li Fan orders two men to open the door, and they do exactly that, swinging it wide to reveal something that stuns Li Fan for a beat before he steps closer. Inside is an ancestral shrine for Ying, an outer disciple of the Taihang sect, and it appears that although Ying entered a sect called the Taihang sect, he remained an outer disciple his entire life and never once set foot on the path to immortality. In the end he was exiled to this place by cultivators, and even in death he could not let go of his sect, so much so that he is plainly recorded here not as an emperor at all, but as nothing more than an outer disciple of the Taihang sect. Yet according to Ku Hong, every sect in the world should have already perished during the great calamity that came before the Great Migration era. It looked like there was a hidden story behind all of this, because Yixing had most likely been entrusted by the cultivators of the Taihang sect to oversee this world's Great Migration, and as that possibility settled in, Li Fan sank into deep thought, wondering whether they could still track down the flying ark that had been used for the migration back then. When the search of the main burial chamber turned up nothing, Li Fan immediately ordered the ancient seeking camp to widen the operation and excavate the surrounding area instead, and several days later, news finally arrived. Li Fan received a report saying the camp had found a record in a nearby attendant tomb chamber, a burial goods list that explicitly mentioned the words flying ark, but that same tomb chamber had been robbed long ago, and judging by the damage, the robbery had happened more than 1,000 years earlier. The moment Li Fan heard it, an intense murderous aura pressed down on him, and then, only seconds later, he snapped, sweeping his arm out and violently smashing everything on the table beside him, furious that the exact same scenario was repeating itself and driving him to the wall. Every time he caught a glimmer of hope, it slipped away and became unattainable, like flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. After he finally vented all that pent-up frustration, Li Fan issued yet another bounty, another reward offered to the world. Whoever could uncover clues related to the Immortal Ark would be ennobled as a marquis of 1,000 households, and just like that, in his 35th Anka year, the ancient seeking camp discovered the tomb of an immortal. Apparently, only a few days earlier, a group of people had been digging up an unremarkable grave when a mysterious force suddenly injured them, leaving heavy casualties, so the ancient seeking camp didn't dare treat it lightly and dispatch men to investigate overnight. But even with many highly experienced veterans on site, they still couldn't disturb that small tomb in the slightest. Li Fan didn't waste a moment and ordered them to use the immortal miasma to open the tomb at once, and the ancient seeking camp quickly complied, hauling it over and pouring bucket after bucket of immortal miasma onto the invisible barrier that protected the tomb from intruders. Fortunately, just as it worked against cultivators, the barrier proved no different, and it didn't take long before it shattered completely. Li Fan warned his men to stay cautious during the excavation and to report to him immediately if they found anything that resembled a flying ark. And before long, word reached his ears that an object among the burial goods did resemble one. so he rushed to the site without delay. When he arrived, it was exactly as reported, a flying freaking ark. But its size hit him like a surprise, and staring at the small wooden boat in front of him, Li Fan couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the flying ark he had been longing for all along. Yet by reading the message the tomb's owner had carved into the wall before death, he finally grasped the full story, and learned that the owner of this tomb was named Changing, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. More than 3,000 years ago, Changing had been hunted down by his enemies, and with nowhere left to run, he fled into this immortal forsaken land and hid himself here. But the immortal forsaken land was utterly barren of spiritual energy, and since he didn't carry many spirit stones, his life quickly became precarious. Before long, Xian Hong's spirit stones were exhausted, and with nothing to replenish his spiritual energy, his cultivation base began to crumble day by day, until he started to speculate that when mortals had been exiled to the immortal forsaken land thousands of years earlier, they might have left behind one or two flying arks. With that hope, he searched far and wide, investigating for decades, and at last he found the tomb of Ying, where there truly was a flying ark waiting inside. Yet to Changing's despair, the core power spell formation within the ark had already been damaged, and why still, he didn't know the art of artifact refinement, so he had no way to repair it. That was the moment Shan Hong finally abandoned the dream of leaving the immortal forsaken land, and he carved his final words onto the tomb wall for whatever later generation person might someday stumble upon his resting place. If that person would sweep his grave, they could take one of the 4 items from the cultivation world as thanks for what had been left behind. And with the spell formation protecting the outside of the tomb, it wasn't surprising that Changing had been so confident that the one to arrive would be a cultivator. Right then, the Huanjin system alerted Li Fan to a wondrous item of heaven and earth, a halting stellar fragment, and Li Fan was stunned that he had actually found one, convinced this must have been the mysterious object guarding the tomb. Unfortunately, the truth returning didn't react to it at all, and he realized why. Forcing his way in with massive amounts of immortal miasma had likely damaged the halting stellar fragment, reducing it to nothing more than an ordinary stone. With a sigh, Li Fan shifted his attention to the remaining relics, and then he found a lesser truth returning vastness chi condensation stage cultivation method, along with the cloud water record foundation establishment method, both of which listed their current cultivators as one. Li Fan's brow immediately tightened, because it made no sense. How could someone already be cultivating these methods? So he wondered if it was a trap, only to dismiss the thought almost as quickly, since more than 3,000 years had already passed and any cultivator foundation establishment, or even golden core, would have turned to dust long ago. Yet that only sharpened the question of why these techniques were still being practiced. Then the realization hit him. Perhaps these methods had master copies. After the Great Calamity, countless cultivation methods have been preserved and compiled by major forces like the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Elders Council, and whenever the management of those powers noticed a method no one was cultivating, they would bring it out again for people to redeem, meaning that over the past 3,000 years, who knew how many hands these two methods had already passed through. Dropping the scrolls back down in frustration, Li Fan muttered through gritted bitterness that everything in this world was corrupt, and then, so satisfied it nearly shook him with excitement, he reached for the third item, the Taihang Arc, because after passing through countless hands over thousands of years, the Taihang Arc had finally ended up with him, and with it, the wish he'd been chasing for centuries at last felt fulfilled. Even though the Taihang Arc was damaged, Li Fan didn't worry in the slightest. Shin Hong had been unable to repair it, and Li Fan knew he couldn't fix it either, but he also knew there was someone who could. So as the scene shifts forward to Li Fan's 50th Anchor year, that familiar tableau from that fateful night played out once again. This time, before Dao Xian and Dao Xian could finish their verbal exchange, Li Fan cut in and asked them whether a mere core formation method was really worth fighting to the death over. And of course, both Ku Hong and Dao Xian immediately wondered what insolent mortal dared speak with such arrogance. Li Fan stepped forward without hurry and invited them down for a proper conversation, and after a brief hesitation the two of them descended, joining Li Fan's party in silence. Li Fan gave a light laugh and told them that long ago, on his deathbed, his ancestor had left a prophecy for future generations, saying that two people would come from the east of the abyssal ruins and set foot in the capital, and that their arrival would mark the clan's chance to finally escape the immortal forsaken land. For thousands of years his clan had been skeptical, but now that the prediction had been proven true, it called for a grand toast. Curious, Ku Hong asked for Li Fan's name, and when Li Fan answered, Dao Xian, his eyes narrowing slightly, repeated the name back with open disbelief, asking if Li Fan's ancestor had truly foreseen their arrival thousands of years ago, and what exactly he meant by an opportunity to escape. Li Fan's expression sharpened, almost displeased, and he demanded to know if they were doubting him. Ku Hong frowned and said it all sounded far too fantastical, because they had roamed the cultivation world for centuries and had never once heard of anyone who could deduce events thousands of years in advance. Li Fan then asked them if they had ever heard of the Taihang sect, and instantly Ku Hong's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out whether Li Fan meant the very sect that had once been renowned throughout the ancient world for mastering the arts of deduction. Li Fan released a heavy sigh and told them both to relax. explaining that his ancestor really had been a member of the Taihang sect. But unlike most, his ancestor had little interest in cultivation itself and instead was wholly absorbed, obsessed, even, with the art of deduction and fate calculation. That obsession might have been harmless in earlier days, until the great cataclysm struck and forced all mortals to migrate. With only a key condensation stage cultivation base, no one would have been able to compel his ancestor to take part in the migration if he didn't want to. Yet when he saw the terror on his family's faces, he stepped forward and volunteered to take responsibility for their safety. After that, he chose to stay in this immortal forsaken land alongside his family, and Dao Xian listened in silence until he finally asked why Li Fan had bothered stopping their fight in the first place. Li Fan told him plainly that for thousands of years not a single cultivator had set foot in the immortal forsaken land. So the moment he realized who they were, he understood at once they had to be the very people his ancestor had prophesied, the key to his clan's escape. And when he saw the two of them about to kill each other over nothing more than a core formation method, he couldn't do anything except step in. Dao Xian sighed, gave a small nod of understanding, and added that Li Fan must have found them laughable, but that he might not truly grasp just how scarce cultivation methods were in the outside world, because out there it was completely normal for cultivators to betray one another and fight to the death over a single scroll. Li Fan let out a tired sigh and asked whether things really had to come to that, and Dao Xian studied him with curiosity, catching something in his tone. But before he could press further, Li Fan lifted a hand and said that before his own son died, he had inherited a cultivation method that led directly to the Golden Core realm. Both cultivators were stunned. Ku Hong blurted out that a method like that was extraordinary, and if Dao Xian could obtain it then there'd be no reason for them to fight anymore. But Dao Xian immediately asked what Li Fan wanted in exchange. Li Fan answered that his ancestor's lifelong wish had always been simple, to return to the Taihang sect, and that before dying, aside from leaving behind the cultivation method, he had also passed down a Dharma artifact called the Taihang Arkansas. Though it was damaged, his ancestor had once used the Taihang art of deduction to foresee that many years later two cultivators would appear, one proficient in swordsmanship and the other skilled in artifact refinement, and that together they would help his descendants repair the Taihang Ark and finally escape this immortal forsaken land. Dao Xian was amazed and exclaimed that the Taihang art of deduction was unbelievable, then pointed out that his brother Ku Hong was devoted to artifact refinement while his own specialty was sword technique, and Ku Hong himself stared in awe at Li Fan's ancestor. Because imagining someone with only a chi condensation stage cultivation base wielding such unfathomable power was almost impossible. Li Fan brushed off the compliments as empty words without evidence, and invited them to see the method first, but before either of them could move, Dao Xian shot his friend a murderous look, warning him that he already had a core formation method. So was he still not satisfied? Ku Hong, suddenly nervous as hell, quickly agreed not to follow and sank back into his seat, while Dao Xian trailed after Li Fan eagerly, completely unaware of the cold, calculating look on Li Fan's face. Li Fan guided Dao Xian toward the underground chamber, but right at the entrance Dao Xian stopped short the instant he noticed the lingering immortal miasma, and seeing that fear and hesitation, Li Fan explained that one could never be too careful. They were mortals, after all, and if they wanted to protect their family's greatest treasure, they had no choice. Then Li Fan went in alone, and not long after he returned, holding the cultivation method. At the entrance, Li Fan told Dao Xian to inspect the cultivation method his ancestor had left behind, and the instant Dao Xian laid eyes on the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, he went completely gobsmacked when he realized it was a non-soul method. Li Fan calmly acknowledged that everything was unfolding exactly the way he had predicted, then admitted that earlier, in front of Ku Hong, he had deliberately described his ancestor's inheritance as merely a core formation method because he was afraid it might stir up malicious thoughts. Dao Xian praised Li Fan with genuine respect for such sharp judgment, and promised him he could rest assured. Dao Xian was an expert in artifact refinement, and Dao Xian would persuade him to help repair the Taihang Ark with everything he had. Li Fan laughed, said he would be counting on Dao Xian, and promised that once the Ark was repaired, he would personally present the non-soul method to him. Later, Dao Xian sent Ku Hong a telepathic message confirming that Li Fan's claim was real, because he had seen the ancestral core formation method with his own eyes, and Ku Hong's expression immediately darkened as he swore he would seize it by force. The moment Ku Hong suggested taking it outright, Dao Xian refused without hesitation, warning him that even if Li Fan was only immortal, he was still a descendant of the Taihang sect, and their art of deduction was terrifying. If they acted rashly, there was no telling what hidden tricks Li Fan might have prepared. Besides, repairing the Taihang Ark wasn't difficult, so there was no need to invite needless trouble, and Dao Xian also weighed another danger. If Li Fan were pushed too far, he might blurt out that the cultivation method was actually a non-soul technique, and that revelation would bring disaster down on them all. The next day, Li Fan personally handed the Taihang Ark over for repairs, and Ku Hong examined it with open admiration, saying that as expected of an artifact from the Taihang sect, both its refinement and the profundity of its spell formations far surpassed anything he had ever studied, and that repairing it would undoubtedly deepen his own mastery of artifact refinement. Li Fan told them to work without restraint and assured them that whatever materials they needed, he would provide, and as always, Cultivation had no concept of time. What looked like nothing more than a small wooden boat ended up taking Ku Hong and his companion nearly a full year to restore. When Li Fan heard the repairs were finished, he hurried over immediately, and Ku Hong reported that the Taihang Arch Core Power Formation, the Sizing Formation, along with its Dust Cleansing Formation and several auxiliary formations, had all been completely repaired. However, because of material limitations, the defensive and offensive formations could only be restored in part, meaning it would be able to break through the Great Immortal Severing Formation. But if it faced the attack of a cultivator, it would still struggle. Li Fan told them that didn't matter. So long as he could pierce the Great Immortal Severing Formation and return to the cultivation world with his ancestor's relic, he would find a way to rejoin the Taihang sect. Then Ku Hong went on to explain the Ark's capabilities. It ran on spirit energy, it was controlled through divine sense, and it could shift between 3 different sizes. In its compact form, the Ark measured about 10 meters long and only 2 to 3 meters wide, while its medium form stretched to roughly 100 meters, and when fully expanded it reached a staggering 1,000 meters in length. And although their spirit stone reserves were limited, the energy already stored inside would still be enough for Li Fan to depart using the Ark's second form. Smiling, Ku Hong joked and asked whether Li Fan, being immortal, still needed their help as a pilot, only to freeze in shock when the small wooden boat suddenly shifted shape and became a miniature flying ship right in front of their eyes. Ku Hong could only gape, praising how extraordinary Li Fan's methods were if he could control the Taihang Arc despite having no cultivation at all, and Li Fan merely gave a light laugh, calling it a petty trick not worth praising. He then offered the 2 cultivators his sincere thanks, saying that after being trapped for 1,000 years there was finally hope of escape, and that it was all thanks to their help. But Dao Xian immediately brought up the promised cultivation method. Li Fan answered with a faint smile and motioned for them to follow, saying everything had long been prepared and that he would personally take them to retrieve it. 3 days later, Ku Hong and Dao Xian, now in possession of the cultivation method, came to bid Li Fan to say their farewells, and Duanzi explained that they had used up most of their spirit stones, so if they stayed in the immortal Forsaken Land any longer, their cultivation bases might start to decline, which was why they had come to take their leave. Ku Hong told Li Fan that if he ever succeeded in leaving the immortal Forsaken Land, he could find them in Lingian City near the Songyun mountain range, and with that he handed Li Fan a map showing the area around the exit of the Great Immortal Severing Formation, one he had carefully drawn from memory. Because there were no blank jade slips available, he'd been forced to use paper and brush instead. Li Fan thanked him earnestly, and after a few more polite exchanges, Ku Hong and Dao Xian turned into 2 streaks of light and vanished into the distance. Watching them go, Ku Hong commented that Li Fan had a remarkable temperament, a true character among mortals, but he sighed as he added that Li Fan's great limit was approaching fast, and that even if he made it back to the cultivation world, he likely had only a few years left to live. Dao Xian closed his eyes and said softly that without achieving longevity, everything else was nothing but illusion, reminding his companion that they had once turned on each other and fought to the death for that very chance at immortality. Ku Hong then seemed to remember something and asked which cultivation method Li Fan had given him, and Dao Xian only smiled faintly as he replied that it couldn't possibly be the same one Ku Hong had received. He added that once he returned, entered closed-door cultivation, and broke through to the Golden Core stage, he would not forget the 3 promises he had made to him. As they went deeper into the abyssal ruins, they noticed the protective formation's mist was still hanging there, and Dao Xian laughed as he asked whether his friend even dared to pass through. Without the slightest hesitation, Ku Hong accepted the challenge and surged straight forward. Meanwhile, aboard the Taihang Arc, Li Fan stood at the edge and stared into the endless fog rolling through the eastern ruinous abyss, realizing that it would take another 14 years for that mist to disperse on its own, and by then he would already be 85, with his great limit pressing down on him. With a faint smile, he murmured to himself that there was nothing left in this life worth clinging to, and on that day he decided to test what the Great Immortal Severing Formation truly was. He steered the Taihang Arc and plunged straight into the abyss at full speed, and at once the ruins swallowed him in dense, silvery fog that made everything around him feel boundless and unreal, until suddenly the ship lurched as though it had slammed into something invisible, the entire hull trembling under crushing pressure as Li Fan realized he had most likely entered the astral wind layer, a region where even a Foundation establishment cultivator would have trouble surviving, because the wind blades in that place could shred a mortal in an instant. In that moment he was deeply grateful for the defensive spell formation shielding the Taihang Arc, knowing that without it the outcome would have been beyond imagining, and after half an hour of careful control and stubborn resistance against the savage winds, the violent shaking finally eased. Ahead, the thick fog began to peel away, replaced by a blinding light, and at last he broke through. Li Fan had escaped the Great Immortal Severing Formation. After re-entering the cultivation world, he happened upon a rare and powerful method, and within 100 years he successfully formed his core. From that point on, his cultivation path went smoothly, until 1,000 years later he reached enlightenment and ascended. Upon arriving in the immortal realm, he started again from the lowest rank and cultivated step by step, and through patience and perseverance he eventually rose to become the Emperor Immortal, the one who ruled above all immortals. Then, going beyond even that realm, he shattered the spatial barrier and ascended once more into the divine realm itself. Beginning there as a minor figure, Li Fan cultivated for 10,000 years until he reached the God King realm, ultimately becoming the most powerful existence in that world, and after that he endured countless trials and ascended again, this time to the Prime Val God realm, where he began anew as a low-ranking gatekeeper. From there he restarted from scratch, cultivating without rest through hardship, loneliness, and endless effort, until all of a sudden he opened his eyes and found himself back inside his mortal body, an old man seated within the Taihang Arkansas. Stunned, he questioned whether everything he had just lived through had only been an illusion created by the illusory light layer. And when he looked around, he realized the arc had turned on its own. According to Ku Hong's map, he should have already left the illusory light layer and entered the third layer of the immortal Forsaken Continent, the invasion layer. So it seemed he had only awakened because the Taihang arc had automatically navigated out of that illusion. Putting it together, Li Fan concluded he must have lost consciousness while passing through the illusory light layer. Yet even so, the arc had continued traveling safely on its own. Maybe he could simply let the vessel steer itself while he focused on supplying the power needed for acceleration. And as that thought formed, an intuition seemed to seep out of the Taihang arc and into his mind, quietly pointing him in the correct direction. Trusting that guidance, Li Fan pushed the arc faster, and before long he arrived at the fourth layer of the immortal Forsaken Continent, the flowing fire layer. Just as he had anticipated, the arc's autonomous navigation was flawless, as though this ancient vessel, built to ferry migrating mortals 1,000 years ago, had been fitted with some hidden mechanism that allowed it to traverse the immortal Forsaken Continent automatically, and after seeing how dependable it was, Li Fan chose not to interfere at all, doing nothing more than channeling spiritual power while letting the Taihang arc fly by itself. It carried him safely through one perilous region after another, the flowing fire profound ice layer, the thunderstorm layer, and others just as deadly. Yet every time catastrophe loomed, the arc slipped past it by the narrowest margin, until, after a long and exhausting journey, he finally reached the last region, the darkness layer. According to Ku Hong, this layer wasn't especially dangerous, nothing more than an endless void of darkness. And yet Li Fan couldn't stop the anxiety tightening in his chest, because once he passed through, the exit back to the cultivation world would finally be right in front of him, the endpoint of 6 lifetimes of reincarnation narrowing into this single moment. Then, without warning, a colossal creature surged out of the darkness, a monstrous mouth as vast as a mountain yawning open to swallow him whole. And just before it could strike, Li Fan shouted into the black void, "Truth returning," activating Huan Hin, and in the same instant a mechanical voice rang through his mind, informing him that the simulation had ended. Li Fan's eyes flew open in horror and he nearly lost his thoughts scrambling as he tried to understand what that terrifying existence even was, because Ku Hong and Dao Xian had both passed through the great immortal severing formation without ever encountering such a creature. He couldn't help wondering whether it was some kind of guardian that only appeared to mortals, and with that possibility hanging over him, it seemed the safest option was to wait for the dense fog to disperse, for light to appear at the bottom of the abyssal ruins, and only then attempt the journey again. Even though he had failed at the final moment, the understanding he'd wrung from that life still far exceeded what he'd expected. So without hesitation, after choosing to retain the Taihang arc, he started over yet again and stepped into his 7th life. In the 4th anchor year, Li Fan brought his most trusted subordinates to the sealed tomb of Chan Hong, and this time he arrived prepared, using a special spray infused with a mortal miasma to slowly corrode the ancient defenses. Little by little, the protective power of the halting steel fragment weakened until it could no longer pierce his armor. Moments later, the system detected a rechargeable item, the halting steel fragment, and though it was damaged, it asked whether Li Fan wanted to recharge it, and Li Fan accepted immediately. Even with the fragment's damage, the anchor charge progress still jumped by 25%, and he quickly calculated that if he repeated the same process 3 more times, he would unlock the 2nd anchor point. As for the rest of the relics inside the tomb, they no longer meant anything to him. After ordering his men to reveal the burial site, he slipped away without a sound. Yet in the 5th anchor year, curiosity once again overwhelmed caution, and despite the resolve he'd made to himself, he still couldn't resist returning to the eastern abyssal ruins. This time he insisted he would only take a look and would not descend, but as he drew near, he noticed the dense mist was beginning to thin, and he stopped there in silence with his heart hammering, thinking that if he piloted the Taihang arc right now, he could probably travel smoothly all the way to the immortal realm. He had already waited so long. Did he truly need to wait another 15 years? His expression tightened into steel, and he told himself that even if the Huanjin system wasn't fully charged, so what? Because how could he ever reach the great Dao Xian if he kept acting this timidly? Even as anxiety crawled into his chest, he forced his will steady, reminding himself that he had already tested this route once in his previous life, and that as long as he avoided the unknown creature hiding in the darkness layer, he should be able to finally escape this immortal forsaken place. But right then, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone out from the abyssal ruins, carrying with it something profoundly unsettling, and as the golden radiance faded, the inscription, the path of immortality was dead, appeared once again. Li Fan snapped back to himself, confused about what had just happened, because only moments earlier countless voices inside his head had been luring him toward the abyssal ruins, and if not for the light rising from the bottom of the ruins and piercing through the great immortal severing formation, he would have been torn into pieces. And so, 15 years later, in his 20th anchor year, the truth returning finally finished charging, and with that surge of confidence, Li Fan returned to the abyssal ruins again. He piloted the Taihang Arc and reached the thunderstorm layer without any major incident, then stopped just above the darkness layer. Suddenly, a powerful wind swept in, and the frenzied thunderstorm, disturbed by that strange wind, began to weaken, while specks of light drifted up out of the darkness itself, and Li Fan seized on that precious illumination to search for the terrifying monster hidden in the black. He found nothing at all, and seeing the light was about to vanish, he didn't hesitate any longer, instead driving the Taihang Arc at full speed and shooting toward the bottom of the abyssal ruins, only for the monstrous mouth to appear out of nowhere, opening wide once again to swallow him whole. Yet that alone confirmed what he had already suspected. This behemoth carried overwhelming malice toward mortals, and perhaps its very purpose was to devour any mortal who came close to that place. So Li Fan bared his teeth, wrenched the arc off course, and surged upward instead. He escaped the jaws of death, quite literally, then forced his way back to the frenzied thunderstorm layer near the edge of the darkness layer, where he realized the monster had stopped pursuing him. The behemoth halted exactly at the boundary of the darkness layer, giving Li Fan the perfect chance to use the light spilling from the thunderstorm layer to finally see what it truly looked like. And it truly was enormous. So enormous it left Li Fan staring as if his mind couldn't quite accept it, because it looked like a whale, only magnified 1,000,000 times over, and he could only wonder what the actual hell that thing even was. The behemoth was so absurdly vast that the Taihang Arc should have been nothing more than a speck of dust before its eyes, yet every time Li Fan entered that dark void, it still managed to find him, and even though the realization left him a little disheartened, he could only grit his teeth, swallow his frustration, and start searching for other methods. Fortunately, he had plenty of chances to try. And so, over the next 15 years, Li Fan attempted to force his way through the darkness layer countless times. But as that stretch of years passed, the time it took for the giant whale to detect him after he entered the darkness layer kept shrinking drastically, until in the end he had no choice but to retreat in defeat after only a brief struggle each time. Then, in his 35th anchor year, while hovering at the edge of the thunderstorm layer, Li Fan noticed something important. Only on the day the white mist receded did the giant whale seem to be delayed by something, taking longer before it discovered him. And with that extra sliver of time, Li Fan believed he might actually be able to reach the bottom of the abyssal ruins. This time he decided to gamble everything, pushing the Taihang Arc to the absolute fastest speed he could manage and charging straight through, determined to cross the darkness layer before the giant whale could even react, and he managed to plunge onward longer than ever before, long enough that he even saw an illusory scene below drawing closer and closer, until the giant whale's terrifying cry rang out again, and with it came that freakishly wide-open mouth. And then it was too late. When he activated the Huanjin system, the response came back that the simulation had ended, and returning to the virtual simulation space, Li Fan skipped the selection and accelerated the charging progress instead. That was when he noticed the upper limit of his psychological age hadn't increased at all, as though he'd already reached the cap and it simply couldn't rise any further. And with a determined look he let out a heavy sigh, already aware he still had 748 years to squander. In his 8th lifetime, during the 4th anchor year, he opened Xianhong's tomb yet again and accepted the recharge prompt. And with his anchor charge progressed now at 51% and the current anchor point still at 1, Li Fan could at least console himself that this 8th life hadn't been a total waste. In the 5th anchor year, on the day the white mist receded, the void transformation charge progress had already climbed close to 90%, but anything short of a full 100% meant nothing to him, so he could only wait it out patiently. In the 20th anchor year, Li Fan tried and failed, and in the 35th anchor year he tried again and failed miserably again. Still, those attempts weren't completely pointless, because at the very least his control over the Taihang Arc grew sharper and more practiced each time, and by the 50th anchor year, Li Fan chose not to force his way through the darkness layer again. He was already at an advanced age, and with his reflexes dulled and his mind no longer as sharp as before, there was simply no way he could succeed by force, so he turned instead to 2 old acquaintances, hoping that meeting them face to face might shake loose some useful clue. Watching them from below and catching the opening words they'd just spoken, Li Fan was suddenly hit with a wave of nostalgia, and just like in the past he used the excuse of a call formation method to draw the two of them to the Grand Tutor's manor, where, after 3 rounds of drinking, he finally produced a scroll bearing a painting of the behemoth and asked them what they knew about it. Li Fan went on to explain that his ancestor had once spoken on his deathbed, saying that if Li Fan ever got the chance to escape the immortal Forsaken Land, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else, because with the protection of the Taihang Arc he would be safe. However, the final layer, where a giant whale lay in wait, was the one place that demanded absolute caution. The 2 cultivators were instantly shaken by that revelation, because they had never imagined a savage beast could exist in that pitch-black emptiness, and they couldn't help blurting out the obvious question. If such a thing was there, then how had they never seen it? At that, a sudden realization flickered across Dao Xian's face, and Li Fan caught it immediately. So the sword Dao cultivator really did seem to know something about this creature. Dao Xian, keeping his tone calm, said he had only ever encountered it in records from an ancient text, which claimed that long ago there had been a sect called beast taming. That sect, he explained, didn't possess particularly profound cultivation methods, and instead depended entirely on its beast taming art, using it to command the exotic beasts of heaven and earth and send them into battle. And among the most famous creatures the beast taming sect had controlled, this giant whale appeared to be one of them. In that same moment, Ku Hong also seemed to dredge up a faint memory, and he recalled that the beast was called a rift-splitting whale. Li Fan immediately asked whether either of them knew how to avoid this rift-splitting whale, but to his disappointment they could only answer that they'd heard scattered fragments and had nothing dependable to offer, since that kind of exotic beast had vanished from the cultivation world thousands of years ago. Hearing that, Li Fan let out a sigh and lifted his head, defeated, because in the end he still had to depend on himself. Still, once he handed the cultivation method to Dao Xian and sent the two of them away, Li Fan chose to bring his 8th lifetime to a close, and when his 9th lifetime began, he opened Xian Hong's tomb again, intending to absorb the halting steel fragment to recharge, yet the truth-returning system gave no response at all. In his 20th, 35th, and 50th Anki year he tried again and again, but he still couldn't break through that layer of darkness, and by the 65th Anki year Li Fan was already 85, his life nearly spent, and with age weighing him down he no longer had the strength to outweigh or outfight the giant whale. He decided not to push it, and instead resolved that he would simply, completely give up control of the Taihang Arc. So from the very beginning he let the Taihang Arc surrender itself to the current, allowing it to drift slowly toward the bottom of the abyssal ruins, passing one layer after another: the astral wind layer, the illusory light layer, the inversion layer, the flowing fire layer, the profound ice layer, the thunderstorm layer, and finally the darkness layer. Yet to his utter incomprehension the rift-splitting whale never showed itself at all, leaving Li Fan completely mind-boggled as he spent the day turning it over and over in his head. Why hadn't the rift-splitting whale appeared this time? He was already almost at the very bottom of the abyssal ruins, so close that he could even make out the exit, and he refused to waste such an unbelievable chance, so gathering every last ounce of strength he still had, Li Fan kicked the Taihang Arc into full throttle and shot forward, only for the rift-splitting whale to suddenly materialize right behind him, closing the distance in an instant, its freakishly enormous mouth yawning open as it lunged to swallow the Taihang Arc whole. Even then Li Fan was still stuck on the question of why it had discovered him so late, until the answer struck like a thunderclap. This rift-splitting whale couldn't see. Or more precisely, it ignored anything moving at a constant velocity, meaning that as long as Li Fan held the same speed, he could slip through the darkness layer of the great Immortal severing formation safely. The moment he grasped it, Li Fan was so overwhelmed that he burst into wholehearted laughter, hardly able to believe that the final shackle binding him inside the Immortal Forsaken Land had been shattered by his own hands. And as for the rift-splitting whale, it eventually snapped its jaws shut, but it missed the Taihang Arc in spectacular fashion. And amid Li Fan's wild laughter and the whale's furious roar, the Taihang Arc tore through the rift between the two realms and drove straight toward the cultivation world. In that very instant, Li Fan's surroundings turned indistinct, as if he had crossed the distance of several worlds in a blink, and under that crushing pressure blood streamed from his nose, his eyes, and his mouth. Yet he didn't spare it a thought as he looked back at the great Immortal severing formation, because his viewpoint had risen infinitely higher, and then he saw a scene he would never be able to forget: the rift-splitting whale. Except it wasn't one, it was hundreds of them. No, thousands upon thousands of rift-splitting whales, all of them carving out patches of dark space from the void and from the Immortal Forsaken Land he had just escaped, shrinking away behind him from the ever more distant perspective of the cultivation world. Soon, the Taihang Arc abruptly burst out of an abyssal ruin that resembled the ruinous abyss in the Immortal Forsaken Land, and as it briefly traversed the Immortal Plains, Li Fan, already at death's door, still managed to smile in sheer delight, because he had finally entered the cultivation world, and even if it was only for an instant, being able to see it before dying meant his 9th life hadn't been wasted. With that, he activated Huanjin and ended the simulation. Li Fan was immensely satisfied with what he'd achieved: 9 lives, nearly 500 long years, and at last he had touched the threshold of cultivation. And now, following the plan he'd laid out before, he was going to choose to speed up the charging progress. But the moment he looked over the list of selectable items, he faltered, because the system presented him with 4 additional choices, and among them Li Fan saw something that made his heart jump. The halting steel fragment was actually listed as an item he could retain. Shocked, he weighed it for a while, then chose to keep the steel fragment, not out of greed, but because it offered the perfect chance to confirm a certain guess he'd been carrying in his heart. And with that decision, his 10th life began. Since he hadn't chosen to accelerate charging, he had to wait 20 years for the charge to finish, and in the 3rd Anki year Li Fan went straight to the outside of Changing's tomb. This time he didn't use Immortal Miasma to force an entry, and instead directly took out the halting steel fragment from the Huanjin system. The instant the steel fragment, brought over from his previous life, appeared in the world, an astonishing change unfolded, because it began to slowly dissipate, melting away like a block of ice under a scorching sun, while the formation generated by the halting steel fragment inside Xianhong's tomb visibly surged in strength. It was exactly what Li Fan had suspected. Mystical objects of heaven and earth possess a kind of uniqueness, and two identical mystical objects should not be able to exist in the same world at once. Yet through the Huanjin system's ability, he had produced an identical fragment out of thin air, and the result was that the two mystical objects spontaneously fused together, until in the end they became a single whole. Only after that did Li Fan order his subordinates to use the Immortal miasma spray to break into the tomb, and it took considerable effort, a slow grinding down of its power, before they could finally get through. Once inside Changjing's tomb, the halting steel fragment looked almost the same as before, except it appeared a little less damaged, and even then the Huanjin system still couldn't absorb it. From how it looked, the halting steel fragment would have to be repaired far more completely before it could generate new energy for Huanjin to take in. So Li Fan stored this strengthened version of the halting steel fragment inside the Taihang boat, treating it as part of the belongings he would need for the future journey to the cultivation world. By the 20th Anchor year, the Huanjin system was closing in on full charge, so Fan began a ruthless investigation, purging a batch of corrupt officials and powerful landlords and seizing all the gold, silver, and jewels their families had piled up across generations, because once he reached the cultivation world he would still have to deal with mortals, and that meant gold, silver, and other valuables had to be prepared ahead of time. Money wasn't the only necessity either. Food mattered just as much, but grain was the foundation of the nation, and on top of that he was demanding far too much far too fast, so the officials submitted memorial after memorial in opposition. Li Fan didn't bother arguing, and instead, before all the civil and military officials, he expanded the Taihang boat to its maximum size and hung it in mid-air above the imperial palace. When the common people witnessed it, they all dropped to their knees and kowtowed, and when the civil and military officials in court saw such a mortal method with their own eyes, their attitudes immediately shifted, and they began proactively, diligently, helping him prepare the grain. With the officials' proactive help, and with a batch of profiteering merchants executed as well, the Taihang boat was finally packed to the brim, until at last every preparation was in place and Li Fan had nothing left tying him to the mortal world. Piloting the Taiyan boat, he returned once more to the skies above the ruinous abyss, calmed his thoughts, and let the Taihang boat fly on autopilot at a constant speed. It only took a few hours, yet to him it felt even longer than the hundreds of years he'd endured before, and when that tearing sensation of crossing between two worlds surged over him again, he found that this time he could gradually adapt to it. After what felt like an endless wait, he finally slipped through the Immortal Extinction Great Formation and reached the cultivation world. But the instant he got a clear look at the scenery around him, he went a little dumbfounded, because something was clearly off. Why was the place he emerged from completely different this time? And how was it that he couldn't even locate the position of a Sion Khan's map? Still, with no choice but to take things one step at a time, Li Fan set the question aside and instead focused on a more urgent worry. Could he find an inhabited place before the spirit stones powering the Taihang boat were exhausted? Out on the vast sea he chose a direction at random and piloted the Taihang boat onward, flying as he searched everywhere for any trace of cities. Yet the sea was truly boundless, and he flew for 7 days and 7 nights without seeing even a hint of human habitation. After another 10+ days of the same, the Taihang boat's speed began to drop slower and slower as its power neared depletion. Then, at the very edge of desperation, he finally caught a faint shadow of a ship far off on the sea. And when Li Fan raised his telescope to look, he could only fall silent, because it was a real ship. Yet it was sinking. It looked like it had been attacked, with a large hole punched through the hull, and nearly 2/3 of it already swallowed by the water. In the sea around it, dozens of people were fighting to stay afloat, obviously the crew and passengers. Just then, one of the passengers tried to steady everyone, telling the rest not to panic and to hold on a little longer, because he had already sent a signal to an immortal master who would soon arrive to save them. At the words "immortal master," Li Fan's heart jolted, and in an instant he shaped a plan. He put away the Taihang boat, slipped into the sea, and quietly swam in their direction, then wordlessly merged into the crowd, also pretending he was at his last breath, barely struggling to survive. When the immortal master finally arrived, hovering just above them, he seemed to employ some kind of magic art, because his clothes and even his face looked as though they were hidden behind a layer of gauze, impossible to see clearly. Li Fan joined the desperate voices, begging to be saved along with the others, but the clamor grew so loud that the immortal master couldn't tolerate it any longer. And in the next moment the surroundings fell instantly, unnaturally silent. Li Fan was stunned to discover that he couldn't make a sound either, and then, with nothing more than a casual flick of a finger, the ship, already mostly swallowed by the sea, was lifted cleanly out of the water, while the huge hole in its hull sealed up in an instant as if it had never been there. The immortal master followed with a wave of his hand, and everyone, Li Fan included, was flung back onto the deck by an invisible force. He then demanded to know who had transmitted the signal, and the passenger in question, Suchang-yu, stepped forward, bowed, and answered that it was him, calling himself a lowly one. The Immortal Master immediately asked Suchang-yu whether he understood the rules. Once they reached the destination, whatever happened would have nothing to do with him. He had never seen any of these people, and he didn't know who any of them were. So Suchang-yu respectfully replied that he understood. The Immortal Master said nothing else, merely waved his hand a second time, and in the next instant the ship began to surge forward in a fixed direction with startling speed. Li Fan was amazed. Yet he had no idea what kind of magic art had been used, and even the Huanjin system failed to detect anything. The Immortal Master stood at the bow without uttering a word, and the passengers and crew sank back into that same strange silence, until more than half a day slipped by like this. Only after night fell did a faint, flickering light finally appear in the distance, resolving into an island that looked strikingly prosperous, with hundreds of large ships gathered in its harbor, a truly magnificent sight. Yet the ship Li Fan was on didn't head for the docks at all, and instead circled halfway around the island to a sparsely populated region at the back. There, it slipped soundlessly along a waterway and into a natural karst cave, and after traveling through the narrow passage for a time, it finally came to a stop. Once the ship steadied, several burly men dressed in black boarded to meet it, and they behaved as though the Immortal Master wasn't even there, simply herding everyone off the ship and driving them into a spacious hall. One of the men announced that everyone would rest there for the night, that there was plenty of food inside, and they could take whatever they wished, and after delivering those instructions, the men in black turned and left. Amid the crowd, a young man started grumbling about their rotten luck, cursing the fact that they'd run into a sea monster at all. There'd be nearly 100 of them when they set out, yet now fewer than half were still alive, while another person chimed in to complain that he couldn't understand what his father had been thinking, insisting on sending him into this great world to cultivate, because if anyone asked him, how could cultivating possibly be as enjoyable as listening to music? The first young man immediately agreed and told everyone that back in his homeland he was the son of the Prince of Janan, so what riches and glory hadn't he already been able to enjoy, and what was so great about this godforsaken place anyway? But Suchang-yu suddenly cut in, asking what the point of complaining was now, because which family among them hadn't paid a huge price to send them here in the first place. Rather than wasting breath, they might as well cultivate patiently, and if they truly became an immortal master, not only would long life be within reach, they might even return home one day and perhaps free their families from mortal shackles as well. Hearing that, Li Fan quickly understood what this meant. Everyone here was like him, mortals exiled from a land of immortal extinction. Only in the land of immortal extinction they'd come from, the cultivation world didn't seem to be any kind of secret at all, and they had already built a mature smuggling route to get people through. Just then someone clapped a hand onto Li Fan's shoulder, making him tense, and a big fellow leaned in to ask what official post Li Fan held in Dolly, since he looked unfamiliar, or whether he was perhaps a wealthy merchant from one of the provinces. In an instant Li Fan's expression darkened, and the moment he turned toward the man, he slapped the hand away hard enough to bruise it. The fatty, sensing that bone-chilling aura pouring off Li Fan, hurriedly apologized and backed the off like a terrified chicken, because a single look from this person had nearly scared him to death, and he could feel in Li Fan the presence of someone who'd held high power for years, which was indeed true, because Li Fan was no simple character. At dawn the next day, a middle-aged man entered the spacious hall and announced that he would soon take them to obtain their household registration, and once they had it, they would officially become members of Yuli Island. However, they had to remember not to say what should not be said, because if they did, he couldn't guarantee their safety. As far as anyone was concerned, they were residents of Western Du Island whose home had been destroyed by a windstorm, and that was why they had fled to Liuli Island as refugees. After laying that out, he told them they could ask questions if they had any. Yet no one dared to speak up, so the middle-aged man simply ordered them to change into tattered clothes, and afterward, with him leading the way and 4 or 5 men in black watching closely, they filed down a hidden passage out of the karst cave and emerged onto the surface. Their group of several dozen people was not small, but most of the island's residents only spared them a casual glance before looking away again, clearly used to sights like this. And after winding through the city's residential area for who knew how long, they finally arrived in front of a manor. Before long, a young servant at the gate went inside to announce them, then returned and guided them through a side door on the left into a large hall, where 2 or 3 other groups, more than 100 people in total, were already gathered, and soon enough, it was their turn. The middle-aged man, Suchang-yu, stepped forward and respectfully greeted Steward Zhao, one of the Lord's aides overseeing the whole affair, and Steward Zhao, calm and unhurried, asked Suchang-yu whether the group he'd brought were the refugees here to be registered. Once Suchang-yu confirmed it, Steward Zhao immediately followed with another question. Were these people rich, or noble? Suchang-yu smiled, reached into the breast pocket of his robe, and produced something as he answered that they were all from wealthy families on Dayu Island, then presented the treasure to Steward Zhao while lamenting how unfortunate it was that all their wealth and glory had burst like a bubble once disaster struck without the protection of an immortal master, leaving them no choice but to travel thousands of miles to seek refuge on Liuli Island. He went on to say that a windstorm had raged a few days ago and even Liuli Island had been affected, yet the Western Islands had suffered far worse. More than 200 islands, it was said, had been razed to the ground, and countless mortals had perished at sea. Though thankfully the Immortal Masters were merciful and had ordered the rescue of the refugees. Steward Zhao replied that it was a good thing Su Changyu's Tanbalu was so dedicated, told him to rest assured that he would report everything truthfully to the Island Lord, and promised that when the Immortal Masters' rewards were handed down, Su Changyu would certainly receive his share. With that, Steward Zhao began the registration process for everyone. Before long it was Li Fan's turn, and when Steward Zhao lifted his eyes and took in Li Fan's demeanor and composure, he instinctively sensed the aura of someone important, so he calmly asked for Li Fan's name. And after Li Fan answered, Steward Zhao wrote it onto a blank paper talisman and handed it over. He then told Li Fan to place a drop of blood on it. So Li Fan bit his thumb and followed the instruction, after which Steward Zhao told him to keep the spirit talisman safe, because from this moment on it would serve as his proof of identity. Whether it was receiving work, collecting grain, undergoing inspections, or handling any matter on the island large or small, he would have to present that spirit talisman, and Steward Zhao warned him again not to ever lose it. As Steward Zhao explained all of this to Li Fan, Su Changyu, standing nearby, couldn't hide his confusion, because he couldn't understand why Steward Zhao was being so cordial to Li Fan, or why he was explaining so much in such detail. Regardless, the household registrations were processed with remarkable efficiency, and soon the entire group had received their Liuli Island registrations. Immediately afterward they left and did not return to the Cars Cave at all, and instead Su Changyu guided them into the courtyard of a residence, where he asked with a satisfied smile that, now that the household registrations were settled, they could sign the contract. Su Changyu didn't argue or hesitate. He simply took a paper talisman from his robe, bit his finger, and smeared his blood onto it, and the talisman, already bearing his name, instantly dissipated into thin air. This was the so-called 3 contracts to finalize, and Su Changyu vowed that in the future, once they were fully settled, he would sign the final contract as promised. Su Changyu grabbed at his own head with an openly displeased look and muttered that dealing with people like Su Changyu from the departed realm was nothing but trouble, and that if it weren't for the sake of the Immortal Master, their Tianbao Lu would never touch such an unprofitable business in the first place. Even so, he went on to announce that any resident of Liuli Island could claim a place to live simply by presenting their household registration spirit talisman, and that during the first year after registration, they were also entitled to receive a certain amount of grain for free each month. Crucial as that information was, Su Changyu barely lingered on it, because what he truly cared about was what they needed to do if they wanted to cultivate. Su Changyu answered plainly that mortals like them, people who had returned from the land of exile, carried a far higher concentration of miasma in their bodies than ordinary people, and that if they wished to cultivate, the first step was to dispel that miasma. Of course, they already knew that much, and the real problem was how to get it removed. Su Changyu explained that there were several ways, starting with the island's body-purifying spirit pool. If they soak in the spirit pool for a full day and night, it could purge all the miasma from their bodies completely. But unfortunately the materials needed to open the pool were astonishingly expensive, and even though Liuli Island was wealthy, they could only open it once every 3 years. He then put on an air of deep thought and added that the spirit pool had last been opened a year ago, which meant they would have to wait roughly 2 more years before it opened again. And even then the available spots were limited and the competition was fierce. How could outsiders like them, with no foundation on the island, possibly compete against locals for a chance? Su Changyu immediately asked about the other methods, and Su Changyu said the second option was to cultivate the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation while pairing it with specific medicines and diet, a process that would slowly alter their constitution over time until the miasma was eventually cleared out completely. This path was time-consuming, often taking 5 or 6 years, but its advantage was stability, and it didn't require any special price to be paid, because the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation and the corresponding elixirs could be purchased at the island's pharmacies. Su Changyu was deeply unsettled by the sheer number of years involved and asked whether those were the only 2 methods, and at that Su Changyu's expression abruptly darkened as he declared there was a third, to become a test subject. The moment those words landed, the entire group was shaken, yet Su Changyu confirmed he meant exactly what he'd said, explaining that some immortal masters were extremely interested in the miasma within mortals' bodies, and that every year volunteers were selected from among the island's mortals to serve as test subjects, after which the immortal masters would use special methods to extract the miasma from those volunteers for research. It would only take a few months for a test subject's miasma to be drained completely, but the process was described as excruciating, a condition of being unable to live and unable to die, and more often than not, the vast majority couldn't endure until the extraction was finished, instead being tortured into madness before it was over. Su Changyu asked again whether there truly wasn't any other way, and Su Changyu, sounding a bit skeptical himself, added that there were rumors claiming the direct mortal descendants of certain immortal masters could use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to reconstruct their bodies, so that not only would they no longer need to fear the affliction of miasma, they could even improve their cultivation aptitude. Yet such methods were far beyond anything people like them could imagine. So far, in fact, that even the Lord of Liuli Island hadn't received that kind of treatment. Su Changyu then said that was everything he knew, and told them that if they genuinely wanted to cultivate, they should spend the next few days thinking carefully about their choice. He understood perfectly that they had all returned from the land of exile after suffering countless hardships, and that each of them carried a heart that yearned for the Daoxian, which was only natural, because everyone on the island had started out that way. Unfortunately, the path to immortality was brutally difficult, and even if they succeeded in purging the miasma from their bodies, only a tiny handful would ever manage to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and guide it into themselves. So why deliberately seek hardship? Besides, there was nothing wrong with being mortal, and rather than bitterly chasing immortality, it was better to enjoy life, indulge its passions, and live in the moment. Su Changyu fell silent, his fist clenched tight, and from the way he stood there it was obvious he had no intention of abandoning his pursuit of the immortal path. After Su Changyu left, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Li Fan began asking around until he found the place that handled the promised free housing. He presented his spirit talisman, and a guide led him to the residential area in the northern part of Liuli Island, where countless houses were packed so tightly together that most were nothing more than a single room. Even so, each home came with a small courtyard enclosed by walls, so the place didn't look too shabby, and once the guide handed Li Fan the key, he left. Inside, the room was bare. Only a bed, a few tables, and a couple chairs. But at least Li Fan had settled in without too much trouble, and it had only been possible because of those people from the departed realm. Unfortunately, aside from Su Changyu, this entire group seemed utterly mediocre, with no true heart for the Daoxian and no ability to achieve anything great. Yet Li Fan's main priority now was removing the miasma from his body, and he was seriously weighing the body-purifying spirit pool, because even if the spots were precious, the treasures he had plundered and stored within the Taihang Arc were countless, and forcing his way into a place in line shouldn't be difficult at all. The problem was that it would be far too conspicuous, and as the saying went, you shouldn't flaunt your wealth. Li Fan still had no foundation on Lully Island, so if he suddenly revealed too much money, it would inevitably draw prying eyes, meaning he had to think through the plan carefully. Just then, someone knocked on his door, and when Li Fan asked who it was, the person only whispered back, offering nothing that could identify him. Li Fan immediately drew a sword from his current miniature Taihang Arc and approached the entrance, then cracked the door open, only to feel both uneasy and irritated when he saw Fatty, who shoved his way inside without invitation and accused Li Fan of not being one of them. Fatty insisted he was sure Li Fan wasn't from the departed realm, and with his brow knitted tight, he demanded to know who Li Fan really was and what his purpose was for sneaking onto Liuli Island. Li Fan's face darkened, and instead of answering, he threw back a question of his own, asking how Fatty knew he wasn't from the departed realm. Fatty said that when they had fallen into the water, he had vaguely seen Li Fan suddenly emerge from beneath the sea, and at first he'd thought it was an illusion, but after turning it over carefully later on, he realized Li Fan hadn't been part of their group when they left the departed realm. It was clear that Fatty was sharp and observant in his own way, yet he was completely blind to the cold edge in Li Fan's voice. And to make it worse, he went on to boast that he was the only one who had noticed Li Fan sneaking in, practically himself with excitement. When Li Fan pressed him on whether he was absolutely sure, this idiot puffed up and proudly confirmed it, even calling the others fools for failing to notice, never once registering the looming figure behind him holding a sword, until, in the next instant, the blade punched straight through his chest from behind. Fatty's face drained to ash gray as he collapsed, lifeless on the floor, permanently offed. Li Fan withdrew the sword, put it back into the Taihang Arc, and looked down at the corpse, thinking about just how clueless the man had been. He'd relied on a bit of cleverness to suspect Li Fan had slipped in under a false identity, then rushed over to threaten him without ever stopping to consider that people from the departed realm also obtained household registrations by pretending to be refugees. And now that Fatty had a Liuli Island household registration, he'd actually started thinking of himself as a native. And the truth was, whether it was that immortal master with the unclear face who had come to meet them, or Su Changyu's Tianbao Lu, all of them behaved with extreme caution, terrified of being exposed, which made it obvious that being immortal from the land of exile was an identity that had to stay buried. Because of that, neither the Tianbao Lu nor the group from the departed realm would dare investigate loudly or publicly. Even if they did look into it and learn that Fatty had come to see Li Fan before vanishing, as long as Li Fan insisted he had never seen him, they couldn't do anything. After all, they wouldn't even be able to find a body. After thoroughly scrubbing away every trace of Fatty's blood, Li Fan disposed of all the evidence inside the Taihang Arc, and in the days that followed, events unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Aside from Su Changyu, who sought him out to ask a single question, Fatty's sudden disappearance stirred no suspicion and drew no real attention from anyone else on the island. During those quiet days, Li Fan moved carefully, gathering information about the island while at the same time considering how to make proper use of the treasures hidden within the Taihang Arc, and little by little, he formed a clear picture of the place he now occupied. Lei Island, situated within a sea region known as the Tsongyun Sea, a vast and seemingly endless expanse scattered with tens of thousands of islands. Liuli Island lay in the south-central waters of the Tsongyun Sea and was considered medium in size, its name derived from the liuli fish that thrived in the surrounding waters, a type of fleshy fish prized by mortals for its taste. and occasionally producing liuli pearls within their bodies, pearls that were used in certain elixirs refined by Immortal masters. So each year, the Immortal master overseeing Liuli Island required a fixed quota of these liuli pearls to be collected. Fishing for liuli fish had therefore become the island's most sought-after occupation, since those who ventured out to sea needed only to surrender 70% of their catch while retaining the remaining 30% to sell for themselves. However, the work was not so simple. Because sailing required large vessels, the schools of liuli fish were unpredictable, and locating them demanded a special spirit lu issued exclusively by the lay manor, distributed before departure and reclaimed upon return, with private fishing strictly forbidden and punishable by immediate execution if discovered, meaning that anyone wishing to fish for liuli fish had no choice but to obtain official permission from a lay manor. Not long ago, a fleet returning from sea not only came back with an enormous haul of liuli fish, but also encountered a shipwreck carrying more than a dozen chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels, and this stroke of fortune caused a sensation. According to the island's rules, salvage goods from a wreck were treated the same as liuli fish, allowing the fleet to keep 30% while surrendering the remaining 70% to the authorities. When the fleet docked, half the island erupted in excitement, and even the island financial supervisor, Steward Chien, arrived in person to inspect the haul, while residents quietly began pulling strings in hopes of securing a place on the next voyage. With all this information in hand, Li Fan reached a conclusion. If he could obtain permission to go out to sea alone, he could disguise the treasures from the Taihang Ark as spoils recovered from a shipwreck and launder them openly. The only obstacle was securing the qualification to sail alone, since far too many people were competing for a position within the fleet, and after some discreet inquiries, he learned that the key to gaining that opportunity lay with the island lord of Liuli Island, and his 3 trusted aides. The 3 trusted aides were Steward Zhao, Steward Zhou, and Steward Qian. Zhao overseeing personnel, Steward Qian controlling finances, and Zhou handling security. Yet despite this apparent balance of authority, the overwhelming majority of fleet departure slots remained firmly in Steward Qian's grasp, while Steward Zhao and Steward Zhou had long tried to insert themselves into that sphere only to be tightly restricted, each receiving no more than 1 or 2 fleets at most. That imbalance stirred a memory in Li Fan's mind, the day of registration, when Steward Zhao's attitude toward him had clearly differed from everyone else's, and though Li Fan still did not understand the reason, he concluded that Zhao was worth approaching. However, someone of Steward Zhao's standing was not accessible to the current Li Fan on a whim, so he chose to seek a connection through Suchong Yu of the Heavenly Treasure Tower instead. Yet the moment he arrived at the entrance, he was met with open disdain and immediately told to leave because of his status, the god speaking bluntly as he demanded to know who Li Fan thought he was to request an audience with Suchong Yu. Having endured such treatment countless times in the Immortal Forsaken Land, Li Fan remained unmoved. But what truly unsettled him was the certainty with which the guards dismissed him without even reporting his presence, as though they had already been informed about him, which made no sense for a business like the Heavenly Treasure Tower that was supposedly open to all customers. Why drive someone away without so much as announcing them? This inconsistency led Li Fan to suspect that something had shifted in the tacit cooperation between Suchong Yu and the people from the departed realm, perhaps causing Suchong Yu to distance himself deliberately and treat Li Fan with hostility by association. And after making discreet inquiries, he finally learned the truth from the son of the Prince of Jinan. In order to rid himself of the miasma in his body as quickly as possible, Suchong Yu had resolutely volunteered to become a test subject, and before departing, he had signed his name on the 3rd and final remaining contract. With that signature, all 3 contracts were fulfilled, the contract document completely dissipated, and the ties between the departed realm and Tianbao Lu were severed entirely. Under those circumstances, it was no surprise that the other side had suddenly turned cold and begun deliberately avoiding them. Though Li Fan had not expected Suchong Yu to act with such decisiveness, the young man had even tried to persuade Suchong Yu not to rush into it. Yet Suchong Yu refused to listen, driven by the fact that he had a terminally ill sister, and had it not been for the need to save her, he would never have been pushed to such extremes. Lost in thought, Li Fan began reconsidering his approach. Although Suchong Yu had chosen to avoid him, Li Fan had no intention of abandoning the idea so easily, because from the way Suchong Yu had been unable to stop himself from offering Suchong Yu a few words of comfort that day, Li Fan judged that the man was not inherently malicious, and that his earlier cold demeanor likely stemmed from a reluctance to entangle himself too deeply with mortals from the Immortal Forsaken Land. After all, when given the choice, most people preferred dealing with those whose backgrounds they understood rather than complete unknowns. Li Fan returned to the Heavenly Treasure Tower and stood outside in plain view, waiting without impatience. Yet the moment the gods recognized him, their expression soured and they snapped at him, asking whether he had a death wish. Instead of backing down, Li Fan deliberately raised his voice to draw the attention of the surrounding crowd and declare that he had come to conduct business with the Heavenly Treasure Tower. But the gods still attempted to drive him away without even hearing him out, forcing Li Fan to question the flustered god aloud, asking whether this was truly how the Heavenly Treasure Tower treated its guests. A ripple of murmurs spread instantly through the onlookers, and under that pressure, the god had no choice but to retreat inside to report the matter. When he returned with instructions, his earlier arrogance had dulled, and he quietly led Li Fan through the entrance. Inside a guest room, Li Fan sat calmly as a maid served him a cup of tea, and the moment he took a sip, his expression shifted unmistakably into delight at the flavor. But just then Su Changyu entered and stated that the tea was Dayu Pale Dragon, a rare plant that grew in the submarine volcanic craters surrounding Dayu Island, of which there had only ever been a dozen or so. And now that Dayu Island had been destroyed, Dayu Pale Dragon had temporarily become a singular rarity. Hearing this, Li Fan maintained his smile and remarked that he must be fortunate to bask in elder Su Changyu's light. Yet Su Changyu, his face stern, reminded him that the dealings regarding Dali were concluded and that there should no longer be any entanglement between him and anyone from the departed realm. So he demanded to know why Li Fan had sought him out a second time. Li Fan calmly replied that there had been a misunderstanding, because he had truly come to discuss a business arrangement and nothing more, which prompted Su Changyu to stare at him with a faintly mocking smile, as aside from Su Changyu, he could not imagine anyone else from that group bringing forth a deal of any value. However, when Li Fan simply met his gaze without flinching, Su Changyu hesitated for a brief instant, and the two men held eye contact a moment longer than necessary before Su Changyu finally pulled over a chair and sat down. He asked what business Li Fan intended to propose, and with a composure far beyond his years, Li Fan began by asking whether the Heavenly Treasure Tower had any interest in obtaining a quota for the seafaring fleet. Su Changyu answered that each fleet voyage, even without accounting for salvage treasures, yielded immense profit merely from the lily fish and other marine specialties. So to claim that the Heavenly Treasure Tower had no interest would be false. Yet the fleet quotas were tightly controlled by Steward Qian, and even Steward Zhao could secure only 1 or 2 spots. So as a newcomer, what qualification did Li Fan possess to day scheme for such a thing? Unshaken by this response, Li Fan showed no trace of agitation and instead firmly requested an introduction to Steward Zhao, his expression steady and resolute. Li Fan added that if he were granted an audience, he had his own method to persuade Steward Zhao, and a heavy silence settled over the room as Su Changyu fixed him with a deeply furrowed brow, weighing the confidence behind those words and measuring their credibility without speaking. Then, without warning, a calm yet commanding voice cut in from the side, drawing both men's attention to the doorway, where the shopkeeper stood, a young woman with half her face concealed beneath a veil, who stated plainly that Su Changyu should allow Li Fan to see Steward Zhao, since arranging such a meeting was hardly difficult. However, if Li Fan failed, he would be chopped into pieces and cast into the sea to feed the fish. Su Changyu rose at once and greeted her respectfully as she stepped forward to take charge, while Li Fan wasted no time expressing sincere gratitude for the opportunity, only for the shopkeeper to brush it aside with faint amusement, remarking that since he appeared so confident, he likely was not making empty boasts. Li Fan answered evenly that he always honored his word and never made promises lightly. Granting him an introduction cost her nothing, she observed, and if he truly succeeded, the Heavenly Treasure Tower would naturally claim its share of the benefit. Yet by the island's rules, 3/10 of each voyage harvest could be kept privately, and Li Fan stated without hesitation that he wanted none of that portion, proposing instead that half of the 3/10 go to Steward Zhao and the other half to the Heavenly Treasure Tower. This only deepened the shopkeeper's curiosity, and she asked what he sought in return after going to such lengths, to which Li Fan boldly replied that he desired a single opportunity to enter the body-purifying spirit pool, an event held once every 3 years. Both Su Changyu and the shopkeeper were visibly startled, and then, unable to restrain herself, the shopkeeper burst into open laughter, incredulous that someone of Li Fan's age still wished to follow others in pursuing immortal cultivation. Li Fan remained composed and silent while she laughed freely, and when her amusement began to subside, he calmly added that only by striving for eternal life would he have no regrets even in death. The earnestness in his tone caused her laughter to cease abruptly, replaced by a faint, contemptuous curve of her lips, yet after a brief pause she agreed to assist him in this matter. With the arrangement tentatively settled, the shopkeeper instructed Li Fan to wait until a date was confirmed, at which time someone would be sent to inform him. Li Fan thanked her once more before taking his leave, making sure to mention that he was residing at house number 7, 6th longitudinal outside the city, so they would know where to find him if necessary. Once he was out of earshot, Su Changyu questioned her about allocating a place in the body-purifying spirit pool, and she replied evenly that although competition for those spots was fierce every cycle, the Heavenly Treasure Tower was not without the capability to contend for one, and if Li Fan truly managed to secure a seafaring fleet, then within 5 years the profits generated would more than offset the cost of a single place in the pool. In truth, the arrangement was a guaranteed profit with no risk of loss. Yet Su Changyu quickly noticed a flicker of unease in the shopkeeper's demeanor and asked what troubled her, to which he could only respond that Li Fan's eyes had been unsettlingly sharp, a remark that left Su Changyu momentarily speechless. On his way back, Li Fan stopped at a pharmacy where he purchased the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation along with the corresponding medicinal herbs, reasoning that even if everything proceeded without issue, it would still be 2 years before the body-purifying spirit pool opened again, so he might as well begin cultivating now to test its effects, and perhaps, if he possessed extraordinary natural talent, he could expel the miasma from his body on his own rather than waiting those 2 years. For the following days, he remained at home, devoting himself to steady cultivation while awaiting word of the uncertain meeting with Steward Zhao. Yet before that audience could materialize, a startling piece of news reached him. Su Changyu had died, and when the body was returned, what lay before them was no longer recognizably human but a grotesquely twisted mass of flesh and blood, so horrifying that it made one's scalp prickle, the mangled flesh even twitching at intervals for no apparent reason. The people from the departed realm, being newcomers, could not even gather enough money to purchase a burial plot and had intended to consign Su Changyu to the sea. But Li Fan could not bear to watch that happen, so he provided the money himself to allow Su Changyu to be laid to rest in the earth. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Shirao Hong, heir to the Prince of Zanin from the departed realm, was devastated and wept bitterly before the grave, while Li Fan himself felt little beyond a quiet sigh, as he had not known Su Changyu well. Still, the young man's conduct had been upright and his resolve unyielding, enough that Li Fan had considered him a talent, perhaps not a once-in-a-century prodigy, but certainly no mediocrity. And among the group from the departed realm, Su Changyu had seemed the most likely to carve out a name for himself. Yet even someone like that had failed to survive the initial hurdle of cultivation, unable to purge the miasma from his body and dying without fanfare, a stark reminder of how arduous the path of immortality truly was. In the days that followed, as Li Fan continued practicing the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation, his comprehension of its passages deepened steadily, but reality made one thing clear. He was no unparalleled genius either. For nearly a month he lived in seclusion, cultivating the incantation daily, and ordinarily even those with mediocre aptitude would notice tangible improvements, clearer minds, heightened vitality. After half a month, yet a full month passed and Li Fan detected no change whatsoever. He did not grow anxious, instead treating the practice as an obligatory daily discipline, and after another half-month slipped by in this manner, people from the Heavenly Treasure Tower finally arrived at his residence, led by a messenger. At last, Li Fan was brought to a courtyard owned by the Heavenly Treasure Tower, where he finally met Steward Zhao face to face. Offering a respectful greeting and remarking that it had been some time, he was immediately cut off as Steward Zhao dispensed with courtesy and addressed the matter directly, stating that he had heard Li Fan was seeking a quota for a seafaring fleet, which suggested a considerable appetite, and asking bluntly what backing he possessed. Li Fan acknowledged the point without objection, and though he did not disclose any supposed support, he observed that a fleet sailing out to sea pursued nothing but profit, so he wished to know how Steward Zhao evaluated the gains from catching liuli fish compared to the returns from salvaging treasures directly from sunken ships on the ocean floor. The latter, after all, could equal the earnings of several ordinary fishing expeditions combined. Yet the problem lay in the rarity of such fortune, because in the more than dozen years Steward Zhao had spent on the island, he could recall only a handful of occasions when truly significant hauls had been made. Even so, Li Fan declared with calm assurance that if he were given command of a fleet, he could guarantee that every voyage would yield a fixed quantity of treasure. And as Steward Zhao regarded him with a steady gaze, stroking his beard thoughtfully, he unexpectedly stated that Li Fan was not lying. Although Li Fan had not exaggerated his claim, he was genuinely curious how Steward Zhao had discerned its truth, and Steward Zhao explained that he had been born with a pair of unusual eyes capable of recognizing talent and distinguishing truth from falsehood. When Li Fan spoke just now, he had seen only a gentle white glow emanating from him, indicating sincerity and the absence of malicious intent. The revelation of such a peculiar ability astonished Li Fan and stirred a memory of their first encounter on registration day, when Steward Zhao's attitude toward him had been subtly different from the others, suggesting that he had perceived something even then. Steward Zhao clarified that what he had seen was that Li Fan possessed considerable wealth and carried significant blood on his hands, clearly marking him as no ordinary individual, and for that reason he had chosen to treat him with a measure of politeness, forming a strand of good karma in passing. That being the case, Li Fan inferred that on registration day Steward Zhao must also have realized that Su Changyu from the Heavenly Treasure Tower had not been entirely truthful. Yet whether Su Changyu's words at the time were true or false mattered little, because with an immortal master presiding over the island, there was no fear of trouble so long as one minded one's own affairs, and moreover, gathering refugees had been the immortal master's directive, so if Su Changyu had brought so many refugees to Liuli Island, there was no reason to make things difficult for him. Having understood this, Li Fan returned to the matter at hand and asked whether, since Steward Zhao could see that he was not speaking falsely, he might reconsider granting the seafaring quota, to which Steward Zhao sat down and responded calmly, pointing out the obvious. Steward Zhao stated plainly that Li Fan was a newcomer with no foundation on the island, and if he were to hand a fleet over to him rashly, it would inevitably provoke widespread dissatisfaction. So instead he proposed that Li Fan accompany the fleet on its next voyage, if he truly could ensure that treasure was salvaged on every trip. Then after only a few expeditions the crew will be convinced by his capability, and at that point he could assume control of the fleet with proper justification. Li Fan expressed his thanks and praised Steward Zhao's careful and comprehensive reasoning, and when news of this outcome reached the Heavenly Treasure Tower, the shopkeeper was astonished that Li Fan had managed to persuade Steward Zhao so smoothly. With confirmation from Su Changyu, she was fully convinced that Li Fan had not been boasting and genuinely possessed the confidence to secure a fleet, while Su Changyu himself began to wonder what sort of backing Li Fan truly relied upon. Without hesitation, The shopkeeper instructed Su Changyu to send Li Fan the title deed to the vacant courtyard on East Street within the city, a decision that left Su Changyu utterly stunned, since that property had cost them a considerable sum and had originally been intended as a bribe for Steward Qian, so he could not understand how it could be handed over to Li Fan so readily, nor why they would not at least wait until Li Fan had successfully secured the fleet. The shopkeeper, unwavering, told him to do as ordered, explaining that if they waited until after Li Fan proved himself, a mere small courtyard would no longer suffice to win his favor. Thus Su Changyu dispatched someone to deliver the deed, and Li Fan accepted the gift without hesitation. Having little to pack, he moved into the East Street courtyard that very day, and compared to the slums outside the city, the environment was markedly superior. He declined the maids a heavenly treasure tower attempted to assign to him and settled in quietly, preparing to wait for the fleet's next departure. He had assumed the wait would be brief. Yet an unforeseen calamity delayed the voyage indefinitely when a massive windstorm struck Liuli Island, tearing through everything in its path with such force that even from within his new residence in the city, Li Fan could feel the ground trembling. Startled, he rushed into the courtyard and was shocked to see several violent storms raging just beyond what appeared to be a protective formation, their destructive power evident despite the absence of significant rain or snow. Unlike Dayu Island, which had been devastated by a similar tempest not long ago, Liuli Island was fortunate to have an immortal master who announced that the Grand Protective Formation had been activated, assuring the islanders that there was no cause for panic and instructing them to remain inside their homes until the storm subsided. The residents of Liuli Island responded to the announcement with fervent praise, almost worshipping the immortal master as a benevolent savior, while Li Fan stood in silence, his gaze fixed on the protective formation as he absorbed every detail he could from the unfolding spectacle. He observed how the blue radiance of the island's Grand Protective Formation flowed and shifted like living water, faint characters surfacing within the light, intricate and profound beyond comprehension, while the earlier howling winds that had sounded like ghosts wailing, together with the driving raindrops, were completely sealed outside the luminous barrier, creating a stark divide where beyond the formation the storm raged violently. Yet within it remained serene and undisturbed. Li Fan could not help but wonder whether this was truly the method of immortals. Then, without warning, his eyes widened as a bolt of heavenly divine thunder crashed down upon the formation, and the violent impact between lightning and barrier released a crushing shockwave that forced him to his knees, blood bursting from his mouth under the immense pressure. Stunned, he struggled to comprehend how a single strike of thunder could contain such terrifying force, and yet it seemed only one among many, as additional bolts began slamming down around and upon the island like divine punishment descending from the heavens. Teeth clenched, uncertainty gripped him as he wondered whether his 10th lifetime would end here in this catastrophe. But to his relief, the island's protective formation proved sturdier than he had imagined, holding firm without shattering despite the relentless assault. Time stretched indistinctly as the storm persisted, and though Li Fan could not measure how long it lasted, the towering waves eventually began to subside. Slowly, not abruptly, for while the storm had arrived with sudden ferocity, it withdrew at a far more gradual pace, and beneath the ceaseless wind and rain it was impossible to tell day from night, so that only after what felt like 2 or 3 full days did the tempest finally recede. Later, he learned from the islanders that this windstorm had in fact been considered relatively minor, for 15 years earlier a far greater one had struck, several times more powerful than the recent calamity, and during that disaster the Grand Protective Formation had barely sustained itself, forced to contract its defensive range, leaving Liuli Island reduced to merely 1/3 of its original size. In the dozen years that followed, the island had gathered refugees from all directions, gradually restoring its vitality bit by bit. Still unsettled, Li Fan gazed at the overcast sky, struggling to reconcile himself to the sheer terror of heaven and earth's might. A few days after the storm's end, an order was issued to every resident of Liuli Island requiring households to assist in inspecting the Grand Protective Formation for damage. The method was straightforward, as Liuli Manor distributed spirit talismans to each home, instructing residents to hang them indoors for several days and nights and observe whether any red light appeared. Since the formation consisted of 367,800 nodes, and not a single one could be allowed to show irregularities, under the Immortal Master's decree, and out of concern for their own survival, all activity on Liuli Island came to a halt so that every effort could be directed toward inspecting and maintaining the island's Grand Protective Formation. In previous years, the Immortal Master personally coordinated repairs to the landmass, but this time it was said that the spirit stones sustaining the landmass's operation were nearly depleted, prompting him to return to Onin Island to retrieve additional supplies. The inspection followed a strict system. 360 flashes of a spirit talisman counted as one small cycle, and 360 small cycles constituted one large cycle, and so long as no red light appeared during a complete large cycle, the landmass would be deemed intact and undamaged. Li Fan could not help but marvel at the sheer scale and complexity of the Grand Protective Formation, a structure vast beyond measure yet intricately precise, so sophisticated that he found it difficult to imagine how it had ever been constructed. 5 days later, the results finally arrived, allowing the entire island to breathe in relief. The formation had suffered no damage, and with the Immortal Master's return, The last traces of unease among the residents vanished as life gradually resumed its usual rhythm. Over the following months, refugees from other islands arrived intermittently seeking shelter, though they were only a small fraction of the original populations, since the majority on those islands had perished in the recent windstorm. The Tseongyun Sea was boundless, scattered with countless islands of varying sizes, yet only those possessing special resources were overseen by an immortal master. Throughout these months, Li Fan did not idle away his time but continued cultivating the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation each day. And at last there were tangible results, as both the upper limits of his physical age and psychological age increased once more. Though the improvement was slight, it filled him with renewed vigor. Another month passed in this manner before word finally arrived from Steward Zhao. The windstorms in the Tseongyun Sea had completely subsided, and the fleet's next voyage was imminent. 3 days later, at Luli Island's pier, Li Fan met Sung-eun, the man Steward Zhao had instructed him to find, and after a brief exchange, he boarded the ship. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, some crew members grumbled about what madness had possessed the island lord to institute such an assessment, because for this voyage, whichever fleet returned with the smallest harvest would be deemed unqualified and have its future sailing privileges revoked, a prospect that boded ill for everyone. The measure was said to be a consequence of the recent windstorm, and rumors had spread that Coral Island to the south had seen its protective formation shatter, leaving the entire island leveled, and the supplies that Coral Island had once been required to submit had now been reassigned to Liuli Island. The crew muttered uneasily about what kind of predicament this disaster had thrust Liuli Island into, and how they were expected to survive under such mounting pressure. The crew had heard that the added burden was only temporary, that they merely needed to compensate for what had previously gone unpaid. Yet anxiety still hung over them until Zhang Haobua, the crew's boss, barked at the two men for their cowardice and demanded that they look at the brighter side. Was there not a reward for first place, and had their share of the harvest not been raised from 30% to 50%? The sailors answered him listlessly, telling him to stop indulging in fantasies, because with their fishing ability, first place was nothing but a joke, and he knew as well as they did that they barely scraped together the required quota on most voyages. Another chimed in, declaring that in his view this would likely be their final trip to sea anyway, and if that were the case, they might as well never return, but instead become free and unfettered pirates, even remarking with a grin that such a life would be thrilling. Zhang Haobua waved off their gloom and assured them that this time there was a capable individual aboard, then gestured toward Li Fan as he introduced him to the crew and guaranteed that they would return with their holds brimming. Skepticism rippled through the man, and when they took in Li Fan's pale, clean appearance, they muttered doubts about whether he had ever even set foot on a ship before, prompting Zhang Haobua to curse them as blind fools incapable of recognizing a noble presence. He then proclaimed that Li Fan was a great talent personally invited by Steward Zhao and would soon take over their vessel, so they had better show proper respect to their new captain. The declaration ignited immediate outrage, the crew shouting that Zhang Haobua had captained the Tseongyun ship for nearly 10 years and could not simply relinquish it like this. One man added that Zhang Haobua had once saved his life, so if anyone tried to push him out of his position, he would be the first to object and would never tolerate such injustice. Zhang Haobua responded with a light, amused chuckle and a subtle nod, clearly satisfied with the agitation he had stirred and the implicit display of loyalty meant to remind Li Fan who truly commanded the ship, as he observed Li Fan's reaction with a sly smile while the sailors continued voicing their discontent, some even suggesting that once they were out at sea they could toss Li Fan overboard to feed the fish, since deaths at sea were hardly unusual. At last Zhang Haobua told them to quiet down. Then, adopting an air of reluctant resignation, remarked that although he knew everyone held him in high regard, that Tseongyun ship ultimately belonged to Steward Zhao, and they were merely risking their lives in his service, so if Steward Zhao had decided to change personnel, he had no authority to oppose it. Throughout the uproar, Li Fan listened in silence, and having lived through multiple lifetimes, he regarded such moral pressure and crowd manipulation as nothing more than trivial tactics. Finally, he stepped in with a firm, commanding tone, and asked the crew whether they doubted Steward Zhao's judgment, since it was Steward Zhao who had entrusted him with leadership. Were they really implying that the Lord's aide had poor judgment, even after he had publicly assured Steward Zhao that every voyage would uncover treasure? Because if that were the case, then he would never allow his own reputation to sink along with theirs. And as that thought spread across the deck, the crew began reconsidering everything, quietly asking themselves whether Li Fan truly possessed some hidden ability, since Steward Zhao's eyesight had always been astonishingly accurate and had never once erred, which meant Li Fan's earlier claim was likely not empty talk at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Haobua's expression turned grim the instant he realized his careful scheming had collapsed into nothing, dismantled by only a few calm remarks from Li Fan, and the humiliation gnawed at him. He spun around, stabbing a finger toward Li Fan as he accused him of spewing absurd nonsense about discovering treasure every single time they set sail, declaring it blatant horseshit and insisting he did not believe a word of it, convinced that Li Fan had relied on connections to steal the captain's position from him, as if he was some kind of idiot to be fooled so easily. Since Li Fan enjoyed boasting so boldly, Zhang Haobua decided he would simply watch and see how things ended for him. With that, Zhang Haobua ordered the ship to depart and head for open waters. The Tseongyuan glided out of the harbor without wind filling its sails, cutting steadily toward the boundless sea. Powered neither by manpower nor breeze but by intricate micro-spell formations fueled with spirit stones, and it carried a spirit lure as well, a device that would emit guidance whenever traces of the uli fish appeared within range. Yet the ocean stretched endlessly and the lure's sensing radius was limited, meaning seasoned sailors were still required to determine the general area where fish schools might gather before the device could be of any real use. And when violent storms swept through or migrating shoals shifted unpredictably, all prior experience became worthless, leaving them to search for a needle in a haystack with nothing but luck to rely on. And Su Changyu's luck, it seemed, was far from favorable. More than half a month slipped by, and aside from catching a few ordinary schools and collecting some standard marine minerals, they gained nothing significant. The crew's faces grew increasingly grim, and even Zhang Haobo began to feel unease creeping into his chest, because this voyage carried a punishment for whoever ranked last. The island's rule demanded their return within a month, and with such meager results so far, it was entirely possible they would finish with the smallest haul of all, leaving them with no choice but to pray for a reversal of fortune in the remaining days. Zhang Haobo lifted his gaze to the sky, silently hoping the Immortal Master would offer protection. At that very moment, Li Fan stepped out from the cabin, and Zhang Haobo immediately seized the opportunity to snare, asking whether Li Fan had finally decided to show himself, remarking that if not for the fact that his meals were delivered daily, he might have assumed Li Fan had already died inside his room. Li Fan ignored the mockery and calmly requested a small boat, stating that he had sensed sunken treasure nearby. Zhang Haobo froze as if struck by lightning, then burst out in disbelief, stammering as he demanded to know whether Li Fan was joking. Yet Li Fan's expression did not change, and he simply told him to prepare a small boat at once, explaining that beneath the deep sea he had seen jewels gleaming brilliantly, waiting to be recovered, and that the chance would vanish soon because the radiance guiding him was already fading. So they needed to move quickly before he lost its position. Zhang Haobo wasted no more time and barked orders for the crew to ready a boat immediately, and within minutes the small craft was lowered with Li Fan aboard. Before pushing off, however, he warned them not to follow and to wait for his signal instead. When they demanded a reason, Li Fan replied plainly that they were too noisy, and that their clamor would interfere with his line of sight, a response that left the entire crew stunned into silence. As Li Fan rode away and drifted beyond earshot, he leaned toward Zhang Haobo and quietly wondered whether Li Fan intended to flee on his own. But Zhang Haobo brushed the suspicion aside as nonsense, pointing out that the sea stretched endlessly and Li Fan had taken no dry rations with him, so there was nowhere he could possibly escape to. 2 hours later, a signal appeared in the distance, and the crew hurried to steer the ship toward it. Once they reached the marked location, Li Fan indicated a specific spot beneath the water and stated that the treasure lay there. Zhang Haobo immediately ordered the nets cast and preparations made for a dive, and in less than an hour, 16 chests filled with gold and silver were hauled onto the deck. Under the moonlight, the metal shimmered intensely, and for the first time in his life, Zhang Haobo found himself truly believing in that sudden stroke of fortune, one brought about entirely by Li Fan. He had not been boasting. He had genuinely delivered a full load for the crew's return, and everything he claimed was true. He could indeed locate sunken riches on the ocean floor. Such an ability unquestionably set him apart, placing him among the extraordinary, on the same level as Steward Zhao. In that instant, Zhang Haobo felt completely humbled, regret washing over him for the way he had treated Li Fan. Because opportunities to encounter someone so noble were rare, and instead of cherishing it, he had foolishly suspected the man of trying to seize his insignificant fleet, a realization that filled Zhang Haobo with deep shame and drove him to seek forgiveness without delay. The moment Li Fan stepped back onto the ship, Zhang Haobo approached solemnly, bowed, and offered a sincere apology. Li Fan dismissed the matter with ease and returned to his cabin to rest. With the treasure secured, the Su Changyu ceased fishing altogether and immediately turned back toward Lily Island. And despite the enormous harvest, none of the crew allowed themselves to relax until they arrived safely at the island. When they reached the harbor, Zhang Haobo instructed them not to dock yet, then quietly ordered Li Fan to slip into the water and informed Steward Zhao of their return. Li Fan was told to ask Steward Zhao to personally dispatch his own people to handle the inventory, and with a nod, he slipped effortlessly off the ship and into the water. Zhang Haobo then faced the crew and declared with confidence that, barring any accidents, their haul should be the greatest among all the ships that had sailed out this time, and according to the rules they were entitled to keep 50%. However, if outsiders conducted the count, deductions and mistakes would be unavoidable, and he would not feel at ease unless the tally was handled by their own side. The crew erupted in agreement, shouting that even losing a tiny fraction of their share would pain them to death. After some waiting, the Su Changyu finally reached the shore, yet when the personnel responsible for the routine inventory approached, Zhang Haobo and the crew blocked them from boarding. When those officials demanded to know what this meant, the crew offered no explanation and made no move to let them step onto the deck. One of the inventory men sneered that, judging by the ship's draft, the Su Changyuan must have returned empty-handed again, and from the look of things, Jehoa's tenure as captain of the Tsangin ship was likely nearing its end. The crew nearly erupted into a heated argument, but Ha quickly stopped them, reasoning that there was no need to waste words on such people. From the side, Li Fan observed everything in silence, recognizing that there was a reason Halbo had managed to hold firmly to the captaincy of the Zhangyun. Only his background and limited experience seemed to restrain him. Not long after, Steward Zhao arrived in person with his men, and under the watchful gaze of the growing crowd, 16 chests filled with jewels were carried off the ship, sending shockwaves through the entire dock. News that the Tangwen had secured an enormous trove of treasure spread at once, sweeping across Liuli Island like wildfire. At the Heavenly Treasure Tower, Su Changyu rushed inside in a fluster, startling the shopkeeper. When asked what had happened, Su Changyu, still panting, managed to stammer out fragments about the Zhangyun ship, treasures, and more than 10 chests of them. The shopkeeper frowned, not seeing why such a thing warranted panic if it was merely over 10 chests, assuming perhaps a client intended to offload them on the island, in which case the goods would still have to pass through the Heavenly Treasure Tower's channels. She cut herself off abruptly as realization dawned. Su Changyu was the very ship Li Fan had boarded a month earlier. Still short of breath, Su Changyu confirmed it and added that it was no wonder Li Fan had been able to persuade Steward Zhao so confidently. He had clearly known he would discover treasure the moment he set sail. Su Changyu went on to say that Li Fan's abilities resembled those of the Heavenly Treasure Tower's grand shopkeeper. Upon hearing that, the shopkeeper immediately ordered Su Changyu to arrange a meeting with Li Fan at once, because she wanted to know when they might invite him to share a meal. The shopkeeper added another instruction. Someone was to tidy up the tower immediately, and the title deed was to be delivered to Li Fan without the slightest delay. Su Changyu acknowledged the order and withdrew to carry it out. Left alone, the shopkeeper pondered whether Li Fan might possess the legendary spirit channeling treasure physique, a rare constitution said to allow its bearer to sense valuable treasures within a certain range. Her oldest sister, Yuding, the grand shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Tower, shared that very trait, and it was precisely through this heaven-defying gift that her sister had built the Heavenly Treasure Tower from nothing into a vast chamber of commerce spanning the Sunun Sea in little more than a dozen years. The thought that another individual with a spirit-channeling treasure physique had now appeared was both astonishing and wholly unexpected. The scene shifted to Steward Zhao's manor, where Li Fan had come to pay a visit. Steward Zhao began by praising him openly, calling him truly remarkable for hauling up 16 chests of treasure on his very first voyage, admitting that Li Fan had delivered an enormous surprise. Li Fan responded that while the harvest had indeed been considerable, he feared it would be difficult to obtain such abundance again in the future. Steward Zhao agreed, saying that was only reasonable. How could anyone enjoy that level of fortune every single time? Even so, he added that the gains from this single expedition alone were sufficient for him to establish a separate fleet under Li Fan's name. Hearing this, Li Fan expressed his gratitude for the opportunity. Steward Zhao then mentioned that he had heard Li Fan had exhausted considerable effort merely to secure a place in the body-purifying spirit pool, and Li Fan confirmed that this was exactly the case, explaining that no matter how endless one's wealth might be, after 100 years it would all amount to nothing more than a pile of yellow earth, and only by pursuing immortality, seeking the Daoxian, and striving to witness eternal life could one say their journey through this world had not been in vain. Steward Zhao admired this resolve, remarking that at Li Fan's age he still possessed a heart devoted to the Daoxian, and frankly admitted his own inferiority. More than 10 years ago, when Steward Zhao had been the same age Li Fan was now, he had once, by sheer luck, saved an immortal master, who in turn offered to take him as a disciple and guide him in cultivation. Yet Steward Zhao had known he had already passed the optimal age to begin. Even if he cultivated, he might achieve nothing, and as a person grows older, the miasma rooted within the body deepens, making its removal increasingly painful. Now, with advancing years, he sometimes felt a faint sense of regret. But regret had no cure in this world. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Liuli Island, people like Li Fan were truly rare. Li Fan accepted the praise politely, yet his mind remained on the matter of the quota for the body-purifying spirit pool, and he asked whether Steward Zhao could help him secure a spot. Steward Zhao replied with regret that he could not intervene in this issue, because the opening of the body-purifying spirit pool required the island's immortal master to personally preside over it. Steward Zhao continued, explaining that the quota itself was determined by the immortal master. A year before the spirit pool opened, the immortal master would announce a list of required materials, and each family would gather what they could and submit them, with the final allocation decided according to the number of contribution points earned. Still, he told Li Fan there was no need for concern, because the Heavenly Treasure Tower maintained branches across every island in the Sunun Sea, and when it came to gathering materials, few forces on Liuli Island could rival them. Hearing this, Li Fan silently reassessed the importance of the Heavenly Treasure Tower in his plans. As it happened, the moment he returned to his small courtyard from Steward Zhao's manor, Su Changyu was already waiting at his door with the title deed in hand, clearly having stood there for quite some time. Though mildly surprised, Li Fan had in fact been intending to meet the shopkeeper again, so when he asked whether she sought him for a particular matter and learned that she did, he readily agreed to the meeting. However, he declined to accept the title deed to Tingyu Tower that Su Changyu attempted to hand over. That evening, when they met, the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Tower on Liuli Island formally introduced herself as Yin Yuzhen, and Li Fan responded in kind, giving his own introduction with equal formality. Yujin quickly remarked that his self-introduction was remarkably brief, to which Li Fan replied that he was nothing more than an ordinary mortal with nothing particularly worth mentioning. Yu then asked whether the spirit-channeling treasure physique was also, in his view, not worth mentioning. Li Fan answered honestly that he had no idea what a spirit-channeling treasure physique even was, yet because his expression revealed nothing, Yujin remained unconvinced. If he did not possess such a constitution, she pressed, how had he located treasure in the boundless sea? Li Fan replied that it had simply been a feeling in his heart. That answer clearly displeased Yujin, who pouted in irritation and accused him of denying the obvious. Yet when she saw that he genuinely seemed unaware, Yujin reluctantly explained the nature of the spirit-channeling treasure physique to him. Li Fan considered this information briefly, then abruptly began asking questions that caught her entirely off guard. If his sister also possessed the spirit-channeling treasure physique, how old was she? What did she look like? Where had she been 20 years ago? And where was she now? Startled and flustered, Yujin blurted out in shock whether Li Fan could possibly be their long-lost father or something of that sort. But after a fleeting moment of reflection, she dismissed the thought, realizing he bore no resemblance to them at all. Li Fan paused, puzzled by her reaction, and clarified that he had merely been curious. However, Yujin interpreted his curiosity as a natural interest in others of his own kind, which, she admitted, she could understand. Li Fan made no effort to correct her assumption, so Yujin continued, explaining that she and Yujin had originally come from Yelan Island in the north, where their parents died in a disaster when they were still children, leaving the two sisters with no one but each other. In Yujin's memories, they survived by begging day after day, never certain where their next meal would come from, until at some indistinct point she could no longer clearly recall. Her sister began discovering valuable items in the most unlikely places, and from then on their circumstances steadily improved. Later, Yujin single-handedly founded the Tun Ba, building it up through her own efforts. Yet regrettably, Yujin had not seen her sister for several years. When Li Fan asked where she had gone, Yujin explained that 3 years earlier, a passing immortal master had selected Yujin and taken her away. At first, messages were sent back through intermediaries assuring them of her safety, but eventually the letters stopped arriving altogether. Hearing that she had been taken by an immortal master, Li Fan wondered whether Yujin had been brought away to cultivate the path to immortality. Yet Yujin shook her head and said that if only that were the case. In the earlier letters, Yujin had used a secret code known only to the two sisters to reveal that her situation was extremely dangerous, and that if communication ever ceased, it would mean she had likely met with misfortune. She had also warned Yujin not to try searching for her. Li Fan asked whether this calamity had been caused by her special physique, but Yujin explained that although Yujin possessed the spirit-channeling treasure physique, what she could sense were merely objects valuable to mortals, and in the eyes of immortal masters such treasures were no different from scrap metal. It was not as though other immortal masters had never noticed her sister's constitution before, yet none had treated it as significant. To this day, Yujin still did not understand why that last immortal master had taken her away. Even if her sister's fate likely leaned toward ill rather than well, the foundation she had built remained, and Yujin was determined that the heavenly treasure tower her sister had painstakingly established would not collapse in her hands. She admitted candidly that she did not possess her sister's miraculous ability, and after Yujin disappeared, the tower's business declined steadily. Compounded by several misjudgments she made later that resulted in heavy financial losses, the veteran members of the Heavenly Treasure Tower gradually grew dissatisfied with her leadership. Some even attempted to collude with outsiders to force her out and divide the Hauber's assets among themselves. Fortunately, those veterans still harbored some fear of Yujin, who had been taken away by an immortal master, and thus had not yet dared to act openly. Using market expansion as a pretext, Yujin relocated from Yelan Island to Liuli Island to keep a low profile for the time being, intending to spend several years developing quietly and gathering strength before settling accounts with them. Yet she had never expected to encounter another spirit-channeling treasure physique here on Liuli Island. Yujin believed that with Li Fan's assistance, she would certainly be able to reclaim full control of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Yet although Li Fan understood her position, he stated plainly that he had no interest in the internal struggles of her business, because his sole pursuit was immortal cultivation, and she had already promised that if he helped her secure a fleet, she would in turn help him obtain a quota for the body-purifying spirit pool. He asked directly whether she intended to renege on that agreement. Yujin replied that the Heavenly Treasure Tower placed integrity above all else in its dealings, and whatever they had promised him would absolutely be honored. However, before she could elaborate further, Li Fan abruptly interrupted, having sensed that a condition was about to be attached, and the sudden drop in his tone carried a bone-chilling edge that made the air feel colder. Yujin instinctively averted her gaze and quickly clarified that even if Li Fan were granted entry into the body-purifying spirit pool, success was far from guaranteed, because expelling the miasma from one's body was no simple matter, and each year barely half of those who entered the pool succeeded. Furthermore, the older the candidate, the higher the likelihood of failure, and Li Fan was no longer young. Was he truly certain he would succeed? A person was given only one chance in a lifetime to enter the spirit pool, and if he failed, he would have to bid farewell to immortal cultivation forever. Li Fan remained unmoved, answering that even a 50% chance was enough for him to attempt it. Hearing this, Yin Yuzhen pressed on, saying that her sister's last letter had included an elixir called the dust-leaving pill, and according to the contents of that letter, taking the pill would greatly increase the probability of successfully expelling the body's miasma. When used in conjunction with a body-purifying spirit pool, even someone of Li Fan's age would have a strong likelihood of success. With such a remarkable elixir in her possession, Li Fan asked why she herself had not taken it all this time. Yin Yuzhen answered simply that not everyone shared his obsession with pursuing immortality. Her own desire was to manage her business well and safeguard the heavenly treasure tower her sister had left behind. Li Fan nodded slightly, fully understanding that every person harbored different aspirations. Encouraged by his reaction, Yin Yuzhen asked with visible anticipation whether Li Fan had agreed to what she had been implying. But Li Fan stepped toward the door and replied calmly that he needed to return to his quarters to think it over, and that he would give her an answer in 3 days. They exchanged farewells after she agreed to wait, though inwardly she could only hope she had not misjudged the situation this time. Afterward, Li Fan made discreet inquiries and confirmed that Yin Yuzhen had indeed told the truth about the dust-leaving pill. 3 days later, Li Fan met Yin Yuzhen again and agreed to her proposal. They settled on clear terms. Before the body-purifying spirit pool opened, he would periodically help the heavenly treasure tower gather a specified quantity of treasures, and when the spirit pool was finally activated, Yin Yuzhen would hand over the dust-leaving pill to him. To demonstrate her sincerity, she produced the title deed to the Tingyu Tower, and since an agreement had already been reached, Li Fan no longer stood on ceremony and accepted it without hesitation. He relocated once more. The Tingyu Tower stood at the very center of Liuli Island. Though positioned within a bustling marketplace, it somehow carried the quiet seclusion of a retreat hidden deep in the mountains. During the year Li Fan resided there, he completed 3 of Liuli Island's official voyages, and each time he returned with several chests of treasure, stunning the entire island and successfully securing a fleet quota for the heavenly treasure tower. After that, whenever the tower's fleet put out to sea, Li Fan accompanied them, and within a single year, the Tianbao Lu amassed profits nearly equal to the combined earnings of the previous 5 years. At the same time, Li Fan established unquestioned authority within the heavenly treasure tower, earning a reputation that inspired both respect and fear among its members. He did not neglect cultivation either. Throughout that year, whenever he found spare moments, he diligently practiced the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation, until at last something occurred that filled him with joy. The charge progress of his truth-returning system accelerated. Previously, the system's charge had increased solely with the passage of time, reaching 100% every 20 years, and even after gradually climbing to its upper limit of 200%, it would not rise any further. Li Fan had spent just over a year in the cultivation world, so by that pattern, the charge progress should have been around 6 or 7%. Instead, he discovered it had reached 15%, nearly doubling the expected rate. Aside from the heart cleansing incantation, he had not encountered anything else that could influence the system, leaving only one plausible conclusion. Cultivating the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation could accelerate the charging speed of his truth-returning system. Moreover, it was not only the charge progress that changed. Both the upper limits of his physiological age and psychological age experienced noticeable growth. Time slipped by quietly in the rhythm of cultivation, and before long, only a single year remained before the opening of the body-purifying spirit pool. Yin Yuzhen came to him with clear delight, announcing that Liuli Island had released a list of materials required by the Immortal Master this time. Most of the listed items were fairly common, but one stood out: Star Sea Quicksand, which even Su Changyu had never heard of. It appeared that the key to securing a quota this round would hinge on obtaining the Star Sea Quicksand. Yin Yuzhen herself was unfamiliar with it as well, and it seemed they would have to consult someone from the W'nhua Chamber of Commerce for answers. Yin Yuzhen frowned and said the people of the W'nhua Chamber of Commerce were like reincarnated hungry ghosts, insatiably greedy, and Su Changyu feared they would have to pay a heavy price for informational supply. Yet regardless of the cost, Li Fan had already resolved that the Star Sea Quicksand must be obtained, because securing a quota for the body-purifying spirit pool was non-negotiable. The W'nhua Chamber of Commerce was not native to the Zhongyun Sea at all, but originated from a continent tens of thousands of miles away, and it was said to be backed by an immortal master, which explained how it could traverse endless oceans to conduct business even on remote Liuli Island. They still had a year to prepare, and a merchant envoy from the W'nhua Chamber would pass through the Zhongyun Sea in 3 months, so Yin Yuzhen planned to make contact at that time. Li Fan, however, cautioned that they could not pin all their hopes on the W'nhua Chamber of Commerce alone. Over the past year, Liuli Island had accepted numerous refugees from across the Zhongyun Sea, and among them there might be someone who recognized the Star Sea Quicksand, so inquiries should be made discreetly. At the same time, other factions on the island would undoubtedly be searching for the same item, and those movements needed to be closely monitored as well. Once the list of required materials for the body-purifying spirit pool was published, the news spread rapidly throughout Liuli Island. Even ordinary townsfolk who paid no attention to such matters learned that the major powers were scrambling to find something called Star Sea Quicksand. By chance, Xiao Hang overheard mention of the Star Sea quicksand and promptly went to visit Li Fan at the Ting Yu Tower. Li Fan asked what business brought him there, and Xiao Hang said he had recently heard that Li Fan was searching for the Star Sea quicksand. Li Fan acknowledged it and added that, given his age, if he wished to step onto the path of cultivation, the body-purifying spirit pool was his only chance. He then asked directly whether Xiao Hang knew anything about the Star Sea quicksand. Xiao Hang explained that when the Immortal Master had descended upon their Dali land, he had declared that as long as they gathered the materials he required, he would take a group of people with him into the cultivation world, and among those materials had been the Star Sea quicksand. Li Fan frowned slightly and said he had no recollection of that. Xiao Hang replied that by the time the list was publicly announced, several items had already been removed and reserved as special quotas, distributed among the major noble families of Dali, and the Prince of Jian's manor, where he had belonged, had been assigned the task of collecting the Star Sea quicksand. Upon hearing this, Li Fan told him to state his conditions. Yet Xiao Hang hesitated, recalling how, when Su Changyu had died and was nearly consigned to burial at sea, it was Li Fan who had paid for his gravesite, a kindness he regarded as a favor owed. He admitted he should not be doing this, but life on Liuli Island was truly harsh, and unlike Li Fan, he possessed no remarkable abilities to rely upon. Xiao Hang was still living in the slums, and before he could continue circling around his request, Li Fan grasped his meaning and cut him off gently, saying there was no need to say more because he understood his difficulties and was determined to obtain the item. So as long as Xiao Hang could provide a useful clue, he could name whatever he required in return and Li Fan would do his utmost to fulfill it. Overjoyed, Xiao Hang thanked him in advance and began to share what he knew. The Star Sea quicksand was not actually rare. It was simply that the Immortal Master used a different name for it than mortals did, because what they called Star Sea quicksand was in fact meteorite iron fallen from the sky. Intrigued, Li Fan asked whether any piece of meteorite iron would suffice and whether there were additional conditions. Xiao Hang replied that there were, then carefully listed them one by one. First, the meteorite iron's appearance had to be intact and presentable, since a pitted or uneven surface would not qualify. Second, a single piece had to weigh at least 50 jin. Li Fan listened attentively and committed every detail to memory. When Xiao Hang finished, Li Fan thanked him and asked what he wished to receive in exchange. Xiao Hang hesitated, then nervously said he only wanted a decent courtyard to live in and a somewhat easier job, and if possible, a few servants to help manage the courtyard. Li Fan felt faintly amused and relieved that the son of the dignified Prince of Jian asked for nothing more than this modest arrangement, even suggesting that he could request a bit more while Li Fan still held influence within the Heavenly Treasure Tower. But Xiao Hang shook his head, saying he knew his own limits, and that being able to eat well and live without exhausting himself was already enough. If he suddenly possessed wealth that stirred envy, it might bring disaster instead. Li Fan did not press further, and after a few more polite exchanges, Xiao Hang took his leave. As he departed, Li Fan asked whether he had any intention of cultivating, since after enduring so many hardships to reach the cultivation world, it would be a pity if he had come for nothing. Xiao Hang admitted he had no interest in immortal cultivation for now, adding that merely reading the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation made him drowsy. Once Xiao Hang was gone, Li Fan went directly to the Heavenly Treasure Tower, and when Yin Yuzhen heard that the so-called Star Sea quicksand was actually meteorite iron, she remained cautious, pointing out that Xiao Hang could be deceiving them and that the information still required verification. Li Fan then reminded her that the merchant envoy from the Wenhu Chamber of Commerce would soon arrive on Liuli Island, and when he did, they could test the matter by probing him. Yin Yuzhen agreed with the plan, though she added that if they could confirm the truth without spending a large sum, that would naturally be preferable. No matter what, they still had to secretly acquire meteorite iron that met the required standards, and although very few people knew about this for now, that secrecy would not last forever. When making the purchases, they would blend the meteorite iron in with other goods to mislead observers and confuse the public, and at the same time send people to spread false rumors about Star Sequin throughout the market to thoroughly muddy the waters. Yin Yuzhen listened, delighted and deeply impressed by Li Fan's line of thinking, her earlier judgment that he was no ordinary mortal becoming even more certain. Before this, she had only known that Li Fan possessed the spirit-channeling treasure physique, yet she had not expected him to also carry a strategy so airtight for every situation. Curiosity stirred within her about what Li Fan had been doing before arriving on Liuli Island, but when she asked, he simply answered that he used to teach people how to read, prompting Yin Yuzhen to pout in clear irritation, because she obviously did not believe such a perfunctory reply. With that, Li Fan prepared to leave, telling Yin Yuzhen to handle everything from here on out since he needed to return to cultivation and did not wish to be disturbed unless something truly special occurred, and he casually reminded her to also take care of the matter he had promised Xiaoan. Yin Yuzhen felt that anything connected to Li Fan somehow always led toward promising success, yet she could not understand how even something as minor as helping Shirao could possibly count as a matter of great auspiciousness. Had her ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity malfunctioned? Ever since she was young, Yin Yuzhen had possessed the ability to sense whether events carried good or ill fortune, although she could not detect treasures the way her sister could. Ever since meeting Li Fan, every single task he entrusted to her had radiated signs of immense auspiciousness. She also knew clearly that before encountering Li Fan, she had never once come across an event marked by such overwhelming fortune. And while she had no idea what heights Li Fan might reach in the future, she trusted her intuition completely and resolved to support him with everything she had. With Yin Yuzhen's authorization, the Tianbao Lu began operating at full capacity, and the Heavenly Treasure Tower flooded the market with fabricated news about Star Sequent. Aware that there could be a trap hidden beneath the rumors, many factions initially chose to remain cautious and observe. Yet one faction adopted the mindset of buying first and worrying later, reasoning that even if the information proved false they could simply resell the goods. That decision triggered large-scale purchases of items connected to the circulating rumors, and once others saw this movement, they could no longer remain idle and joined the buying frenzy as well, causing prices across Liuli Island to soar while disorder spread everywhere. Meanwhile, the architect behind the entire upheaval, Li Fan himself, stayed quietly inside the Tingyu Tower and focused solely on cultivation, unmoved by the chaos outside. It was not until 3 months later that Yin Yuzhen finally reached out to the merchant walker from the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce, and early that morning, she and Li Fan boarded a small boat from the Heavenly Treasure Tower, left Liuli Island, and headed north for dozens of miles to the agreed-upon sea region, where they saw a flying ark suddenly materialize in the sky before being welcomed aboard. After all, it had been a long time since he last saw shopkeeper Yin Yuzhen, and as the flying ark drifted in above them before slowly descending to rest on the surface of the sea, Yin Yuzhen secretly let out a teasing laugh to herself, assuming that Fan must be stunned at the sight of a flying ark for the first time. Yet when she glanced at him and saw absolutely no reaction on his face, she felt that familiar irritation rise again at Li Fan's perpetually expressionless demeanor, silently, wondering what on earth was wrong with him. Once aboard, the merchant walker and Yin Yuzhen exchanged greetings, noting that 3 years had passed since their last contact and remarking on how quickly time flies, before his attention shifted to Li Fan as he inquired about his identity. Yin Yuzhen introduced Li Fan as an elder hired by the Heavenly Treasure Tower, and upon hearing this, the merchant walker formally presented himself to Li Fan, then turned to Yin Yuzhen and explained that they needed to inspect the goods immediately, because after this transaction, it might become difficult for them to meet again. Yin Xian quickly asked what he meant by that and whether some unforeseen incident had occurred, but the merchant walker replied that he did not know the specific reason, only that a few days ago he had suddenly received notice from headquarters ordering all merchant walkers in the Zhumyun Sea to cease operations at once and return as soon as possible. Had he not already arranged this trade with Yin Yuzhen, he would have been on his way back by now, so they could not afford any delay and had to complete the transaction quickly. This news unsettled Yin Yuzhen, because the reason the Heavenly Treasure Tower had flourished on Liuli Island was precisely due to the backing of the W'nhua Chamber of Commerce, and if the W'nhua Chamber of Commerce was now abruptly withdrawing from the Zhumyun Sea, she could not help but worry about what would become of their business in the future. More troubling still, her ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity had shown absolutely no reaction this time, which only deepened her unease. The merchant walker called out to Enujian, snapping her from her thoughts, and she promptly apologized for her distraction before gesturing for them to proceed to inspect the goods. Inside the ship's cabin, Li Fan guided the merchant walker past the various items, presenting 16 pairs of jade discs, 23 pieces of coral, and 4 to 6 luminous pearls, before finally revealing 3 pieces of star sea quicksand, which immediately left the merchant walker stunned as he hurried forward to examine them personally. When he casually lifted one piece, Li Fan was inwardly shocked, because each of these meteorite iron chunks weighed at least 50 jin. Yet in the merchant walker's hands they seemed as light as toys. After examining all 3 pieces, the merchant walker expressed clear satisfaction and admiration, praising Yin Yuzhen for her good fortune this time, and remarking that being able to gather such fine star sea quicksand was truly impressive. However, without realizing it, he had indirectly confirmed that Xiao Heng's intelligence was accurate, and Li Fan and Enuyan exchanged looks filled with unmistakable delight. In any case, the merchant walker was thoroughly pleased with the goods provided by the Heavenly Treasure Tower on this occasion. Since the two sides would not be seeing each other again for a long time, the merchant walker extended a special invitation for Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen to remain as honored guests aboard the W'nhua Chamber of Commerce's flying ark, and after they had eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, he personally escorted them to the ark's warehouse, showing them the various items he had acquired while traveling across the islands of the Zhumyun Sea. Some of the goods were clearly priceless, while the purpose of others remained unknown even to him, as Wu admitted that he had purchased certain pieces simply because they looked unusual. In any case, he told them that if they were interested, they could choose a few items from the collection. Yin Yuzhen was instantly overjoyed, her eyes nearly sparkling as her ability to seek good fortune and avoid evil reacted with unusual excitement, making her feel as though she had stumbled into a jar of rice like a lucky rat. Li Fan, noticing her unabashed delight, could not help but sigh with faint amusement, because to him every item in this warehouse was nothing more than a mortal treasure and therefore unworthy of his attention. Yet seeing her enthusiasm, he decided he might as well accompany her for a casual look. Wu informed them that they would have the time of 1 stick of incense to browse freely, and as they walked among the goods, Yin Yuzhen paused at a jade bracelet and remarked that it was beautifully crafted, to which Li Fan added that the material itself was also of decent quality. However, after experiencing 300 years of cycles, Li Fan had long since grown indifferent to mortal treasures, caring only for items connected to immortal cultivation and dismissing everything else without a second thought. Still, while idly picking up a blue pearl to pass the time, his eyes suddenly widened as the system's voice sounded in his mind, informing him that it had detected a chargeable item, revealing that the blue pearl in his hand was in fact a wondrous item of heaven and earth, a sangi pearl of net level, and even presenting him with the option to recharge it. Li Fan was momentarily shaken by the realization that the object he held was a genuine heavenly treasure still in the process of incubation and not yet fully formed, but he quickly suppressed his excitement, carefully masking any change in expression as he placed the pearl back among the other items with apparent indifference. Feigning disinterest, he casually examined nearby objects until the merchant walker announced that their time had expired, and throughout it all, he did not cast another glance at the sangi pearl. When asked whether he truly did not intend to select a few pieces, after all, it was rare for the merchant walker to be so generous, and such an opportunity might never come again. Wu clapped a hand onto Li Fan's shoulder with a hearty laugh, echoing Yin Yuzhen's sentiment and saying that entering a treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed would practically be an insult to him. Since the merchant walker insisted so warmly, refusing would indeed seem impolite. So Li Fan casually pointed to the Kangay pearl and a jade tree statue as his chosen items. Wu praised him for having a discerning eye and added that he had discovered that ancient tree jade statue on a desolate island at the northernmost edge of the Tsongyun Sea. Wu explained that the jade statue had been worshipped by a primitive tribe on that island for thousands of years and was said to possess a certain miraculous quality, adding that if an ordinary person kept it at home, it could calm the mind and strengthen the body. When Li Fan inquired about the Sanghi pearl, Wu replied casually that he had purchased it from a fisherman on Luan Island, prompting Li Fan to gaze at the pearl with undisguised curiosity. With that, the transaction was formally concluded. The Tianhua Chamber of Commerce acquired a substantial batch of treasures, while Inyuian received a large sum of gold and silver along with several selected items. On their return journey, despite having gained so much, Yin Yuzhen found it difficult to conceal her concern, and Li Fan quickly discerned the reason. Asking whether she was troubled about the future business of the Heavenly Treasure Tower, she admitted that he was correct, because without the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce, they would lose a vital sales channel, and she simply could not understand why it had chosen to withdraw so suddenly from the Tsongyun Sea. Li Fan told her not to burden herself excessively, reminding her that when a cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a path forward. They arrived at Lei Island under the cover of night, and Li Fan immediately returned to the Tingyu Tower. His original purpose in making this trip had merely been to confirm whether the star sequin was truly meteorite iron. Yet he had unexpectedly come away with a treasure, and encountering the Sanghi pearl had been an especially pleasant surprise. What puzzled him, however, was what made this tiny bead so special and why it bore the name Sanghi. Could it be that it truly contained an ocean within? Just then, a faint rustling sound followed by a knock at his door snapped him to attention. It was not yet dawn, and he wondered who would disturb him at such an hour. Drawing a short knife, Li Fan demanded to know who was outside, only to hear that it was Xiao Hang, who urgently needed to speak with him. Li Fan opened the door and allowed him in, and the moment Xiao Hang stepped inside, he hurriedly revealed that news of them being smuggled from the departed realm to Lui Island had been exposed. Li Fan immediately asked who had spread the information, but Xiao Hang admitted he did not know. Now, however, everyone on the island was aware that they were not natives of the cultivation world and had arrived on Lai Island through the Tianbao Lu, and rumors claimed that the Immortal Master was enraged and intended to arrest and execute them all. Li Fan considered the situation briefly before telling Xiao Hang not to panic, because in his view, it was not a serious problem. Confused, Xiao Hang asked how he could be so certain, and Li Fan calmly explained that if the Immortal Master truly meant to kill them, their heads would have been separated from their bodies long ago, and moreover, why would he allow them to hear the news and discuss possible countermeasures? As Li Fan saw it, this affair was not aimed at them at all. The real target behind the spread of this information appeared to be the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Without providing Xiao Hang with much explanation, Li Fan rushed toward the Heavenly Treasure Tower, a sense of urgency propelling him forward. And, as was to be expected, Yin Yuzhen had already received word of the event unfolding. It seemed that the various factions on the island had quickly learned of the fabricated rumors about the Star Sea quicksand, and the truth was now out. This false information, in fact, had been planted by the Heavenly Treasure Tower itself. Naturally, these factions, unwilling to accept being manipulated, weren't about to let this deception go unnoticed, and so, in secret, they spread even more damaging rumors, accusing the tower of running a smuggling operation involving mortals. The goal was clear: force the Heavenly Treasure Tower into a corner, demanding a portion of the Star Sea quicksand in exchange for their silence. Thankfully, the tower had anticipated this kind of backlash, and as a precaution, they had already taken the initiative, gathering an ample supply of the substance. Now, with no shortage to hold back, the tower was in a position to sacrifice a portion of the quicksand, allowing the factions to scramble over it, like dogs fighting over scraps. The chaos this would create would inevitably lead to infighting among the various powers. 3 days later, the Heavenly Treasure Tower arranged a meeting with the competing forces on Liuli Island, making its intentions clear. The tower proposed that, While they would hand over a portion of the Star Sea quicksand, they required something of equal value in return from the other parties. Moreover, the division of the quicksand among the factions was to be left entirely to their discretion. As an additional stipulation, they demanded that one spot in the body-purifying spirit pool be reserved for the Heavenly Treasure Tower. This demand wasn't particularly harsh, and after a brief round of discussions, the factions quickly reached an agreement. A price was paid, several dozen pieces of meteorite iron, securing the Heavenly Treasure Tower's position, and, just like that, they were free from the chaotic mess they had instigated. Almost immediately, rumors of the island's smuggling operations evaporated into nothingness. Time moved swiftly, and before long, the day arrived when the spirit pool was to be opened. Li Fan, now holding the dust-leaving pill given to him by Yin Yuzhen, was urged to take it quickly. Li Fan, who had waited long for this moment, was overwhelmed with a sense of disbelief. It all seemed so surreal. After today, after this single step, he would finally rid himself of the miasmas that had plagued him and truly set foot on the path to immortal cultivation. It was a moment years in the making, and yet it still felt like a dream. With the dust-leaving pill in hand, Li Fan swallowed it and, under the guidance of a designated escort, entered the central spell formation on the Uli Island. 13 individuals in total were entering the formation. Of those, Li Fan was the only one who wasn't a teenager. In an instant, their surroundings changed, shifting as though they had traveled through time and space. The once bustling market vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a dense forest of towering trees, their deep green foliage surrounding them on all sides. Without a word, the group began to climb, following a narrow stone staircase that wound up the mountainside. For the next 4 hours, they ascended relentlessly, never once pausing for a break. The youths, who appeared to be in the prime of their youth, showed no signs of fatigue, their bodies hardened and conditioned by years of training. But for Li Fan, who was no longer in the bloom of youth, every step grew heavier, and soon enough, he was panting with effort, struggling to keep up. He could barely manage to avoid falling behind as the others surged ahead, effortlessly maintaining the pace. 2 hours later, at long last, they reached the summit. It was a modest clearing, little more than a patch of open ground, with no sign of the grandiose destination Li Fan had been expecting. The crowd stood scattered across the peak, a strange sense of congestion filling the air despite the wide open space. This peak, the highest among the mountains, offered a commanding view, yet it was nothing but an endless, rolling expanse of white clouds. The wind howled, wild and free, as the sea of clouds shifted, occasionally parting to reveal distant mountain tops that rose like isolated islands in the vastness. It was a scene of breathtaking, unearthly beauty. And then, as though summoned by the very air itself, the immortal master appeared. His arrival was sudden, almost as if he had materialized out of thin air, a figure both commanding and serene. He surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze before asking their thoughts on the scenery before them. The guardian of Liuli Island, the immortal master He Zhenghao, greeted the assembly with a stiff, practiced smile, the crowd bowing respectfully in return. The usual flattery followed, voices filled with reverence as they praised the sight before them, declaring that it was indeed an immortal holy land, unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The sight stirred their hearts, they said, filling them with a deep, inexplicable excitement. He Zhenghao, his movements graceful as ever, walked toward the edge of the cliff, and the crowd quickly parted to give him space. His gaze turned outward, seemingly lost in thought, before he began speaking again. He told them that when he had first come to Liuli Island, this very peak had been nothing but a small, insignificant rise, situated far below the sea of clouds. He then posed a question to them. Did they know that the mountains and rivers of the world, like people, could grow taller over time? His words sent ripples through the crowd, many of them pausing to mutter amongst themselves, bewildered by the suggestion that these vast, eternal mountains were living things in their own right, slowly changing, growing, evolving. He Zhenghao smiled knowingly at the reactions, his voice steady as he continued. He explained that some mountains, much like people, reached a point where they could go no further, that their growth was destined to end, unable to rise above the level they had reached. Yet others, seemingly no more than humble earthen mounds, held infinite potential, their true destiny unknown. Who could say that, in time, they wouldn't grow to become towering peaks, supporting the heavens themselves? He spoke of Shahe Mountain, once insignificant and unremarkable, but now standing proudly as a dominant force among all the others, gazing down upon them from its lofty height. Yet, He Zhenghao pointed out, not all mountains were destined to rise. The majority, like the countless peaks hidden beneath the sea of clouds, were destined to remain as mere footnotes in the grand tapestry of the world, silent observers, forever looking upward at the towering mountains that rose above them. If mountains can be like this, He Zhenghao continued, his voice growing more solemn, then what of people? A quiet hush fell over the group, and He Zhenghao turned his gaze upon them once more, speaking of their fortunes. Today, they were fortunate enough to step into the spirit pool and cleanse themselves of the miasmas that had tainted their bodies. But whether they could walk the path of immortality, achieve the great Daoxian of longevity, or even reach their fullest potential was not something that could be determined by anyone but themselves. Their future, their achievements, their very fate, would depend on their own fortune. It was a journey they would have to take on their own, with no guarantees of success. He Jinghao paused, letting his words sink in before he concluded. Whatever may come in the future, remember this. Today, you must give everything you have. With that, he dismissed them, signaling that they could proceed. The crowd, still absorbing the weight of his words, remained in place, unsure of what to do next. Finally, a young man, clearly filled with reverence, stepped forward and asked, "Master, where's the body-purifying spirit pool?" To everyone's surprise, He Jinghao gestured casually toward the edge of the cliff. "It's right there," he said, his voice calm and unhurried, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. A murmur of disbelief spread through the group. The cliff. Was the Immortal Master serious? Another young man, visibly skeptical, stepped forward and asked, "Master, are you joking?" He Jinghao's expression darkened in an instant. Without a word, he raised his hand, and in that single, fluid motion, the young man's head was severed from his body, flying into the air as blood splattered across the ground in an instant. The crowd froze, horrified, as the body crumpled to the earth, the severed head rolling lifelessly to the side. There was no time for hesitation, no time for second thoughts. He Jinghao had spoken, and his will was as sharp and unyielding as the mountains themselves. The lesson had been taught. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, the entire group, except for Li Fan, was struck with an overwhelming sense of terror. The sight was enough to paralyze anyone who had a shred of fear left within them, and it was immediately apparent that the young man, whose fate now lay in front of them in such a horrifying display, had been used as nothing more than a scapegoat, a pawn in the hands of those who had sent him here, intended to serve as a brutal lesson for the others, a lesson that would be carved into their memories forever, a lesson about the harsh, unforgiving nature of the path they had chosen. The others, trembling, panicked, immediately knelt, their knees hitting the ground with a force that sent echoes through the air, bowing low, their faces pressed to the earth, begging for their lives, their voices trembling as they pleaded for mercy. They begged the Immortal Master for forgiveness, promising to never question his authority again, promising to never challenge him again, to accept whatever he dictated without hesitation, without a second thought. With a gaze colder than the most bitter winter winds, the Immortal Master, He Jinghao, watched them for a moment, his eyes unblinking, before speaking, his voice cold, carrying with it the weight of untold wisdom, reminding them that this was a lesson they would need to remember for the rest of their lives, for the path they had chosen, the path of cultivation, required more than just strength or determination. It demanded sharp judgment, the ability to discern between what should and should not be said, between what was safe to think and what could spell their downfall. He told them, in no uncertain terms, that they needed to understand the consequences of their actions, to understand the value of restraint, and to never, ever wait until their bodies had been broken, until their Daoxian had dissipated, to blame him for not teaching them this lesson sooner. For this was the way of the world. They must be aware of the consequences long before they ever reach the point of no return. The moment He Jinghao finished speaking, the others remained on their knees, their heads still bowed, while Li Fan, the only one left standing, looked at the Immortal Master with quiet respect. Li Fan's gaze held no trace of fear or hesitation, and when he spoke, it was with the calmness of someone who had already accepted his fate, someone who understood that this moment, this lesson, was something beyond the pain of the present. As the group watched in stunned silence, Li Fan walked with steady steps past the Immortal Master, his movements graceful and determined, without a flicker of doubt. He reached the cliff's edge without faltering, and, in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, he took his first step into the void, into the unknown. Contrary to what everyone had expected, Li Fan did not plummet to his death. Instead, he was gently supported by the vast sea of clouds beneath him, which seemed to pulse with life, shifting and swirling in a way that suggested it had a consciousness of its own, an awareness of his presence. As he placed his other foot onto the clouds, they shifted beneath him, coalescing into something solid, something that held him up with an unwavering strength, and as his feet settled on the cloud, a gust of white misty wind surged up from below, sending him soaring into the clouds, propelling him forward into the vast, unending sea of mist. The others, still frozen in awe, could do nothing but watch as the scene unfolded before them. Li Fan, as if guided by an unseen force, moved effortlessly through the clouds, his body light as air, and though his mind was consumed with the realization of the immense risk he had just taken, he felt a calmness that could only come from deep within, from the understanding that he was not alone in this moment. In the midst of their amazement, He Jinghao, the Immortal Master, quietly acknowledged Li Fan's composure, his inner strength, and his exceptional disposition. Yet, there was a tinge of regret as well, a silent acknowledgement that Li Fan, though remarkable in his bearing, was perhaps too old to truly reach the heights that his potential might have otherwise allowed. As the group continued to watch, Li Fan's figure gradually became smaller in the distance, disappearing into the endless expanse of clouds. The Immortal Master turned towards the remaining group, his expression unreadable as he surveyed their faces, which had gone pale with the realization that this trial, this so-called body-purifying spirit pool, was not just another test, but a life-or-death opportunity, one that required urgency and focus. He told them, in no uncertain terms, that those who entered the pool first would receive more of the spirit liquid, and therefore, they should hurry, should not waste another second lingering in hesitation. With that, the crowd, filled with a new sense of desperation, scrambled toward the sea of clouds, pushing and shoving in their frantic rush to claim what they hoped would be their salvation. Meanwhile, Li Fan, still engulfed by the vast sea of clouds, felt the swirling mist around him grow denser, the white clouds drawing in towards him as though they were following some unknown command. The clouds gathered, coalescing into a pool of white spirit liquid that seemed to rise around him, embracing him. As he stood within it, Li Fan felt an unexpected sense of comfort, a warmth that enveloped him like the gentle embrace of a mother's arms, soothing, relaxing, as though his very soul was at peace. The warmth spread through him, calming his mind and body, and for a moment, it felt as though he had found a sanctuary, a place where the worries of the world could not reach him. But that peace was fleeting, for the warmth began to shift, slowly at first, then with growing intensity, transforming into a heat that bordered on unbearable. The heat surged within him, scalding, burning, as though the very core of his being was being set aflame. It spread through his veins, searing every inch of his body, tearing through his nerves like molten lava. The pain was indescribable, a torment that seemed to tear him apart from the inside out. In that moment, all of Li Fan's resolve was put to the test, but he held fast, refusing to give in to the agony that threatened to overwhelm him. His mind screamed out for release, for the comfort of his truth returning. But he knew, deep down, that this suffering, this excruciating pain, was not in vain. It was the culmination of 300 years of searching, of struggle, and the moment he had long awaited. With a roar born of unwavering resolve, Li Fan clung to his purpose, his determination burning brighter than the pain that racked his body. No matter the cost, no matter the agony, he would not yield. His dream, the dream of immortality, the dream of eternal life, was worth everything, even if it meant enduring suffering beyond human comprehension. The pain coursed through him like 1,000 blades, each strike slicing deeper into his very soul, splitting it into pieces that multiplied infinitely, never stopping, never letting up. Every moment felt like an eternity, and yet, his obsession, that unrelenting drive, held him together, urging him to press on, to endure, no matter the torment. His consciousness, a fragile thread, began to fracture, splintering under the weight of the pain. Yet, at the very precipice of losing himself, the fire in his heart blazed brighter. His instincts took over, a spark of clarity cutting through the chaos, and he began to channel the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation. In that instant, something inside him shifted. His consciousness, which had felt on the verge of vanishing, found something solid, something stable to cling to. It reformed, grew stronger, more centered. Even in the depths of unconsciousness, Li Fan stood firm, like a lone reef in the ocean, unwavering in the face of relentless waves, the storm crashing against him. Yet he did not falter, did not break. The days bled into each other. 3 passed in the blink of an eye. Out of the 12 who had entered the spirit pool with him, 11 had already emerged, some successful, others failing. 7 had already fallen short. And yet, Li Fan remained, still submerged, still enduring, still fighting against the forces tearing at him. It was a brutal test. The older a mortal was, the more deeply the immortal mortal miasma became entrenched in their flesh. The body-purifying spirit pool was designed to expel this miasma, but in doing so, it utterly destroyed the physical body, reshaping it with the regenerative power it contained. The pain was unimaginable, a suffering that no mortal was meant to endure. But Li Fan had lasted 3 full days, enduring the onslaught of the spirit pool's ravaging power. He Zhenghao, watching from the distance, was stunned. He had never expected such resilience, such unwavering will from the older man. It was beyond what he had anticipated. In that moment, He Zhenghao began to think that if Li Fan could survive this trial and succeed in purifying his body, advancing to the foundation establishment stage would be an easy feat. Perhaps even the golden core stage would be within his reach. But the days stretched on, and another 3 passed. He Zhenghao, now truly astounded, found himself caught between admiration and disbelief. He had expected Li Fan to falter, to break, but the man's life force remained steady, unyielding. If it weren't for the subtle aura of life still emanating from Li Fan, He Zhenghao might have rushed in to see what was happening inside the spirit pool, but Li Fan's stability kept him at bay. Another 3 days passed, and He Zhenghao was left speechless. The body-purifying spirit pool, created by the celestial venerable Dongji of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, was not a flawed creation. It was supposed to be a reliable, unyielding force. Yet, here was Li Fan, still holding on, still alive, after so much time. Could it be possible that someone could endure this trial for so long? A total of 9 days had passed. The materials that sustained the spirit pool spell formation were beginning to run out, and if the formation faltered, it would be Li Fan's misfortune, nothing more. He Jinghao, watching this extraordinary display of will, couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. The time had come to make a decision. If Li Fan succeeded, He Jinghao would have to put aside his doubts and take a gamble on the man's future, a future that now seemed more promising than it had any right to be. He hoped, deeply, that Li Fan would not disappoint him. With that resolve, He Jinghao formed a series of intricate hand seals, and one by one, items that he had secretly stored away for himself, tools he had never intended to share, flew out from his storage, vanishing into the depths of the sea of clouds. It was a silent investment, a gesture of faith in Li Fan's potential, a hope that this decision would not be in vain. 2 more days passed, the clouds churning and swirling with a force that seemed to match the tension building in the air. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sea of clouds began to settle, the storm within it slowly calming. The white clouds, once chaotic, began to dance and gather together, coalescing with purpose. They enveloped Li Fan, lifting him gently, almost reverently, carrying him back to the peak of the mountain. As he emerged from the spirit pool, He Jinghao, watching intently, sensed something remarkable. Li Fan had no trace of immortal miasma in his body. His purification was complete. He Jinghao's laughter rang out, full of warmth and mirth, as he clapped Li Fan on the back, congratulating him. "Your shackles are gone," he said with a grin, "and now, you have hope for eternal life." Li Fan paused, his mind struggling to process the meaning behind the words. He stared at He Jinghao, confused by the sudden change in demeanor. Why was He Jinghao so polite, so effusive toward him now? Seeing the bewilderment on Li Fan's face, He Jinghao explained. He had spent a full 11 days inside the body-purifying spirit pool, long beyond what anyone would have dared, and even more remarkably, it was He Jinghao who had funded the extension of its materials. Li Fan's shock deepened as the realization hit him, though he had no idea what He Jinghao meant by his psychological age. That limitation had shattered the 100 mark, and now, it had nearly doubled, reaching an astounding 2,000 years. While He Jinghao continued to speak, Li Fan's attention wavered. His gaze flickered to the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation in his hands, only to find it transformed into the profound yellow heart refining incantation. But he didn't have time to dwell on it now. He'd study it in detail once he returned to the Tingyu Tower. With gratitude, Li Fan bowed, thanking He Jinghao for his immense kindness. "I will repay this favor in the future, no matter what it takes," he promised. He Jinghao, ever humble, waved off the thanks. "No need," he said. Then, with a deliberate gesture, he handed Li Fan the 5 Spirits Chi Sensing Method Manual, his tone shifting to something more serious. "Your next step after clearing the miasma," he began, "is to learn how to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You must guide that chi into your body." He Jinghao explained that this manual was a compilation of the previous generation's experiences, focusing on sensing spiritual energy. "Study it well," he instructed, "and take this." He pulled out a dust-leaving talisman, pressing it into Li Fan's hand. "Keep this with you. You'll still be living in the mundane world, among mortals. Over time, you're bound to be contaminated by miasma again." Li Fan examined the talisman closely. "This talisman will isolate the miasma," He Jinghao continued, "but it's only temporary. It will last about 5 years. Once you reach the chi condensation stage, come to find me here. I'll take you to our Myriad Immortals Alliance station at Wanxian Island, in the Kangyunyun Sea." He Jinghao paused, ensuring Li Fan understood the precautions of guiding chi into his body. After all the details were explained, Li Fan, sensing the moment to leave, nodded and made his way down the mountain. Watching him depart, He Jinghao murmured to himself, a touch of sadness in his voice. "The mountain's potential is exhausted now," he thought. "Time to find another." With that, He Jinghao soared into the sea of clouds, his hand sweeping through the mist below as he left the mountain behind. He Jinghao practiced the sitting mountain art, a cultivation method renowned for its unique approach. The essence of the art lay in sitting atop a mountain, allowing the success of the method to naturally unfold. To begin, he would choose a mountain peak, sit upright upon it, and run his cultivation method, spending years merging his aura with the mountain itself. As the mountain grew, inch by inch, his cultivation base would respond, increasing in tandem with its expansion. The method not only provided benefits from the mountain's growth but also granted rewards through aiding others. Helping Li Fan had been one such opportunity. If He Jinghao could break through to the chi condensation stage in the future, he would receive feedback from the unseen world, enhancing his cultivation without drawing from the other's energy. It wasn't a matter of stealing or absorbing the other's power but rather akin to how, when a man attains Dao Xian, even his chickens and dogs ascend. The more effort He Jinghao invested, the greater his rewards would be in the long run. This was why he was never hesitant to assist promising juniors, knowing the eventual return could be immense. After exiting the central spell formation, Li Fan returned quietly to the Tingyu Tower without alerting anyone. Once there, he immediately began to run the profound yellow heart refining incantation that had mysteriously appeared. As soon as he activated it, he noticed the distinct difference between this and the heart cleansing incantation. With the heart cleansing incantation, it took a fair amount of time and effort to calm the mind. But when the heart refining incantation was applied, it was as though his heart had transformed into a clear mirror. He felt his spirit grow stronger with every moment of cultivation. Li Fan couldn't help but wonder why the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation had turned into this magical, new technique. He pondered if the heart refining incantation was even considered an immortal cultivation method, as immortal techniques were typically singular, not shared by multiple practitioners. On the verge of crossing into the world of cultivators and gaining a technique as powerful as the profound yellow heart refining incantation, Li Fan found himself feeling somewhat lightheaded with excitement. However, his joy was short-lived. A few days later, he received a letter informing him that Xiao Heng had successfully guided Qi into his body and was already on his way to Wine Island. Li Fan remembered the simple demand Xiao Heng had made in exchange for his help, but he couldn't understand how Shirao had achieved such a feat. He had distinctly remembered Xiao Heng claiming he had no interest in immortal cultivation. Yet, despite his lack of desire for this path, Shirao had eliminated the miasma from his body and directly broken through to the Qi condensation stage. Li Fan was utterly clueless as to how this had happened, especially since their encounter had been relatively recent. The memory of that day was still fresh in his mind. He read the letter several times, each time more reluctantly accepting the fact, until he finally realized that after Li Fan had comforted Xiao Heng, the poor guy had returned home, restless and unable to sleep. Closing his eyes, a chilling image flashed before Xiao Heng's mind. The terrifying sight of an immortal master descending from the sky, his presence so overwhelming that it wiped out everyone from the departed realm. It was this vision that drove him, pushing him to seek peace, to escape the constant fear that haunted his every waking moment. In his desperation to find tranquility and to embrace the path of cultivation, he devoted himself fully to the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation. Less than a month later, to his astonishment, Xiao Heng had completely eliminated the miasma from his body. For the first time in what felt like forever, he enjoyed a peaceful sleep. Upon waking, he found that the Qi had been successfully guided into his body, marking his entry into the world of cultivation. But it wasn't until he tried to embrace a maid in his house, only to nearly kill her with a gentle hug, that he realized the profound change within him. His body had undergone a transformation, confirming what he had only suspected. He was now a cultivator. It was at this moment that he met the immortal master, He Zhenghao, who had been a part of Li Fan's journey. When He Zhenghao confirmed Xiao Heng's newfound abilities, he couldn't hide his regret. All the resources he had used to build karma with Li Fan, resources that could have helped Xiao Heng, had already been spent. If only he had known, he thought, he would have saved them for Shirao. Xiao Heng's aptitude was evident. It far surpassed Li Fan's by 100-fold. With that, He Zhenghao took Xiao Heng and floated away toward Wanxian Island. Before leaving, Xiao Heng expressed his gratitude to Li Fan once more, acknowledging that all of his success was entirely due to the protection Li Fan had provided. Xiao Heng, aware that Li Fan had also eliminated the miasma from his own body, was confident that he would soon break through to the Qi condensation stage. Shirao promised that he would continue moving forward and await Li Fan's arrival at Wanxian Island. When that day came, if Li Fan had any requests, Xiao Heng would not hesitate to fulfill them, even at the cost of his life. Though Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sting of frustration seeing Xiao Heng's quick rise, part of him also wondered if this was the kind of legendary talent that many spoke of. How easily the young man seemed to stumble into immortal cultivation. It was both infuriating and awe-inspiring. But Li Fan knew his path wasn't one of raw talent alone. What he relied on was the endless opportunities granted by his truth returning. With Huanzhen's power at his side, he knew that no matter how gifted Xiao Heng was, he had the strength to surpass him. For now, though, Li Fan had to focus. The next step was guiding Qi into his own body. He pulled out the 5 spirits Qi sensing method manual He Zhenghao had given him. The book explained that in ancient times, only those with spirit roots could cultivate. These roots, bestowed by the heavens, were the key to a cultivator's power. There were 5 common spirit roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with rare mutated roots such as thunder, wind, and darkness. Each spirit root, a gift from the heavens, held the potential to shape a cultivator's destiny. Only the fortunate few, those favored by the heavens, could perceive the laws of heaven and earth and claim the qualification to ascend to immortality. The vast majority of mortals, however, were bound to live their lives without ever touching the path to immortality, doomed to hope for what they could never attain. Was that fair? Yet, in ancient times, an immortal venerable emerged. This immortal, embodying the very will of heaven and earth, saw the plight of countless mortals who had no hope of seeking immortality. With boldness, He imparted the Daoxian to the masses, teaching the path of longevity. He did not beg the heavens for immortality. He intended to take it himself. For in his eyes, obeying the heavens kept one mortal, but defying them brought the promise of becoming immortal. Thus began the journey to immortality, absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth, controlling its chi, borrowing the wonders of the universe to build a Daoxian foundation, prying into the laws of the cosmos to refine the golden core. Through seizing the essence of heaven and earth, one could form the soul, extracting its marrow to obtain its spirit. Sacrificing the soul of heaven and earth, they would merge their body with the Daoxian. Finally, by reversing the very principles of heaven and earth, they would prove their longevity. Li Fan's hand trembled as he dropped the record book, his expression one of shock and horror. The cultivation method described in the book was unlike anything he had ever imagined. No wonder he had always felt something strange upon encountering cultivators from this world. The heavenly Daoxian here seemed to harbor an almost palpable malice towards cultivators. The law that immortal techniques could not be cultivated by more than one person, the strange phenomenon where the sky would light up after a cultivator's death, the bizarre miasma that afflicted mortals and caused harm to cultivators, it all pointed to one inescapable conclusion. The principles of heaven and earth were reversed to prove immortality. The following pages describe the 5 spirits chi sensing method. If a mortal, after eliminating the miasma, could not guide the chi into their body, they could nurture their own 5 spirits, forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine it and break through to the chi condensation stage. These 5 spirits, however, were not ethereal forces but emotions deeply ingrained within the human heart: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and solipsism. These emotions were inexhaustible, ceaseless, and hidden deep within every human heart. The 5 spirits chi sensing method used these very emotions as fuel to cultivate the root of heaven and earth within the Dantian. Once the root was formed, it created a direct link between the cultivator's Dantian and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This connection allowed the cultivator to forcibly draw in the energy around them and transform it for their own use. The path to immortality now hinged on controlling these 5 spirits, using them as the core of their cultivation. Those with superior aptitude could cultivate the root of heaven and earth in a single day and night, stepping onto the immortal path with ease. Through daily effort and persistence, even those with no cultivation aptitude could form their own connection with the heavens in a decade. But for Li Fan, after 3 full years of grinding effort, he still hadn't managed to successfully guide chi into his body. The 5 spirits chi sensing method relied on the 5 emotions as fuel to form the root of heaven and earth. But Li Fan's heart remained as still as water. Having cultivated the heart-cleansing incantation, he found his emotions were scarce, leaving little fuel for his cultivation. Stuck in a prolonged state of quietude, Li Fan decided to go out for a walk, hoping the change of scenery would bring clarity. To his surprise, he encountered Zheng Haobo, the captain of the Zhongyun ship. Zheng Haobo was overjoyed to see him after such a long time without contact, and Li Fan, equally pleased, asked how he had been faring over the past few years. Zheng Haobo scratched his head nervously, admitting that the fleet's profits had been very good recently. Of course, it's thanks to your blessings, Li Fan, he added. Your deeds have drawn many young people eager to join the fleet, and as a result, our treatment and status on the island have improved. But Zheng Haobo went on to explain that he and his crew on the Tangyuan ship were planning to leave the island. The news caught Li Fan off guard. Life had been going well for them, so why leave now? He asked Zheng Haobo what had prompted such a decision. Zheng Haobo hesitated before speaking honestly, revealing that the crew had encountered a series of strange events while out at sea. The last few times we went out, we'd catch 1,000 genes of fish in a single net. 9 out of 10 nets were like this, with all kinds of fish. It's as if every fish in the sea is fleeing a disaster, gathering together. The crew, having lived on the island for years and knowing the surrounding waters well, had noticed something unsettling. The hidden reefs around the island, which they had been familiar with since childhood, had started to change. More reefs had begun to appear, and though water level changes were common every year, this year's changes felt unusual, stirring worry among the crew. However, there was one more thing that troubled them even more. In the past 3 years, not a single windstorm has occurred, Zheng Haobo said, his voice low. It's not just the sea around the island, but the entire Zhongyun Sea. The windstorms seem to have disappeared completely. It's as if they've gone extinct. The idea of windstorms vanishing entirely struck Li Fan as odd, but as he mulled it over, it seemed to confirm a growing suspicion in his mind. The strange absence of storms, coupled with the abnormal changes in the sea, felt like the prelude to something much larger, a mystery waiting to unfold. Zheng Haobo added that since the day he was born, windstorms had never ceased in the Zhongyun Sea. Some years saw over a dozen storms, and even in the quietest years, there were still 2 or 3. But now, for the past 3 years, not a single windstorm had occurred. On the island, some people were celebrating this as the Immortal Master's protection, but Zheng Haobo and his crew felt differently. They believed the absence of storms was far too abnormal. Something big was about to happen. Li Fan, calm as ever, shared his thoughts with Zhang Haobo, suggesting that the island was protected by the Island Protection Grand Formation, and with the Immortal Master He Zhenghao overseeing it, any potential threat could likely be dealt with. However, he also acknowledged that leaving one's homeland was no trivial matter. He advised Zhang Haobo to think carefully before making a final decision. Zhang Haobo took Li Fan's words to heart, agreeing to consult with his crew before deciding whether to leave or stay. The brief interlude passed, and Li Fan returned to his cultivation. Time continued to move forward, and after another year, Yin Yuzhen finally returned to Yellen Island, full of energy, having regained her position as the grand shopkeeper at the Heavenly Treasure Tower headquarters. In her letter, she mentioned that Yellen Island had been settled, and she would remain there for the next few years to stabilize the situation. She sent someone to deliver the letter, sharing the good news with Li Fan. Meanwhile, Xiaoheng had been sending letters frequently, inquiring about Li Fan's progress. His cultivation was advancing at a godlike speed, and he had already reached the mid-stage of the qi condensation cultivation. Eventually, Zhang Haobo and some of his crew decided to leave the Tsangyan Sea. With the world in turmoil, Li Fan could only focus on cultivating, undisturbed by the rest of the world. And then, on one quiet day, Li Fan finally felt it. Wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to flow into his dantian. The root of heaven and earth spread through his body with rapid force. In the 7th year since entering the cultivation world, Li Fan reached the qi condensation stage. The change within him was earth-shattering. Spiritual energy surged through his body, silently revitalizing him, as if the rain of spring was nourishing his being. Wrinkles disappeared from his face, his skin regained its smoothness, and he felt the sensation of rejuvenation. His constitution had grown stronger, and now he could command the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, shaping it to his will. Reaching the qi condensation stage also extended his lifespan to an extreme of 199 years. His psychological age increased slightly, a small but significant change. As he reflected on the 5 spirits qi sensing method, he recalled how it had been mentioned that while cultivators' lifespans far exceeded those of ordinary mortals, they were still heavily suppressed compared to the immortals of ancient times. With a quiet breath, Li Fan retrieved the 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter from the Taihang Arc, ready to continue his journey. Now that Li Fan had finally reached the qi condensation stage, he couldn't wait to explore the contents of the 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. As soon as he sensed the jade slip, a tidal wave of words and images rushed into his mind, overwhelming him in an instant. It felt as though his brain was being forcibly filled with knowledge, and his temples throbbed faintly from the intensity. Fortunately, his divine sense was much stronger than that of the average qi condensation cultivator, allowing him to adapt quickly. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Fan was able to form a general understanding of the cultivation method. The 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was a technique practiced by the ancient Heavenly Mystery sect. The sect believed that heaven, earth, and all things within the universe, just like humans, had their own thoughts, subtle and difficult to detect by ordinary means. Yet, just as killing intent could pervade the air when a person harbored thoughts of murder, heaven, earth, and the myriad things would also occasionally release wisps of qi mechanisms. When heaven emitted killing intent, it would cause the stars to shift, and constellations to move. When earth emitted killing intent, the seas would transform into mulberry fields, and dragons and snakes would rise from the land. By capturing and refining these qi mechanisms, be it from heaven, earth, or the myriad things, one could return to the origin and achieve a state of resonance, merging with them. The 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was a technique for sensing and refining these qi mechanisms to use for oneself. Once mastered, it not only allowed one to borrow the killing intent of heaven and earth to harm others, but also enabled the practitioner to predict the future by deducing the flow of these mechanisms. However, the vastness of the will of heaven and earth was immense. Even a single wisp of qi mechanism was 1,000 times more potent than the power of a cultivator. Li Fan realized the strength of this method, but it also carried inherent dangers. Cultivating it meant nurturing one's own killing intent, absorbing the vitality of all things, and drawing from the spiritual qi mechanisms of heaven and earth. This made it easy to be injured, especially if one rashly made contact with such forces. In theory, if cultivated to its highest level, this technique would allow the practitioner to merge with heaven and earth, incarnating as the Daoxian itself. Unfortunately, despite the Heavenly Mystery Sect's legacy spanning 10,000 years, the highest realm anyone had ever reached was the Nent Soul stage. Thanks to his ability to return to truth through his unique cultivation, Li Fan wasn't overly worried about the risks associated with this method. Still, he wasn't in a rush to make it his main cultivation technique. Now that he had successfully guided qi into his body, it seemed the right time to see what Wenxian Island had to offer. He made his way back to the mountain peak where He Zhenghao had seen him off during their previous encounter. A pavilion had been built there, and as soon as He Zhenghao spotted Li Fan, he greeted him. I sensed a fluctuation in the spiritual energy around Liuli Island, He Zhenghao explained. I knew then that you must have broken through. Although it took longer than expected, Li Fan had finally done it. He Jinghao then asked if Li Fan had come to find him in order to head to Wanxian Island. Li Fan confirmed that this was indeed the case, stating that he had no more worldly concerns and was ready to set off at any time. In an instant, He Jinghao appeared before him, grasped his shoulder, and instructed him to follow. With a simple gesture, He Jinghao lifted Li Fan into the air, soaring upwards at an incredible speed. They broke through the layer of clouds, ascending far beyond the mountain peaks. With a hand sealed in a powerful gesture, He Jinghao guided his chi towards the vast expanse of mountains below. Moments later, rays of white light erupted from the mountain peaks, streaming together to form a massive sphere of bright light that suspended in midair before him. With a thrust of his hand and a command, "Open," the sphere surged upward, streaking in the direction of his hand. In a flash, it transformed into a radiant pillar, connecting heaven and earth. The pillar collided with what appeared to be a sun suspended in the sky, causing the sun's surface to distort violently before cracking apart. The two halves split, creating a portal. Li Fan watched, amazed and stunned, unable to comprehend how the sun had split in two. However, He Jinghao offered no explanation and simply guided him towards the portal. It was as if they were pulled in by a tractor beam. In an instant, the world around them blurred, and when it cleared, they found themselves standing in a vast plaza. In the distance, a colossal stone statue of an elderly figure with a long beard stood majestically, flanked by a crowd of smaller stone statues, all seemingly gazing up at the figure with reverence. He Jinghao explained that they were in the Dharma Transmission Square, a place built to commemorate the immortal venerable who once preached the Tao Xian. Every station of the Myriad Immortals Alliance had such a square. Flight is not prohibited on Wanxian Island, He Jinghao continued. But remember, your altitude cannot exceed that of the statue of the immortal venerable. If it does, the Myriad Immortals Grand Formation will attack. Even if you're in the Nent Soul Realm, your body will perish, and your Tao Xian will vanish in moments. He advised Li Fan not to fly around randomly unless necessary. As they walked, He Jinghao explained the critical matters that Li Fan should keep in mind while on the island. Li Fan listened intently, knowing these lessons could mean the difference between life and death. Passing through a corridor made of naturally woven vines, they arrived in a serene forest filled with greenery. In a clearing stood a massive, ancient mirror. He Jinghao explained that this was the Taion mirror of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and from time to time, cultivators would pass through its surface, heading to unknown destinations. It was a mysterious and important relic, serving as a gateway to countless places. Cultivators continued to emerge from the Taion mirror, leaving without a word. Legend had it that before the immortal venerable preached the Tao Xian, the Tian Xian mirror had been just an ordinary mirror. But when the immortal venerable imparted the Tao Xian, the mirror reflected his Dharma image, and from that reflection, a wisp of its own will was born. Over time, the mirror learned to cultivate like a practitioner, gradually evolving from a simple object into the heaven and earth spirit treasure it was today. Most of the affairs of cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance were handled by the Tianxian mirror. It was also said to harbor a grudge, so one had to be cautious about what they said in its presence. He Jinghao then led Li Fan inside. The moment they stepped into the mirror, they found themselves in an isolated, dark space. There were no other cultivators around, only an overwhelming sense of emptiness and darkness stretching endlessly in all directions. It felt as though they were floating in a void, disconnected from everything else. He Jinghao spoke, his voice carrying through the emptiness, explaining that Li Fan was a newly advanced cultivator, here to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance at Wanxian Island. From the void, a response came, a cold, detached voice recording this information as merit. It credited He Jinghao with 50 contribution points for referring a Qi condensation initial stage cultivator to the Alliance. His total contribution points now stood at 920. With Li Fan now officially registered, He Jinghao, visibly relieved, decided to take his leave. He still had island guarding duties and could not accompany Li Fan any further. If you have any questions, He Jinghao said, feel free to ask the Tianxian mirror. Li Fan thanked him profusely, and soon after, the void responded, acknowledging the divine sense fluctuation and informing him that an independent space had been created for him. State your name, the void requested. Li Fan gladly provided it, and with that, he was officially welcomed into the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As part of his initiation, he was gifted 20 contribution points, which he could use to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magical treasures, and other resources. He could also earn more contribution points by toning in supplies, completing tasks, or trading with others. Additionally, if he encountered a problem he couldn't solve, he could post a bounty, using his points to request help from others. Li Fan's current contribution points were now 20. As a newly joined cultivator of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Li Fan was granted 30 days of free residence within the Tianxian mirror. After this period, however, he would need to pay 10 contribution points every 30 days to continue residing there. Alternatively, he could choose to use his contribution points to purchase his own cave abode on Wanxian Island. At this point, Li Fan asked a question that left the Tianxian mirror momentarily speechless. Li Fan's curiosity didn't stop there. He asked the Tianxian mirror if, in the event that he couldn't survive within the Myriad Immortals alliance, he could leave and join the Five Elders Council instead. The Void quickly responded, stating that once a cultivator joins the Myriad Immortals alliance, they cannot join the Five Elders Council, and vice versa. If anyone violated this rule, both sides would work together to hunt them down. But Li Fan, sharp as always, pointed out that he hadn't explicitly agreed to join the Myriad Immortals alliance yet. The Void replied that once a cultivator enters the Tianxian mirror and their divine sense is recorded, it was automatically regarded as a voluntary entry into the Myriad Immortals alliance. Li Fan then asked whether it was possible to leave the Myriad Immortals alliance without joining the Five Elders Council and instead choose to become a rogue cultivator. The Void confirmed that it was indeed plausible, but warned that if Li Fan left, any items obtained within the Myriad Immortals alliance would be forcibly reclaimed. The Void advised Li Fan to think carefully before making any decisions. After a lengthy session of questions, Li Fan had exhausted his inquiries for the time being. The Tianxian mirror bid him farewell, reminding him that if he had new questions, he could call upon it at any time or view the information himself through his divine sense. Li Fan was also informed that the spatial form in the Void could be controlled by divine sense. With a simple thought, Li Fan manipulated his divine sense, transforming the Void into a simple, unadorned room. The room's interior decoration was identical to the Grand Tutor's Manhwa in the Great Shin Nation, right down to the smallest details. It was impossible to tell the difference between this space and the real manor. Li Fan marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of the Tianxian mirror. Through this interrogation session, Li Fan gained a rough understanding of the Myriad Immortals alliance. Cultivation methods, materials, and other items could be easily exchanged through the exchange menu using divine sense. When Li Fan opened the cultivation method exchange, he was disheartened to see how exorbitant the points were for even the most common cultivation methods. Even a simple Qi condensation stage cultivation method cost 1,000 contribution points. He then checked the mission panel again, seeing that missions available for the Qi condensation initial stage only offered 5 or 10 contribution points as rewards. Li Fan couldn't help but wonder if this was what it really meant to cultivate immortality, working tirelessly like a servant. At that moment, the Tianxian mirror notified him of a new visual transmission. Li Fan, curious about who could be seeking him so soon after his arrival on Wanxian Island, activated the transmission footage. To his surprise, it was from Xiao Hong, who had reached out to congratulate Li Fan on finally making it to Wanxian Island. Xiao Hong expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that back on Liuli Island, he owed Li Fan much for his care, but he had no way to repay him at the time. The moment Li Fan realized it was just Xiao Hong, his earlier unease disappeared. The transmission continued, and Xiao Hong quickly informed him that cultivation methods were hard to come by in the current cultivation world. Newcomers often needed 1 or 2 years to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a Qi condensation stage cultivation method, something Xiao Hong himself had experienced. Fortunately, once Xiao Hong had started cultivating, he had encountered many fortunate encounters. A year ago, he had broken through to the late stage of Qi condensation and was now at its peak. Xiao Hong shared that he planned to go to the center of the Songyun Sea, to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins, in search of wondrous items of heaven and earth to aid him in achieving his Daoxian foundation. But before he left, Xiao Hong had left a water attribute cultivation method for Li Fan. Wondrous items were rare, so his trip might take several years. During this time, he advised Li Fan to cultivate diligently, suggesting it was best not to leave Wanxian Island before breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi condensation. When he returned, Xiao Hong promised to share a drink with Li Fan to catch up. Along with a water cultivation method, lesser amplification water art, Xiao Hong also gave Li Fan a copy of the Supreme Primordial True Scripture. According to Xiao Hong, by cultivating this technique, one could disperse their cultivation freely without much loss. This meant that Li Fan could first cultivate the lesser amplification water art, then, when the time came, leave Wanxian Island for a while before diving into the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Though the Tianxian mirror might not notice a Qi condensation stage cultivator like him, caution was always wise. Taking advantage of the free resonance time in the Tianxian mirror, Li Fan began cultivating the lesser amplification water art. As soon as he started, he felt the difference. The Tianxian mirror activated its assisted cultivation mode by consuming contribution points, and the concentration of spiritual energy inside the mirror surged, many times greater than the outside world, nearly equivalent to a top-tier grotto heaven. On top of that, the mirror granted Li Fan a state of spirit enlightenment, where his comprehension was greatly increased. Cultivating was much easier, and Li Fan felt as though his understanding flowed effortlessly. The experience was almost overwhelming, as if he had become a peerless genius. Cultivating no longer felt like a chore but a true enjoyment. Li Fan lost himself in the cultivation, unable to extricate himself. When the time finally came, he abruptly withdrew from the smooth and almost magical cultivation state, feeling the contrast between his previous ease and the harshness of the real world. The cultivation speed under the assisted cultivation mode was over 30 times faster than Li Fan's self-initiated cultivation. and the disparity was so deep that it almost made him give in to the temptation to extend it for another day. However, realizing he only had 10 contribution points left, he forced himself to hold back. In that moment, a surge of greed welled up within him as he almost convinced himself that a treasure like the Tian Xian mirror should belong to him. But he quickly snapped out of those ridiculous thoughts. Now was not the time. After all, the Tian Xian mirror was the supreme treasure of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, its very foundation. It was something far beyond his reach. The more practical approach was to earn contribution points. Li Fan understood why the Tian Xian mirror offered the assisted cultivation mode. Any cultivator who had experienced the super cultivation state would find it hard to resist trying it again. The efficiency was undeniable. The progress made through assisted cultivation was faster than the progress of grinding alone, even if the same amount of time was spent earning contribution points. The Myriad Immortals Alliance held its cultivators firmly in its grasp. Contribution points were essential, and exchanging them for cultivation benefits was far more efficient than doing missions for them. If Li Fan were to take out the wondrous item from the Taihang Arc, the halting steel fragment, it could probably exchange for quite a few contribution points. With the power of his Huanjin system, the halting steel fragment would return, but the problem lay in whether his cultivation base would remain intact. In any case, to retrieve the Taihang Arc, Li Fan would need to take a mission that would take him off Wanxian Island. Every inch of Wanxian Island was under the watchful eye of the Tianxian mirror, and attracting the attention of a powerful figure could cause complications. Though his truth-returning ability could turn reality into void, it required his consciousness to control it. What if a mighty figure took action and froze his divine sense, leaving him unable to think or react? Caution was always Li Fan's guiding principle. As he scrolled through the task list, Li Fan spotted a mission that immediately caught his interest. Luli Island, specifically related to Liuli Island. The Pill Room had issued a commission seeking people to go to Liuli Island and retrieve at least 20 Lei pearls. The remuneration was based on the quality and quantity of the pearls retrieved. Li Fan was delighted. The mission couldn't be more suitable for him. To avoid exposing the Taihang Arc, he decided to purchase a small storage ring, spending 5 contribution points to cover it. Then, he spent 1 more contribution point to open the teleportation formation and return to Liuli Island. Upon arrival at the Lei Manor, he immediately sought out Steward Shin, the one in charge of finances. Send people to retrieve as many Lei pearls as possible, Li Fan demanded, eager to gather them quickly. The more pearls, the better. He complied with Li Fan's request, returning with only 23 Lei pearls. He explained that these were all that remained on Liuli Island. If Li Fan, now an immortal master, required more, he would need to wait another year or so for the supply to replenish. Li Fan, sensing something might be amiss, inquired if any unusual occurrences had happened recently. Stuart, unwilling to deceive an immortal master, replied honestly. He explained that overfishing had greatly diminished the schools of Lei fish over the years. He respectfully suggested that it might be best to wait for the Lei fish to recover naturally before attempting to fish again. While Li Fan had already suspected this, he still listened carefully, knowing the situation was beyond Stuart's control. Afterward, Li Fan returned to the Tingyu Tower, where he released the Taihang Arc. He quickly transferred the gold, silver, and the halting steel fragment inside it to his spatial ring. Once everything was secured, he planned to return directly to Wanxian Island. Making his way to the Liuli Island teleportation formation, Li Fan was just about to depart when Jinghao suddenly appeared behind him. The sudden appearance startled Li Fan, causing him to jump in surprise, his eyes widening in shock. Seeing Li Fan's tense reaction, Jinghao calmly reassured him. There's no need to be nervous. I just wanted to ask if you'd be interested in a position as an island guardian. Not Liuli Island, Jinghao clarified, but an island called Taihang, located to the west of Liuli. He went on to explain that the current guardian of Taihang Island, a close acquaintance of his, was facing a cultivation bottleneck. The guardian wanted to go out and seek opportunities, but could not leave without authorization. So, he had asked Jinghao if he could recommend anyone suitable to take over temporarily. Jinghao had thought of Li Fan upon his arrival on Liuli Island and decided to ask him. However, Li Fan quickly realized the position came with specific requirements. To serve as an island guardian, one had to be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Li Fan, being at the Qi condensation initial stage, was far from meeting this criterion. Jinghao, sensing Li Fan's hesitation, explained that it wasn't an official guardian position. Instead, the guardian would issue a targeted commission to Li Fan, and he would substitute for the guardian temporarily. Taihang Island wasn't very large, and with the island's protection grand formation in place, even a Qi condensation stage cultivator could manage it for a short time. Naturally, Jinghao continued, since I'm recommending you, I'll receive a portion of the remuneration. Li Fan thought over the offer before asking, what's the maximum duration I can stay before I'm required to leave the island? Jinghao responded that the island protection grand formation cycled every 5 days. So, if you have business elsewhere, he said, it would be best to return within 5 days. It's also advisable not to leave more than 3 times a year. Li Fan nodded thoughtfully, realizing the offer was more manageable than it initially seemed. However, before committing, he still wanted to consider the impact on his current goals. The opportunity to take on a temporary guardianship on Taihang Island seemed like a reasonable way to gain experience while earning contribution points. After collecting his contribution points each year, Li Fan realized he could use them to exchange for 5 days of assisted cultivation time in the Tianxian Mirror. These 5 days were worth more than half a year of regular cultivation, making the offer extremely valuable. With no major drawbacks, Li Fan readily agreed to the proposal. However, he needed to return to Wenxian Island first to hand in his mission. He Zhenghao had no issue with this and assured him that once preparations were made at Taihang Island, he would come find him. After bidding farewell to He Zhenghao, Li Fan made his way back to Wenxian Island. Upon returning, he delivered the Lei pearls through the Tianxian Mirror, bringing his total contribution points to 26. The quality of the pearls was mixed, so he received 21 contribution points as remuneration. Next, Li Fan took out the gold, silver, and halting steel fragment from his storage ring and requested to exchange them for contribution points. A moment later, the Tianxian Mirror transmitted the results. The gold and silver converted to 235 contribution points, while the halting steel fragment, despite being flawed, yielded a staggering 1,968 contribution points. Li Fan found himself suddenly wealthy, but instead of spending recklessly, he decided to address his concerns first. He asked the Tianxian Mirror about any potential disasters expected in the Songyinsi region. The mirror was momentarily silent before assuring Li Fan that these were merely normal movements of heaven and earth. According to its deductions, no major disasters were predicted to occur in the next 10 years. Li Fan nodded, understanding, but he also wanted to learn more about the Lei pill. The Tianxian Mirror explained that the Lei pill was an auxiliary elixir used by cultivators from the qi condensation to foundation establishment stages. After consumption, the heart would become clear and transparent like Lei Li, providing an effect similar to spirit enlightenment. This would increase comprehension of cultivation methods and speed up cultivation. The effect also stacked with the assisted cultivation mode of the Tianxian Mirror. Lei pills were highly sought after among qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators, and their price fluctuated between 5 and 6 contribution points each. With the near extinction of Lei fish, the price of Lei pills was expected to rise even further. Seeing an opportunity, Li Fan decided to spend 2,100 contribution points to purchase 350 Lei pills in one go. Just as he was finishing his transaction, Li Fan suddenly remembered an important piece of information. The Lei fish schools at Liuli Island had nearly disappeared due to unknown reasons. He informed the Tianxian Mirror of this discovery. After a brief moment of verification, the Tianxian Mirror awarded him a single contribution point for the intel. Li Fan, feeling disappointed, couldn't help but think that one contribution point for such critical information was far too little. Li Fan couldn't help but feel there was a certain maliciousness behind the Tianxian Mirror's behavior, especially considering the paltry reward of just one contribution point for the valuable intelligence he provided. Was the Tianxian Mirror truly capable of acting with its own will? He questioned himself but set aside the thought for now. After Li Fan submitted the intelligence, the market's reaction was swift. The price of Lei pills skyrocketed almost immediately, jumping from 6 points per pill to 9 points per pill. Word quickly spread among cultivators that the Lei pearls were on the verge of extinction. This news, along with the surge in prices, caught the attention of many uninformed individuals. The price continued to climb, briefly reaching an astonishing 12 points per pill. Seeing that the timing was perfect, Li Fan decided to sell his stock of Lei pills. He chose to sell directly to the Tianxian Mirror, which purchased his 350 pills at a high but convenient price of 10 points each. Li Fan wasn't overly greedy and was content with the sale. His total contribution points now stood at a massive 3,629. The sudden spike in the price of Lei pills was driven by the news, causing cultivators to temporarily lose their rationality. Once the excitement died down, the price settled to a more reasonable and stable level of 8 contribution points per pill. Seeing an opportunity, Li Fan bought back 100 Lei pills for his own cultivation. Through this transaction, he gained 600 contribution points, and on top of that, he acquired 100 Lei pills for free. With his contribution points high and his supply of Lei pills secured, Li Fan indulged himself in a shopping spree. He bought a wide array of books and tools, including an introduction to formation manual, elementary explanation of alchemy, artifact refinement basics, cultivation world treasure compendium, and more. Regardless of whether they would be immediately useful, he bought them all. He also purchased protective Dharma robes, hidden chi talismans, elementary compound formation sets, and basic alchemy kits. As his storage ring gradually filled up with these items, his contribution points began to plummet, eventually dropping to 346 points. After finishing his purchases, Li Fan consumed a Lei pill, activated the assisted cultivation mode once again, and began cultivating the lesser amplification water art. Almost immediately, water-attributed spiritual energy surged through him, and Li Fan experienced the kind of cultivation speed one might expect from a true genius. In just 5 days, he had reached the peak of the qi condensation midstage without any bottlenecks. Success came naturally, and he was left feeling completely satisfied for the time being. Soon after, Li Fan received a visit request from He Zhenghao. Before allowing him in, Li Fan took the hidden Qi talisman out of his storage ring and put it on. The talisman was capable of concealing one's cultivation base, which seemed prudent given the circumstances. After exchanging pleasantries, He Zhenghao informed Li Fan that he had already arranged things with the Taihang Island Guardian. All that remained was for Li Fan to accept the commission and meet with the Guardian. Li Fan couldn't shake the feeling that hoarding goods was something He Zhenghao might see as a clever maneuver, but the deeper he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became with the entire situation. He Zhenghao then handed him a talisman, instructing him to wear it at all times. When we meet later on, He Zhenghao added, "Don't talk too much. Leave everything to me." Li Fan took the talisman from He Zhenghao, only to be visibly shocked by its appearance. It was a prestige talisman, a spirit talisman that could disguise one's cultivation base. If he hadn't just bought an identical one, he might not have even recognized it. The prestige talisman had the opposite effect of the hidden Qi talisman. While the latter concealed one's cultivation base, the prestige talisman was used to make a cultivator appear as though they were at a higher cultivation realm. He Zhenghao had given him this talisman so he could disguise himself as a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This confirmed what Li Fan had suspected. He Zhenghao had lied when he told him that a Qi condensation stage cultivator was sufficient to guard an island. From the very beginning, he had planned for Li Fan to disguise himself as a Foundation Establishment cultivator in order to accept the commission from the Taihang Island Guardian, Zhu Qinggang, and profit from the price difference. The cost of hiring a Foundation Establishment cultivator was far higher than that of a Qi condensation stage cultivator, and He Zhenghao was clearly exploiting this disparity. As Li Fan processed this, his wariness of He Zhenghao deepened. The seemingly harmless man was full of schemes, and his cultivation far surpassed Li Fan's. He made a mental note to be cautious and avoid forming a deep friendship with He Zhenghao, no matter the circumstances. Despite his suspicions, Li Fan had no choice but to wear the prestige talisman and follow He Zhenghao's lead. He agreed to meet with Zhu Qinggang, the Taihang Island Guardian, and as he arrived, he was immediately greeted with satisfaction from Zhu Qinggang. The man was pleased with He Zhenghao's recommendation and swiftly issued a targeted commission. Zhu Qinggang explained that, during his time away searching for opportunities, Li Fan would substitute for him in guarding Taihang Island. The remuneration was 800 contribution points per year. After He Zhenghao accepted the commission, he quickly turned around and issued a new commission to Li Fan. Fortunately, the terms weren't too unreasonable, and Li Fan reluctantly accepted the task. Zhu Qinggang then handed He Zhenghao a jade token, which was passed on to Li Fan. He Zhenghao explained that this token was the Taihang Island Guardian token, granting control over the island's protection grand formation. He cautioned Li Fan to keep it safe, warning that losing it would result in serious consequences. With the token in hand, Li Fan followed He Zhenghao to the Taihang Island protection grand formation. However, what he saw upon arrival left him utterly stunned. Unlike Liuli Island, which had its towering peaks, Taihang Island protection formation resembled a bustling city. But as he looked closer, Li Fan's shock turned to confusion. The natives of Taihang Island had a strange, Zumba-like appearance. These people were actually the island's local specialty, known as Taihang fruits. These fruits resembled real people, but had a bizarre, almost lifeless demeanor. The revelation was enough to leave Li Fan speechless, unsure of what to make of the situation. Inside the city, which had evolved from the island's spell formation, the Taihang fruits lived out their lives much like regular people. They worked, married, had children, and followed a natural life cycle. These fruits, when consumed, could extend the lifespan of cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage or below by 5 years, though this effect was only available the first time each person consumed one. The island required that 30 Taihang fruits be handed over annually, but Li Fan was allowed to keep any surplus for himself. This could be seen as a benefit of his temporary guardian position. On average, he could save about 2 fruits per year. In the Tianxian Mirror, the price of a Taihang fruit ranged from 90 to 100 contribution points. He Zhenghao, with his usual sharp insight, pointed out that the remuneration for this temporary guardianship position was not trivial, suggesting that Li Fan wasn't being swindled. Despite this, Li Fan couldn't help but notice that He Zhenghao was skimming quite a bit off the top. He Zhenghao simply smiled his forced smile and told Li Fan to ease up on his gratitude. After all, he said, I originate from the island I guard. It's only natural that I guide and support you. As long as your cultivation improves, my efforts won't be in vain. He Zhenghao's eyes then narrowed as he gave Li Fan a side glance. I know you've broken through to the mid-stage of Qi condensation, he remarked casually. Li Fan was caught off guard for a moment but quickly regained his composure, offering a plausible lie. Yes, I've made it to the mid-stage of Qi condensation, he said, then added, I have a close relationship with Xiao Hong. Before I left, he left me a water attribute cultivation method. It suited my affinity perfectly, and my progress has been rapid. I broke through just a few days ago. He Zhenghao laughed dismissively, acknowledging Li Fan's cautious approach. You even used a Qi concealing talisman, he remarked. If your cultivation method weren't so special, I might not have noticed. Li Fan understood the comment and agreed that being cautious was the best way to avoid major mistakes. However, He Jinghao seemed surprised by Li Fan's close relationship with Xiaohang. To leave behind a cultivation method for you. Xiaohang truly is a heavenly talent. He's only been cultivating for a few years, and now he's already nearing the foundation establishment stage. His future is limitless. He might even reach the golden core and net soul stages. He Jinghao paused, studying Li Fan carefully. Having such a deep friendship with him shows you have significant karmic fortune. Li Fan, ever humble, pointed out that meeting He Jinghao had also been a fortunate event for him. The two of them arrived at the entrance of a residence, and to Li Fan's surprise, He Jinghao laughed heartily. It seems the timing is perfect, he said. A taihang fruit has just matured. It was a coincidence that Li Fan couldn't have predicted, but it was the perfect moment. The taihang fruit that had matured was a sign of something more significant to come. He Jinghao decided to use the moment to demonstrate how to harvest a taihang fruit. Before even entering the courtyard, Li Fan could hear mournful wails echoing from within. Inside, he saw a dozen or so human-like taihang fruits kneeling and sobbing uncontrollably, paying no attention to their surroundings, fully absorbed in mourning what seemed like a deceased relative. Before them, a coffin lay, and inside it was a taihang fruit bearing a human-like face, looking as if it were merely sleeping with a faint, eerie smile. Li Fan couldn't help but stare at the grotesque sight, a strange fragrance emanating from the corpse. His mind raced. Was this really a mature fruit? He Jinghao, unfazed by the scene, stepped closer to the coffin, chanting an incantation under his breath. He gently pressed 2 fingers to the corpse's forehead, and in an instant, a sudden glow surrounded it. The body slowly rose from the coffin, levitating in mid-air, before shrinking down and transforming into a small crimson fruit. The moment the fruit fully formed, the mourners fell silent. Their mournful expressions melted away, replaced by confused looks. They had no memory of why they were kneeling, as if the grief had been wiped from their minds. They stood up slowly, their faces blank, and quietly left the scene. Li Fan, still puzzled by the entire situation, couldn't help but wonder what had just happened. His unease grew as he stared at the fruit in He Jinghao's hand. He Jinghao, ever calm, urged him to take a bite. The fruit seemed to beckon him, its fragrance growing richer by the moment, and Li Fan felt an insatiable hunger building inside him. Unable to resist, he bit into the taihang fruit and swallowed it whole. Immediately, his hunger disappeared, as though he had just eaten a grand feast. His truth-returning panel showed that his maximum physiological age had indeed increased by 5 years, as promised. Li Fan gave a satisfied burp, astonished at the power of the taihang fruit. It was truly an extraordinary item, one that increased lifespan. But then a thought struck him, and he froze. The appearance of the fruit, which resembled a human, had been unsettling. He realized with growing horror that he had just eaten a person. His stomach churned, and he felt suddenly sick. He Jinghao, noticing Li Fan's discomfort, clarified that, strictly speaking, the taihang fruit belonged to the fruit category. It wasn't actually human. However, this led them to the origin of the taihang fruit. He Jinghao explained that 500 years ago, Taihang Island had been just an ordinary place. But one day, things changed. Mortals from surrounding islands noticed that the residents of Taihang Island had suddenly disappeared. Driven by curiosity, a group of people sailed to the island to investigate. However, none of them returned. With growing suspicion, the remaining islanders reported the situation to the island's guardian, who was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. What happened next remained a mystery. But He Jinghao's explanation painted a chilling picture. The transformation of humans into taihang fruits was tied to these events, and the strange cycle of grief, transformation, and the fruits themselves seemed to hold a dark secret from the island's past. Even after witnessing the strange and terrifying events on Taihang Island, Li Fan couldn't shake the deep sense of dread that had settled in his chest. The mortals who had once inhabited the island had all vanished, and the city that had once been home to them had transformed into something resembling a primeval forest. Trees, lush with branches and leaves, now grew where buildings once stood, and hanging from those branches were human-faced fruits. When the wind blew, the faces on the fruits would distort into chilling, eerie smiles. The Golden Core Guardian, recovering from his shock, descended into the city to investigate. He found no survivors. Every mortal had been transformed into a human-faced fruit. But the reason for this bizarre occurrence was beyond even him, so he had no choice but to report the matter. The Myriad Immortals Alliance sent specialists to investigate, though the exact conclusions reached were never made clear. What followed was the mass cutting down of the trees in the city, and Taihang Island was restored to its original, vibrant appearance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance established a grand formation on the island, assigning personnel to guard it and harvest the fruits. And the human-faced fruits, living within the formation, went on as if nothing had happened. Li Fan, still uneasy, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and muttered, "No matter how you look at it, those taihang fruits were people, weren't they?" He Jinghao scoffed at his simplistic perspective. How are they people? They have no intellect of their own and act purely on instinct. If anything, they only retain lingering obsessions from their former lives. Li Fan still felt uneasy, but he knew that whether or not the Taihang fruits had been human no longer mattered. Once their lifespan-increasing effects were discovered by cultivators, they had become valuable, regardless of their origin. Even if they had once been people, the fact that eating them could extend one's life meant their fate was sealed. They would continue to be consumed by those seeking to prolong their existence. As the months passed, Li Fan settled into his role as the guardian of Taihang Island. Truthfully, the position was quite relaxing. He spent most of his time focused on his cultivation. After mastering a few small spells, he decided to begin studying the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, the cultivation method from the ancient Heavenly Mystery sect. It was complex and difficult to understand, vastly different from the lesser amplification water art he had previously studied. The two seemed to belong to completely different systems of cultivation. A year passed, and Li Fan's comprehension of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was still at the entry level. He then returned to Wanxian Island and collected his remuneration for his temporary guardianship, 800 contribution points. Li Fan exchanged these points for the latest portion of the lesser amplification water art, eager to continue advancing. After another 5 days of cultivation under the assisted mode of the Tianxian mirror, Li Fan could faintly sense that he was nearing the late stage of qi condensation. His progress was slow but steady, and he could feel the strength within him growing. While his duty as the temporary guardian of Taihang Island remained, Li Fan reluctantly returned to the island. As he continued his studies, reading through the cultivation miscellaneous records, he discovered that he was just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of qi condensation. However, he had encountered a bottleneck. The records revealed that this kind of bottleneck could not be broken through by mere bitter cultivation. Instead, one had to find the opportunity within their own unseen intuition to dissolve it and successfully break through. This bottleneck was referred to as Heaven's Bane, a calamity sent by the heavens to obstruct cultivators' progress in their practice. Understanding that a breakthrough could not be forced, Li Fan temporarily set aside his cultivation of the lesser amplification water art and shifted his focus to the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Since he had entered the gateway of the technique, he could now attempt to cultivate the second layer. According to the records, mastering the second layer would grant him the divine ability of discern mechanism, allowing him to perceive and manipulate the qi mechanisms of heaven and earth. Despite his efforts, another year passed with little progress in his cultivation of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. The technique was deeply interwoven with insights into the heavenly Dao Xian and the ancient cultivation world, making it both obscure and difficult to understand. To assist with his comprehension, Li Fan visited the island to collect his proxy payment and exchanged it for ancient cultivation insights that would help him understand the technique better. He then activated the assisted cultivation mode in the Tianxian mirror. As he read the insights and cross-referenced them with his own notes from the past year, it was like a light bulb turned on. The difficulties that had previously eluded him now became clear, and the path to progress was no longer blocked. Driven by the newfound clarity, Li Fan immediately returned to Taihang Island to enter closed-door cultivation. This time, the results were striking. The once obscure and difficult aspects of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter were now fully understood, and there were no more obstacles in his cultivation. Li Fan's mind was fully immersed in the technique, and with his relentless focus, time seemed to slip away. Then, one day, a golden mist-like spiritual energy suddenly appeared in his dantian, signaling that he had successfully mastered the second layer of the technique. Li Fan was ecstatic. He had now comprehended the divine ability of discern mechanism. Excited to test his new ability, Li Fan focused his gaze above and tried to discern the qi mechanism in the environment. The scene before him sent a chill down his spine. Despite it being daytime on Taihang Island, the sky was now shrouded in a dense black qi, reminiscent of the underworld. Alarmed, Li Fan tried again, but the results were the same. The ominous, deathly qi lingered above him, thick and unsettling. Li Fan was shaken by this discovery. What had once been a peaceful island was now cloaked in dark energy, a warning sign he couldn't ignore. His newly acquired ability to discern qi mechanisms revealed something much darker at play, something he would need to investigate further. Completely at a loss as to how this could be happening, Li Fan quickly remembered something crucial and cast the water mirror technique. Staring into the reflection, he saw the dark aura of death surrounding him. The ominous energy was thick, far more concentrated than the death qi emanating from the mortals on the island. It was 1,000 times stronger, and it centered around him. Li Fan couldn't help but speculate if the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was the cause of this strange phenomenon. He was within the Island Protection Grand Formation, and Taihang Island was located in the central region of the Zhongyun Sea, well within the sphere of influence of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. So, who or what could be generating such dense death qi around him? The growing unease in his heart intensified. Li Fan acted decisively, whether the omen was true or not. He needed to go to Wanxian Island and avoid any potential calamity. Hastily, he activated the teleportation array, but to his horror, it remained completely unresponsive. Panic rose within him as he clenched his teeth in frustration, wondering why the formation was not reacting. He then tried the communication spirit talisman that He Zhenghao had given him, calling out several times, but received no response. The grim reality hit him. Something bizarre was happening, and staying on Taihang Island would undoubtedly lead to his doom. With no time to lose, Li Fan couldn't sit still and wait for death to come. The only safe place left was Wanxian Island. He took out the Taihang Ark and began piloting it away from the island. The journey would take 2 or 3 months, but thankfully, Li Fan had bought plenty of spirit stones during his earlier shopping spree. As he neared the edge of the island's protection Grand Formation, Li Fan stopped the Ark. The sea surface appeared calm, but he could sense a suffocating killing intent from beyond the Great Formation. The world outside was charged with danger, and the moment he exited the formation, he would die without question. Realizing he couldn't leave the island, Li Fan turned the Taihang Ark into its miniature form and returned to the island. He couldn't just sit idly by. Having been in closed-door cultivation for so long, he was unaware of the outside world's developments. Li Fan decided to seek answers from the mortals on the island. He visited the island lord's residence, demanding an explanation of what had happened. The old man fell to his knees and began begging for help, revealing a dire situation. The island's residents were on the brink of collapse. There had been no rain for half a year, and their fresh water and food supplies were nearly gone. If things didn't change, they would starve to death. Li Fan was genuinely shocked by the news. He suddenly recalled his brief conversation with Zhang Haobo, when he had mentioned the strange lack of windstorms and the growing tensions in the sea. Could this be connected? The island lord hesitated, then tried to explain that the fish in the coastal waters had been fished out and that none of the fleet sent into the deep sea had returned. They were on the brink of starvation, he claimed. But Li Fan saw through the lie. The lord was fat, bloated even, while the rest of the island's people had withered away like mummies. How could he possibly think such a blatant facade would pass? Li Fan had already explored the man's kitchen and knew the truth. It was all a lie. The lord, now realizing his ruse had been exposed, trembled with fear, begging for mercy. But Li Fan wasn't having any of it. With a casual flick of his hand, Li Fan ended the lord's life. He then turned to the remaining inhabitants of the island and calmly announced that their lord was dead. Those who still held power on the island were to gather at the manor immediately. Moments later, the stewards arrived, their bodies shaking in terror. Amidst their tear-filled pleas, Li Fan learned of the horrors that had unfolded during his year of closed-door cultivation. The drought had begun 6 months ago, and the freshwater sources had dried up with no rain to replenish them. At first, they could rely on fishing, but as the weather grew hotter, the fish had disappeared. The fleets sent to the deep sea had vanished, and soon Taihang Island was gripped by famine. In just a month, a third of the population had perished. Who knew how many other tragedies had been hidden from him? If Li Fan hadn't emerged from seclusion when he did, there might have been no one left to save. The situation had reached a breaking point, and Li Fan could not stand by. Luckily, the Taihang Ark had been stocked with grain when they left the Great Shin Nation. Inside the Ark was a dust-cleansing formation, preserving the grain's freshness. Li Fan retrieved it and distributed it to the people, giving them the emergency supplies they so desperately needed. When the remaining mortals on the island saw the life-saving grain, they dropped to their knees, offering thanks in a frenzy. At this point, the island's population had dwindled. If the grain was rationed, it could sustain the survivors for a few months. Half a month later, Li Fan used his knowledge of formations to craft a basic seawater desalination formation. The islanders finally had enough drinking water, and with food and water restored, their health slowly improved. It was then that Li Fan, having built the formation himself, realized he was on the verge of stepping into the Daoxian formations. But something else caught his attention. The Island Protection Grand Formation was weakening at an alarming rate. He didn't know what had changed outside, but violent spiritual energy raged in the air. Going outside was no longer an option. Remaining on Taihang Island once the Island Protection Grand Formation was destroyed would surely lead to his death. Li Fan stared up at the overwhelming death chi, an ominous force swirling above the island, and wondered if this was the heavens' killing intent. The protection formation was on the brink of collapse, and he had nowhere to hide. But the mortals on Taihang Island had regained their vitality, so Li Fan could at least consider his duty as guardian fulfilled. Though unwilling, he had no choice but to leave. But then, a thought struck him. The violent spiritual energy outside didn't seem to target the mortals. The fishermen who had left the island were proof of that. They hadn't perished due to the spiritual energy but because of a lack of fresh water, food, and the oppressive heat. If Li Fan could dissolve his entire cultivation base, using the supreme primordial true scripture to temporarily become mortal again, he might be able to pilot the Taihang Ark to Wanxian Island and find a way to survive the chaos. Li Fan had been cultivating 2 methods. One was the lesser amplification water art, a newer technique, and the other, the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, was from the ancient heavenly mystery sect. The new method, which plundered the essence of heaven and earth, had stirred the malice of the world, causing heaven and earth to target him with overwhelming killing intent. As he considered the possibility of temporarily abandoning the new method, Li Fan quietly began circulating the supreme primordial true scripture, contemplating what would happen if he dispelled the newer technique but kept the old one's realm. Would it lessen the malice of heaven and earth? As the cultivation technique flowed, the water attribute energy he had accumulated from the lesser amplification water art slowly dissipated. It transformed into pure energy and settled in his dantian, as the method was completely dispersed. To his surprise, he felt no discomfort. The supreme primordial true scripture's miraculous nature impressed him. Meanwhile, the killing intent from heaven and earth, once suffocating, diminished. However, the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter still functioned according to its original method of plundering heaven and earth, which meant the malice had not entirely dissipated. Going outside was still a deadly proposition. Resolute, Li Fan continued to disperse his cultivation. Soon, another stream of pure energy appeared in his dantian. The two streams, formed from different cultivation methods, merged without conflict. Li Fan smiled, pleased with his success. In that moment, his cultivation had reverted to that of a mortal. According to the supreme primordial true scripture, the pure energy would remain in his dantian for about 100 years, offering him a sliver of hope in the face of certain death. It didn't matter, though. As long as Li Fan reached Wanxian Island, he could quickly recultivate. With determination, he piloted the Taihang Arc, flying slowly out of the island protection grand formation. The violent spiritual energy raged around him, turning the distant sky a fiery orange-red. But to Li Fan, already immortal, the riotous spiritual chi merely whistled past, offering no threat. He pushed the arc forward at full speed, heading toward Wanxian Island. Along the way, he passed several other islands. All were eerily silent, lifeless. Not a single breath remained. When Li Fan finally reached the area where Wanxian Island once stood, he checked the map again, disbelieving. He compared it 4 or 5 times, but the truth was undeniable. The vast island had vanished, leaving only a massive black hole in its place, swallowing the ocean around it. The surrounding water poured endlessly toward the hole, but as soon as it touched the edge, it evaporated into steam. The air above the black hole shimmered with intense heat, distorting everything in its vicinity. Disbelief sank into Li Fan's heart. Wanxian Island was gone, wiped off the map as if it had never existed. What kind of power could do this? Was it the malice of the heavenly Daoxian? The memories of the countless cultivators who had passed through, the Dharma transmission square with 10,000 statues, and the grand formation of immortals capable of instantly killing a nascent soul cultivator flashed through his mind. In the face of this disaster, even cultivators were as powerless as mortals, no different from ants. His only choice was to flee. Flee from this cursed place. Flee across the sea to the continent. He flew for what seemed like an eternity, his mind lost in chaos. But then, the Taihang Arc suddenly jolted. It had collided with something, and the Arc was forced to stop. The protective spell formation flared to life, saving the Arc from destruction. Li Fan was shaken, suffering only minor injuries, but the impact brought him some clarity. Ahead of him, the coastline of a continent stretched out. Li Fan could feel the continent was within reach, but when he tried to move the Taihang Arc forward, he found himself unable to make any progress. An invisible barrier stood between the Sunong Sea and the continent, a barrier that allowed entry but forbade exit. Li Fan's self-deprecating smile curled on his lips. He was like a turtle trapped in a jar, helpless. Before resorting to his truth-returning technique, Li Fan decided to gather more information. He roamed the Songyun Sea, passing by Yolan Island, where Nguyen had once been. The island, like the others, was deserted, lifeless. He continued on, passing Liuli Island, but there was no sign of Yi Zhenghao. Corpses littered the ground, and once again, there was no trace of life. Every island he passed had turned into a graveyard, a silent reminder of the devastation that had swept across the sea. Occasionally, Li Fan encountered other cultivators who had survived, but their minds had snapped. They believed he was a ghost, a mere apparition. Despite these unsettling encounters, he somehow found his way back to Taihang Island. There, for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of vitality, a feeling he hadn't experienced in what seemed like ages. It dawned on him that perhaps, in the entire Songyun Sea, these were the last living souls. They still didn't understand what had happened outside the island, their faces still showing the smiles of those who had survived disaster. In some ways, ignorance had become their blessing. As he walked through the island, Li Fan came across a temple with a statue in his likeness. The mortals there regularly worshipped him, praying for good weather for their crops and an abundance of food each year. He was struck by the sight, wondering when the people of Taihang Island had built this temple, let alone enshrined him as a savior immortal master. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. He would protect them for as long as he could. But it was becoming increasingly clear that protecting mortals under the weight of the killing intent from heaven and earth was no easy task. The real disaster, Li Fan realized, had only just begun. 1 year passed, then 2, and finally 3, but there was still no sign of rain. The sea level began to drop, and the water receded from the island. Even with the seawater desalination formation, it became harder and harder for the mortals of Taihang Island to find fresh water. Li Fan was helpless. He had no answers for how to confront the great cataclysm that seemed to be closing in. The only solace was that, perhaps due to the death of so many cultivators across the Songyun Sea, The killing intent targeting cultivators from heaven and earth had slowly dissipated. During these 3 years, Li Fan had used the opportunity to recultivate to the mid-stage of chi condensation. Yet, Li Fan knew there would come a time when he would no longer have the strength to protect the island's residents. When that time came, he would return to the anchor point. But then, something unexpected happened. To his shock and confusion, Li Fan noticed a faint white mist mixed within the Black Death chi. This sudden appearance of life force, encapsulated in white mist, puzzled him. He pushed his analytical abilities to their limit and made a startling discovery. The life force of everyone on Taihang Island seemed to be connected to him. But it wasn't directly him. It was something he had almost forgotten. A wondrous item of heaven and earth. The Songhai Pearl. Unlike when Li Fan first encountered it over 10 years ago, the Songhai Pearl had transformed. It had turned a rich azure blue, and its surface now radiated an abundance of water vapor, as if it were nurturing an entire sea within it. It was nothing short of extraordinary. It was as though the vast sea that passed through the pearl was giving birth to a new sea within. Li Fan was struck with a sudden realization. He immediately piloted the Taihang Arc and ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, eager to observe the current state of the Sun Yun Sea. Li Fan observed the Sung Yun Sea below, and what he saw took him by surprise. The long drought had caused large swaths of the seabed to be exposed, and submarine mountain ranges were gradually emerging from the depths. The original islands of the Sung Yun Sea were, in fact, the peaks of these newly revealed mountain ranges. A thought struck him, one that had been buried in his memory, the invitation Ku Hong had made when he departed. If Li Fan managed to escape the immortal Forsaken Land, he was to come to Lingtian City in the Zhongyun mountain range to find him. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. He understood now. The Su and the Sunongyun mountain were one and the same. In his past life, when his lifespan was nearing its end, he had managed to break through the blockade of the Great Immortal Severing Formation. Upon entering the cultivation world for the first time, he had seen a continuous mountain range. But in this life, when he arrived in the cultivation world, he found himself above a vast ocean. He hadn't thought much of it then, assuming the difference was simply due to where he had been teleported. It wasn't until today, when he witnessed the dried-up Songyun Sea and the birth of the wondrous Songhai Pearl, that everything clicked. The place he had arrived at in both lives was the same. It was merely that the times were different. In his previous life, when he first came to the cultivation world, it was during his 65th Anki year. In this life, he entered the world in his 20th Anki year, a difference of 45 years. One time, he encountered a mountain range, the other, a vast sea. If Li Fan had been able to connect the anomalies Zhang Haobo mentioned earlier with the differences he had observed, perhaps he could have detected the great cataclysm sooner. Now, knowing that the Sun Yun Sea was the Songyun mountain range, Li Fan finally saw a glimmer of hope. The disaster would eventually recede. In his 50th Anki year, Ku Hong and Dao Xian had invaded the Great Xian nation, claiming to come from Lingtian City in the Songyun mountain range. Presumably, before that time, the drought would have already passed, and the dried-up ocean would have transformed into lush, vibrant mountains. It was the 34th Anki year now. Time was moving fast, and the end of the disaster wasn't far off. Waiting without hope had been the most agonizing part. But now that he understood the eventual outcome, the once overwhelming flames of disaster didn't seem so terrifying. Li Fan took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and made his way back to Taihang Island. Upon his return, he transmitted his voice across the island, reassuring the residents that the disaster would eventually pass. The moment the people heard the Immortal Master's message, their spirits were reignited. Hope, long extinguished, flared once again. As for Li Fan, he entered a closed-door cultivation. He took out the wondrous Songhai Pearl once more, determined to study its mysteries and continue his path forward. Curiosity gnawed at Li Fan as he wondered if the glimmer of survival might lie within the Songhai Pearl. With cautious determination, he poured his divine sense into it, only for it to vanish in an instant. It seemed that to unlock its potential, he would need to put in more effort. Lacking the Tunxian mirror, Li Fan could only fumble through the process on his own. He made repeated attempts, each time pouring spiritual energy into the pearl, nurturing it with his divine sense, even bombarding it with external force. Nothing worked. He even tried refining it with blood drops. But the Songhai Pearl remained completely indifferent, and the majestic water vapor inside seemed beyond his reach. Frustration mounted, but then a memory surfaced. The Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter had methods for sensing and refining the chi mechanisms of spiritual items. Li Fan immediately circulated the mechanism analysis divine ability and focused on the Songhai Pearl. A deep blue radiance surrounded the pearl, ancient, profound, and vibrant. Despite its small size, the chi mechanism within was immensely complex and powerful. It represented the vast sea itself. He could sense that the pearl was in a state of nurturing and dormancy. Without the mechanism analysis, he would never have been able to detect its subtle presence. He focused intently on the chi mechanism, and as he did, something unexpected happened. Li Fan felt as if his own body had vanished, as if he had been transported above the 9 heavens. From this new vantage point, He gazed down at the ocean below, and it was then that a certain will, transcendent and profound, descended from heaven and earth. The ocean began to march toward death, helpless against the forces of heaven, which desired to burn it. The sea, though powerless to resist, also refused to accept its fate. And so, although the vast sea passed, another vast sea was born in its place. A sudden sense of weakness swept over Li Fan. Before he could fully understand what he had just experienced, he was pulled back from that wondrous state. The shift was so abrupt that he could hardly steady himself. As he regained his composure, Li Fan felt an unsettling change within his body. White strands of hair now streaked his scalp, and fine wrinkles appeared on his face. The transformation had been swift, too swift for him to process. He opened his truth-returning panel and gasped in shock. In that single instant, his physiological age had jumped from 54 to 89. 35 years of his life had been consumed in the blink of an eye. No wonder, he realized, that even in the ancient heavenly mystery sect, few people dared to cultivate this method. The very act of aligning with the Songhai Pearl's chi mechanism had drained his lifespan at an alarming rate. If his body hadn't instinctively issued a warning due to the rapid consumption of his lifespan, he would have been assimilated by the will of the Songhai Pearl. At that point, whether or not Li Fan could still activate the truth-returning ability was uncertain. He had miscalculated. Controlling a wondrous item of heaven and earth could not possibly be this reckless. He had gotten the method wrong. The scale of time for humans, when compared to the eternal stretches of heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and the vast sea, was on a completely different magnitude. The question remained, though, how exactly could one control a wondrous item of heaven and earth? Days passed, and Li Fan still hadn't figured out how to use the Songhai Pearl. The weather grew increasingly oppressive, as if the Songyun Sea was undergoing a final, thorough purification. The mortals on the island were slowly weakening, their strength fading until they could no longer even find the energy to pray. If this continued, they might die before the disaster ever passed. Li Fan felt his own restlessness begin to grow. Distracting thoughts clouded his mind, and in a desperate attempt to regain focus, he began circulating the long-neglected profound yellow heart refining incantation. He hadn't intentionally cultivated this incantation in years. It didn't do much to improve his cultivation base. Even without his active efforts, the incantation continued to run on its own, a constant, slow process. As the incantation circulated, the negative emotions that had been gnawing at him, unease, fear, impatience, slowly faded. They became nourishment, strengthening his Daoxian heart. With his heart becoming calm again, something shifted within him. It was then that Li Fan realized the breakthrough he had been waiting for lay with the Songhai Pearl. He had been stuck at the mid-stage of chi condensation for years, unable to make any progress. Even after cultivating both methods to the mid-stage, he still couldn't find his fated opportunity. But now, in this moment, he felt a faint chance at a breakthrough. The key was to use his consciousness to contact and comprehend the Songhai Pearl. He knew how dangerous this was, but the opportunity was undeniable. If he could circulate the profound yellow heart refining incantation alongside the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, he might be able to resist the assimilation of the Songhai will. His mind began to slip into a trance, and it was as if he had become a vast sea once again, watching the world change around him. The sun rose and set, the moon shifted, stars moved, and constellations shifted positions. Clouds drifted, rain scattered. All of this sped up thousands and 10,000s of times, flashing before his eyes in a blur. It felt as though centuries passed in the span of a single thought. An aura of remoteness, antiquity, and vicissitudes gradually filled his consciousness. Then, a stream of cool energy surged forward, like a clear spring in the mountains. It washed away the imprints left by time, and Li Fan gradually regained his sense of self. However, the toll on his lifespan was far greater than that of normal cultivation. His emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, had become infinitely diluted. Yet, even with this cost, he could now draw on a sliver of the Songhai Pearl's power. His divine sense was vastly strengthened, covering the entire Taihang Island with just a light movement. Without hesitation, Li Fan's consciousness expanded like ripples, rapidly extending outward. One by one, lifeless islands appeared in his mind. Through his divine sense, he observed that beneath one particular island, a dormant volcano had been reignited by the influence of the ongoing flame disaster. Across the Songyun Sea, Li Fan sensed that a few cultivators still remained hidden, clinging to life. He uncovered many secrets of the Songyun Sea, secrets that were usually hidden and only revealed in these final days. However, none of these mysteries had anything to do with him. So, he swiftly retracted his divine sense, focusing on the Songhai Pearl. Li Fan mobilized the pearl, calling forth the residual water vapor between heaven and earth in the Songyun Sea. This vapor gathered above Taihang Island, bringing with it the long-awaited rain. For the surviving mortals on the island, it was a moment of pure joy, as the heavy rain lasted for half an aeon. With his control over the Songhai Pearl, Li Fan ensured that the water vapor would gather every half-month, providing a continuous source of rain for the island and guaranteeing the survival of its inhabitants. After completing these tasks, Li Fan incarnated as the vast sea, observing the world in silence. He felt the various auras flowing between heaven and earth and the subtle will that governed them. As 2 years passed, time itself became less significant to Li Fan. The longer he gazed at the sky, the deeper his understanding grew. Over these years, he believed the killing intent that permeated heaven and earth and that Songyun Sea had gradually faded. However, he now realized that it had never truly diminished. It still lingered, present and powerful, as cultivators continued to plunder from heaven and seize from earth. The heavenly Dao Xian, in turn, naturally generated its killing intent. Heaven itself emitted this intent, setting in motion a plan to eliminate the rebellious cultivators. Then, in that moment, Li Fan perceived the embodiment of the heavenly Dao Xian's laws, the souls of heaven and earth. These beings appeared before him as countless fragments of information flooding his mind. The soul of heaven and earth possessed no independent thoughts, merely acting on its established instincts. To cultivators, these souls were incredibly dangerous. They embodied the very laws of the universe, and slaughtering cultivators was as easy for them as killing chickens or butchering sheep. Once a cultivator was targeted, escape was impossible, death was inevitable. Yet, at the same time, as embodiments of the great Dao Xian's laws, the souls of heaven and earth represented a tremendous opportunity for cultivators. As the ancient saying goes, sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to integrate oneself with the Dao Xian. If a cultivator could successfully refine the soul of heaven and earth, regardless of their previous cultivation, they would instantly achieve the Dao Xian integration realm. This realization struck Li Fan, and he understood the immense power of these souls and the peril they posed. As Li Fan gazed upon the crimson flame soul orbiter, an uncontrollable greed surged from deep within him, driving him to devour it and claim the great Dao Xian, achieving immortality and supreme glory. The desire was relentless, tempting him to rush toward the crimson figure hovering in the sky. But the moment their eyes met, the crimson figure turned, locking their gazes. At that instant, the sea water within the Songhai Pearl boiled violently. Li Fan immediately retracted his gaze, feeling the scorching heat from the pearl. As the sensation fled, he desperately circulated the profound yellow heart refining incantation, striving to dissolve the greed burning within him. Fortunately, the crimson figure merely glanced at him before turning away. Perhaps in its eyes, Li Fan was just a vague consciousness from the Songhai Pearl, a mere fleeting thought, and thus, it paid him no further attention. The figure, known as Qian, returned its focus to scorching the Songyun Sea. Reason and desire clashed violently within Li Fan's soul, each pulling him in opposite directions, threatening to tear his consciousness apart. He fought to maintain control, keeping the profound yellow heart refining incantation flowing to preserve his Dao Xian heart. Time seemed to stretch, and after an indeterminate period, the storm of greed gradually subsided. Li Fan still felt the lingering fear of his earlier desire and dared not pry again. The mere act of preserving his consciousness while peering into the heavenly secrets had been a stroke of fortune. Just as his consciousness was about to withdraw from the Songhai Pearl and return to his body, Li Fan realized something deeply unsettling. He had been merged with the Pearl's consciousness for so long that he had surpassed the limits of what a Qi condensation mid-stage cultivator could endure. His body's lifespan had already been consumed. Had his consciousness not remained connected to the Songhai Pearl, he would have already perished from old age. It seemed that his cultivation in this lifetime had come to an end. Although there was a trace of regret, Li Fan did not lament. He had uncovered the truth behind the changes in the Songyun Sea, witnessed the soul of heaven and earth, Qian, and personally comprehended the mechanism of heaven and earth. His gains were not insignificant. Even if his life were to end now, Li Fan could accept it. But he was not ready to let go just yet. With his consciousness tethered to the Songhai Pearl, Li Fan resolved to make the most of the remainder of his time. Since he was already near the end, why not continue his exploration? He decided to delve deeper into the Qi mechanism of heaven and earth once more. He was determined not to repeat the mistake of prying into the soul of heaven and earth, but simply comprehending the Qi mechanism itself should not be fatal. Li Fan carefully mobilized a strand of Pu power from the Songhai Pearl to protect his body, ensuring it would not decay. Without the nourishment of a physical form, his consciousness was like water without a source, a tree without roots. Slowly, he realized that his consciousness would gradually be consumed by the pearl if left unchecked. But for now, it was a small price to pay for further understanding the Dao Xian. According to Li Fan's estimation, he could hold on for at most another dozen years, perhaps a bit longer if he used the time wisely. If he was fortunate, he might gain even more knowledge before his time came. He continued to observe the flow of the Qi mechanism of heaven and earth, the rise and set of the sun, moon, and stars. Li Fan watched the remaining life in the Songyun Sea fade away, one after another. The indifferent, eternal, and unchanging killing intent between heaven and earth was palpable, pressing down on everything. And so, in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. In Li Fan's 40th anchor year, the Tsongyun Sea had long since dried up completely, transformed into a barren wasteland. Only on Taihang Island, under Li Fan's protection, did a small number of mortals survive. The crimson figure, Qian, who had once hovered in the sky, finally disappeared. His mission was complete, and so he dissipated with the passing of time. No one could say for certain when or if he would reappear in the cultivation world again. Li Fan gazed in the direction where Qian had vanished, his mind settling back into the Songhai Pearl. Time passed, and with it, his consciousness grew weaker, as though he were losing the ability to think for himself. He could only silently observe the world through the lens of the Songhai Pearl, feeling more and more distant from everything. In the second year after Qian's disappearance, several cultivators in green daoist robes arrived at the Tsongyun Sea. They cast spells one after another, and finally, after a long absence, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. More cultivators followed, and soon, green light bloomed across the once dried seabed. Vegetation, the breath of life, sprouted from the earth. A clear breeze swept across, and trees began to rise from the ground. In just a year's time, the barren stretches of scorched earth had transformed into a land teeming with vitality once again. The Tsongyun Sea had completed its transformation into the Tsongyun mountain range. A city soon hovered above the newly formed mountains, drawing more and more cultivators from across the world. In Li Fan's 48th anchor year, a foundation establishment stage cultivator returned to what had once been the Tsongyun Sea, now known as the Tsongyun mountain range. He arrived at the site of the former Lei Island, now the Lei mountain range, his expression filled with sorrow. Li Fan's divine sense swept over, and upon seeing this figure, a wave of emotion surged within him. The cultivator was none other than Zhang Haobua, the captain of the Tsongyuan ship, who had left the Tsongyun Sea years ago due to an uneasy feeling in his heart. Over 20 years had passed since then, and Li Fan couldn't help but wonder what experiences Zhang Haobua had gone through to reach the foundation establishment stage. As the scenes of this lifetime flashed rapidly through his mind, Li Fan felt his consciousness begin to fade. Just before it completely disappeared, Li Fan's consciousness returned to his body. More than a decade of comprehending the chi mechanism of heaven and earth had finally dissolved the bottleneck hindering his breakthrough. The path forward, once clouded, now seemed clear. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled around him, and in an instant, Li Fan's cultivation base shattered its limits, advancing to the late stage of chi condensation. With his life slipping away, Li Fan summoned his last strength to activate the truth returning technique. As he was pulled into his virtual space, the familiar 4-option window appeared before him, as it always did at the end of a simulation. Li Fan's eyes locked on the second option, retain his cultivation realm. He had already learned the location of the Songhai Pearl on Luan Island. It was just a matter of retrieving it when the time came. As his decision settled, 2 streams of familiar spiritual energy materialized within his dantian. A strange and powerful fluctuation descended upon him. In the next moment, the spiritual energy surged out, flooding his body like an unstoppable river, transforming him, and raising his cultivation to new heights. The immortal mortal miasma, a lingering taint, vanished completely in an instant, gone without a trace. The clarity of the change struck Li Fan deeply. He realized the expulsion was far superior to the forced purification he'd undergone through the body-purifying spirit pool formation in his previous life. What he was experiencing now wasn't just an expulsion. It was the will of heaven and earth itself, the very power of the laws governing the universe. Having spent over a decade studying the chi mechanism of heaven and earth through the Kange Pearl in his past life, Li Fan instantly recognized the fluctuation. In his previous existence, the immortal mortal miasma was a barrier, the force that eternally separated immortals from mortals. But now, the fluctuation he felt was the antithesis of that. It was the will to transcend such barriers. His Hunshin system had done what others deemed impossible, eradicating an affliction that had plagued the cultivation world for millennia. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet Li Fan knew the path of immortal cultivation was never easy, especially in a world where cultivators stripped heaven and earth bare, driven by endless killing intent. He thought back to his first days in the cultivation world, meeting Su Changyu. The man had seemed extraordinary, a true seeker of the Tao Xian, destined to accomplish great feats. But fate was cruel. Changyu had perished mysteriously within days, while the unassuming Xiaoheng, always in his shadow, had the potential to establish his foundation within mere years. Both Li Fan and He Zhenghao had believed Hong would reach the Golden Core realm in his lifetime. But once again, fate had its own designs. The heavenly will, an unstoppable force of death, had already been set in motion. Whether a cultivator or mortal, whether a success or a failure, all were bound to the same fate. Death could not be avoided. Only one, the humble fisherman Zhang Haobua, had escaped this fate after surviving a catastrophe. He had found his own fortuitous encounter, rising to become a foundation establishment cultivator. The world, unpredictable and ever-changing, continued to reveal the true nature of its existence. Heaven's killing intent was relentless, always there, invisible to the eyes of the cultivators who thought themselves beyond its reach. This was why, when Li Fan asked the Tianchen mirror if there were any disasters, the answer had been a clear no. The mirror, blinded by the heavenly secrets, could not perceive the truth. But something didn't sit right with him. Why had the Dublin Chamber of Commerce seemingly known about it long before, ordering all their subordinates to withdraw from the Tsongyun Sea? And why hadn't they informed the Myriad Immortals Alliance? The silence was suspicious, as countless lives were lost without a word of warning. Something was amiss, and if there was a chance in this new life, Li Fan swore he would get to the bottom of it. The cultivation world was unforgiving, its dangers lurking at every corner. He had learned the lesson of caution all too well. Before his void transformation was complete, stepping into the fray recklessly was not an option. But now, with the ability to cultivate the profound yellow heart refining incantation, his progress had accelerated. This time, he would reach the cultivation world more than a decade earlier than he had in his previous life. He distinctly remembered that a major event had transpired in the Tsongyun Sea during that last decade. Armed with this foresight, Li Fan knew that this time, he could plan meticulously and navigate the dangers ahead. The scene shifted, pulling Li Fan's thoughts away as the narrative returned to the Great Shin Nation, where the Jili Mountain loomed large. Halfway up the steep slopes, two young men carefully navigated the narrow, treacherous path. Erlang, a young man wearing a straw hat, led the way, while his burly companion, Wang Xuanba, trailed behind, clearly exhausted. "I can't go any further," Wang Xuanba groaned. "We've been walking all day. Let's rest for a while." Erlang glanced back, unfazed. "Not here," he warned. "There are tigers and wild beasts around. It's not safe to rest on this path. But don't worry. I know a hidden cave up ahead. We can stop there if you're really tired." Wang Xuanba wasn't entirely convinced, still uncertain. "Are you sure there are immortals here on this mountain?" he asked. His skepticism was evident. Erlang, however, was undeterred. "Of course, I've seen one myself," Erlang replied, his voice brimming with confidence. "Since 5 years ago, it's as if I've been possessed. Every chance I get, I come here to search. This mountain hides secrets, and I'm going to uncover them." Wang Xuanba sighed. He didn't know how many times they'd made this trip together. Every time, Erlang seemed just as hopeful, but never once had he found an immortal. "Erlang, you're wasting your time," he said bluntly. "Seeking immortals and the Dao Xian. It's all too vague, too elusive. You're chasing after something you may never find." But Erlang, frustrated, snapped back. "Stop being such a downer. You sound just like my mother. If you keep talking like this, go down the mountain yourself." Before Wang Xuanba could respond, the air grew heavy with a sense of danger. He froze. Erlang's expression shifted as his eyes caught sight of a massive creature, one of the very beasts that occasionally roamed the mountain. A giant white python, its scales gleaming in the moonlight, coiled in front of them, blocking the path. Wang Xuanba's heart skipped a beat. Fear washed over him as he saw the sheer size of the beast. The mountain had just become much more dangerous than either of them had imagined. Before Erlang could even shout a warning, the massive white python struck. Its jaws parted, emitting a foul stench, as it lunged to swallow him whole. In a split second, Wang Xuanba reacted, darting forward just in time to avoid being caught. He leaped high into the air, his fist coming down with a thunderous force onto the python's head. Erlang joined the assault, shifting his fist into a sharp, piercing strike. His fingers danced, unleashing dozens of rapid jabs, each one sounding like thunder as it collided with the python's thick scales. But the attacks were in vain. Not a single mark appeared on the python's gleaming armor. Enraged, the creature hissed violently, twisting its massive body and lashing out with terrifying force. Its tail struck Wang Xuanba squarely in the chest, sending him flying through the air. He slammed hard into the jagged rocks of the cliff face, the impact stealing the breath from his lungs. The white python, relentless in its fury, swung its enormous head around, jaws widening as it lunged directly for Erlang. There was no time to dodge. Erlang's arms shot out instinctively, bracing himself as best he could, his muscles straining with every ounce of strength to hold the creature's jaws apart. The python roared, a chilling sound that reverberated through the mountains, its overwhelming power forcing Erlang back, slamming him mercilessly against the rough, uneven terrain. Each impact felt as if his bones might shatter, but he fought on, holding the jaws open as the snake continued to thrash and batter him. For a brief moment, it seemed like Erlang had been consumed entirely, but with a deep, guttural growl, he refused to let go. His strength and will to survive kept the jaws pried open. The python, enraged and struggling, flung Erlang aside, sending him crashing into the ground next to the motionless Wang Xuanba. Erlang groaned, struggling to prop himself up, pain surging through his body. Blood dripped from his mouth as he spat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The giant white python loomed over them, its eyes burning with rage, but Erlang was too battered to fear. His mind raced with thoughts of how they could have come to this point. He had spent countless days searching the mountains, driven by the sight of a peerless immortal flying through the skies of Jili Mountain, hoping to find the immortal and take him as his master. Yet, Here he was, on the brink of death, not finding immortality, but possibly losing his life. Just as he began to resign himself to the inevitable, a sharp, piercing cry rang out from deep within the mountain range. The sound of an eagle's cry echoed through the air, and to his astonishment, other creatures began to gather. Mountain lions, bears, cranes, and countless wild animals appeared, charging at the white python with savage fury. Erlang watched, stunned, as the creatures clashed with the python, completely ignoring him and Wang Xuanba. Confusion and wonder filled his mind as he struggled to rise. What was happening? Why were these beasts suddenly attacking the giant python? His heart raced as a sudden thought struck him. His eyes widened with realization. This was no ordinary occurrence. This beast tide, these wild creatures, could only be summoned by one, an immortal. Erlang's voice broke the stillness as he called out to the immortal master he had been searching for. His voice echoed across the mountain, his hopes surging as he thought he might finally have found the one he had been seeking. His heart beat faster with excitement and anxiety. But despite his loud cries, there was no answer. No figure appeared from the shadows of the mountain. The immortal, it seemed, remained elusive, as always. Not far from Erlang, Li Fan hovered in the air, his presence veiled from the mortals below. He watched silently, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, and a trace of appreciation in his gaze. His sharp eyes noted Erlang's peculiar constitution, the firmness of his heart in seeking the Daoxian. There was potential in the young man, but unfortunately, Li Fan, as an immortal master, had yet to establish a solid foothold in the world. How could he possibly take someone like Erlang as a disciple when his own foundation was still fragile? No, it was better to wait for the right moment. Only then could he offer the young man the opportunity to become his disciple. With a soft exhale, Li Fan flew off, content with his observations. His years of study had not been in vain. The formless killing intent, a concept he had spent 9 years understanding, was indeed extraordinary. In this life, having reached the late stage of chi condensation, Li Fan had taken precautions to avoid the influence of the immortal mortal miasma. Seeking a place of seclusion, he had retreated to Jili Mountain, a forsaken land devoid of spiritual energy. It was here, free from distractions, that he could focus entirely on comprehending the chi mechanism of heaven and earth, the very thing he had observed in his previous life. For 9 long years, Li Fan worked tirelessly, day and night, driven by a singular purpose. And at last, his efforts bore fruit. He had grasped the profound mystery of the formless killing intent. When unleashed, this intent could disguise itself as the killing will of heaven and earth. Targets locked in its grip would not need his intervention. They would perish on their own, swept away by the tribulations of the killing intent. It was a subtle and dangerous force, capable of turning the very will of heaven and earth against its targets. The formless killing intent had a particular beauty to it. It could blend into the natural order, undetectable by ordinary cultivators. Its power was immense, and its concealment unparalleled. In this way, it became an ideal tool for destruction and manipulation. The vast array of creatures that now surrounded the white python were not simply attacking out of instinct. They had been driven by the formless killing intent, brought to bear upon the beast through the heavenly mandate. The python, with nowhere to run, would be destroyed by this unseen force, the killing intent never wavering until it was completely vanquished. Satisfied with his work, Li Fan quickly tied it up and checked the progress of his truth-returning technique. It was nearly complete, just 1% shy of being fully charged. His time in the immortal Forsaken Land was up. It was time to re-enter the cultivation world. With a single thought, Li Fan raided the tomb of Shin Hong and departed on the Taihang Arc, traveling through the great immortal severing formation that marked his return. As he sailed through the boundless sea of clouds, the deep blue stretching endlessly before him, Li Fan couldn't help but feel as though a lifetime had passed. He scattered Shin Hong's ashes into the vast ocean, fulfilling the old man's dying wish in this lifetime. As the strange phenomenon faded, Li Fan sensed an indescribable shift within himself. He paused, searching for the cause, but despite his careful inspection, the nature of the change eluded him. With a sigh, he chose to set it aside for now, making a mental note to revisit it later. He quickly assessed his location and decided it was best to stow the Taihang Arc, opting instead to ride the wind toward Lily Island. Though slower, it suited his current situation better. The Taihang Arc was too conspicuous, especially for the rogue cultivator persona he had assumed. Li Fan had prepared to take on the role of a cultivator from the Tsongyun Sea, someone who had inadvertently reached the late stage of chi condensation and sought to break through to the foundation establishment stage but lacked the method. He hoped to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance and find a way to reach the next level. But as he flew through the skies, his thoughts were interrupted. A sudden surge of killing intent locked onto him, its power unmistakable. It was the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator, dangerous, and much too close. A cultivator was charging toward him at an unimaginable speed. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat as he realized he had no choice but to flee. He pulled out the Taihang Arc, attempting to outrun the relentless pursuer. For a moment, the pursuer hesitated, surprised by Li Fan's sudden use of the arc. But it was only brief. In an instant, his speed increased, and the gap began to close. Frustration surged within Li Fan as he pushed the Taihang arc to its maximum speed, but the gap continued to shrink. With a curse, he realized his escape wasn't enough. In desperation, he unleashed the formless killing intent, locking it onto his attacker. The moment the technique was released, a strange sensation washed over him, as if countless eyes were upon him. It felt wrong, as though he had stepped beyond his own realm. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Had he invoked some sort of side effect from using the formless killing intent at such a distance? Had the will of heaven and earth noticed him? The feeling lingered, but fortunately, it seemed the impact was minimal. He had only crossed one major realm, and the will of heaven and earth merely glanced at him before receding back into silence. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew that had he crossed further, the consequences could have been catastrophic. He could have drawn the attention of the soul of heaven and earth, a force capable of erasing him from existence. As he sent out the formless killing intent, something unexpected occurred. A tornado materialized between the heavens and earth, swirling violently in the chaser's path. The wind coiled around him, a force beyond control. The tornado took on a faint azure glow, like a dragon in flight, roaring as it moved relentlessly toward his pursuer. Caught off guard, the cultivator was struck squarely by the tornado. Li Fan seized the opportunity, accelerating and flying away. But before he could get far, the man broke free from the tornado's grip and soared after him, his speed even greater than before. The formless killing intent intensified, but just as the pursuer drew closer, something unexpected happened. A giant crocodile shark emerged from beneath the sea, leaping high and swallowing the man whole in a single bite. For a moment, it seemed Li Fan had gained the upper hand. But then, a burst of flames erupted from the shark's mouth, and the cultivator flew out, singed but still intent on pursuing Li Fan. He charged once more, intent on ending his life. Suddenly, from the clear sky above, a bolt of thunder descended, crackling through the air and adding to the chaos of the chase. Li Fan's heart pounded in his chest as he saw Lily Island in the distance. Without hesitation, he headed toward the island's central protection formation, hoping to find refuge within its boundaries. In a moment of foolishness, Li Fan believed that with He Zhenghao's help, he might be able to escape. But then, to his horror, the pursuer called out, mentioning He Zhenghao's name and branding him a little thief. Li Fan froze, realizing too late that the two knew each other well. He Zhenghao's voice cut through the air, questioning the man, protected WAN, about his charred appearance. Panic surged within Li Fan as the truth sank in. They were connected, and his fate was more complicated than he had thought. With no time to waste, Li Fan activated his Hunshan system and ended the simulation, returning to his virtual space. He sat there, breathless, knowing that he had just lived the shortest life since activating the truth-returning technique. He never expected that, upon entering the cultivation world, he would be chased down so quickly, especially not by someone from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The man had come from 1,000 miles away with a clear goal, to execute him. Li Fan's mind raced as he tried to make sense of it all. Why would someone from the Myriad Immortals Alliance target him the moment he entered the cultivation world? He knew that the Sun Yun Sea was under their control, which meant his location could easily be tracked. The question remained, where had this sudden danger come from? He examined the items he carried, checking each one carefully, until his focus landed on the lesser amplification water art. It was the only thing that stood out, and it clicked in his mind. This was the key. He had no ties to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, except for the cultivation method he possessed. The lesser amplification water art, it seemed, had caught their attention. They must have discovered that no one had exchanged it, but the number of people cultivating it had suddenly increased by one. They likely concluded that the method had been leaked. Without hesitation, Li Fan circulated the supreme primordial true scripture and dissolved his chi condensation cultivation in the lesser amplification water art. In doing so, he erased any trace of the method, cutting himself off from the Alliance's surveillance. He had arrived back in the cultivation world, and sure enough, his suspicions had been correct. Without cultivating the lesser amplification water art, Li Fan no longer attracted the pursuit of the Myriad Immortals Alliance's protector. At last, he made his way toward Lily Island, his pace slow but steady. However, as he neared the sea area close to the island, an image from his memory flashed before his eyes. Something within him stirred, compelling him to stop. His gaze turned toward the depths of the sea below, his eyes piercing through the water, reaching deep into the ocean's dark expanse. There, a disturbing sight met his eyes. A school of lay fish was dragging the lifeless bodies of mortals from all over the ocean, offering them as tributes to a massive golden lay fish. The golden creature, bloated and gleaming, swayed as it swallowed the human corpses, one after another. After briefly chewing, it spat out the broken bones, displaying an unmistakable look of dissatisfaction. Li Fan's focus sharpened as he locked onto the golden lay fish with his formless killing intent. Instantly, the surrounding lay fish turned into a chaotic frenzy, surrounding the golden beast. The golden lay fish vanished into the school, its body consumed by the madness of its followers. Slowly, Its golden blood began to float up to the surface, a visible trace of its demise. Once the golden lay fish perished, Li Fan moved swiftly. He retrieved the massive lay pearl from within its body, admiring its size in his hand. A sense of loss flickered through him as he realized it wasn't a wondrous item of heaven and earth. Still, carrying it with him had its benefits. It acted almost like a lay pill, offering a steady stream of energy. For now, that was enough. Satisfied, Li Fan stashed it away, resuming his journey toward Lily Island. When he reached the sky above the island, he paused, releasing his spiritual energy. At that precise moment, He Jinghao appeared beside him, his usual smile on his face as he questioned which fellow Daoist had come to his island. Li Fan, ever respectful, greeted him warmly, though He Jinghao was clearly puzzled about his identity. "I am a humble rogue cultivator from the Tsongyun Sea," Li Fan explained with a bright smile. "Cultivating to the late stage of chi condensation has been a tremendous struggle. As a rogue cultivator, I know that the path to foundation establishment is beyond me without proper guidance. So, I came here to seek your help. I have heard of your reputation as a righteous, public-spirited fellow Daoist who takes joy in offering assistance to those in need. I came to ask if you might recommend me to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Once I succeed, I will surely offer a reward in gratitude." He Jinghao, still smiling, looked at Li Fan with curiosity. "What are you saying, my fellow Daoist? As cultivators, we all understand the difficulty of cultivation. Helping each other is part of our way. Don't worry, the matter of you joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance is on me." Li Fan's expression shifted into one of fawning admiration. "I must say, your reputation as timely rain is well-deserved. I'm truly impressed." He Jinghao blinked, clearly taken aback. "Timely rain," he muttered, puzzled. "When did I get that nickname?" It was indeed fitting that He Jinghao's nickname, Timely Rain, was spreading, and if it did, it would undoubtedly benefit his cultivation of the sitting mountain art. As the process for Li Fan's travel permit was being handled, he waited in the void above Lily Island, watching the horizon as He Jinghao made his way to Wanxian Island. Li Fan knew that cultivators at the late stage of chi condensation or higher needed special permission to travel without risking autonomous attacks by the Myriad Immortals Grand Formation. Fortunately, He Jinghao had no trouble completing his task. When he returned, he handed Li Fan a past spirit talisman, instructing him to leave a trace of his aura on it. Li Fan followed the instructions, his aura imprinting on the talisman with ease. He Jinghao reminded him that once he formally joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance, he should return the talisman. Losing it would require him to pay compensation with corresponding contribution points. Afterward, He Jinghao led Li Fan to Wonan Island, where the two entered the Tian Mirror. Inside the Tian Mirror, He Jinghao introduced Li Fan, stating that he was a late-stage chi condensation rogue cultivator seeking to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Tian Mirror processed the information, acknowledging Li Fan's status as a late-stage chi condensation cultivator under He Jinghao's recommendation. It recorded the event as high-grade merit and granted him 300 contribution points. He Jinghao's own contribution points totaled 1,340. As they stood there, a thought struck He Jinghao, and he turned to Li Fan with a bold question. "How old are you, exactly?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Fan answered honestly, "I'm 29. He Jinghao was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. A 29-year-old, late-stage chi condensation cultivator, and a rogue at that. It was extraordinary. He Jinghao immediately recognized Li Fan's immense potential, something he had only seen once in his life. Impressed by Li Fan's aptitude, he handed him another talisman, explaining that as a newcomer, he would undoubtedly face challenges. "If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me," He Jinghao said, his voice filled with sincerity. "I'll share everything I know with you. And if you encounter any trouble you can't solve, I can help. Though I'm only in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, my network is vast, and I hold some influence within the Myriad Immortals Alliance." Li Fan thanked him, humbled by He Jinghao's generosity. He Jinghao's enthusiasm seemed excessive for someone of his cultivation level. But in the cultivation world, where most cultivators preferred solitude, someone like He Jinghao was rare. His kindness was a gift Li Fan didn't take lightly. After a few more instructions, He Jinghao left, clearly excited about the new developments. Li Fan felt the weight of this treatment, realizing that it was much better than his previous life. His divine sense fluctuation was recorded, and an independent space was generated. The Tian Mirror officially welcomed Li Fan to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, marking the beginning of his new path. As a new member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Li Fan was gifted 100 contribution points for free, a welcome benefit to get him started. Contribution points, he learned, could be exchanged for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magical treasures, and a range of other valuable items. The Tianxin Mirror began the introduction of available items, and while Li Fan was already quite familiar with this system, he still listened intently, comparing it to his experience from his previous lifetime. He quickly realized that after reaching the late stage of chi condensation, the contribution points required to activate the assisted cultivation mode had increased significantly. Where it once cost him 10 points a day, now it was 30 points a day. Continuing his usual routine from the past, Li Fan bought a storage ring and used it to store the gold, silver, jewelry, and halting steel fragment he had gathered. Afterward, he returned to the Tianxin mirror to exchange them for contribution points. The gold and silver yielded him 863 contribution points, while the halting steel fragment, despite its flawed quality, converted to 1,968 points. Next, Li Fan took out the massive lei pearl he had obtained from the giant golden lei fish. The Tianxin mirror identified it as an exquisite lei pearl, which could be exchanged for 850 contribution points. The exquisite lei pearl, though not as effective as a lei pill, had the advantage of being reusable. Li Fan considered it a valuable asset for future cultivation and decided to hold on to it for the time being. Looking to earn more contribution points, Li Fan browsed through the bounty missions posted by other cultivators in the Tianxin mirror. His eyes quickly scanned the list until one mission caught his attention. He paused and focused his divine sense on the details. The mission was posted by Elder Chun of the Medicine Hall, who was seeking a rare auxiliary ingredient for alchemy, the blue blood coral. The reward for providing information was 1,000 contribution points, while those who directly provided the coral would receive 3,000 points. This mission was familiar to Li Fan. As the Kangei consciousness, he had seen this coral before, located in the northwest maritime region of the Zhongyun Sea, more than 200 miles west of Wei Island. He recalled seeing the coral growing on the seabed, but it was guarded by a deadly sea snake. Li Fan didn't know the full extent of the sea snake's power, but he could feel a deep, fatal danger just from observing it from afar. He quickly devised a story and submitted the mission. Thanks to the efficient workings of Wanxian Island, the authenticity of his information was verified swiftly. In just half a day, Li Fan received the 3,000 contribution points reward. What intrigued him, though, was that the bounty for the blue blood coral remained active, despite the information being verified. It appeared that Elder Chun needed a significant quantity of the coral. Li Fan's thoughts drifted as curiosity about the elixir Elder Chun was refining momentarily consumed him, but he quickly suppressed it. His attention shifted to something far more intriguing, a bounty mission that stood out among the others. It was a request for the Cloudwater map record, offering a staggering 100,000 contribution points as the reward. The brief description contained only 2 lines of words, with no further explanation. Yet, the sheer value of the reward was enough to send ripples of excitement through every cultivator who saw it. The bounty had been posted for over 10 years, and despite the enormous reward, no one had succeeded in completing it. In fact, no one even knew what the Cloudwater map record truly was. The publisher of the mission was a mystery, never showing their face or offering any explanation. It was as if they wanted to make it clear. Those who understood would understand, and explaining it to the rest was a waste of breath. In the Zhongyun Sea, no one knew where the Cloudwater map record could be found, except for Li Fan. He recalled when Xiao Hang had told him about traveling to the center of the Zhongyun Sea, to the ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, in search of a wondrous item of heaven and earth to achieve his Daoxian foundation. It seemed the Cloudwater map record was directly linked to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace itself. Li Fan's memories from his previous life resurfaced. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had been a powerful sect during the ancient era, the most formidable in the Zhongyun Sea. But when the great calamity of heaven and earth descended, the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had slaughtered each other, and only a fraction survived. Those who remained activated the sect's protection grand formation, retreating into seclusion. The palace was hidden away, shrouded by the formation in the heart of the Zhongyun Sea. It wasn't until the 11th Anchor year that the formation was finally broken, and the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, obscured for 10,000 years, reappeared in the world. However, the palace's return was short-lived. When the first group of cultivators entered the ruins, they discovered that the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had long since fallen into ruin, filled with strange anomalies. What they had assumed was just an ordinary ruin quickly became a deadly trap. Over 100 cultivators, most of them at the Qi condensation and foundation establishment stages, entered the palace, unaware of the dangers awaiting them. They were caught off guard by the anomalies within, and the casualties were catastrophic. In the end, less than 1/10 of the group made it out alive. For Li Fan, this event had been a defining moment, and the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had been at the forefront of his thoughts ever since. With the Cloudwater map record still shrouded in mystery, Li Fan knew that this was something far bigger than it appeared, a key to unlocking a long-lost legacy that could shake the very foundation of the Zhongyun Sea. Among the survivors of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruin, there was one unexpected figure, Xikong Yi. Despite his late-stage Qi condensation cultivation, which seemed unremarkable, no one initially gave him much thought. Most assumed he had survived simply by luck. But no one anticipated that Xikong Yi would be the one to hand over the Cloudwater map record, completing the bounty mission and earning the 100,000 contribution points. After claiming his reward, Xikong Yi vanished, leaving the Zhongyun Sea through the long-distance teleportation formation. From that point on, he disappeared from the world's sight. He was never seen again. Li Fan, in his previous life, had heard the rumors and seen the consequences of Xikong Yi's actions. He made a mental note to learn more about anomalies and sect ruins, and soon purchased a survival guide for sect ruins. The guide detailed the two main categories of valuable sects that cultivators sought to explore, those with no anomalies, and those with anomalies. If a sect had no anomalies, the dangers were manageable, provided one remained cautious of formation traps. But if anomalies were present, the dangers were far more severe. These anomalies were strange, otherworldly phenomena that could not be explained by common sense. They often carried their own set of rules, and these rules could be deadly if violated. The intensity of the anomalies varied, and they were categorized according to cultivation base, chi condensation level anomalies, foundation establishment level anomalies, golden core level anomalies, and so on. Cultivators who entered a ruin with anomalies had to follow the rules of the anomaly if their cultivation base was weaker than its strength. Failure to comply was a death sentence. Li Fan read the survival guide thoroughly, and it bolstered his confidence. In his previous life, after Sikong Yi completed the bounty and claimed the Cloudwater map record, cultivators from all over flocked to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins, bringing back countless treasures. Many of the palace's rules were no longer secrets, though how Sikong Yi had obtained the Cloudwater map record remained a mystery. For Li Fan, if he wanted to secure the Cloudwater map record in this life, his best course of action would be to shadow Sikong Yi, intercepting him just before he succeeded. There were still 2 years before the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace would open again, giving Li Fan plenty of time to gather information on Sikong Yi. He needed to ensure that he understood both his target and the situation, all while strengthening his own cultivation. Currently, Li Fan's only offensive technique was the formless killing intent, so he needed to cultivate more methods for direct combat. He turned his attention to the Tian Shinan Mirror, where a pile of chi condensation stage offensive cultivation methods caught his eye. One in particular stood out, the Nether Spirit Illusion Art. This method allowed a cultivator to visualize and cultivate a phantom spirit within their mind. When facing enemies, the phantom spirit could be released to confuse and disorient them, providing an opening for an attack. Li Fan decided to focus on mastering this technique, knowing it would be vital to his plans in the years to come. Li Fan's eyes widened with excitement as he delved into the techniques of the phantom spirit. This illusion method felt almost designed for him. He could already imagine the potential it held. Having reincarnated countless times over hundreds of years, and with the enhancement of the profound yellow heart refining incantation, his divine sense had to be formidable. He wasn't sure how it compared to other cultivators, but his confidence was unshaken. The technique's instruction to visualize and cultivate a phantom spirit seemed like the perfect fit for his abilities. If Li Fan used Qian as the basis for visualization, the phantom spirit he would form might possess extraordinary power. But then, he saw the price. A staggering 2,500 contribution points. Li Fan's face hardened as he realized the cost was nearly the same as that of the Foundation Establishment cultivation method. No wonder no one bought it. Despite the overwhelming price, Li Fan clenched his jaw and made the purchase. As the transaction completed, his contribution points dropped to 1321. He held the cultivation method in his hands, activated the assisted cultivation mode, and retrieved the exquisite Liuli Pearl. He began his practice immediately. Visualizing a phantom spirit wasn't as simple as conjuring it from nothing. It had to be grounded in something that already existed in the world. Li Fan's thoughts drifted back, and memories of past lives surfaced. The moment when Qian had boiled the sea, the phantom image slowly began to form in his sea of consciousness. His body temperature surged sharply, sweat pouring down in torrents. It felt like an inferno inside him. With a steady breath, Li Fan forced the circulation of the heart-refining incantation to suppress the burning sensation. As the phantom image of Qian took shape, the heat grew even more intense. Li Fan's body felt as though it might burst into flames. The soul of heaven and earth was not something to be trifled with. He couldn't even properly condense the phantom spirit with Qian as the prototype. Li Fan's mind raced. There had to be some unseen restriction or law preventing it, something he hadn't grasped. A soul of heaven and earth embodied a law of nature. If Qian's flame represented one law, then what of its other aspects? What was the significance of Qian's qi? Without hesitation, Li Fan began to experiment. The aura of the phantom spirit remained unchanged, but its color shifted from red to green. This time, the phantom spirit formed, but it was frail, like an empty shell, lacking any real power. Li Fan pressed on, trying again, this time with a shift to black. But as with Qian, the black flame phantom spirit couldn't materialize. Yet there was a difference. When the black flame was visualized, the scorching heat didn't return. Li Fan continued his trials, experimenting with every color he could imagine. His efforts revealed only 4 possible outcomes. The first, like Qian, was the red flame. The phantom spirit refused to take shape, and the searing heat of visualization burned within him once again. The second attempt was like the green flame. Though the phantom spirit materialized, it was hollow, a mere shell without strength. Li Fan's next attempt mirrored the black flame. The figure failed to form, but there was no burning sensation this time. However, it was the fourth type that truly intrigued him. A phantom spirit, nearly identical to Qian, but blue. As he visualized this blue flame, The searing heat was replaced by an intense cold, like absolute zero. His body felt as though it was freezing from the inside out. Yet, his consciousness detached from his physical form. Li Fan was no longer within his body. He watched himself from an outsider's perspective, detached from emotions, calm and rational. In this state of pure logic, the blue flame phantom spirit fully manifested. The cold didn't rise, but something within him shifted. Vitality began to surge back into his body. A single thought from his divine sense, and the freezing sensation evaporated, leaving him in his normal state. The world around him returned to its previous temperature. Li Fan looked at his hands in silence, the blue flame now tangible within him. Was this the true power of the blue flame? His contribution points, however, had diminished drastically. From a once immense balance of over 3,000 points, he was now left with just over 100. It felt like a dream, a fleeting moment ago when he had so much, and now, just an empty account. The consumption of his points was swift and relentless. Li Fan knew he needed to find a way to earn contribution points faster. Without hesitation, he took out the communication spirit talisman and reached out to He Zhenghao. His inquiry was simple. Was there a faster way to gather contribution points? He Zhenghao's voice came through with a slight chuckle. He explained that the Myriad Immortals Alliance was just like that. New cultivators often work for years before earning enough points to exchange for a cultivation method. However, since Li Fan had been introduced to the alliance by He Zhenghao, he would help him out. But such matters were too inconvenient to discuss through the spirit talisman. If Li Fan was willing, He Zhenghao invited him to come to Liuli Island to discuss it in person. Li Fan's spirits lifted instantly. He Zhenghao's offer was timely. Without wasting a moment, he set out for Liuli Island. Once there, under the island's grand protection formation, he appeared before He Zhenghao's pavilion. Upon arrival, Li Fan greeted him, only to be met with He Zhenghao's knowing smile. He laughed at how impatient Li Fan had been. Then, in a surprising turn of events, He Zhenghao clapped his hands. The mountain they were standing on began to shrink, sinking rapidly into the earth. Li Fan was speechless, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The entire mountain range, once solid and towering, now seemed like individual stars floating above them, a scene both magnificent and terrifying. He Zhenghao turned to Li Fan with a knowing smile, and asked what he thought of the mountain and river star formation. Li Fan, still in awe, responded honestly, acknowledging the formation's extraordinary nature. He Zhenghao nodded, explaining that the Island Protection Grand Formation of Liuli Island was actually a transformed version of this very mountain and river star formation, which he had personally crafted. This revelation further stunned Li Fan. He hadn't expected He Zhenghao to be so skilled in the art of information arrays. He Zhenghao continued, clarifying that while he had created the formation himself, he had received help from others along the way. In truth, his foundation establishment wondrous item had been a mountain and river veins formation diagram. When it came to the Dao Xian of arrays, his talent far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Li Fan's amazement only grew as he realized that, just in terms of formation arrays, even an ordinary nascent soul realm formation master might not be his equal. Curiosity began to gnaw at Li Fan. If He Zhenghao was so accomplished in arrays, what was the matter that required such a private meeting? He Zhenghao, reading Li Fan's thoughts, explained that the issue wasn't monumental, but it did violate certain taboos. He asked Li Fan to make a trip to the Immortal Forsaken Land, a place within the departed realm. Li Fan, still puzzled, asked what the purpose of the trip was. He Zhenghao calmly explained that while the Immortal Forsaken Land was a lesser world for mortals, it held many valuable items that could be exchanged for a significant amount of contribution points. However, if cultivators were to go there themselves, the process would be both time-consuming and tedious. But there was another way. Powerful and influential mortals in these lesser worlds often found themselves desperate, seeking to return to the cultivation world. In exchange for their help in collecting the items, these mortals could be persuaded to gather the necessary supplies for cultivators. He Zhenghao further elaborated that the departed realm produced various precious treasures, including a notable amount of star sea quicksand, an essential material for arranging spell formations. The price for a single grain of star sea quicksand was typically between 2 to 3 contribution points. A lesser world looted every 10 years could yield thousands of contribution points, and with a few such worlds, it could be like earning thousands of contribution points for free each year. Li Fan listened intently as He Zhenghao outlined the arrangement. He would only need to make a single trip to the departed realm, retrieve the supplies from 10 years ago, and then return. Once the supplies were sold, the contribution points would be split evenly between them, 50-50. Li Fan's eyes lit up at the mention of the 50-50th split, and without hesitation, he agreed to the deal. With the agreement sealed, He Zhenghao handed him a wooden boat similar to the Taihang Ark, along with a spirit talisman. While the boat wasn't as intricate as the Taihang Ark, it had simple spell formations engraved on it. Li Fan took the boat, ready to embark on the journey, his thoughts already focused on the task ahead. The spirit talisman that Li Fan held was a form-hiding talisman, far more powerful than the chicaning talisman. Those below the nascent soul realm could not see through it, ensuring his disguise remained intact. Having prepared everything, Li Fan arrived at the departed realm, ready to complete his task. He Zhenghao had informed him that at the heart of this world lay a colossal volcano. Every 200 or 300 years, it erupted, claiming countless lives. However, the intervals between eruptions had grown shorter, and the scale of the eruptions had expanded. The ruling class of Dali feared that one day, the volcano would transform their world into a molten hell. In their desperation, they sent their younger generations to the cultivation world in hopes of securing a future. Upon his arrival, Li Fan was warmly welcomed by the ruling class of Dali. With the help of the form-hiding talisman, his face was distorted, and his voice altered. He announced that he had come to collect the supplies they had arranged. The Emperor of Dali confirmed that the items had all been prepared as agreed. Li Fan instructed him to lead the way. Under the guidance of the Dali Emperor, Li Fan inspected the supplies. After verifying that everything was in order, he stored the items in his storage ring. The mission was complete without any complications, a smooth and profitable venture. As Li Fan prepared to leave, he handed the wooden boat engraved with spell formations to the Dali Emperor. But then, something crossed his mind. He recalled Xiao Hong, the heir to the Prince of Jianan. He asked the Emperor about him and demanded to be taken to see him. Through the Emperor, Li Fan learned that Xiao Hong was being fostered at Scholar Su's home. With the Emperor's guidance, Li Fan was soon at Scholar Su's residence. After offering respectful greetings to the Immortal Master, Li Fan instructed everyone to rise and inquired once again about Xiao Hong. The child, no older than 15, was brought before him. As Li Fan looked at Xiao Hong, he saw a striking resemblance to the cunning figure he would become 10 years from now. Li Fan closed the distance between them, his expression serious. Without a word, he placed 2 fingers on Xiao Hong's forehead and poured a side character's medicine into him to ensure his safety. After a moment, Li Fan spoke. He declared that Xiao Hong's talent was extraordinary, and in the future, he would certainly not be a mere creature of the pond. He assured them that 10 years from now, he would return to personally take Xiao Hong away. The Emperor and the entire ruling class of Dali pledged to take care of Xiao Hong until the agreed date. However, as the exchange came to an end, a child, around Xiao Hong's age, suddenly knelt before Li Fan. Desperation filled the child's eyes as he begged the Immortal Master to save his sister. He even slammed his forehead against the floor in a display of sincerity, vowing to do anything in return. An elderly man, likely the child's father, scolded him harshly for speaking out of turn before an Immortal Master. He quickly apologized to Li Fan for the child's ignorant behavior, hoping to avoid further conflict. The child kneeling before Li Fan, desperately begging for help, was none other than Su Changyu. His sincerity was overwhelming, and soon, everyone followed suit, kneeling in unison, pleading for forgiveness. Li Fan, recalling his previous life when Shurao had mentioned Su Changyu's sister suffering from a terminal illness, gave a slight nod. Since he had already planned to investigate the situation, he agreed to take a look at her condition, just this once. Following the child's lead, Li Fan was soon brought to a basement where the sick girl lay. She was surrounded by blocks of ice, yet her body felt unnaturally hot. The infant, clearly in distress, lay upon a jade bed, her heat radiating fiercely. Li Fan placed 2 fingers gently on her forehead, and what he felt next left him speechless. To his astonishment, there was no trace of a mortal miasma in her body, nothing he had expected. He probed deeper, and what he discovered shocked him further. The wisp of spiritual energy he had sent into her body was amplified after circulating through her. It wasn't like the spiritual energy in his own body. Instead, it carried a scorching heat, a violent spiritual energy transformed from rage. This heat wasn't the typical scorching flame, but a force fueled by intense emotion. It was as though this energy was alive, fed by a deep, unrelenting fury. Li Fan couldn't help but deduce that this might be a natural immortal physique, a rare and coveted form that many would envy. He recalled the legends. Those born with such a physique had unparalleled affinity for cultivation methods and Daoxian techniques. Their cultivation speed was astounding, and they executed techniques with a natural strength that others could not match. These individuals were often gifted with innate divine powers, yet their great power came at a cost. From birth, they faced tribulations that tested their very existence. If they survived and overcame these trials, their strength grew exponentially. What stood before Li Fan was a child with 2 such rare physiques. Not only did Su Ganyu possess the natural immortal physique, but she also carried a fierce, burning rage within her. The scorching force inside her was her innate divine power. However, this same internal fire was consuming her vitality at an alarming rate. Even surrounded by ice, the internal fire burned her from within, slowly draining her life. Li Fan now understood Su Changyu's frantic desperation in his past life. He had been willing to undergo the immortal miasma process, hoping it would help him become a cultivator and save his sister. But Li Fan knew the truth. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, even a golden core master wouldn't have been able to save her life under normal circumstances. As Li Fan stood there, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. If Su Ganyu had never met him, no one would have been able to save her. This child, born with a divine power so immense, was destined to be both a blessing and a curse. Li Fan focused his energy and created a miniature version of the blue flame phantom spirit. The small figure moved toward the infant, placing a hand gently on her forehead. In a matter of moments, the scorching heat within her subsided, leaving her stable. Though this relief would only last for 10 years, it was enough to keep her safe and sound. Li Fan knew that if he could survive and escape the trials of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace in this life, he would return to find her again, to offer more aid before the time ran out. Stepping away from the basement, Li Fan turned to Scholar Su and asked about Su Gangyu's situation. Scholar Su hesitated, clearly conflicted, before beginning to speak, his words coming slowly as he recounted the events. To Li Fan's surprise, Su Gangyu wasn't actually Scholar Su's daughter, but his younger sister's child. Su Jihing and Su Gangyu had been much younger than Scholar Su, only 16 years old when she became pregnant with Su Gangyu. Her pregnancy had caused a scandal, especially since she wasn't even married at the time. The Su family had been furious, and even worse, Su Gangyu couldn't reveal who the father was. The family had pressured her to abort the child, but she had refused. So, Su Gangyu was born into this turmoil that Su Gangyu, already frail, couldn't withstand the strain of the pregnancy and childbirth. She passed away just a few days after giving birth to the child. Not long after, Su Gangyu began to show signs of a strange illness. Her body burned with an unbearable heat, forcing the Su family to constantly apply ice to relieve her pain. Despite their best efforts and consulting the finest doctors in the capital, none could offer a cure until Li Fan arrived. Li Fan pondered this information in silence, his thoughts swirling. He believed Su Gangyu's extraordinary talent was due to her being born with Heaven's mandate. Perhaps it was the only explanation for her natural gifts. But it also became clear that even such a gifted individual couldn't escape their fate in the face of tribulation. Li Fan reflected on the countless people in the cultivation world who, despite possessing immense talent, met their end in obscurity, their lives fading like common folk. Once everything was settled with the Su family, Li Fan returned to Liuli Island. Within the mountain and river star formation, he handed the storage ring to He Zhenghao. However, He Zhenghao barely glanced at it, distracted by something else. His attention was fixed on an ancient mirror before him, the surface reflecting an image eerily similar to the Tian mirror. Curious, Li Fan followed He Zhenghao's gaze and saw small text on the mirror's surface. It displayed the current price of spirit mistgrass, 15 contribution points per stock. Li Fan raised an eyebrow as He Zhenghao's focus remained on the mirror, his expression tense, almost desperate. "What's going on?" Li Fan asked, puzzled by He Zhenghao's reaction. Without looking away from the mirror, He Zhenghao explained. A few days ago, he had received reliable news that the island cultivating spirit mistgrass had been attacked by exotic beasts from the sea. The beasts had destroyed most of the spirit mistgrass, sending its price soaring. He Zhenghao was hoping, almost pleading, for the price to rise further. At the time, the news of the spirit mistgrass crisis hadn't spread, and He Zhenghao saw an opportunity to profit. He had invested heavily in the Tian Shinan mirror, stockpiling a large batch of the spirit mistgrass, anticipating the price to rise. Initially, it did, just enough to give him hope. But before he could sell, the price plummeted. It crashed from 25 points down to 13, nearly cutting in half. Thankfully, there was a slight rebound, bringing it back to 15 points. Seeing the opportunity, Li Fan suggested He Zhenghao sell off the spirit mistgrass in his possession, at least to recover some capital. But He Zhenghao refused. Nearly 100 years of savings were tied up in that stock, and he couldn't bring himself to sell until the price rose again. Li Fan quickly realized the situation. He Zhenghao was hopelessly stubborn. Then, the price took another dive. The market collapsed further, and He Zhenghao's frustration boiled over. The price sank from 13 to 12, then 11, and kept spiraling down to 8. He Zhenghao yelled in panic, as if he had been castrated, begging for the price to stop falling. Li Fan tried to reassure him, claiming the price would rise again, though deep down, he knew it was a lie. Back on Onin Island, the wild fluctuations in the spirit mistgrass price caused an uproar. Li Fan inquired further and discovered the full story. It turned out that Lord Qing Yuxing had orchestrated a trap to ruthlessly exploit the cultivators who sought to profit from the situation. The destruction of the spirit mistgrass island was genuine, but after that, the Myriad Immortals Alliance had discovered a long-lost grotto heaven, sealed for 1,000 years. Inside, spiritual energy flowed abundantly, and rare spiritual plants, including spirit mistgrass, were everywhere. The price drop was part of a larger manipulation to control the market. It seemed that He Zhenghao's hopes of recovering his capital were dashed. The cultivation world had proven to be treacherous and full of cunning players. Despite the loss, Li Fan continued forward, thinking of the contribution points He Zhenghao had given him for the trip to the departed realm. A total of 1,171 points, barely enough to sustain him for a while. Instead of diving into closed-door cultivation immediately, Li Fan sought out information on Jiao Xiuyuan. He had heard that Jiao Xiuyuan had access to large batches of form-hiding talismans through the Myriad Immortals Alliance's Talisman Hall. This suggested that Jiao Xiuyuan had good connections, and Li Fan saw an opportunity to not only buy talismans but also gather information on Sikongyi. Li Fan made his way to the 1000M Hall in the Wanxian Island Commercial District. Upon entering the establishment, he found an elderly man communicating with someone through a talisman. Zhao Shiyuan was yelling at the talisman in front of him, furious at the person on the other end of the communication. He didn't care how much the price had dropped. He insisted the deal for 10 form-hiding talismans would go through at the previously agreed price. But the other party decided to cancel the trade, even refusing to return the deposit. Zhao Shiyuan slammed the talisman on his desk in frustration, cursing loudly. He had never been involved in a losing business, but now he was stuck with a massive batch of form-hiding talismans and had no idea how to sell them. It was in this moment of frustration that Li Fan stepped forward and inquired about the price of a form-hiding talisman. Zhao Shiyuan's face immediately lit up, his mood shifting as he beamed with joy. He quickly replied that each talisman cost 10 contribution points. Li Fan asked how many he wanted, and Zhao Shiyuan offered a 20% discount for purchases over 10, and a 50% discount for purchases over 100. Li Fan, in disguise, maintained a contemplative air, his true identity concealed. He questioned Zhao Shiyuan why he would need so many talismans, stating that 5 or 6 would suffice. He also pointed out that Zhao Shiyuan's price was far too high. Before entering the shop, Li Fan had purchased a top-quality form-hiding talisman of the Tianxinan mirror for no more than 20 points. So why was Zhao Shiyuan asking such a steep price for these defective talismans? Zhao Shiyuan, clearly taken aback, lowered the price to 8 points each, claiming that was as low as he could go. He justified the price by explaining that refining talismans came with significant costs. Li Fan, unfazed, agreed to purchase 6 form-hiding talismans, settling the deal with medium-grade spirit stones. He told Zhao Shiyuan to keep the change but asked if he also accepted business for inquiries about cultivate intelligence. Zhao Shiyuan, clearly struggling in his business, agreed. He explained that his current losses were so severe that if he didn't take on side jobs, he wouldn't survive. Li Fan then asked for information about Si Kong Yi, a mid-stage qi condensation cultivator. Zhao Shiyuan reassured him, saying Si Kong Yi was just a lowly qi condensation cultivator and promised he would investigate Si Kong Yi's background thoroughly. Zhao Shiyuan, however, hinted at a steep price for the information. Li Fan, ever calm, interrupted and asked how expensive it could be, given Si Kong Yi's relatively low rank. He argued that there was always risk in this kind of work, so he offered 80 contribution points. Zhao Shiyuan, still nervous about making the deal, pushed for 60 points, but Li Fan refused, stating that 50 contribution points was his final offer. If Zhao Shiyuan didn't accept, Li Fan said, the deal was off. The air was thick with negotiation, and Li Fan knew exactly how to play his cards. Zhao Shiyuan's expression was a mix of reluctance and uncertainty as he agreed to the deal. His voice wavered as he nervously requested a deposit of 10 contribution points. Once I have results, I'll notify you through the spirit talisman, he assured, the words barely escaping his lips. Stepping out of the 1000M Hall, Li Fan made his way back to the Tian Mirror. With purpose, he activated the assisted cultivation mode and slipped into a focused, closed-door training session. He had decided to push the nether spirit illusion art to the late stage of qi condensation. The road ahead would be difficult, but his resolve was unwavering. A month passed, and to the east of the Tsongyun Sea, near the Flame Crystal Island maritime region, Li Fan embarked on a mission to test the power of his new skills. His target was the elusive Scarlet Flame Shark, and he was to retrieve its inner core. The deep sea stretched out beneath him, vast and quiet. He concealed his aura, slipping behind a group of Scarlet Flame Sharks hunting a solitary scarlet sea whale. The sharks moved with practiced coordination, but Li Fan's mind was sharp, his senses focused. With a silent breath, he activated the blue flame phantom spirit. In an instant, the visualization of Qian surged from within him, an ethereal blue flame that enveloped the sharks and the whale alike. Absolute zero power flowed through the spirit, freezing them all in place as though time had stopped. Most of the sea beasts, their cultivation at the qi condensation stage, were left helpless. A divine sense attack followed, and they were slaughtered without resistance. Li Fan stood still, watching the scene unfold with a cold certainty. He could feel the power of the blue flame phantom spirit. It was impressive, undeniable. But then, something far larger and more dangerous emerged from the depths, its size rivaling the rift-splitting whale. A massive, terrifying mouth opened, and in a single, horrifying gulp, it swallowed both the scarlet sea whale and the group of scarlet flame sharks. Li Fan's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing. The creature before him was a dragon whale, a beast of legend. He recalled the bounty posted for its capture, offering 2,000 contribution points. It was the same creature that had destroyed the island's planting spirit mist gas, and even a Foundation Establishment stage guardian had been powerless against it. Only a golden core cultivator from the Myriad Immortals Alliance had managed to wound it before it fled back into the deep sea. A sly smile crept onto Li Fan's lips. Despite the rumors, he wasn't intimidated. A Foundation Establishment cultivator might have been defeated, but Li Fan knew better. He could kill the dragon whale, and that bounty of 2,000 contribution points would be his. The thought of it sent a thrill through him. Without hesitation, Li Fan activated his formless killing intent, targeting the dragon whale. The beast had stolen his spoils, and he would not let it go unpunished. As the killing intent swept over the whale, he felt countless eyes upon him. The weight of their gaze is a familiar, unsettling sensation. This time, however, the side effects were far less potent. With calm precision, Li Fan used a form-hiding talisman and began to follow the dragon whale in silence, the hunt now personal. For the next 20 days, the dragon whale was relentlessly pursued by countless exotic beasts from the ocean floor. Panicked and on the brink of death, it fled aimlessly. Li Fan observed from a distance, waiting for the perfect moment when the whale's consciousness wavered, a sign that it was near the end. Without hesitation, he unleashed the blue flame phantom spirit, delivering the final blow to the beast. Once the dragon whale was dispatched, Li Fan meticulously dismembered its massive corpse, packing everything, including the contents of its stomach, into his storage ring. To his surprise, the whale had several Yuli pearls inside, valuable treasures that would serve him well. After ensuring there was nothing left to salvage, he quietly departed, leaving no trace of his presence. Back at the Tunshin mirror, he turned in the dragon whale's corpse, exchanging it along with the scavenged items for contribution points. With the 2,770 points now to his name, Li Fan felt confident he could select a suitable cultivation method. His primary concern remained finding a method to conceal his aura, a necessary skill for tracking others. Although this type of cultivation was rare, his available points were more than enough to secure a method for the chi condensation stage. Meanwhile, Li Fan's recent feat had become a hot topic within the Myriad Immortals alliance. Cultivators speculated about the mysterious figure, Li Fan, a late-stage chi condensation cultivator. The story of how he managed to hunt and kill the dragon whale, a beast that could withstand even the attack of a golden core cultivator, puzzled many. Some whispered that Li Fan had concealed his cultivation base, but no one could explain how he had accomplished such a miraculous feat. It was widely known that Li Fan had only recently joined the Myriad Immortals alliance, introduced by He Zhenghao. Some even wondered if Li Fan possessed a rare treasure that had aided in his success. The curiosity spread like wildfire until a cultivator named Zhao Pong silenced the gossip. Enough of this guessing, Zhao Pong declared. The latest news is that Li Fan just got lucky. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by Zhao Pong's comment. Lucky? How could that be? They asked in disbelief. Zhao Pong, though still unsure, explained that the news had been confirmed. The corpse of the dragon whale had been sent to Elder Gongsan at the Heavenly Mystery Hall for analysis. The findings were astonishing. Before its death, the whale had fought at least 3 other giant undersea beasts of the same caliber. The majority of the wounds on its body had been inflicted by these creatures. By the time Li Fan had made his move, the dragon whale was already on the verge of death, and without his intervention, it wouldn't have lasted much longer. Though it was hard to believe that a late-stage chi condensation cultivator could have such luck, the crowd had no choice but to accept Elder Gongsan's analysis. The bounty of 2,000 contribution points for the dragon whale was still up for grabs, though it was now tainted by the knowledge that fate had played a significant role. After much searching, Li Fan finally found the cultivation method he sought, the shadow-following art. Known for its excellence in tracking and concealment, this technique would be perfect for his needs, and with his points now in hand, he was ready to take the next step in his cultivation journey. Once the cultivation method was locked onto an opponent, it allowed cultivators to follow their target relentlessly, as if they were their shadow, making it nearly impossible for the target to escape. The technique also granted the ability to blend into the shadows, rendering the cultivator undetectable. The price for such a miraculous method was 1,800 contribution points. For its incredible effects, Li Fan didn't hesitate and purchased it immediately. Just as he was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation, a sudden communication from He Zhenghao interrupted his plans. He Zhenghao had never expected that the person who hunted the dragon whale was actually Li Fan. At first, he thought it was just another cultivator with the same name and cultivation realm. It wasn't until someone asked him about Li Fan's situation that he realized it was indeed Li Fan who had killed the beast. Li Fan chuckled softly as He Zhenghao continued, claiming that Li Fan had finally avenged him. Li Fan wasn't aware, but these past few days, whenever He Zhenghao closed his eyes, the image of the spirit Miss Grass prize plummeting haunted him. It was just good luck, Li Fan replied with a smile. I happened to come across the dragon whale while it was fighting other giant beasts during a mission, and I took advantage of the situation. He Zhenghao insisted. Luck is a part of strength too. Your talent and fortune are extraordinary. Your future in the great Daoxian is truly promising. He paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, I have something I need your help with. I was wondering if you'd be willing to assist me. Curious, Li Fan asked. What's the matter? He Zhenghao explained that he wanted Li Fan to serve as the acting guardian of Lily Island in his stead. He explained further, after the Spirit Miss Grass incident, I lost more than half of my savings. The Ninth Soul cultivation method that I wanted to exchange for is now becoming increasingly out of reach, and I'm unwilling to just let it slip away. He continued, recently, some of my friends discovered an ancient cave abode and invited me to explore it with them. From what they've said, this cave must have been sealed long before the Great Calamity, and there are bound to be rare treasures inside, perhaps even cultivation methods. If I can find something in there, I might be able to recover some of my losses. So, I've decided to take a gamble. Li Fan listened carefully before asking, "How long would you need me to serve as acting guardian?" He Jinghao thought for a moment before replying, "It won't take long. At least a year or two, and at most 3 or 4 years." Li Fan felt a slight pang of regret as he apologized. "I'm truly sorry, but I can't take on this responsibility. I have a feeling that a breakthrough is imminent, and I must go out in search of opportunities within the next 2 years. I won't be able to stay at Liuli Island for much longer." Though disappointed, He Jinghao remained calm. "I understand. I'll have to find someone else then. I wish you an early foundation establishment breakthrough," he said before disconnecting the call. Li Fan sat back, reflecting on the conversation. He Jinghao's request had been tempting, but his own path was clear. The pursuit of strength would always come first. No further messages came through the communication spirit talisman after that. Li Fan, undistracted, activated the assisted cultivation mode and began refining the shadow following art. Thanks to the dual boost of spirit enlightenment and the exquisite lay pearl, it took him less than 10 days to reach the late stage of chi condensation with the technique. To test its efficacy, Li Fan spent 100 contribution points to simulate a chase battle with a late-stage chi condensation cultivator inside the Taion mirror. The results were immediate. With the blessing of the shadow following art, his speed skyrocketed, and he formed a strange connection with his locked-on target. The target speed also increased in response, pushing Li Fan's own pace even faster. He could feel the shadows beneath him, allowing him to move through them, shuttling and jumping from one to the next. It didn't take long before he caught up with his opponent, the chase ending swiftly. Satisfied, Li Fan knew the technique had far exceeded his expectations. Now, everything was in place. All that remained was to receive the intel from Jiao Xiuyuan and for the Cloud Heavenly Palace to officially open. 2 months later, inside the 1,000-mile hall at Wenshan Island Commercial District, Li Fan met Jiao Xiuyuan once more. He wasn't pleased with the long wait and wasted no time in voicing his displeasure. "Is this how your 1,000-mile hall conducts business?" he asked coldly. "Xikong Yi is just a mere chi condensation cultivator, and it took so long just to scout some intelligence." Jiao Xiuyuan immediately gestured for Li Fan to keep his voice down. "There's a reason for the delay," he explained. "The difficulty of this mission was far greater than expected. The 50 contribution points we agreed on last time was really too small." He paused before adding, "In order to get this done, I had to ask a senior at the late stage of Foundation establishment for help." Li Fan's frustration deepened. "Are you trying to break the contract?" he asked, his tone hardening. Jiao Xiuyuan, clearly panicked, quickly pleaded, "Please, just add a little more. I'll make it work, I swear." But to his surprise, Li Fan didn't hesitate. "No," he said simply, turning to leave. "Wait." Jiao Xiuyuan called out, his voice desperate. "We'll do as agreed. 50 contribution points, no more." With a sharp exhale, Li Fan took out the remaining fee and handed it over, completing the agreed amount. With the previous deposit, it now totaled exactly 50 contribution points. Jiao Xiuyuan, looking dispirited, muttered, "It's not easy for me to earn this little from you, Li Fan." He handed over a jade slip, the intelligence he had gathered. As they made the exchange, he urged, "Verify it." Li Fan took the jade slip without a word and opened it, his expression impassive. As he read, however, his face shifted, first to one of surprise, then to confusion. The intelligence revealed that Xikong Yi, the target of their mission, usually lived in seclusion and rarely showed his face. But what truly caught Li Fan's attention was a mention of Xikong Yi's close friend, Bailey Chun, a cultivator at the mid-stage of chi condensation. Xikong Yi and Bailey Chun shared a bond that seemed unbreakable. Wherever they went, they were always together, inseparable. They primarily remained on Wanxian Island, only venturing out for missions to earn contribution points. But during Jiao Xiuyuan's investigation, a peculiar detail surfaced. At one point, both Xikong Yi and Bailey Chun had mysteriously vanished. After leaving Wanxian Island, their tracks disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. Li Fan's mind raced, turning over the information. Who exactly was Bailey Chun to Xikong Yi? Why did the name hold no meaning to him? A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this Bailey Chun had perished in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins? The question gnawed at him as he walked away from the 1,000-mile hall. He hadn't expected to face another cultivator on his list of targets, and now, with the added complexity, it seemed his preparations were lacking. Fortunately, there was still time to gather more intel and make the necessary adjustments. From below, Jiao Xiuyuan silently observed Li Fan as he left the Wanxian Island Commercial District. To Jiao Xiuyuan, Li Fan was simply a client. But Xikong Yi, once the target of his intelligence-gathering efforts, remained an enigma. Xikong Yi was mysterious, with an unknown background, while Bailey Chun's motives were equally unclear. Jiao Xiuyuan's curiosity grew, and he couldn't help but wonder what these two cultivators truly planned to do. A year later, Li Fan found himself in the central region of the Zhongyun Sea, at the precipice of a momentous event. the appearance of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins. More and more cultivators gathered at the site, each one eager to enter. Among them, Li Fan noticed Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun, just as he had expected. Jiao Shuyuan was also in the crowd, looking excited, his eyes scanning the gathering. Above them, the sky churned with a swirling vortex of clouds. The center of the storm exuded an ominous force, an unseen pull that seemed to draw everything in. As the vortex continued to expand, it covered the entire horizon, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, around the center, a faint shimmering azure light began to take shape. Then, at the critical moment, an immense, dazzling white light erupted from the center, engulfing everything in its path. It swept across the cultivators, each one of them, including Li Fan, disappearing into the light without a trace. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, sealed away for countless years, finally emerged before them, its imposing structure now visible in the distance. But just as the cultivators marveled at the sight, a voice echoed in their ears, speaking with authority. It informed them that the war on the front lines was reaching a critical point, with major sects suffering heavy losses. The voice revealed that, as the leader of the sects in the Tsongyun Sea, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had been devastated as well. The leader spoke solemnly, recounting how many of his fellow disciples had perished on the battlefield. The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air, adding another layer of uncertainty to the already tense atmosphere. Before leaving, the sect leader, Marshal Uncle, had given him a direct order: go out and accept disciples. This entrustment was one he could not fail. Thankfully, the harvest from this outing had not been small. As the gathered cultivators began to stir, confusion spread across their faces. They questioned what had happened and where they were. The last thing they remembered was being next to the vortex cloud layer. But now, they found themselves somewhere entirely different. And what was with the clothes they were suddenly wearing? One cultivator, frustrated and panicked, pointed at the mysterious figure in white standing before them. "Are you the one who brought us here?" he demanded. "Who are you, and what exactly is your goal?" The figure, Qin Tang, did not respond to the rude questioning. Instead, he simply welcomed them, unfazed. "You finally awakened," he said calmly. "Now, you need to be quiet while I explain some important points." Before Qin Tang could continue, the same cultivator who had yelled earlier interrupted him. "Cut the crap," he shouted. "Where are we? What's going on?" Qin Tang's cold gaze settled on him. "It seems the newcomers this time aren't very obedient," he muttered, almost to himself. In a swift motion, the cultivator's head and neck were sliced into mangled pieces, his body crumpling to the ground. The crowd went silent, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Qin Tang glanced around, his expression unbothered. "Finally, peace and quiet," he remarked. "Now, I can continue." He introduced himself. "I am Qin Tang, the chief of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace Dharma Transmission Hall. From now on, you will refer to me as Senior Brother Qin. You are all outer disciples I've accepted during this outing." He paused, letting the word settle. "In the coming months, as long as you can pass my layers of tests, you will be eligible to formally join the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace." The crowd, still in shock, looked around at each other, trying to grasp the reality of their situation. The journey ahead would be one of trials, but it had already begun. Before anything else, there were several points everyone had to remember clearly, and the first rule was simple. Each of them must show proper respect toward him as Senior Brother Qin, and whatever he instructed, they were to carry it out without question. While Qin Tang continued explaining what he called the second rule, a divine sense voice suddenly transmitted into the ears of every cultivator present, quietly asking whether anyone understood the current situation. After all, what they had encountered was clearly an anomaly, and the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was most likely a sect ruin wrapped inside that anomaly. Which raised the obvious question: was this Qin Tang person actually alive, or already dead? The voice quickly told everyone not to panic, explaining that anomalies operated under their own set of rules, and that as long as they followed whatever Qin Tang said, they should remain safe for the time being. Standing toward the back, Li Fan watched Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen closely, noticing that both of them appeared completely normal, as though they had already expected to run into an anomaly here, or perhaps even if they had not predicted it, they already had a careful plan prepared for dealing with one. Once Qin Tang finished speaking, he clasped his hands together to draw everyone's attention and calmly announced that it was already getting late, so he would first lead them somewhere to rest, and that tomorrow morning the official test would begin. He then told the group to follow him. However, the moment Qin Tang turned around to lead the way, 4 cultivators abruptly broke away and attempted to escape, clearly believing they should not remain trapped in that place for too long, since staying would only lead to a dead end. In their minds, it would be far better to search other areas of the ruin and see whether they could find any treasures. Qin Tang merely revealed a faint, contemptuous smile and made no move to stop them. In the very next instant, the 4 fleeing cultivators were abruptly sliced apart, their bodies reduced to mangled fragments just like the foolish man who had died earlier. The remaining cultivators watched the scene unfold in shock, and at that moment the divine sense voice sounded again, scolding them as a group of idiots. It had already warned them that they had encountered an anomaly, Yet those 4 still tried to run away blindly, as though they had never learned how the word death was written. Still, the voice added that something about the situation felt strange. Some of those people had been cultivators, so why had there been no phenomenon of heaven and earth when they died? The explanation soon followed. Within the anomaly's shroud, the ruin established its own rules, causing much of the common knowledge from the outside world to become invalid. Because of this, they needed to act with even greater caution. Afterward, Qin led everyone to the place where they would stay for the night and told them they could rest there. Tomorrow morning, they were to gather at the square. He instructed everyone to choose their own rooms, then reminded them to go to sleep early before finally leaving. Once Qin was gone, Li Fan deliberately selected a room that was relatively close to Sikong Yi and his companion. After entering, he lay directly on the bed and began circulating the profound yellow heart refining incantation. And as the technique flowed through him, every stray thought in his mind gradually disappeared. Watching Li Fan fall asleep almost immediately, the other cultivators in the same room also forced themselves to lie down and try to rest. Yet not everyone possessed the awareness to sense what was about to happen. Quite a few people still whispered quietly with their companions, their expressions uneasy, clearly too restless to fall asleep. Time slipped by little in that uneasy quiet, until without warning the lamps in every room suddenly went out together, plunging the entire residence into deep darkness. A few seconds later, Qin voice drifted faintly through the night, and the cultivators who had not actually fallen asleep were instantly startled awake. Yet in Qin eyes, this was nothing less than open disobedience, because he had clearly told them earlier to sleep early, otherwise tomorrow morning's test might be delayed. Since they could not sleep on their own, he said, he would simply help them. Before the first 3 victims could even make a sound, Qin blade cut them apart into mangled fragments, and once that began he continued without pause, moving through the rooms in a ruthless killing spree. Soon the chilling sounds of slaughter echoed again and again through the darkness, and no one even knew how many cultivators lost their lives without managing to cry out once. Only at that moment did everyone realize that when Qin had said remember to sleep early, it had not been an offhand reminder at all. Several cultivators tried to resist, but without causing even the slightest disturbance they were silently killed in the same way. When the massacre finally ended, Qin released a tired sigh, muttering that this task was truly exhausting, if not for the fact that the sect leader, martial uncle, and all the senior brothers and sisters had gone missing. He would not have been forced to come out personally to handle such work. It was dull, truly dull. Since there was nothing better to do, he decided he might as well go find some wine to drink. Anyone who often struggles with insomnia understands this clearly. When the mind carries no burdens, sleep can come instantly, yet once worries weigh on the heart, falling asleep becomes difficult and waking up becomes easy. Cultivators were also accustomed to replacing sleep with closed-door cultivation, which meant that genuine sleep had become something rather difficult to achieve. Because of this, even though they knew failing to sleep would lead to death, many cultivators still could not force themselves into rest. Then, during the latter half of the night, Qin returned once again and unleashed another wave of terror. When morning arrived and Li Fan woke up, stepping out of his room along with the remaining survivors, the sight that greeted them was the ground completely covered with corpses. Xiao Yuan had not survived the trial. His head lay separated from his body, resting there in silence. Li Fan did not linger to examine the scene, and instead headed straight for the square from yesterday. After the lesson they had learned the previous day, none of the cultivators dared wander elsewhere again, and everyone obediently gathered in the square. The crowd, however, was now noticeably thin. Fewer than 2/3 of yesterday's cultivators remained alive. The trial had not even officially begun, yet so many had already died. Because of that, the survivors faced the coming trials with deep pessimism, their expressions gloomy and spirits low. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen, however, still showed no reaction at all. Meanwhile, Qin sat there drinking wine, repeatedly praising how excellent it tasted. After finishing another sip, he remarked with satisfaction that everyone who remained had managed to arrive, which meant they could now formally begin the first layer of the test. Qin then recalled something his master once said: when pursuing immortality and seeking the Tao, 3 things were most crucial: natural talent, temperament, and luck. In his master's opinion, among those 3, natural talent was the most important. However, Qin personally believed that among those 3 qualities, temperament mattered the most, which was why the 3 layers of tests he arranged were all centered around temperament. As he spoke, he led the group into a 3-story pavilion. The first floor, where everyone now stood, was lined with shelves from wall to wall, and every shelf was packed with cultivation manuals. At that moment, the same thought surfaced in the minds of the gathered cultivators. They had truly struck a jackpot. If they could simply take a few of these cultivation methods with them, the value alone would equal more than 10 years of ordinary hard work. Even though everyone stared at the manuals with undisguised greed, none of them dared act recklessly after witnessing Qin previous displays of power. Qin then explained that the path of the heart relied on 3 things: focus, courage, and perseverance. The first stage of the trial would therefore measure their ability to concentrate. Inside this pavilion were exactly 36,541 cultivation methods, and over the next 3 months they would remain here transcribing them. After the 3-month period ended, he would evaluate them according to how many they had copied. The moment those words fell, excitement swept through the cultivators. There were tens of thousands of cultivation methods here, and Qintang was allowing them to copy them freely. Some people even thought that if they could memorize just a few techniques, then even if they gained nothing else afterward, this entire expedition would already be worthwhile. Qintang then prepared a space where they could sit and transcribe the manuals before telling them to begin, adding that he hoped they would not disappoint him. Stretching lazily, he announced that he needed to sleep first because the previous night had truly drained him. He walked to the side, leaned back against a wall, and closed his eyes. Although Qintang had already given permission to start, none of the cultivators moved at first. They simply watched him cautiously until clear signs showed he had fallen asleep. Only then did the crowd quickly scatter throughout the 3-story pavilion, some rushing off in search of what they believed were the most powerful cultivation methods available. While the cultivators eagerly flipped through one nascent soul cultivation method after another, convinced they had encountered an enormous opportunity, Li Fan ignored their near-frantic behavior, casually picked up a manual, and immediately began copying it. He did not bother studying the contents at all and simply transcribed every word exactly as it appeared, because he already knew that all of it was illusory. In his previous life, cultivators who had explored this place countless times had already reached a clear conclusion about the cultivation methods appearing in this stage. During the trial, no matter what method was used to record them, every copied technique would vanish the moment one left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Although some of the cultivators present could vaguely sense that something about the situation was suspicious, with a nascent soul true method placed directly before their eyes, how many people could truly resist the temptation to examine it carefully? Most of them copied slowly, unable to stop themselves from glancing back and rereading passages again and again. There were even 1 or 2 who became completely absorbed in the profound mysteries contained within the manuals, so fascinated that their copying progress slowed dramatically. Time slipped by day after day in that manner. Copying endlessly was, after all, both tedious and exhausting. Yet under Qintang's intimidation no one dared use their magic power to take shortcuts. Before long, some cultivators could no longer endure the strain and had no choice but to pause and rest. A few merely closed their eyes briefly to recover before immediately returning to their copying, while others took a longer break before gathering their strength again. Li Fan, however, never rested even once. Among the crowd there were 2 or 3 others who also continued tirelessly like him, and it seemed their cultivation techniques naturally granted them exceptional stamina. Li Fan himself relied purely on determination, because he understood clearly that Qintang's evaluation for this stage was not based solely on how many manuals were copied or how many mistakes were made. There was another extremely important factor as well: the length of time between the moment the brush was first lifted and the moment it was finally set down. As Qintang had explained earlier, this level tested focus. From the instant someone began transcribing a cultivation method, stopping for any reason meant their concentration had been broken. Li Fan allowed no distractions at all, suppressing both physical exhaustion and mental fatigue through sheer willpower. He did not know how much time had passed when Qintang eventually woke up. Stretching his body, Qintang casually remarked that he had slept wonderfully. With that, he announced that the time was up and it was time to inspect their results. After giving the manuscripts a brief glance, Qintang let out a soft chuckle and commented that the trial seemed to be getting worse with every passing year. Yet when his gaze fell on Li Fan, whose body was completely worn out while a thick stack of copied manuscripts sat in front of him, Qintang showed genuine surprise, followed by clear admiration, remarking with interest that this was rather unusual. Among everyone present, Li Fan appeared to be the only cultivator who had truly caught his attention. Still smiling, Qintang declared that the first trial had officially concluded. Everyone should now rest, because the second trial would begin the day after tomorrow. Immediately afterward, he clapped his hands once. In that instant, Li Fan and the others felt their vision blur, and within the blink of an eye they found themselves back inside the same building where they had slept before. Qintang himself did not appear alongside them, and the cultivators finally relaxed. Excited voices quickly filled the air as they began discussing their gains with one another. From their perspective, this experience had been an enormous opportunity. While copying, many had secretly memorized the contents, and some even claimed they had recorded as many as 15 cultivation methods, most of them golden core techniques, with a few nascent soul methods mixed in. Others, however, questioned the point of memorizing so many manuals, reminding everyone that their primary goal should be surviving long enough to escape this place alive. Not everyone appreciated that reminder. In the eyes of some cultivators, simply having the fortune to glimpse the mysteries of a core formation method was already enough, so even if they died the very next day, they would have no regrets. There were also a number of cultivators whose attention had already shifted toward the possessions left behind by those who had died earlier. Unfortunately, when the cultivators went to investigate, every one of them soon showed the same disappointed expression. After being killed by Qintang, the storage rings, Dharma artifacts, and every other item carried by those cultivators had completely vanished, leaving nothing behind. Li Fan was just about to return to his room for a proper rest when his gaze happened to fall upon Xiao Yuan's corpse. 3 months had already passed, yet the body had not decayed into bare bones. Instead, it had dried out like a piece of withered wood. It was then explained to him that Xiao Yuan had clearly used a puppet rather than his real body. The person who told him this added that such behavior was Xiao Yuan's usual method, so there was no reason to feel surprised. Li Fan politely thanked the fellow Daoist Chenin for the information, then introduced himself before asking whether Chenin was also part of the Myriad Immortals alliance. From the way he had spoken about Xiao Yuan, it sounded as though he knew him rather well. Chenin introduced himself in return and explained that he had been a member of the Myriad Immortals alliance for more than 30 years. Still, he would not claim to know Xiao Yuan especially well. It was simply that after living on the island for so long, he naturally knew the things people were supposed to know. According to him, Xiao Yuan ran a general shop on the island that sold all kinds of items. Rumor had it that he possessed official connections within the Myriad Immortals alliance, which allowed him to occasionally obtain and sell certain valuable goods. Aside from that, he also made a business out of gathering and selling information. However, that man never personally placed himself in danger. Whenever something risky was involved, he would always send puppets ahead in his place. After hearing this explanation, Li Fan quickly formed his own judgment about Xiao Yuan. Someone greedy for wealth yet terrified of death. Now he had a clear understanding of the kind of person that man was. When Chenin heard Li Fan summarize Xiao Yuan in that way, he burst into hearty laughter, agreeing that the phrase greedy for wealth and afraid of death truly could not describe Xiao Yuan any better. He then mentioned something else. While they had been copying cultivation methods inside the book pavilion earlier, Chenin had noticed that most cultivators would copy for a while, stop to rest once they grew tired, and then continue again after recovering their strength. Only Li Fan had persisted without resting for the entire 3 months. Chenin admitted that he greatly admired such endurance, yet he could not help wondering what deeper meaning lay behind Li Fan's decision. If they were speaking strictly about copying speed, the accumulated physical and mental fatigue should have slowed Li Fan down considerably, meaning he would naturally fall behind those who rested frequently. Because of that, Chenin hoped Li Fan might be willing to offer some explanation. Li Fan replied modestly that he did not dare claim there was any profound meaning behind his actions. It had simply been an intuition in his heart. Qin Tang had stated that the first trial tested focus, and to be truly focused meant having no distractions at all. Only when a person remained undisturbed by any external influence could they be considered genuinely concentrated. From his perspective, physical and mental exhaustion could also be regarded as external factors that interfered with concentration. If someone stopped copying because of those things, then their focus had already been broken. Of course, he added that this was merely his own humble opinion, and he hoped Chenin would not take it too seriously. After hearing that explanation, Chenin fell silent, appearing deep in thought. Li Fan said nothing more after that and returned to his room to rest. Then, early on the morning of the 3rd day, Qin Tang gathered them once again at the square. After once again praising the excellent taste of his wine, Qin Tang announced that the second trial was about to begin. This stage, he explained, would test their courage. The road toward immortality was long and filled with countless hardships and dangers, so the question was simple. Did they possess the courage to confront those challenges one by one? The moment his words ended, the entire group of cultivators was suddenly teleported to the edge of a vast ocean. Qin Tang's final instruction echoed clearly. He would be waiting for them on the opposite shore, and they were to rely on their courage to cross the sea. His figure could no longer be seen anywhere. Only his distant voice lingered in the air. Hearing this, the cultivators looked at one another helplessly. Eventually, a bold individual walked toward the water and stepped onto the surface. Instantly, the seawater beneath that person's foot froze into solid ice, forming stable ground. Seeing someone take the first step, the others quickly followed, impatiently walking out onto the ocean. Bailey Chen stepped forward as well and entered the sea, while Sikong Yi remained standing at the shoreline, delaying his move. Li Fan steadied his mind before slowly stepping onto the water. As soon as his foot touched the surface, the seawater beneath him condensed into ice, supporting his weight, while the figures of the other cultivators gradually disappeared into the immense expanse of the ocean. Before long, he realized that in his field of vision he was completely alone. Step by step, Li Fan continued walking forward. The sun rose and the moon set above him, yet he had no idea how much time had passed, and the scene before his eyes never changed. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction. Even though he already knew the answer beforehand, a sense of helplessness and hesitation still began to stir within his heart. At that moment, he noticed that the ice beneath his feet was slowly growing thinner. Li Fan immediately expelled the fear that tried to surface in his heart, and continued moving forward with firm resolve. As soon as his determination returned, the ice beneath his feet thickened once again, becoming solid and stable. This second stage tested courage, not merely the bravery to confront external dangers, but even more importantly the courage to face one's own heart. Out on the boundless ocean, after walking for what felt like an eternity without seeing the opposite shore, doubts would inevitably arise. One might begin wondering whether they had already lost their direction, or feel anxious about whether the ocean truly had an end at all. That anxiety could then grow into panic, stripping away the courage to continue forward, until finally one might abandon themselves completely and stop moving. Li Fan continued forward one step at a time while silently questioning his own heart, discarding all outside distractions and allowing his thoughts to flow with each step. Condensing ice to cross the sea was no different from walking the path of the immortal Tao itself. The road ahead was shrouded in mist, the destination invisible. Time passed endlessly, and it felt as though one might have to continue walking like this forever. Even though he understood that this trial would eventually come to an end, his heart still wavered countless times, because the journey across this ocean was simply far too long. Li Fan's hair gradually turned pale, his back slowly bent with age, yet his steps never once stopped moving forward. Whenever hesitation appeared in his heart, he would strengthen his conviction again and force himself to take another step, continuing like that until his body finally grew so old that he could no longer walk. At last, Li Fan collapsed weakly onto the surface of the sea. His vision had already begun to blur, but just before his consciousness faded completely, he finally saw it. On the distant shore ahead, Qin Tang stood alone. Raising his wine good toward Li Fan with a faint smile on his face, he silently acknowledged the result. With that, the second trial came to an end. In the next instant, all the cultivators were suddenly teleported back to the square. "It is easy to tread through the river of the nine nethers," Qin Tang said, "but far harder to cross the sea within one's own heart." The second stage, the trial of courage, had now concluded. Just as before, the final test would take place the morning after tomorrow. Early on the third day, Qin Tang appeared before everyone once again. This time, however, he was neither drinking nor intoxicated. Instead, he seemed unusually energetic. Today would be the final layer of the trial. On the path of cultivation, one would inevitably encounter countless hardships as well as endless temptations. Whether they could persevere through those things without abandoning their original intention was something that still needed to be seen. As Qin Tang's voice echoed through the square, darkness suddenly swallowed everyone's vision and their consciousness slipped away. Then, without warning, the scene changed. In a small mountain village, a much younger Li Fan, still only a teenager, lay on the roof of a house watching the setting sun, while a vague feeling lingered in his heart, as though he had forgotten something important. He had grown up in this mountain village since childhood, living a simple life where each day began with work at sunrise and ended with rest at sunset. 15 years passed in this quiet routine. The days were plain, yet they carried a certain happiness, and if he continued living like this forever, it seemed there would be nothing truly wrong with such a life. Yet deep inside his heart, there was always a faint throbbing sensation, as if something was constantly reminding him that he should not allow his life to end in such an ordinary way. Li Fan paid no attention to his mother calling for him and simply continued staring at the sky until night arrived and countless stars filled the heavens. Beneath that vast starry sky, he felt even more insignificant. So he remained there watching the sky throughout the entire night, until the first light of dawn began to appear. At that moment, something seemed to click in his mind, as though he had suddenly become enlightened. Li Fan rushed back inside the house and urgently told his mother to cancel the marriage arranged with Aro from next door. He would not be getting married. Instead, he was going to pursue the path of cultivating immortality. After saying those words, he ignored his mother's attempts to stop him, quickly packed his belongings, and set out on the road in search of immortality. Half a year later, while exploring deep within the mountains, he unfortunately died in the jaws of a tiger. In another scene, he stood before a dilapidated Deoi's temple. Firelight flickered in the darkness while the sound of people crying echoed around him, leaving his heart filled with confusion. Through her tears, a woman spoke to him, addressing Li Fan as elder senior brother and informing him that the master had passed away, asking what they should do from now on. Li Fan remained silent, his expression completely unchanged. A crowd had gathered, all of them disciples of Chun Temple. When the woman finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shouted that there was nothing left to discuss. They should simply divide the belongings in the temple and go down the mountain. After all, they had endured countless hardships to climb the mountain because they believed a true immortal lived there. Yet who could have expected that the old Deoi's priest was nothing more than a complete fraud? Another person agreed loudly, adding that if he had truly been an immortal, how could he have died so easily? Li Fan said nothing the entire time. The only thought lingering in his mind was that his master had been a liar. Soon the crowd began looting everything inside the temple before leaving the mountain, and in the end Li Fan remained there alone. Yet deep down he felt that perhaps the truth was not exactly as everyone believed. Maybe immortals truly did exist. Because of that belief, he spent the rest of his life alone in the Deoi's temple, quietly watching the clouds drift across the mountains and observing the sun and moon rise and fall with the passing days. Throughout that time he devoted himself to studying the Chun Ascension chapter his master had left behind. However, no matter how many years passed, he failed to make the slightest progress, and eventually he died with regret still in his heart. Then the scene shifted once again. A martial arts practitioner stared up at the sky and wondered aloud why the tribulation clouds had gathered for so long without releasing the heavenly tribulation. Another person replied that the power of the tribulation was even greater than the one that had appeared when their sect leader ascended in the past. Still, that was only natural, because when it came to combat strength alone, martial uncle Li Fan could be considered the #1 figure in the Lion Sword sect in the past 1,000 years, so what was there to fear from a mere heavenly tribulation? As Li Fan looked up at the violently churning tribulation clouds above him, he simply raised his sword and struck forward. A streak of sword aura shot out from Lion Peak, slicing cleanly through the boundless mass of tribulation clouds and splitting them neatly into two halves. Almost instantly, sunlight poured through the opening and bathed the mountain peak in warm light. The people watching below were stunned. Their martial uncle Li Fan had actually cut open the heavenly tribulation clouds themselves, creating a temporary rift leading to the Immortal Gate. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan flew directly into the Immortal Gate and stepped into the Immortal Realm. However, once he arrived there, he discovered that all the seniors from the Lion Sword sect who had ascended before him had already been killed by unknown enemies. While continuing his cultivation, he searched tirelessly for whoever was responsible. Yet even after wandering through the Immortal Realm for 100 years, he still found no answers. Then, during an exploration of an ancient secret realm, he was suddenly ambushed by a close friend who had been traveling with him, and Li Fan died in shock and unwillingness. The scene shifted once more. In the Northern Immortal Domain, ever since Li Fan had unified the Qing Tian Immortal Domain 2,000 years earlier, he had continued advancing on a path of conquest soaked in blood. Over the years, he established a terrifying reputation as Heavenly Emperor Li Fan, using the heads of 5 immortal emperors and 16 immortal kings to build his legend. By the end of that long campaign, the entire immortal realm had nearly fallen under his rule, leaving only the Northern Immortal Domain barely surviving. At that moment, Li Fan sensed that Qin Tang, who was now one of his trusted confidants, seemed to have something he wanted to ask. Li Fan told him to speak freely. Qin Tang calmly asked the Imperial Lord Li Fan, whose overwhelming strength caused every immortal in the realm to tremble at the mere mention of his name, why he had never shown the slightest intention of stopping. What exactly was the goal he was pursuing so relentlessly? Once the immortal realm was completely unified, what plans would the Imperial Lord have then? Li Fan let out a self-mocking laugh before answering honestly that what he sought was nothing more than longevity. Qin Tang repeated the word as if confirming what he had just heard, then asked whether Li Fan's current cultivation could not already be considered longevity. After all, barring accidents, it would not be difficult for him to live for several million more years. Li Fan replied that while a lifespan of millions of years might presumptuously be called longevity, what he truly desired was to surpass the immortals themselves and live as long as heaven and earth. For a brief moment Qin Tang seemed genuinely surprised by that answer, but soon a knowing smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. Then he calmly declared that there was no need to continue the test any further. The trial of perseverance had come to an end. Qin Tang remained standing alone at the center of the trial grounds, motionless as his thoughts churn, because the testing has just produced an enormous anomaly, and after witnessing it he understands that even if he were to stack endless layers of clever verbal traps or construct the most intricate illusions imaginable, none of it would likely scratch the terrifying willpower of that individual. The realization leaves him reflecting that if the old masters had been present to witness such an exceptionally rare and outstanding talent, they would surely have been thrilled beyond measure, which makes the situation feel somewhat regrettable. Pulling himself out of those thoughts, Qin Tang steps forward before the entire crowd and formally addresses them, announcing that the 3 trials have now completely concluded, and he makes no effort to soften his words as he states plainly that although some participants performed far beyond his expectations, others were so poor that their performance was difficult to tolerate. He then reminds them that his sect leader, Martial Uncle, once explained that when the cloud water heavenly place recruits disciples, the sect always prioritizes quality instead of numbers, and because of that principle he delivers the decisive announcement that only half of the people standing here will be allowed to remain. At once a disciple steps forward, bewildered, asking Qin Tang what exactly he means by such a statement, while several others immediately begin to panic. One person anxiously admits that they spend all their effort memorizing cultivation techniques and copied very few books. Another fears they are finished because they fell after only a handful of steps during the second trial, and several others realize with dread that they focused entirely on indulging in the pleasures offered by the illusions and now suspect they belong to the half Qin Tang intends to eliminate. The atmosphere darkens almost instantly, and with the belief that death is unavoidable no matter what they do, many decide they might as well strike first, so the group launches a collective attack toward Qin Tang. Yet Qin Tang simply stands firm as he watches what looks like an entire army descending from the sky, and with perfect calm he introduces himself, saying, "Cloud Water Heavenly Place, Chief of the Dharma Transition Half Hall, Qin Tang, please enlighten us." As the disciples clash with him, Qin Tang's own army emerges and engages them in battle, and during the chaos he remarks that although sect leader Martial Uncle was famously strict, his own master once advised that in handling matters a person should avoid pushing things to extremes. He then declares to the group that if they can manage to survive a confrontation against their own mirror reflections, he will no longer make things difficult for them. The next moment, half of the cultivators are suddenly trapped in a desperate fight for survival against those reflections, while the remaining half, myself included, withdraw quickly to a safer place and watch the turmoil unfold. The blue mirror copies prove terrifying opponents, attacking with relentless ferocity that never weakens and appearing completely immune to injury, turning the entire ordeal into a nightmare in which several cultivators ultimately die miserably at the hands of their own duplicates. As the battle drags on and more cultivators fall one after another, it becomes painfully clear that the remaining fighters are barely holding together and will not last much longer, and pushed into utter desperation like animals cornered with no escape, they begin shouting curses and furious insults toward Qintang. Amid the chaos of clashing attacks, someone suddenly shouts for everyone to wake up, loudly questioning what kind of disciples Qintang believes he is recruiting when the Cloud Water Heavenly Place itself was destroyed long ago, dismissing his talk of a master and a martial uncle as nothing but nonsense. They go on to claim that when the so-called Great Calamity arrived, the people of that sect did not unite at all, but instead turned against each other and began slaughtering one another in a brutal massacre. Those words strike Qintang like a blow, and he becomes fixated on the idea of people killing each other, immediately arguing back that his Cloud Water Heavenly Place is united from top to bottom, that every member respects and cherishes the others so deeply they would willingly sacrifice their own lives for a fellow disciple, and that the thought of them turning their blades on one another is simply impossible. Yet in the next instant his eyes widen abruptly as another phrase echoes in his mind, Great Calamity, and he stands there stunned, repeating those two words silently again and again before slowly stepping forward while continuing to mutter about this so-called Great Calamity. Meanwhile, the battle has not stopped for a moment. As Qintang's summoned forces keep fighting the rebellious disciples, blades flash, people are cut down, and blood spreads across the ground. Yet Qintang remains planted in the middle of the turmoil, visibly shaken as he continues whispering Great Calamity over and over. Someone nearby watches in confusion, asking what exactly is happening, and soon notices something even more unsettling. Although several people have already died, their mirror reflections have not vanished at all, and why still those blue images are beginning to move toward the spectators, sending a ripple of panic through the crowd because these mirror clones cannot be killed, leaving everyone wondering what they can possibly do. Qintang, however, is still trapped in his own spiral, covering part of his face with one hand while murmuring Great Calamity like a broken chant, until suddenly a hand lands on his shoulder from behind. Startled, Qintang snaps his head around to see who dared approach him, only to find Fan standing there with a relaxed posture and an easy smile. Fan calmly tells him to take it easy and even offers him a drink, addressing him as Senior Brother Qin and reassuring him not to worry, because in truth there is no Great Calamity at all. Qintang accepts the drink with a stunned expression and asks whether there truly is no Great Calamity, and Fan immediately confirms that there is absolutely no such thing. Hearing that, Qintang repeats the words, no Great Calamity 3 separate times while staring wide-eyed in disbelief, then abruptly lifts the drink and begins gulping it down. And once he is drunk enough he bursts into laughter, finally agreeing that Fan is right and that there really is no calamity. Even as the fighting continues around them and Qintang's forces remain locked in battle with the group, Fan quietly takes a moment to think to himself. Fan cannot help feeling fortunate that, thanks to knowledge carried over from his previous life, he already understood the method to stop Qintang when he lost control, because without intervening just now the entire situation could have spiraled into something far darker. Yet that brief relief vanishes the moment Fan's eyes widen, as he senses a subtle shift in the air and realizes that two faint strands of pure killing intent have quietly locked onto him. And the feeling is unmistakable. Those presences belong to Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen. Under the oppressive killing intent radiating from Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen, Fan keeps his expression calm and acts as though he notices nothing at all. But beneath the composed exterior he is already responding, silently activating a formless killing mechanism that reverses the situation and places the two of them within his own invisible lock. Just then Qintang suddenly speaks, declaring that the trial has officially ended and informing everyone that they are free to leave, before turning his gaze directly toward Fan and telling him that he may go as well. Fan, however, does not depart immediately and instead reminds Qintang that his senior brother still owes him a pot of good wine, specifically a pot of really good wine. Hearing this, Qintang looks at him and bursts into laughter, openly admitting that Fan is right and that he does indeed still owe him that drink. He then explains that the Cloud Water Illusionary Dream Art is actually his own original cultivation method, something he spent his entire life creating while pouring all his knowledge into it. And as Fan listens he understands that Qintang is passing it on in the hope that it will not disappear into obscurity. With sincere respect, Fan lowers his head in a bow and promises that he will never betray the legacy of his senior brother or the instruments that have been entrusted to him. Standing there with the wine in hand, Qintang begins calling out to his martial uncle, his master, and his senior sister, drinking cup after cup as he sinks deeper into his own memories. Fan cannot tell how much time passes after that moment, but eventually his consciousness gradually returns in full clarity. When he looks ahead, he sees a massive towering gate, and carved across it are 4 enormous characters that read Cloud Water Heavenly Place. Beneath that gate stands a stone statue that is clearly worn and battered, its surface scarred and damaged, with a huge hollow cavity punched straight through its chest where the heart should be. Although the statue's face has become blurred with time, the faint outline still reveals that it represents Qintang. The real Qintang is there as well, seated before the statue while panting lightly with wine still in hand, raising his arm toward the drink before turning to face the temples and structures scattered throughout the cloud water heavenly place. Thick fog blankets the entire area, so dense that direction itself becomes difficult to judge. And while most of the cultivators who awakened near Qintang's stone statue have already departed, a handful of others have chosen to head deeper into the complex, continuing their exploration until their figures slowly vanish into the mist. Fan wastes no time at all, immediately activating his shadow-following art and shooting forward along the direction indicated by his formless killing mechanism, intent on tracking down the traces left behind by Seikong-yi and the others. It does not take him long to locate them, though he remains careful to keep his distance while completely concealing his aura so that neither of them senses his presence. What quickly stands out, however, is how suspiciously familiar Seikong-yi and Bailey Chen seem with the layout of the cloud water heavenly place, because the two move with unmistakable purpose, deliberately bypassing certain buildings buried within the mist as they continue heading deeper toward the core of the area. Then, without warning, the pair abruptly split apart and dash in opposite directions. For a brief instant, Fan wonders whether they noticed him and intentionally used this maneuver to divide his attention. Yet after only a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decides to pursue Seikong-yi. As Seikong-yi advances, he reaches a doorway that suddenly swings open. Pausing just long enough to glance back over his shoulder, he slips inside and disappears. Closed behind, Fan follows while reflecting that the entire situation feels like an obvious provocation, suspecting that Seikong-yi is attempting to lure him into some deadly terrain within the cloud water heavenly place in order to eliminate him. Still, Fan thinks calmly to himself that if this truly is Seikong-yi's plan, then Seikong is going to end up very disappointed. Once inside the structure, Fan quickly realizes that the place is the Demon Refining Tower, a location infamous for being among the most dangerous areas in the entire sect. During the first 10 years after the site opened, not a single cultivator who entered the tower ever managed to leave alive. Fan recalls from his previous life that it was not until the 21st year of the Divergence that an alchemy master finally dared to enter the tower, risking everything to uncover the strange and twisted rules governing the place. Within the tower itself, freezing gusts of wind sweep through the corridors, carrying with them a foul odor of rot and an oppressive stench. Yet Fan continues moving upward floor by floor until he eventually reaches the highest level. Along the way, he notices a figure known as Junior Brother Bug, who appears to be on the verge of unraveling as he mutters to himself that all of his fellow martial brothers and sisters are out on the front lines fighting while he alone remains unable to help. Junior Brother Bug insists that he must refine more elixirs, believing that strengthening them through alchemy is the only way he can contribute, because every additional pill he produces means his senior brothers will have a greater chance of surviving. Yet anxiety grips him as he realizes that every demon and monster inside the tower has already been killed, leaving no alchemy materials behind, and he is left agonizing over what he is supposed to do next. Then, without warning, the scene shifts into something far darker. Seikong-yi along with several others are suddenly revealed bound tightly and hanging from the wall like grotesque decorations. Fan soon realizes that he himself has somehow ended up tied and hanging from the wall as well, bound just like the others. Bailey Chen immediately begins shouting in sheer panic, demanding to know how this could possibly have happened when he clearly chose to leave the area directly, his voice trembling as he insists he should have escaped yet somehow ended up seized and hung here in the blink of an eye. Another person cries out in despair that their life is finished, claiming they had already left the cloud water heavenly place entirely, only to be mysteriously captured and dragged right back. Meanwhile, Junior Brother Bug pays no attention to their frantic shouting at all. Instead, he stands there calmly, thinking about the medicinal properties of the next batch of elixirs he plans to refine. In a strangely unsettling tone, he remarks that he just happened to catch a few bugs, his way of referring to the captured cultivators, and that they will serve as perfect subject for testing his medicine. His gaze slowly sweeps across the room as he considers which bug he should start with, and after examining each of them, he finally lifts a finger and points directly at Seikong-yi, calmly deciding that Seikong will be first. Watching everything unfold, Fan silently reflects that he is curious to see exactly what sort of backup plan Seikong-yi believes he can rely on in a place as dangerous and unpredictable as this. However, the situation immediately becomes grotesque and deeply disturbing when Junior Brother Bug suddenly drags Seikong closer and begins transforming his entire body into the form of an insect. The result is horrifying. Seikong's human face remains, yet it is now attached to the body of a bug, creating a grotesque scene of pure body horror. Junior Brother Bug picks up this insect-bodied Seikong and begins squeezing him between his fingers before taking out a green medicinal elixir, forcing it towards Seikong's face and violently shoving it into his mouth with overwhelming strength. The pressure is so brutal that Seikong's mouth partially breaks as he tries to swallow the green medicine, and once the elixir ball passes inside him, it moves down into his stomach, causing his belly to bulge outward until it becomes a perfectly round shape. Fan watches in confusion, wondering why Seikong-yi has not attempted to resist even once or used any of his abilities to fight back. The others can only stare in horror as Seikong's face twists grotesquely and his entire body begins to melt away. Observing the result, Junior Brother Bug simply sighs and remarks that the drug test appears to have failed completely, since the medicinal strength of the elixir was far too powerful for the subject to endure. Inside his own thoughts, Fan studies the scene and concludes that Seikong-yi appears completely dead, which makes him question where things might have gone wrong. He briefly wonders whether his actions in this lifetime caused the timeline to deviate from what he remembers in his previous life, but then quickly dismisses that idea, reasoning that it does not make sense because Seokong-yi deliberately lured him into this demon refining tower. A person capable of planning something like that should not die so easily. Seokong-yi clearly understood how deadly this terrain was, so Fan cannot help wondering whether Seokong truly led him here with the intention of sacrificing his own life simply to drag Fan down with him. Then, in the next instant, Fan notices something crucial. His formless killing mechanism has actually locked onto a target that now exists outside the tower. He turns his gaze back toward the place where Seokong-yi had just melted into a puddle and quickly realizes what must have happened. The Seokong-yi who died here has somehow reappeared alive beyond the demon refining tower. Fan briefly considers whether the figure inside the tower might have been a puppet or some kind of external avatar. Yet neither explanation quite matches the situation, which leads him to suspect that the secrets hidden by Seokong-yi run far deeper than he initially believed. Even so, Fan remains calm, because once he fixes his sights on a target, their secrets rarely remain hidden for long. With his tracking mechanism already locked onto Seokong-yi, escape will not be possible, so the only problem left for Fan now is figuring out how to leave the demon refining tower as quickly as possible. Inside the tower, Junior Brother Bug stands before the remaining captives and wonders aloud whether he should continue the experiment on another person. The prisoners are utterly terrified, but after a moment Junior Brother Bug suddenly changes his mind and remarks that perhaps it is not necessary, reasoning that since all of them were refined within the same furnace, the result would likely end up exactly the same anyway. Some of the captives silently regret their situation, realizing they made a terrible mistake and thinking that dying earlier at Qin Tang's hands would have been far better, because at least it would have been quick and painless compared to what awaits them here. Meanwhile, Finn quietly notes to himself that he had already swallowed the elixir without revealing it to anyone, yet the toxic power of the medicine has had absolutely no effect on him. Still absorbed in his thoughts, Junior Brother Bug suddenly declares that it is time to test the next batch of elixirs. His eyes move slowly across the room as he considers which bug should serve as the next experimental subject, and eventually he reaches a decision, lifting a finger to point toward someone. Fan observes as the chosen person is suddenly pulled forward, flying straight toward the same anomaly that just destroyed Seokong-yi. Just as before, the person is transformed into a flying insect with a human face. The anomaly grips the bug between its fingers while holding a black elixir in the other hand, forcefully pushing the pill into the creature's mouth, and once the medicine reaches the bug's stomach it begins to digest, causing the swollen abdomen to gradually shrink back down. Suddenly, tiny black dots begin drilling out from the bug's abdomen one after another. Yet instead of scattering away, they immediately land back on the human-faced insect and begin greedily devouring it. In a short time, the creature is completely eaten until nothing remains, not even the smallest fragment. The anomaly lets out a sigh, then inhales deeply and pulls all those densely packed black dots back into its own stomach before admitting with quiet disappointment that this attempt has failed as well. Soon afterward, the third round of drug testing begins, and once again Fan is not chosen as the subject. This time the anomaly produces 2 pink elixirs and feeds them to another human-faced flying bug. The moment the medicine takes effect, sudden explosions erupt and the bug disintegrates into a cloud of pink smoke. Within that drifting haze, agonized human faces repeatedly emerge and twist in pain, the suffering continuing endlessly until the anomaly eventually inhales the smoke while muttering to itself. By this stage, Fan has become the only remaining person inside the entire demon refining tower, and the anomaly now prepares to use him as the next test subject. Fan, however, shows no panic at all. Instead, he calmly speaks up and tells Junior Brother Bug that he heard he was running short on alchemy materials. Junior Brother Bug points toward Fan and openly admits that this is true. The alchemy materials are indeed insufficient, and he has not been able to refine new elixirs for a very long time. Hearing this, Fan's eyes widen slightly and he falls silent for a brief moment. Then Junior Brother Bug suddenly seems to realize something and addresses him as Senior Brother, explaining that he mistakenly believed Fan was just another bug. Apologizing quickly, he says he will let him down immediately. At once the magical ropes binding Fan begin snapping apart, and he drops down as the restraints break. Junior Brother Bug watches this with a surprised expression before sinking into self-criticism again, lamenting that he has made another mistake. He complains that things are always like this. His elixir refining never works properly, his cultivation advances painfully slowly, and he constantly feels as though he is holding everyone else back. Fan simply smiles and tells him not to speak that way, assuring him that the elixirs he creates actually produce excellent effects and that everyone truly enjoys eating them. Junior Brother Bug stares at him in shock and asks if that is really true, whether everyone actually loves his elixirs. Fan responds by asking if he truly doubts the words of his own senior brother. Junior Brother Bug quickly insists that of course he believes him, yet he remains saddened because there are no alchemy materials left, meaning he can no longer produce the elixirs everyone likes. Fan answers calmly that it does not matter, suggesting that he simply refine his own senior brother into an elixir so that everyone will once again have something to eat. The anomaly froze in shock at the request, and as Fan went on, explaining that although he had entered the sect early, his talent was lacking and his cultivation had always remained low. He admitted that while their senior brothers and sisters fought on the front lines, he alone could do nothing to help, and each time he thought of it his heart ached without end as he grew to hate his own incompetence. So if being refined into an elixir meant he could still contribute even a little, then it would not be meaningless. As tears streamed down Li Fan's face, the anomaly suddenly felt that this senior brother was just like him, yet far greater, because Li Fan was willing to sacrifice himself for those on the front lines, while he himself only knew how to run and hide inside this tower. Panic surged through him as he clutched his head, declaring that he absolutely could not stand by and watch his senior brother give up his life. And in that instant a thought struck him. He could refine elixirs for Li Fan, and as long as Li Fan consumed them, his strength would surely not remain so low. And when the time came, he too could go to the front lines to help. After all, refining elixirs was what he did best. With that, the anomaly reached into his robe and pulled out 2 golden elixirs, offering them forward as Li Fan cautiously extended his hand. Yet instead of taking the pills, he suddenly loosened the anomaly's robe, revealing to his horror that beneath it there was nothing but a blood-soaked hollow skeleton with only faint remnants of torn flesh, making it obvious that the anomaly had been using his own flesh and blood to refine these elixirs. Li Fan could not help but wonder whether this entire anomaly existed trapped between life and death, suspended in a state of both clarity and confusion, bound by obsession and able only to follow fixed rules while repeating the same cycle endlessly, because Qin Tang had behaved in a similarly ominous way. And this junior brother bug was no different, suggesting that everything here was far more complicated than it first appeared. When the bug anomaly once again offered the golden elixirs to Li Fan, he declined politely, explaining that his aptitude was too poor and that even if he consumed them his cultivation likely would not improve much, so he could not accept them, and that it would be better to save such elixirs for their senior brothers and sisters with greater talent in the future. However, he then asked if his junior brother could grant him a small favor. The bug anomaly agreed without hesitation, telling his senior brother to simply say what he needed, and Li Fan replied that he wished to learn the method of catching bugs from him, because anomalies follow strict rules, and anyone who fails to abide by those rules will inevitably die at the anomaly's hands. But once someone uncovers those rules, they can not only remain unharmed within an anomaly but also extract various benefits from it. In Qin Tang's trials, if all 3 results are outstanding, one may offer a jug of fine wine to request guidance before departing, and Qin Tang will judge based on that performance, either raising the person's cultivation or passing on a cultivation technique. With the junior brother bug, choosing to swallow the golden elixir grants access to his alchemy method, though this is not the orthodox Tao of alchemy but the Tao of bug elixirs, and as more such elixirs are refined, the alchemist gradually transforms into something like the junior brother bug himself. Li Fan already understood this clearly, so instead of selecting the golden elixir as his reward, he chose something else, something no less valuable than the Tao of bug elixirs. The bug anomaly, however, was confused by this request, since the bug-binding net was merely something he used for amusement, leaving him unable to understand why his senior brother would want to learn it. Li Fan explained that with their senior brothers fighting on the front lines, it was inevitable that some stray bugs would slip through and harass them. And although his own strength was too low to join the battle directly, if he mastered this bug-binding technique he could still assist from the rear by helping capture and clear out those pests. The bug anomaly had never considered that the bug-binding net could serve such a purpose, and now, believing his senior brother to be truly clever, he grew even more eager to pass on the method without delay. Then, to Li Fan's complete astonishment, 2 pairs of translucent wings suddenly grew from the bug anomaly's back, and without hesitation he reached behind himself and tore one off, leaving Li Fan utterly stunned. Breathing slightly heavily, the bug anomaly handed the wing over, and the instant Li Fan touched it, the innate divine ability, the bug-binding art, imprinted itself directly into his consciousness, after which the wing dissolved into streams of light that flowed into his body. At the same time, it felt as though countless fine, interwoven threads had appeared between heaven and earth, and as long as an opponent's realm was lower than his, once the bug-binding divine power was activated, Li Fan could suppress them instantly. Li Fan then told his junior brother that he had successfully learned the bug-binding method and would now head to the front lines to find their senior brothers, reminding him to take care of himself. The bug anomaly urged Li Fan to be cautious and to return safely. Yet the moment Li Fan departed, the concern on the junior brother bug's face gradually disappeared. After an indeterminate stretch of time, his habitual muttering began to echo again, repeating that their fellow disciples and senior sisters were all fighting on the front lines while he alone could do nothing to help. And so he had to refine more elixirs, because only by doing so could he raise their strength as much as possible. Meanwhile, after leaving the demon refining tower, Li Fan sensed the positions of Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen and realized they were already very close to the central core of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, the Taiyi Hall. Yet, for some reason, they had stalled and were advancing toward it at an extremely slow pace, which immediately gave Li Fan a clear understanding of the situation. prompting him to hurry toward them. As the view shifted to the front of the Taiyi Hall, Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen were seen inching forward with heavy breaths, stepping across massive long swords embedded in the ground that formed a dense forest of blades, layered and interlocked, forcing them to move forward 1 foot at a time at a painfully slow rate. In reality, each sword they stepped on would produce a phantom that materialized and stabbed directly into their hearts. Only by crossing this mound of swords could they reach the Taiyi Hall. And as already explained, with every step forward the two endured intense pain as the phantom corresponding to the broken sword beneath their feet pierced through them. And although no real physical damage was inflicted, the sensation was no different from having their hearts actually impaled. Each step required a long pause before they could continue. Yet Si Kong-yi, seeing the object he had long pursued right before him and seemingly within reach, resolved to push forward regardless of the agony. When Li Fan appeared at the edge of the sword shadow path leading to the Taiyi Hall, both Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen were completely stunned, unable to understand how Li Fan had managed to escape, because in their view it should have been impossible, as no one had ever come out of that place alive. Li Fan, standing there with his arms loosely crossed, took a moment to enjoy their discomfort before confidently stepping forward, and right on cue a phantom blade pierced straight through his heart. It was exactly as the rumors from his previous life had described. The sword shadow stabbing the heart would not cause actual injury, yet the pain was indistinguishable from a real piercing. If someone failed to endure the pain and fell from the sword hilt, they would not die but instead be sent back to the starting point to begin again. While anyone attempting to fly across the sword forest would instead experience what it felt like to have their heart pierced by 10,000 blades at once. Li Fan immediately activated his blue flame phantom spirit, and under the effect of this technique, his body temperature dropped to an extremely low level. Although the pain was still present, Li Fan remained in absolute control, his mind completely calm as no external influence could disturb him. As Li Fan advanced several steps in quick succession without the slightest hint of discomfort, Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen could not help but shout in shock, questioning whether Li Fan was even human. Gritting their teeth, they immediately sped up, ignoring the stabbing pain in their hearts because they had to move faster and could not allow Li Fan to catch up. In no time at all, the bodies were pierced again and again by phantom swords until they resembled pin cushions. Yet even as they screamed and hurled curses with every step, anxiety gripped them tightly, since Li Fan was right behind them and closing the distance rapidly. Fortunately, the two managed to reach the other side first, collapsing to the ground in complete exhaustion, but with Li Fan still advancing relentlessly from behind, they had no opportunity to rest. Acting quickly, Bailey Chen pulled out a blue token from his robe and called out toward the Taiyi Hall, declaring that he was Bailey Chen, the 165th generation personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, and that he sought an audience with Ancestor Taiyi. At those words, Li Fan abruptly halted, his gaze sharpening as he stared ahead in confusion, unable to understand how such a thing could be possible. Not far ahead, the Grand Taiyi Hall seemed to awaken, trembling violently before slowly rising into the air as the ground beneath it shook intensely, and from below, pillar-like legs extended outward and slammed heavily into the earth. Then, like a phantom taking form, a massive head emerged before them, while every broken sword scattered across the area began to tremble, accompanied by a thunderous and otherworldly roar. What appeared next was an enormous turtle carrying the Taiyi Hall upon its back, and as it let out a deep bellow, two gigantic blue serpents slithered out from the hall itself, one stretching forward to coil around the turtle's head while the other extended backward with its jaws wide open, forming its tail. Yet even this overwhelming sight was not the most shocking part, because what truly made Li Fan's scalp tingle was the condition of the creature's body, as every inch of its enormous form was riddled with shattered swords embedded so densely that their number could not be counted. Li Fan stood there in complete astonishment, utterly unable to comprehend what he was seeing, because this was supposed to be the ancestor of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. So after all these countless years, was he still alive, or had he, like Chin Tang and the junior brother Bug, already become an anomaly? In his previous life, there had never been any rumors regarding this ancestor Taiyi, and with no answers, Li Fan chose to remain at a distance for now, watching carefully before making any move. Ancestor Taiyi repeated Bailey Chen's name and asked again whether he truly was a personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, prompting both Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen to immediately drop to their knees. And just as Bailey Chen began to report that he belonged to the Fuyun lineage, Ancestor Taiyi's gaze seemed to pierce straight through him. After what seemed like a moment of recollection, as though a memory of Fuyun had resurfaced, Ancestor Taiyi stated that Bailey Chen indeed carried the aura of Fuyun's lineage, remarking that the child Fuyun still had descendants living in this world. Once he settled this realization, he asked Bailey Chen why he had been awakened. With utmost respect, Bailey Chen expressed his wish to request that the ancestor grant him the Cloudwater map record. Ancestor Taiyi raised his turtle-like head, repeated the request as if confirming it, and then questioned what exactly the Cloudwater map record was. But after thinking for a while, He recalled it and casually remarked that it was nothing significant, adding that Hanhai had once said the item could only be given to a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, and since Bailey Chen was descended from Fuyun, giving it to him would not be inappropriate. Overjoyed, Bailey Chen immediately thanked Ancestor Tai. But at that exact moment, Li Fan suddenly spoke up, interrupting them, which left Ancestor Tai puzzled and shocked both Si Kongyi and Bailey Chen, who clenched their teeth in irritation and impatience. Ignoring their reactions entirely, Li Fan calmly stated that he too was a personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace and likewise wished to ask the Ancestor to grant him the Cloudwater map record. As Li Fan activated the Cloudwater illusory dream art, Si Kongyi could no longer conceal his disdain and openly called him a fraud, arguing that all disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had long since died out. Yet he abruptly stopped mid-sentence as he realized the implications of what he was about to say. Beside him, Bailey Chen refocused on Ancestor Tai and insisted through clenched teeth that Li Fan was absolutely not a direct disciple. However, the tortoise snake ancestor ignored Bailey Chen entirely and instead carefully examined the aura of the cultivation technique circulating through Li Fan's body, recognizing it as the Cloudwater illusory dream technique, causing his fierce expression to soften slightly as he remarked that he had not expected that brat Qin Tang to leave behind a successor, which he considered a very good thing. Li Fan affirmed this, explaining that his cultivation technique had been personally taught to him by his senior brother Qin Tang, and thus he naturally qualified as a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. This revelation caused Si Kongyi and Bailey Chen's expressions to darken instantly as they fixed their gazes on Li Fan, their eyes brimming with killing intent. Yet Li Fan, sensing this rapidly rising hostility, responded with only a faint smile. Now, with Li Fan recognized as a personal disciple and Bailey Chen as a direct descendant, both seeking the Cloudwater map record, Ancestor Tai found himself in a difficult position, his tortoise snake form appearing somewhat bewildered as his gaze shifted back and forth between the two. After a prolonged pause, his slow-moving thoughts finally produced a solution. Since both qualified, they should follow the sex rules and engage in a duel, and whoever emerged victorious would obtain the Cloudwater map record. The tortoise snake ancestor appeared quite pleased with this solution, shaking its massive body as it stretched, causing countless shattered swords embedded in its flesh to shoot outward and stab into the ground around Li Fan and Bailey Chen, leaving a clear open space at the center that naturally formed an arena. Ancestor Tai then reminded them that disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace valued harmony and mutual respect, so they must exercise restraint and stop before either side was seriously injured. When the signal to begin was given, Li Fan calmly assured him there was no need for concern, stating that he would certainly spare junior brother Bug's life, while Bailey Chen offered no verbal response, though the killing intent in his eyes surged to its peak. Above Bailey Chen's head, 21 spinning blue water swords suddenly manifested, forming a sword array that shot toward Li Fan in an instant, prompting Ancestor Tai to recognize it as a Sekiming sword art, noting that it was not bad at all and that although Bailey Chen had already cultivated 21 sword forms, he was not far from reaching major completion. Li Fan, however, merely raised his right hand and activated the bug binding method, and in that moment it was as if an invisible net had descended, instantly trapping Bailey Chen mid-air and rendering him completely immobile, while the 21 water swords collapsed and vanished before reaching their target. Ancestor Tai, who had slumbered for thousands of years, now began offering an ego explanation, though his thoughts lagged slightly as he identified this technique as the bug-binding art of that little bug, expressing mild surprise that such an ability had been passed on to an outsider. As the tortoise snake ancestor spoke, Si Kongyi's face filled with shock, because he immediately recognized the method that had subdued Bailey Chen so effortlessly. It was the very same technique used by the strange Daoist in the Demon Refining Tower. Escaping that entity had already seemed impossible. Yet Li Fan had not only survived but had also learned its innate divine power, which made Si Kongyi question whether Li Fan could truly be a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, since otherwise none of this made sense. Yet all disciples of that sect were said to have perished in the Great Calamity thousands of years ago, leaving one question lingering. Who exactly was Li Fan? Doubt and fear surged uncontrollably in the hearts of both Bailey Chen and Si Kongyi, and in that instant they concluded that Li Fan was far too mysterious, that if they were to fall into his hands their death would be inevitable, and as they looked at the gentle smile he wore, they could not suppress a shiver, realizing they had to escape. Thus, under the watchful gaze of both the tortoise snake ancestor and Li Fan, a bizarre scene unfolded. Bailey Chen, who had been immobilized by the bug-binding method, suddenly shifted in a flash and became Si Kongyi, while Si Kongyi, who had been standing to the side, transformed into Bailey Chen, and not only did their appearances change, but their auras, cultivation levels, and even Li Fan's lock through his formless killing intent were instantly swapped. Li Fan was completely stunned by what he saw, but at that very moment, he heard Bailey Chen call out, declaring that his skills were inferior and that he gracefully admitted defeat. He admitted defeat, conceding the Cloudwater map record to his senior brother, and then asked Ancestor Tai to send him out of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Although slightly surprised by Bailey Chen's sudden decision to leave, the tortoise snake ancestor did not hesitate and granted the request. As a massive creature let out a low sigh, a layer of blue light enveloped Bailey Chen, his body twisting as he shot Li Fan a hateful glare before disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Si Kong-yi, who remained bound by Li Fan, instantly lost his life, and under Li Fan's watch his body slowly crumbled into ashes, just like what had occurred earlier in the Demon Refining Tower. From Li Fan's perspective, the two had been desperately trying to escape, but with the formless killing intent locked onto them, unless they could create an enormous distance, there was no way they could slip from his grasp. Unhurried, Li Fan chose not to pursue immediately and instead turned to question the tortoise snake ancestor, asking about the technique Bailey Chen had just used to swap forms and positions, remarking on how miraculous it seemed. Ancestor Tai said it looked somewhat familiar and that he seemed to have heard of it before, but due to his age and fading memory, he could not recall the details, and so, setting that aside, he decided to hand over the Cloudwater map record while he still remembered. The serpent coiled around his head opened its mouth, and a miniature Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, glowing with multicolored light, slowly floated toward Li Fan, who caught it in his hand and could not help but feel a trace of astonishment, since this tiny model alone was worth 100,000 contribution points and even contained a remnant of divine consciousness preserved by the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace from long ago. Li Fan then requested that Ancestor Tai also send him out of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, adding that he still had unfinished matters with his junior brother Bailey Chen, and Ancestor Tai reacted just as he had before, making the same remark before granting the request. Back in the Sumyun Sea, Li Fan followed the position marked by his formless killing intent and pursued Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen. And as that hidden intent suddenly activated, he could sense that the two were being hindered and that their speed had dropped significantly. Circulating the shadow-following art, Li Fan continuously accelerated until he quickly closed the distance. Seeing him rapidly approaching, Si Kong-yi was struck with shock and could not help but demand to know who Li Fan truly was, questioning why, after already yielding the Cloudwater map record, he was still being relentlessly chased, as Li Fan seemed far too strange to be an ordinary person. Realizing their only chance, the two prepared to split up and escape using teleportation scrolls. However, just as they were about to act, Li Fan activated his soul-locking chain, and with a light flick of his hand, a black chain shot outward at lightning speed, instantly binding both Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen. The chain abruptly tightened, and Bailey Chen, who had been fleeing at full speed, was violently dragged back toward Si Kong-yi. This soul-locking chain was a Dharma artifact that Li Fan had spent 958 contribution points to commission from a Foundation Establishment stage weapon refiner of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and once two targets were bound by it, they could not separate beyond a certain distance. With both of them now restrained together, Li Fan calmly took out another array diagram, the Signwood Purple Fire Array, which had cost him a full 1,500 contribution points, and whose destructive power was so overwhelming that most chi refining stage cultivators would not last more than a few seconds before being reduced to ashes once it was activated. Realizing from every action that Li Fan had orchestrated this from the very beginning, Si Kong-yi, filled with fury, demanded yet again to know who Li Fan truly was, but Li Fan replied that his identity was irrelevant, because after seizing their opportunity, there was no way he would allow them to leave. And at this moment he was far more interested in seeing just how many times Si Kong-yi could return from death. Holding the formation talisman in hand, Li Fan ignored Si Kong-yi's furious curses and directly activated the Signwood Purple Fire formation, instantly engulfing him in flames and burning him to ashes amid agonized screams. Yet no unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky above, and soon the expected scene unfolded, as beside Bailey Chen a phantom slowly emerged, writhing for a moment before gradually solidifying, until Si Kong-yi appeared to be resurrected once again. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, somewhat astonished by the sight, and without hesitation activated the formation a second time, causing screams to ring out once more as Si Kong-yi was reduced to ashes under the burning power of the Signwood Purple Fire Array. After this second revival, Li Fan finally noticed something. Each time Si Kong-yi returned, his cultivation level dropped, falling from the late stage of chi condensation to the mid-stage, and then further down to only the early stage of chi refining. At this point, as Si Kong-yi begged Li Fan to stop the torment and claimed he would reveal anything he wished to know, Li Fan grasped the situation. Si Kong-yi could no longer revive, and if he continued to activate the formation, both Si Kong-yi and Bailey Chen would die. The cultivation method Si Kong-yi practiced was a heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, which allowed the creation of an avatar, and unlike ordinary external avatars, this one possessed its own distinct appearance, aura, soul, realm, and cultivation base. When forming such an avatar, if one incorporated the bones of a dead cultivator or mixed in the essence blood of a living one, it was possible to strip away a portion of that individual's talent, providence, and other attributes, grafting them onto the avatar instead. Seekong Yi had once stumbled upon the corpse of a disciple from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace and used it to create this avatar, naming it Bailey Chen. And through this avatar he not only acquired a cultivation technique known as the Sea Calming Divine Sword, but also uncovered certain secrets belonging to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace of the past. Later on, Seekong Yi learned that the item carrying a bounty of up to 100,000 contribution points, the Cloudwater Map Record, was located within the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, so when the palace reappeared, he rushed there without hesitation. His original plan had been simple: obtain the Cloudwater Map Record, claim the enormous reward, and ensure a smooth path of cultivation from then onward, yet he had never expected to encounter Li Fan along the way. Even at the end, Seekong Yi could not hold back his question, demanding once more to know who Li Fan truly was and how he had been discovered, but Li Fan merely let out a faint chuckle and replied that Seekong Yi had no right to question him. What followed was another death, and this time it was the last. After Seekong Yi perished, Bailey Chen also crumbled into dust, vanishing completely from the world. As with previous instances when a cultivator lost their Dao, an announcement echoed. A Qi condensation cultivator named Seekong Yi, who had cultivated for 35 years, had been slain in the Zhongyunxi region by a fellow Qi condensation cultivator, Li Fan. Likewise, Bailey Chen, a Qi condensation cultivator who had cultivated for 3 years, was also killed in the Zhongyunxi region by that same cultivator, Li Fan. And with their bodies destroyed, their Dao returned to the heavens. At the place where Seekong Yi had disappeared, a black token floated silently in the air, which Li Fan picked up. And the moment he did, a message surfaced within his mind. Whoever possessed this token would rule the heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect. This sect was an extremely secretive force that had existed since ancient times, lacking a fixed base and often consisting of only a single member in each generation. The heaven-stealing sun-swapping token itself had been created thousands of years ago by the sect's 38th generation leader, Seekong Yi, and possessed countless wondrous functions. Not only did it contain an immense storage space, but once refined, it allowed free transfer between the main body and its avatar regardless of spatial distance. And more importantly, it could house the life essence of both the avatar and the main body entirely within the token, as long as the token remained intact. Even if both bodies were destroyed, one could reconstruct a new body by consuming the essence blood stored within it over time, effectively achieving resurrection across thousands of years. By relying on this strange token along with the avatar switching method, members of the heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect could escape unharmed from nearly any deadly situation. However, the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art was not without flaws, as it carried fatal limitations. For instance, the main body and the avatar could not be separated by too great a distance, since the farther apart they were, the more the avatar's strength would decline. And if that limit was exceeded, it would be reduced to only the lowest cultivation level of the initial stage of Qi condensation. Furthermore, because the life essence is stored within the token, when members of the heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect die, a portion of their remnant souls becomes bound inside it, unable to escape, and these lingering souls often retain fragments of important memories from their lives, which in critical moments can even be released by the token's master to confront enemies. Li Fan extended his divine sense into the token and found that its vast storage space was completely empty, with only Seekong Yi and another indistinct remnant soul wandering aimlessly within. His divine sense transformed into a massive hand, seizing both souls to extract the memories they still possessed. And through this, Li Fan finally uncovered why a sect with a legacy spanning thousands of years had declined into such a desolate state. The root of everything traced back to Seekong Yi's nominal master, Seekong Yu. On a distant continent, Seekong Yu, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, had been preparing to gather materials to reforge his avatar when, in a remote mountain village, he encountered a child no older than 5 or 6. This child possessed a natural immortal physique, with boundless physical strength and an astonishing cultivation speed, already having reached the peak of Qi condensation at such a young age and preparing to break through to Foundation establishment. After secretly observing him for some time, Seekong Yu discovered that the child's fortune was even more extraordinary, as every time he ventured alone into the deep mountains to hunt, he would return with rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Realizing that if he could strip away this child's providence, the avatar he created would be unparalleled, Seekong Yu made his move one night while the child was in a deep sleep, attempting to steal his essence blood. However, he had not expected that the child had already been marked by a nascent soul-level figure, one who was approaching the end of his lifespan and, having lost hope of breaking through, was searching for a vessel to possess. Upon discovering this exceptionally gifted child, he had resorted to an extreme method, transforming himself into a wondrous heavenly object and waiting for the child to reach Foundation establishment so that he could merge with him perfectly. The moment Seekong Yu tried to take the child's essence blood, this nascent soul powerhouse erupted in fury, revealing his true form as a green willow and attempting to kill Seekong Yu on the spot. One side was a wondrous treasure formed from a weakened nascent soul cultivator, while the other, though only at the Foundation establishment stage, carried the legacy of a 1,000-year-old secret sect with countless methods at his disposal. And after a prolonged clash, both parties ended up severely injured. At that very moment, the child suddenly appeared, his expression cold and rigid, completely unlike the innocent 5- or 6-year-old he had seen before, and his cultivation had already reached the absolute limit of chi condensation. As long as he possessed a wondrous item of heaven and earth, he could step into the Foundation establishment realm at any moment. And sensing something amiss, the green willow tried to escape, only to realize it was already too late. During the days it had been dormant, the child had secretly placed numerous restriction seals upon it. And now, all of them activated at once, allowing the child to instantly draw the green willow into his body and refine it on the spot. Witnessing this, Seekong Yi was struck with terror and immediately turned to flee. But the child had no intention of letting him go. Though he had only just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, every movement he made carried the bearing of a grandmaster, each strike precise and aimed directly at Seekong Yi's vital points, and it was clear he was deeply familiar with Seekong Yi's background. The chase stretched on until Seekong Yi, already gravely injured, was forced into a desperate corner, leaving him no choice but to release all the remnant souls of past sect elders stored within the heaven-stealing sun-swapping token in a bid to stall the child. Those remnant souls did manage to hinder the child briefly, giving Seekong Yi the chance to escape far into the distance. In an utter panic, he fled all the way to the remote Sun Yunsi region. From afar, he witnessed a bolt of purple heavenly thunder descend from the sky, obliterating all the remnant souls into ash and smoke. Yet despite his escape, his injuries were far too severe. Not long after arriving in the Tsungyun Sea, his lifespan reached its limit, and before dying, Seekong Yi found Seekong Yi, took him in as a disciple, and hastily passed on the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art along with the token before perishing. Had it not been for Li Fan's intervention, Seekong Yi would have successfully obtained the Cloudwater map record, exchanged it for 100,000 contribution points, and then used an ultra-long-distance teleportation formation to leave the Sun Yun Sea before anyone could react. Or perhaps he would not have left at all, instead teleporting away in plain sight only to return elsewhere within the Tsungyun Sea using the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, an exceptionally clever method that Li Fan himself now realized he could potentially employ in this lifetime, given that the lieu of 100,000 contribution points was simply too great to ignore. There was another crucial detail as well. From the memories he had just extracted, it became clear that a person could be refined into a wondrous item of heaven and earth, or rather, that many such treasures were in fact formed from fallen cultivators. When a cultivator perished, the phrase returning the Tao to the heavens was not merely symbolic, as their Tao, after undergoing transformation by heaven and earth, would manifest into various extraordinary objects and reappear within the world. In life, immortal techniques could not be shared among multiple people, yet after death, their value would still be fully utilized. Such was the attitude of heaven and earth toward all cultivators. The gains from this trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace were so immense that even Li Fan found them overwhelming, making it necessary for him to return to Wanshin Island and properly sort through everything. By the time he arrived via the teleportation formation, news of the palace's reappearance had already spread, and although the intelligence Jiao Xiuyuan sold only covered the first trial of Qin Tang's tests, it was still first-hand information, allowing it to fetch a steep price of 30 contribution points per copy, which eager cultivators paid without hesitation, earning Jiao Xiuyuan a substantial profit. After returning to the Tianqian Mirror, Li Fan began reviewing his harvest, the Cloudwater Illusory Dream Art passed down by Qin Tang, the Junior Brother Bug's Bug-Binding Divine Ability, the Cloudwater Map Record, along with the Secoming Divine Sword, the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Swapping Art, and the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Swapping Token obtained from Seekong Yi. Among these, the Cloudwater Illusory Dream Art possessed countless profound applications and would play a crucial role in his future plans, prompting him to prioritize its cultivation. As for the techniques taken from Seekong Yi, the Secoming Divine Sword was a top-tier killing method capable of being cultivated all the way to the Golden Core realm, and once mastered, it allowed the condensation of 108 Secoming Sword within the Dantian, capable of unleashing 100 blades at a single target or forming a sword formation against multiple enemies. Yet despite its formidable power, Li Fan was in no rush to cultivate it. At present, this was only Li Fan's 12th anchor year, whereas in his previous life, Chen had boiled the sea in his 31st anchor year, and while Li Fan had once hesitated over whether to involve himself in that event, the opportunities now before him changed everything. With the aid of an avatar and the Cloudwater Illusory Dream Art, even if he were to flee to a distant continent, it did not mean he could not still stir upheaval within the Tsungyun Sea. Lastly, there was the Cloudwater Map Record itself. Had he not personally received it from Ancestor Tei, he might not have believed it to be genuine, as the legendary item likely concealed deeper secrets. Yet if those secrets could not be uncovered, then keeping it would be no different from holding worthless scrap, making it far more practical to exchange it for 100,000 contribution points. However, it would draw too much attention if his main body toned it indirectly. So Li Fan needed to refine an avatar first, and fortunately, most of the required materials were not particularly costly. Once everything was prepared, he left Wanxian Island and followed Sikong Yi's memories to the uninhabited island where the avatar had originally been refined. But along the way, he unexpectedly encountered Jiao Xiuyuan. Reacting instantly, Li Fan used a form-hiding talisman to conceal both his appearance and aura before questioning him, startling Jiao Xiuyuan so badly that he mistook Li Fan for Sikong Yi and instinctively played along, which, in truth, suited Li Fan perfectly. Previously, Jiao Xiuyuan had secretly sent people to track him and Bailey Chen, intending to sneak into his cave abode while they were away. And now, faced with this sudden encounter, Jiao Xiuyuan nervously claimed it was all a misunderstanding, attempting to talk his way out of the situation. Jiao Xiuyuan also tried to ask where Bailey Chen was, but Li Fan gave no reply and instead directly took out the Signwood Purple Fire Array diagram, activating it and engulfing Jiao Xiuyuan within it. Purple flames flared as he screamed, only to be reduced to ashes, leaving behind a burnt scent in the air reminiscent of charred wood, which confirmed Li Fan's expectation. It had merely been a puppet. Without lingering, Li Fan flew onward to the uninhabited island and stopped before an entirely ordinary-looking coconut tree. Upon lightly probing it with his aura, he felt a pulling force, and once he released his resistance, he was drawn inside. Calling it a cave abode would have been generous, as the space within was extremely crude, but since he only intended to use it temporarily, he paid it little mind. Taking out the prepared materials, he steadied himself, focused, and began refining his avatar. This time, he had no intention of going to great lengths to strip away another cultivator's destiny, because in his plan this avatar was merely a tool to deceive others, draw attention, and ultimately secure the 100,000 contribution points. Bit by bit, bones, organs, skin, and hair took form, and once the body was complete, he adjusted its appearance until, moments later, a face with a blank expression emerged before him. Even Li Fan found it satisfactory. For a first attempt, it was far from poor. The final step remained, severing the connection between the avatar's destiny and its origin, and once that was done, the avatar became a truly independent entity. Its initial awareness brought with it a peculiar sensation. Having an additional body meant gaining an entirely new perspective, something undeniably wondrous. The clone greeted the original, and after some time spent testing and controlling it, Li Fan gradually adapted and issued his instruction. From this moment on, the clone would be known as Li Fan. Naturally, the avatar accepted the name without objection. Li Fan's cultivation was one minor realm lower than the original, resting at the mid-stage of chi condensation. After handing over the Cloudwater map record, Li Fan directed Li Fan to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and the two returned to Wanxian Island separately, ensuring that, in the eyes of others, they had never interacted. Entering the Tianxian Mirror, Li Fan retrieved the Cloudwater map record and chose to complete the mission worth 100,000 contribution points. But the mirror, unable to verify its authenticity, asked him to wait for the mission's publisher and whether he would permit that person to visit his space within the mirror. When Li Fan agreed, an elderly man in white robes appeared before him shortly after, and strangely, he carried no discernible aura of cultivation at all, appearing no different from an ordinary mortal. Our hero greets his senior. The white-haired elder says there is no need to be formal to the old guy who should be dead anyway. The elder's face seemed faintly familiar, yet my guy could not recall where he had seen him before. The old man has no aura, so our boy thinks of him as a mortal, but he knows this could have an aura he might not sense. The white-haired elder spoke gently. Have you come to submit the Cloudwater model? Our hero nodded, presenting the multicolored miniature construct. The elder replies yes, this is indeed it. He grabs the structure while laughing and calling Yai, Fuyan. It has been far too long. Hearing these words, our hero wonders if the old guy belonged to the same era as that total snake tie. Cloudwater Palace fell ages ago, so how is he still alive since the Great Reformation cultivators lost long lifespans and even 1,000 years is rare? What level could sustain this life? Sensing our hero's unease, the white-haired elder asked about Cloudwater Palace. Our hero told all he saw. Qintang turned to a statue, Daoi's Chong turning himself into pills, and Tai pierced by shattered swords. The elder sighed. If not for Satan's circumstances keeping him from Cloudwater Palace, he would never have let them suffer such a fate. He admires our boy for returning alive from Cloudwater Palace, which shows both wit and caution. Our hero replied that he was merely fortunate. The white-haired elder had another matter to entrust and asked if our hero would accept. Our boy replied that the elder should go ahead. The elder said that when time allowed he should go once more to Cloudwater Palace and leave an item there. He produced a small white jade figurine and handed it to our hero. Since he could not enter a Cloudwater Palace, the figurine would go in his place. As for the reward, the elder paused and raised a finger to our hero's brow. Suddenly, his skull starts to throb under the immense pressure of torrent of information. By the time he regained clarity, the white-haired elder had long since disappeared. The 100,000 contribution points were already in his account. It took our hero time to sort the flood of knowledge before he grasped the elder's payment. Heavenly Physician's immortal scripture. It was not a cultivation method but a vast medical canon. It covered anatomy, disease diagnosis, treatment, and pharmacology across humans, animals, and plants. The knowledge was so immense that our hero felt it would take over a decade to read once. Such a priceless treasury had been passed to him in an instant by the elder. Truly remarkable. What a pity it was so exhausting to study, so he could only set it aside for now. Our hero could not refuse the elder. The man was powerful and had already given the reward, so our hero went to Cloudwater Palace. A white flash from the figurine in his storage ring brought him straight to the palace gates. The jade figurine slipped free on its own, rising into the air before slowly dissolving like melting frost. He waited for a time, but nothing unusual occurred within the palace grounds. Our hero wonders if it is finished just like that. It feels too smooth. Our hero feels uneasy and questions the purpose of the figurine. Unable to find answers, he chose to leave. Back in the Tianqian mirror, our hero saw his 100,000 contribution points and thought deeply. He had planned for his avatar to claim the points, exchange them for techniques and treasures, then pass them to his true self as Xiao Hong once did. After meeting the white-haired elder, Lin dropped that plan. It was safer for the avatar and true self to stay unconnected. The elder felt dangerous and the avatar had already caught his attention. If their link was exposed, it would be risky, but the points would not be wasted. Knowledge and techniques held the most value. When the avatar learned, the true self learned as well, so spending the points through it was the same. Our hero made up his mind and searched for information on the ancient war mentioned by Qin Tang and Daoi's Chong in Cloudwater Palace. While the avatar, our hero, immersed himself in the hidden truths of the cultivation world, our hero's true self traveled by teleportation array to Liuli Island under the cover of night. However, Hijin was nowhere to be found and had not returned from the cave. Lin Fan hid his presence and went to Captain Zheng's residence. Seeing him asleep, he recalled the red flame would dry the sea in 19 years. With the avatar set, he could prepare his plan early. He activated the Cloudwater Dream Illusion Art, and blue energy covers Zheng. Zheng jolted awake, yelling in panic. He regained his senses and muttered, "This is Liuli Island." He wonders if it was all merely a nightmare, and what kind of dream could feel so vividly real. In that dream, he had fished up a corpse from the sea. Along with it came a book. Despite being soaked in seawater for so long, the text within remained perfectly intact. Sea Calming Sword Art, a cultivation technique from the ancient Cloudwater Palace capped at Foundation establishment. In just over a decade, it had carried him from an ordinary mortal all the way to the late stage of Qi refinement. Above the Tsongyun Sea, a translucent red figure had suddenly appeared, holding a seemingly weak flame in its grasp. Yet it was this very flame that, over the course of 10 years, gradually boiled the entire sea dry. His family, his friends, his homeland, everything was annihilated. The sea became a sealed death zone with no way in or out. In the end, fire fell from the sky, turned the island to ash, ending the nightmare. Jing Haobai could not calm down and wondered if it was only a dream. He questioned how a mortal like him could know of Wanxian Immortal Island and the Tianxian Mirror, or even that cultivation technique. Suddenly, Zheng's eyes sharpen as his mind clicks. The Sea Calming Sword Art surfaces instantly in his mind. He concludes that it was not a dream and that he has reincarnated. He had read countless novels about protagonists dying and returning to the past, but never thought it would happen to him. It took Zheng a while to steady his breathing and sort through fragments of his past life. Unfortunately, perhaps that red figure had been too horrifying. Its shadow dominated his mind, leaving behind only scattered memories of major past events. But even that was enough for him. He turned his head toward his wife. There was still more than 10 years before that catastrophe would descend, so he had to be prepared in advance. Now what Zheng believed to be regression was in truth nothing more than the effect of Lin's Cloudwater illusion dream art. Constructing a dream illusion from fragments of the true future was enough to deceive a mortal. But Lin's mastery was incomplete and the illusion had flaws. To make it convincing, he paid a heavy cost and used a weakened Sea Calming Sword Art. His goal was to turn Zheng into a proxy and ignite conflict between the Wanxian Immortals Alliance and Red Flame. Lin wanted to test how Wanxian Immortals Island would react to the Arbiter of Heaven and Earth's descent. He also embedded suggestions in the illusion to keep Zheng from fleeing by forcing a sense of responsibility for his family and companions. For now, the results appeared satisfactory. He would need to revisit periodically to reinforce the illusion through the Cloudwater Dream Illusion Art. With that thought, Lin secretly locked onto Zhang, ensuring he could not slip away unnoticed. Then our boy prepared to return to Wanxian Island. Then he stops to see something strange. Beneath the night sky, most of Luili Island had fallen silent, but only one residence remained illuminated, its courtyard adorned with white funeral banners. Lin immediately recognized it and descended into the morning hall. Right behind a guy knelt before a spirit tablet. The spirit tablet reads that the late immortal Jing has died. Lin felt shocked that Zheng really died. Lin could not help but ask, how did fellow Daoist meet his end? The old man replied that the mortal Zheng encountered a trap while exploring an ancient cave abode and perished 56 days ago. Lin recalled Zheng's words. Some friends found an ancient cave called abode and invited him along. It was sealed before the Great Reformation and likely held treasures and rare techniques. In a previous life, Lin encounters Zheng more than a decade later alive and well. He never expects such an abrupt end and realizes he never joins that expedition in that timeline. The reason for the change is clear. Zheng loses all the contribution points he has accumulated over a lifetime. To obtain that nascent soul technique, he chose to gamble. And the cause of his loss is traced back to the destruction of the spirit mist grass island by the dragon whale beast, leading him to believe there was profit to be made. In that previous timeline, this incident had never occurred. So what triggered the beast attack? A sudden image flashed across Lin's mind. He remembered Dragon Hill once contained many undigested Luili pearls used for lay pills that could trigger sudden enlightenment. After consuming them, it gained intelligence and later found an island with spirit mist grass. The spirit mist grass must have benefited the beast and driven it to attack and devour most of the island's supply. It had so many Luili pearls because in a life where he merged with the ocean's consciousness, Lin once saw a colossal Luili fish skeleton with a giant pearl glowing beneath the sun. In this life, he had casually slain the leader of that Luili fish school while passing by. Without their leader, they were like a kingdom without a ruler, helpless against predators such as the dragon whale. Our lad determined that his unintended act back then ultimately caused Zheng's demise to occur there. In truth, not only his death alone, our boy went on to slay the Luili fish leader, leaving the school unable to withstand predation from other creatures as a consequence thereafter, which led to the dragon whale consuming a huge quantity of Luili pearls and gaining spiritual sense and reaching spirit enlightenment. To strengthen its cultivation foundation, the dragon whale with spiritual sense utterly destroyed all spirit mistgrass on an island there. The destruction of spirit mistgrass, combined with someone secretly fueling the flames, caused countless people to lose their entire family fortunes, completely ruined. The final outcome was early deaths of several Foundation establishment cultivators. So it turns out even Foundation establishment cultivators are still easy to kill. Our boy concluded that this was the proper way to utilize the killing intent of heaven and earth. Within the Tianxian mirror, Lin, who had been reading intently, suddenly experienced enlightenment as countless insights flooded his mind. He thinks that with foreknowledge of Huanzhen there is no need to kill personally. He can use a scheme across time and space to make it seem like he killed Zheng from 10,000 miles away years earlier. Without Zheng's accidental death, he would not have understood this life and death chain of locks for a long time. Our hero is still in Steward Zhao residence, wishing Zheng good luck and promises that in next life he will definitely treat him well. Old Zhao calls out anxiously asking if Lin had a close relationship with the Immortal Master. Lin replies that they have known each other for over 40 years and he was treated with great kindness. He was away on business and unaware of his death. He says seeing the memorial shocks him. Old Zhao says it has been 26 days since Zheng's death and Lin is the first to offer respects. Many Immortal Masters came but only to claim belongings or compete for the Guardian position. With a new Guardian appointed, he fears losing his role. He also failed Zheng's final task and carries deep guilt. The old man feels fortunate that Lin has come. Lin asked what task did Daoist Jing leave behind. Old Zhao says Zheng entrusted him with an item before his death and told him to give it to the first cultivator who came to pay respects. Lin questions why he would trust a mortal. Old Zhao explains he once saved Zheng's life and was offered discipleship but chose to remain a servant out of fear of cultivation hardships. His lifelong loyalty earned Zheng's trust. He quickly turned and retrieved a small square box that belonged to Zheng. The old man doesn't know how to use it. Lin opens the box and realizes it's a spirit talisman of Wanxian Island. Lin is puzzled but stores the box away. He tells Old Zhao he will speak to the new Guardian but cannot promise he will keep his position. Old Zhao is overjoyed and immediately kneels in gratitude. The old man thinks he has finally gotten rid of a burden and that Lin was indeed the first to pay respects, so handing over the relic fulfills Jing's final wish. He reflects bitterly that in immortal cultivation Jing died even earlier than him and no one even collected his bones. He calls it truly meaningless. Later, our boy arrives inside the Island Protection Grand Formation and meets the new Guardian. He says he knows Old Zhao and asks to keep his role as the island's financial steward since it is only a mortal duty. The Guardian thinks for a moment and agrees. After exchanging communication spirit talismans, our boy quickly returns into the mirror. After searching for a while, he finally understands how the passage spirit talisman works. It is not only used to enter the island but also works as a storage and retrieval key. The items are not kept in the mirror but inside a place called Wansan Pavilion. This pavilion is located on Yulan Island in the northern Songyun Sea. After loaning this, our boy wastes no time and travels to Yulan Island. He retrieves Zhang's relic, which is a jade slip. Inside it is Zhang's unfinished work that explains the 100 Veins formation map. The text contains deep insights into the Dower formations along with new ideas. It also carries a message from Zhang. He states that he devoted his life to formations and managed to complete only half of the work. He believed exploring the cave should not be too dangerous but feared the rare chance of disaster. If he died, it would not matter, but he feared his life's work would be lost. So he left a backup plan, hoping the one who finds it would pass it to a formation master on Wanxian Island to complete it. Zhang then talks about the sitting mountain art. This method allows one to stay still and enjoy results. He explains its benefits but also says it is extremely hard to cultivate. Because of this, he had to explore the ancient cave to change his method. Our boy realizes Zhang has left him with a difficult problem. He cannot believe such a method exists. It is a pity Zhang only mentioned it and did not leave the method behind. Our boy wonders if Zhang's body can still be found. This art suits him perfectly and can fully use Huanjin's knowledge. Now that he knows about it, he becomes determined to learn it no matter what. Our hero then starts gathering information about the ancient cave where Zhang died. His group of 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators all died while only 1 Golden Core cultivator survived by chance. The cave is located inside an undersive volcano. It stayed hidden because the volcano was dormant. It was only discovered after a recent eruption when passing cultivators noticed it. The information shows that it is the cave of a Golden Core cultivator named Taoist Tianyang. Normally such a cave should not be too dangerous to escape from. But when Zhang's group went deeper and triggered restrictions, they discovered that Taoist Tianyang practiced ancient mechanism arts that are now lost. Over a dozen flint mechanism puppets activate at once and surround the group. Only the Golden Core cultivator Ziyun escapes, but with heavy injuries. The 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators all die to the mechanisms. The 5 deaths did not stop anyone. They only pushed others to rush into the cave. The mechanical puppets were valuable and the fallen cultivators left behind enough treasure to ignite greed. Rumor had it that a second expedition was already being organized. This time, it would be led by a nascent soul powerhouse, True Lord Goshuan. Our hero heard that a lost mechanical technique had returned and chose to investigate. He doubts the expedition will succeed. With nascent soul and golden core cultivators involved, he stays out of the chaos. The treasures inside should keep others busy so no one will fight him over Daoist Jing's remains. He decides to post a bounty mission. Lin felt no concern about the mountain sitting art being exposed. It came from before the Great Reformation and only 1 cultivator knew it. If that person died without a record, the method vanished. With his heaven-swapping art, he could recover such lost arts from a cultivator's remains. Lin wonders if the heaven-swapping art is meant to recover lost arts and if he is returning to his old path. He must complete missions and earn contribution points. Creating an avatar needs his true self to act, and he keeps the avatar separate from his identity. He only shared information. By the end of the day, it was verified and he received 1,000 contribution points. He used 500 points to post a bounty through the Tianxian mirror. He claimed a 40-year bond with Zhang and sought to recover and bury his remains. He thought it would take time, but the task was claimed at once. With that done, Lin focused on the Cloudwater Dream illusion art. He had to reshape Zhang's mind at intervals to keep him on the path he planned. This was manageable while Zhang remained immortal. Therefore, Lin's immediate goal was to advance the Cloudwater Dream illusion art to its 2nd level. 3 months later, on Liuli Island, Shanghai ship, Zhang stood at the ship's bow, searching for something hidden. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he plunged straight into the ocean. The surrounding crew cried out in shock and alarm. Zhang dives ever deeper. Before long, he reached the seabed. As he swam across it, his gaze abruptly locked onto a skeleton half buried in the sediment. Pulling the remains free from the silt, he discovered a book resting against the skeleton's chest. See calming sword art. Zhang ponders silently. Everything is going the same as his memories. He is indeed reborn. He cannot waste time and must raise his cultivation fast to stop the coming catastrophe. The Qi refining realm is not enough and no one would believe him. He must reach Foundation Establishment or even Golden Core. High above, Lin observed Zhang hidden from sight. He saw that Zhang's fate had changed. In cultivation, 1 step ahead means leading all the way. In his past life, Zhang started late and reached Foundation Establishment within a decade, but that was his limit. Lin gave a faint chuckle and looked forward to how far Zhang would go. In high spirits, Lin flew back toward Luili Island. Just as he prepared to return to Wanxian of Mortal's Island via the teleportation array, he noticed a new dude appear there. This is the newly appointed guardian, Xing. Our boy asked him why he was here. With a worried face, Xing tells that something happened. The cave abode expedition, led by true Lord Goshuan, has been completely annihilated. Not even Goshuan himself managed to escape. Our boy asks how this could happen. This place was supposed to be the cave abode of a golden core cultivator, so how did a nascent soul expert die here? Xing replies that no one knows the exact situation and the entrance to the cave abode has been sealed for now. It was done to stop ignorant cultivators from rushing in and losing their lives. Xing said there are barely more than a dozen nascent soul powerhouses on Wanxian Immortal's island, so losing even one is a huge loss. 4 Golden Core and 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators also died in the 2 expeditions which caused unrest on the island. Many positions are now vacant and factions have already begun secretly competing for them. Lin could faintly sense that Xing's unease was rooted in something deeper, something he wasn't voicing aloud. Yet, since the man chose not to speak of it, Lin saw no reason to ask further. After a brief exchange, Lin used the teleportation array and returned to Wanxian Immortal's island. Quiet inquiries revealed the cause of Xing's worry. His patron had been the fallen Lord Goshuan, which helped him secure the role of Liuli Island's guardian. Now that support was gone before he could settle in. Lin thought in silence. If even a nascent soul cultivator had fallen, then the cave abode was far too dangerous. He decided that retrieving Daoist Zheng's remains must wait. A few days later, the situation changed. The Wanxian Immortals Alliance released its findings and declared Xing Xiaoyun innocent. His survival was linked to the strange nature of the mechanical puppets in Tianyang's cave abode, which grew weaker against weaker foes and stronger against stronger ones. Our boy believes this trait must have a limit. Daoist Tianyang was only at the Golden Core realm when alive. Weak meets weak means Qi refining cultivators would face Qi refining puppets. At that level, he sees himself as invincible. His bug ability, binding divine skill, and blue flame spirit could leave the puppets defenseless. He considers exploring the cave abode, but he stops. If the puppets only scale like that, the Alliance could secretly send late Qi refining cultivators and take everything. So the cave must have other strange factors. Even the Alliance is unsure. Even without understanding, he knows many rely on luck and think they are chosen. Around 30 people form a group for a third exploration. 10 days later, they return in terrible condition and recount what happened inside. The puppets are far too strong. Their bodies are made of unknown material and are extremely tough. Fire, thunder, and magic have no effect. Their physical strength alone can withstand soul stage attacks. He wonders how this cave ended up in his past life. After joining the Alliance back then, he barely heard about it. By that time, the cave had already disappeared. But there is still a method. Using human wave tactics can stall the puppets and allow someone to go deeper for opportunities. Yet no one wants to risk death for others. Over time, fewer cultivators pay attention to the cave, and our boy also calms down and focuses on cultivation. Half a year passed like this, but one day Lin sensed a subtle disturbance in his mind. The lock he placed on Zheng with the formless killing mechanism showed slight signs of loosening. In less than a year, Zheng went from an ordinary mortal to a Qi refining cultivator. After his destiny changed, his growth became even faster than in Lin's past life. At this pace, he might reach the Golden Core realm within a dozen years. 3 months later, during secluded cultivation, Lin received a message from Xing said that Liuli Island had recently produced an extraordinary individual. Lin replied that he wanted to hear more. Xing sent a recording. In it, massive dark red puppets swung heavy fists, each fighting a blue water sword. At the center, surrounded by them, stood Zheng. 7 more blue swords floated around him, forming a rotating barrier. He controlled 24 water swords at once, engaging all 17 puppets simultaneously. Soon, 3 puppets broke through the defense and rushed him. Instantly, 3 guarding swords shot out to block them. In the next moment, Zheng retreated at great speed, escaping the cave abode as the puppets roared behind him. Then Xing asked our boy what he thought. Lin feigned ignorance and said those 17 puppets, were they from Tianyang's cave abode? Facing all 17 alone, even briefly, was already impressive, and he asked who that person was. Xing replied that his name was Zhang. Just over a year ago, he had been an ordinary mortal. A few months ago, after reaching the Qi refining realm, he joined the Wanxian Immortals Alliance through Xing's recommendation. After hearing about Tianyang's cave abode, Zheng went there alone. At first, Xing did not understand Zheng's intention, but later he realized Zheng was using the 17 mechanical puppets as training opponents. At first, he could only endure a few breaths, but with each attempt he lasted longer against their attacks. The recording was already over half a month old, so his current progress was likely even greater. If he did not fall early, he was destined to walk the path of the Great Tao. Our boy thought that forming 24C calming swords was normally only possible at the Foundation Establishment realm. Yet Jing achieved it soon after entering Qi refinement. He wondered if Zhang was naturally suited for this technique or if there was another hidden reason, and found it very intriguing. Our boy's curiosity was sparked, so he immediately headed toward Tianyang's cave abode to see it himself. Around the crater, many cultivators had gathered. They ignored the boiling seawater and strange eruptions from the underwater volcano, focusing entirely on Jing, who sat nearby in meditation with closed eyes. As Lin approached, he heard the discussion that this was Zhang's first attempt after reaching mid-chi refinement, and he did not seem to last much longer than before. Another voice argued that his attacks still carried the same force as early chi refinement, showing he was still adapting to his new strength. Someone else added that he might last twice as long as it takes for a cup of tea to cool. Meanwhile, Zhang was fully focused in meditation. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. He rose abruptly and dashed straight into the mouth of the volcano. The surrounding cultivators did not follow. Instead, a watery screen formed at the center, revealing the scene inside the cave abode. The 17 mechanical puppets were not mindless. After being repeatedly provoked by Zhang, they had already anticipated his return and were lying in ambush at the entrance. The moment he stepped inside, they launched their attack. Zhang remained completely calm. 24 shimmering blue water swords formed around him, deflecting every incoming strike. At the same time, he moved with extreme agility, weaving through the gaps between the puppets. In the blink of an eye, he broke through their encirclement and appeared on the opposite side before rising into the air and hovering steadily. The crowd reacted in shock, wondering if he was only defending or actually going on the offensive. Zhang fixed his gaze on the puppets and formed a hand seal. The 24 water swords instantly accelerated, moving several times faster than before and falling like a sudden storm. The swords moved like living spirits, leaving afterimages as they formed an intricate web of blue light. It looked as if hundreds or even thousands of swords were striking at once. Amid shocked cries, Jiang Haobo forms a seal. The 24 water swords surge, striking like a storm, appearing like thousands at once. Outside the cave abode, cultivators stand frozen, hearts racing. They can't believe Jiang Haobo is only mid-stage chi refinement. His strength feels unreal. Some remember he started just a year ago and call him a once-in-a-generation genius. A voice suddenly urges everyone to act. Now the puppets are suppressed, and this is their chance. Greed and excitement surge. But a burly cultivator disagrees, saying such a terrifying technique must drain massive energy and won't last long. The crowd goes quiet, then slowly agrees. Lin keeps staring at Jiang Haobo through the watery screen, frowning slightly. He recognizes the movie Water Dragon's roar from the sea coming sword art. A deadly technique, but one that consumes huge spiritual power, usually only sustainable by foundation establishment cultivators. Bailey Chen, also at mid-stage chi refinement and having mastered the sea coming sword art, is completely unable to perform this move. This troubles Lin. Even if Jiang Haobo's talent surpasses Bailey's, he is still only mid-stage chi refinement, so sustaining Water Dragon's roar should be impossible. Yet Jiang Haobo remains calm, as if fully confident his spiritual power won't run out. As Lin thinks, he senses something unusual. His gaze sweeps around. Deep in the ocean, countless tiny blue lights gather and rush toward Tianyang's cave abode. Lin catches one and recognizes it as pure water-attributed chi. Realizing the truth, Lin immediately activates Shadow Stalk Art and dashes into the volcanic vent. Meanwhile, others watch the growing blue lights until someone realizes Jiang Haobo has a water spirit body. Everything clicks. He can endlessly draw chi from the sea. The crowd rushes forward, chi refinement cultivators chasing after Lin into the vent. Lin, already ahead, passes through the lava and enters Tianyang's cave abode. Moving through the battlefield, he uses his divine sense to search for He Jianghao's remains. But the area is in ruins after intense battles. 17 nascent soul-level puppets have devastated everything, making even Lin uneasy. Hearing others approaching, Lin quickly gathers any debris he can find. Suddenly, an ancient mechanical voice echoes through the cavern, calling out Tianyang's name. Lin freezes, unease rising. He turns and sees a puppet still suppressed by Water Dragon's roar. The dark red puppets begin transforming rage builds in their cores like a waking volcano. Cracks spread across their bodies, revealing a sinister darkness, multiplying like shattering porcelain. Under Water Dragon's roar, the nascent soul-level puppets shatter one after another like fragile vessels. Cultivators are left in shock, questioning if Jiang Haobo is truly a chi refinement or a hidden powerhouse. Even Jiang Haobo stares blankly. In the silence, every fragment trembles as a single word echoes weaker. The mechanical voice resounds again, this time from every fragment at once. Tens of thousands of voices merge, echoing through the cave. The black and red fragments begin to move, gathering together as if alive. A strong sense of danger rises in Lin's heart. Without hesitation, Lin speeds toward the cave exit. As he passes the stunned Jiang Haobo, he shifts slightly, grabs him, and urges retreat. To stop resistance, Lin activates his insect binding ability, freezing him in place. Jiang Haobo, still shocked, finds his body completely paralyzed. Panic rises, though Lin's words calm him slightly. Amid grinding sounds, the fragments slowly fuse into one. A massive black hand forms, cracked and glowing with sinister red light. A furious mechanical roar declares Tianyang is not weaker than others. Lin flees at full speed, reaching a safe distance with Jiang Haobo. Looking back, fear lingers as he realizes how close they were to disaster. The sea and earth tremble violently. From Tianyang's cave, underwater volcanoes erupt one after another. The puppet's roar overwhelms everything, repeating that Tianyang is not weaker. A puppet buried for thousands of years rises from the sea, towering between heaven and earth, roaring with pride. After stabilizing, the Tianyang puppet turns, red eyes glowing, and walks toward Wanxian Immortal's island. The sky suddenly darkens. The puppet stops as a cold voice commands it to halt. A massive inverted mountain appears above and crashes down. The puppet roars and pushes upward. The impact forces it into the seabed. Red light surges from its body, shining brighter than the sun. With madness in its eyes, it slowly straightens, pushing the mountain upward bit by bit. A cold snort echoes. More peaks appear on the mountain, forming a powerful formation. Its weight increases, crushing everything below. The puppet's lower body is destroyed, leaving only its upper half struggling. Even in defeat, it keeps declaring Tianyang is not weaker. Its body is reduced until only its head remains, still burning with fury. Suddenly, the head explodes into molten rock. Earth fire erupts again, reshaping into a blazing figure. The reborn puppet charges like a fire dragon and pierces the mountain. Explosions echo as cracks spread. The fire dragon bursts out, shattering the mountain and rising into the sky. But the mountain reforms, and the clash continues. A mysterious voice praises it as worthy of the ancient Dao sex inheritor. Enraged, the puppet roars and challenges the mountains again. The sky darkens as if torn apart, revealing stars. A calm female voice appears, saying if it wants to fight, they will change the battlefield. Filaments of starlight descend onto the Tianyang puppet, which roars once before dissolving into nothing. A voice declares satisfaction and the start of a true battle as phantom mountains fade. The sky seals, stars vanish, and sunlight returns. The world falls silent, with only the ruined Songyan Sea left behind. Lin, witnessing spirit transformation experts for the first time, feels his heart race. He recognizes them as likely from Wanxian Immortal's island, their power overwhelming. Lin looks at Jiang, still frozen in shock. He reflects that illusions fall short of reality, as even witnessing sea-burning flames couldn't compare to a clash of spirit transformation cultivators. Lin releases his insect-binding divine ability and checks on Jiang. Jiang snaps out of it, embarrassed, thanks him for saving his life, and admits that Chi refinement strength now feels insignificant after seeing true power. Lin tells him not to lose heart, saying his talent could reach that level with time. Jiang hesitates, then admits he doesn't even know Lin's name and vows to repay him. Lin smiles, saying they'll meet again if fate allows, then turns into a streak of light and disappears. Jiang sighs, realizing Lin's secrets don't matter. Everything in the Songyan Sea is doomed under heaven and earth's killing design. He wonders if even spirit transformation cultivators could survive the red figure that burned the sea. His doubt hardens into resolve, and he flies off, determined to resist at any cost. Lin returns to Wanxian Immortal's island, unsettled. News of Tianyang's cave battle spreads, but the truth about the giant puppet is unclear. He keeps silent. Passing cultivators, he pauses, sensing something wrong. Such devastating battles should be widely discussed, yet it feels like cultivators avoid or forget them. Even past calamities seem unspoken. He checks the Tianxian mirror for records of mass disasters but finds nothing. No matter how he searches, there are no results. He contacts Xing via spirit talisman. Xing first denies, then hesitates, admitting something may have happened but can't recall clearly. Lin asks other elders, but they give the same vague answers. Their memories of such events are unclear, leaving him confused. Lin recalls mortals on Lily Island clearly remembering past disasters, making it strange that cultivators seem more forgetful than mortals. Lin murmurs about defying heaven and earth for eternal life. He has seen spirit transformation cultivators move mountains and Dao unit-level red flame burn seas, yet even that pales before a glimpse of an eternal heavenly venerable's power. He realizes an unseen force shapes all cultivators, more terrifying than destruction itself. He only feels unaffected because his memory belongs to a disaster not yet happened, revealing the influence of the eternal heavenly venerable. He struggles to shake the fae. In cultivation ranks, golden core reverends, nascent soul eminences, spirit transformation immortal eminences, Dao unity immortal venerables, and above them stand the rare eternal heavenly venerables. Eternal life is Lin's goal, but still far away. For now, he can only advance step by step. He enters closed-door cultivation. After witnessing the battle, he nears a bottleneck. 5 days later, his chi reaches full saturation, and both techniques hit the late chi refinement peak with no further progress. Still, he senses the direction of breakthrough and his avatar prepares to emerge. He studies his new divine ability, tracing life-death chains to a target's weakest point and silently guiding them toward death. Another ability, Heaven Watches and Earth Listens, lets him view targets directly through the perspective of heaven and earth. He tested on Jiang, seeing him control 24 water swords forming dragons and storm-like attacks that turn the sea chaotic. Lin observes the technique's flow and chi structure. Realization hits him. Excited, he breaks out of the state, declaring he has found his path. He reflects on his weak talent and the gap with geniuses. Now he understands. His path is different and unrepeatable. His foundation lies in observation and truth. Through heaven watching and earth listening, the insights of all geniuses become his. No matter how many rise, they will become stepping stones on his path. After mastering the 2 divine techniques, Li Fan remained inside the Tianshan mirror for another half-month, steadily consolidating his new comprehension before finally deciding the moment had come to pursue the chance to break through his bottleneck. Comparing the location engraved in his mind with the map of the Tiansu Sea, he pinpointed his destination as Yin Yin Island, a place named for its lack of mortals and inhabited only by a single cultivator known as Yin Yin Shangren. Is Yin Yin Shangren here? Li Fan's voice spread across the island. Yet after a long wait, no reply came, confirming his suspicion that he had arrived at the correct place. Staying fully alert, he moved cautiously toward the square structure ahead and stepped inside, where total darkness swallowed everything, so deep that not only light but even divine sense vanished within it, leaving nothing perceptible except faint, intermittent sobbing and strange cries drifting from somewhere deeper inside. Just as Li Fan prepared to advance, a sudden rustling sound broke the stillness, and a small dog-like creature shot out from the darkness, nearly crashing into him. Mistaking it for an attacking beast, he almost struck immediately, but a sweep of his divine sense revealed it to be nothing more than an ordinary creature, and since he was a guest, killing the host pet without reason would be improper, so he reached out, grabbed it by the scruff, and lifted it up. Bringing it closer for inspection, Li Fan felt an immediate wave of revulsion, because although its shape resembled a dog, each of its limbs ended in disturbingly human hands, and across its abdomen were 5 or 6 grotesque eye-like organs that blinked as they stared directly at him. What in heaven's name is this abomination? He wondered, suppressing the urge to throw it away as he held it behind him and continued deeper into the darkness. After some time, his eyes adjusted and the interior gradually came into view, revealing a scene that sharply contrasted his expectations, for instead of something bloody or chaotic, the structure appeared clean and orderly, without even a trace of blood. Transparent cages lined the space, each containing strange and grotesque creatures of various forms, all lying weakly within and showing no hostility. And even as Li Fan passed by, none reacted, as if the cages allowed sight from the outside, but concealed everything from those within. Even in his worst nightmares, Li Fan had never encountered such deeply unsettling beings, and forcing down the nausea rising within him, he gave them only a fleeting glance before quickening his pace. At that moment, he caught a faint murmur echoing from deeper inside, repeating over and over, "I must find you. I must find you." And following the sound, Li Fan moved further in until he finally stood before a massive rectangular transparent cage. Standing before the massive cage was a lone man, his eyes locked onto it with obsessive focus as he murmured the same words in an endless loop. "I must find you. I must find you. Fellow Daoist Yin Dian Shangren." Li Fan called out from a measured distance, intentionally keeping space between them. Yet the man gave no indication he had heard anything at all. At that moment, the dog-like creature in Li Fan's grip suddenly began barking wildly, struggling as if begging its master to save it. The sharp noise startled Yin Dian Shangren, who spun around abruptly. In the instant he saw Li Fan, recognition spread across his face. "Aya, a guest has arrived. Aya, a guest has arrived." The words came twice in succession, as if a second voice echoed from within him before the first fully faded. Li Fan's eyelids twitched slightly at the strange effect. Releasing the grotesque creature, he cupped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects, fellow Daoist." As soon as its human-like hands touched the ground, the creature let out a pitiful whimper and hurried to Yin Dian Shangren's side, rubbing against his legs in a fawning manner. Yin Dian Shangren quickly straightened his messy hair, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I was too immersed in thought and did not hear you call, fellow Daoist. Please forgive me." Once again, the same unsettling dual voices followed one another. Without a second glance, Yin Dian Shangren casually kicked the creature aside, then warmly motioned to Li Fan. "This is not a place for conversation, fellow Daoist. Please, come this way." He began leading Li Fan onward but suddenly stopped, as if recalling something important, then turned back and said, "Ah, that's right. I'm not called Yin Dian Shangren. My true name is Dian Shangren. Yet the overlapping voices merged in such a way that it still sounded like Yin Dian Shangren. Li Fan immediately grasped the situation, realizing that cultivators of the Tsunyansi had likely distorted his name into a mocking form. And after bowing again, he greeted him properly. Greetings, fellow Daoist Dian Shangren. Aha, good, good. Dian Shangren's face lit up with genuine pleasure upon hearing his correct name. Beyond the narrow doorway lay a vast collection of peculiar objects, and Dian Shangren eagerly introduced them one by one, the sheer variety leaving even Li Fan inwardly astonished. As they continued forward, Dian Shangren suddenly halted in front of an empty display pedestal, his expression draining of color as he pointed at it with a trembling finger, lips moving soundlessly for a long moment. Unable to ignore it, Li Fan finally asked, "Fellow Daoistian, what's wrong?" Dian Shangren looked stricken with horror. "My treasure, where is it?" Behind him, the dog-like creature whimpered guiltily, its ears drooping as it cast a furtive glance upward before shrinking at his feet and trembling. Seeing this, a thought surfaced in Li Fan's mind, and after a brief hesitation, he asked, "Fellow Daoistian, this treasure of yours, it wouldn't happen to be a bone, would it?" Dian Shangren's face brightened instantly, and he nodded eagerly. "Yes, have you seen it?" Li Fan's expression turned peculiar. Without saying anything further, Li Fan led Dian Shangren back toward the entrance of the structure, then stood aside as Dian Shangren hurried forward and carefully picked up the bone, his face filled with deep anguish. He gently wiped away the saliva clinging to its surface, and the way he looked at it resembled a lover finally reunited with a cherished partner, every movement delicate and reverent. Clutching it tightly, Dian Shangren held the bone as though afraid it might disappear again, his expression turning distant and grave as he spoke. This is an extraordinary treasure. I could lose every other artifact I own, but this is more precious than even my life. Hearing this, Li Fan's face grew serious, genuine curiosity flickering in his eyes as he silently questioned him. And Dian Shangren continued, "I assume you are familiar with the immortal mortal miasma. In the beginning, it only spread among mortals and posed no threat to cultivators at all. Only later, after a cultivator somehow became infected, did it begin spreading among cultivators as well." Li Fan's gaze dropped to the white bone in his hand. "You mean to say?" Dian Shangren let out a strange giggle, gently stroking the rib as though it were the most precious relic in existence. "Exactly. This rib belonged to the very first cultivator ever infected by the immortal mortal miasma." Yet when he noticed that Li Fan showed no trace of shock or excitement, Dian Shangren's expression shifted into confusion. "When you see it, don't you feel your entire body trembling with indescribable excitement and awe?" Li Fan shook his head again and again, and Dian Shangren released a long sigh. "Ah, what a pity that you cannot appreciate its true value, fellow Daoist. The infection of cultivators by the immortal mortal miasma is one of the most significant events in all of history, its impact on the present cultivation world second only to the Great Reformation itself. The remains of that first unfortunate victim possess immeasurable research value and commemorative significance. Are you not curious how a plague that affected mortals could mutate enough to infect cultivators? If I can uncover the origin of this change, perhaps I can eliminate the immortal mortal miasma at its source. When that day comes, I will be revered across the cultivation world as a monumental figure." For a brief moment, Dian Shangren seemed completely immersed in this grand vision. But after some time, seeing Li Fan's expression remain entirely unmoved, he let out a long, disappointed sigh, like a master lamenting an utterly hopeless disciple. "You simply do not understand this, fellow Su. Su something, never mind. Every single bone from that unfortunate individual's skeleton is priceless, fiercely sought after by countless cultivators. I was incredibly fortunate to obtain this one rib. Of course, the most valuable relic of all is the complete skull, which is currently kept at the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance." As he spoke, Dian Shangren's gaze drifted into the distance with longing, drool nearly slipping from his mouth, while Li Fan found such obsessive fixation impossible to comprehend and could only keep shaking his head. At that moment, Dian Shangren seemed to abruptly come back to his senses. "Hey, I've only just realized, what brings you here so suddenly, fellow Daoist?" he said, then almost immediately repeated himself as if snapping awake a second time. "Eh? I just noticed, what brings you here so unexpectedly, fellow Daoist?" Li Fan and Dian Shangren returned together into the building and took their seats in a designated resting area, where Li Fan finally revealed the true purpose behind his visit. As soon as he heard it, Dian Shangren grew visibly excited, practically spraying saliva as he spoke with enthusiasm. "Oh? You've come to ask about breaking through into the Foundation establishment realm? Then you found exactly the right person, fellow Daoist. I dare say no one alive understands Foundation establishment better than I do." Li Fan answered with a faint, polite smile. "I'm eager to hear your insights." Dian Shangren leaned forward. What we call foundation establishment is the act of building the very base of one's cultivation. But tell me, do you truly understand what this Tao foundation is? Li Fan considered briefly before replying. The Tao foundation is the cornerstone of a cultivator's path. Once one reaches the final stage of qi refinement, a personal Tao foundation must be formed to proceed further. Otherwise, even if one's cultivation continues to rise, it would be like erecting a towering 100-jong structure on loose sand, where the slightest disturbance would bring everything crashing down. When the discussion turned scholarly, Dian Shangren's demeanor became unusually serious, and he nodded. Correct. And this leads us to the real issue. In the current era, establishing a foundation absolutely requires a curio of heaven and earth. But what exactly are these curios? You've surely read the treatise on them, and you know that when cultivators die, heaven and earth refine them into such curios. Doesn't that imply that living cultivators themselves might be considered incomplete curios, not yet fully refined? Heaven and earth is like a vast crucible, and the final products of its refinement are complete curios of heaven and earth. Therefore, everything within it can be seen as an unfinished curio. Curios are collections of laws. So are humans any different? The human body is crafted with astonishing complexity, filled with endless mysteries. Why shouldn't it also be regarded as a curio? He paused only briefly before continuing, his tone carrying a strange intensity. Fellow Daoist, did you know that some cultivators capture mortals with unique talents, refine them into curios of heaven and earth, and use them as their Tao foundation, thereby taking those extraordinary gifts for themselves? I too am human, so could I myself also be a curio?